Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for girlfriend. Chapter 96. As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Zoro, Sanji and the others couldn't help but look at him speechlessly. When Garp appeared behind him just now, Luffy didn't notice it, and was easily knocked away by Garp. Now that Luffy said he was going to stop Garp alone, Nami and Usopp were the first to not believe it. Ha ha ha, good boy, it seems that your wings are really hard. You said you were going to stop me? Don't talk about you, even Rozi behind you can't stop me one. Garp laughed for a while, then suddenly turned to Rozi. Boy, let's get hold of it. For the sake of not hurting Tsuru and Gion, I won't kill you. But Sengoku's side called to arrest you, and I had to use some strength. Hearing the words of May 4-3, Rozi shrugged, carrying Kimpira to stand next to Luffy. The famous Garp Vice Admiral, if it were another occasion, I might still be like trying your iron fist with my fist. But for now, let's forget it. Unfortunately, Garp Vice Admiral, I have no intention of being caught by you. With that said, Rozi looked behind Garp again. With a rush of footsteps, Smoker and Tashigi ran over with a group of marine soldiers. Garp Vice Admiral, you're running too fast, this will affect our arrangement. As soon as Smoker came to Garp, he yelled angrily at Garp. Garp wasn't angry either, but calmly reached out and cleaned his ears. Meanwhile, Tashigi yelled at Rozi with red eyes. You lied to me, and I thought you were a good person. Hearing this, Rozi, who was sent a good card for no reason, didn't say anything, and Sanji on the side had already slammed down in front of Rozi's eyes. Rozi, when did you provoke the beautiful lady? Hey, Sanji, I didn't do anything to hurt him. Also, you didn't do anything bad to her, why is she staring at you like this? Boom. Before Sanji could finish speaking, Nami couldn't help but punch Sanji on the head, preventing him from continuing to speak. Stupid Sanji, this time Rozi didn't lie, he didn't provoke the woman, she was provoke us. Nami said. Rozi shook his head, looked away from Sanji, who was holding his head, and looked back at Tashigi. Tashigi Lieutenant Commander, I'm not lying to you, it's your subjective opinion that we are good people. We didn't say anything ourselves. And if that goes into detail, I'll save you from being carried away with a mace. However, I can be considered to help you. Rozi spread his hands and said. This. Tashigi pursed his lips, not knowing how to refute for a while. What about this sword, why did you give it to me again? Since you're a pirate and you know that I'm a marine, you shouldn't have any reason to give me the sword, right? It's impossible, really, like what Garp Vice Admiral said. Of course, the last sentence Tashigi can only think about. Ah, you said Chiwen Hound, sorry, but it's just a fake made by me using my abilities. It was just to get rid of you as soon as possible, so it was handed over to you one. Having said that, you have plenty of time to observe this sword, so please forgive me. Rozi said. Fake. Tashigi stared blankly at the Akahara hound in his hand, how could such a good sword be a fake? However, as soon as her voice fell, the scarlet hound in her hand turned into little blue light particles and quickly dissipated. Ah, sword disappeared. Tashigi rushed towards the fast blue particles in a panic, trying to keep them, but in the end he could only watch them disappear quickly. Stinky boy, isn't it too much to play with our Tashigi like this? Garp, who saw everything in his eyes, folded his arms and said to Rozi with a frown. Is it too much? That's okay with me, helping her avoid Alvida's attack back then. Rozi smiled, raised his hand and used projection magic to construct another red hound, and twisted the blade in front of Garp and others, forming an arrow-like shape. This scene made the Akahara hound who was looking at him reappear, and Tashigi, who was overjoyed, was stunned for a moment, and then turned to look at the Akahara hound, who was no longer a sword, with great sadness. The next moment, Rozi's empty hand projected a longbow. After pointing an arrow made of a red hound on a longbow and pointing at Garp and others, Rozi said. The chat is almost here, my partner and I have to hurry. If you can, please make a way for us to leave one. At the same time as the voice fell, Rozi's observation Haki could clearly feel that a dark cloud began to condense strangely in the sky. The cold winds began to emerge around the square in Logue Town. Rozi understood that this was the dragon's move. As soon as it rings, he will immediately bring Sabo to come in and love. How could I let you go? Rozi, since you came to this Logue Town, then as the colonel stationed in Logue Town, I will never let you leave. And it won't let you go to the Grand Line. And you, little thief cat Nami. It's too dangerous to have you who strip devil fruit from someone else's body. 0.2. You will spend the rest of your life in marine prison. Smoker stepped forward, and the 10 fingers with the sea stone in his hand pointed to Rozi and then to Nami. Seeing this scene, Nami was stunned on the spot, stretched out his index finger and pointed at himself suspiciously. Not to mention her, even Rozi, who had already done a good job, was a little stunned when Marine found out that he had the ability to capture other people's devil fruit. Rozi glanced at Nami's resentful eyes, smiled apologetically, then turned to Smoker and asked. That, Colonel Smoker, right? Let's take the liberty to ask, why do you think my partner has the ability to take other people's devil fruit? Chapter 97. Do you still want to argue? It's useless. We've heard from Sengoku that he lost the devil fruit after being hit by a light attack from Nami 1. And just now, Nami took another devil fruit from Alvida. When something like this happens twice in a row, do you think you can still make excuses? Smoker sneered. Facing Rozi and others, he was not in a hurry to fight. Even with Garp present, he wants to prepare his marines accordingly. That's why we use words to delay time. All this, Rozi saw, but didn't care. Even if the marine arranged by Smoker is in place and there are dragons, Smoker's arrangement can only be in vain. I see, I finally understand why you marines put the words only caught alive on Nami's bounty. It seems that you are also very interested in this ability. Congratulations, Nami-01, so even if you get caught, at least you don't have to worry about the safety of your life. Rozi tilted his head and looked at Nami with interest. Hehe, I really thank you, Rozi. Nami twitched the corners of his mouth and glared at Rozi. Although the bounty was marked only for the alive, Nami knew that he did not have the power to take the fruit of others. If she is really caught in the future, if she can't show this power, Marine certainly wouldn't treat her favorably either. So, the end result is that Nami got a lot of bounties for no reason. And let Marine pay more attention to her when facing the Straw Hat Pirates. Rozi smiled, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Nami, since this Colonel Smoker already knows, let's just go ahead and take his Smoker Fruit 1. After all, that's Logia. As Rozi said that, Haki, who was armed with an armament, gathered on the arrow in his hand. Rozi isn't just saying that, if the situation is right, he really intends to take Smoker's smoke fruit. Before Smoker could say don't think about it, the arrow in Rozi's hand had already flown out of the longbow, flying towards Smoker's forehead at a very fast speed. Facing Rozi's swordsman, Smoker didn't dare to be careless, and directly elementalized his head into smoke and dodged to one side, avoiding Rozi's arrows. He didn't think there was a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berry, so as soon as Rozi made a move, he was on full alert. However, what he didn't notice was the arrow that had already flown behind him. It turned around suddenly and charged towards Smoker's head again. Naturally, Smoker, who doesn't have observation haki now, can't predict it. Just as his head was about to be pierced directly by the arrows formed by the Akainu hound, a strong arm suddenly stretched out and directly grabbed the arrow straight. Garp Vice Admiral. Smoker looked suspiciously at Garp, who held out his hand beside him, and also saw the arrow blackened by armament haki. Seeing the arrow so close at hand, Smoker's brows furrowed tightly. Be careful, Smoker, you are facing a pirate who has a bounty of 1 billion berry and escaped the pursuit of Tsuru and Gion. No matter what time it is set, there can be no slightest carelessness. Garp told Smoker, turned to Rozi, and said. It turns out to be an arrow that can bend, it's really a strange thing one. Hearing this, Rozi smiled and said, the Akahara hound follows the scent of blood, and just by swinging it, it will make the most suitable slashing magic sword. If you make it into an arrow, as long as you smell the smell of the enemy, as long as I survive as a shooter, I will continue to pursue the target no matter how many times I get shot down. Tashiji, how's it going? The sword I showed you isn't bad. Hearing this, Tashiji looked at the arrow in Garp's hand, and was even more surprised and curious about the Akahara hound. Tracking the enemy's arrows, can you blame me for not being honest when you are caught? But what about chasing the enemy, as long as the strength is large enough and the defense is strong enough? This thing is just a weird arrow. After Garp finished speaking, he glared at the ground with both feet, and he held the Akainu hound directly and rushed towards Rozi, with an expression of intending to use Rozi's arrows to deal with Rozi. Seeing this, the corners of Rozi's mouth rose slightly, and he said softly, "Fantasy collapsed." Hey! Garp frowned slightly, looking strangely at the Scarlet Hound who suddenly became hot in his hands. The next moment, only to hear a boom. The Scarlet Hound in Garp's hand actually exploded. The powerful impact caused a burst of smoke and dust, and also stopped Garp's rushing body. It's amazing, as expected of a marine hero who has tempered his armament to the limit. Even if the explosion of the noble phantasm is triggered by fantasy collapse, there is no way to inflict any damage on him. How on earth did the axe monka cut Garp in the original book? Just when Rozi complained. Not far away, when Long saw that Rozi had launched an attack, he unhesitatingly activated his fruit ability. In an instant, yesterday's strong wind suddenly swept up in the area of the square, causing the 543 marine soldiers who had already set up the traps to fly out in unison. Even the elite marines and Tashiji besides Smoker were not paying attention, and were thrown over a distance of more than 10 meters by the sudden strong wind rising from their feet. Hey! Why does this wind look like that guy? Garp waved his hand away from the wind and waves in front of him, and looked around strangely. Just as he was about to expand the range of observation Haki's perception, a dazzling golden light in the sky caught Garp's attention. That's the one described in the intelligence. Smoker also raised his head, looking at the dazzling golden light in the sky that gradually turned into a golden ring. Smoker felt a heart palpitation for no reason. Come on, Nami, let that guy taste your power. Rozi put his right hand behind Nami and said with a smile. The corners of Nami's mouth twitched wildly, and she looked at Rozi who was raising her eyebrows beside him in an extremely speechless manner. Others don't know, how could she not know? The fairy brilliance in front of her was not cast by her, but by Rozi. Rozi patted Nami's shoulder, and his mind moved at the same time. The next moment, the sky was even bigger than when Nami used fairy's radiance, and the huge golden ring with more radiance suddenly fell down quickly. It shrouded the path towards Garp and Smoker below. Chapter 98. It's such a strong force, you can't let it fall. Smoker can't take such an attack. With certainty in Garp's eyes, his body jumped up and charged directly towards the fairy brilliance in the sky. However, Garp went halfway. The huge golden halo speeded up again, and Garp, who had finished charging up, was not afraid, and quickly threw a punch. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly sounded. The high-intensity armament Haki on Garp's fist exploded with black lightning-like energy the moment the golden halo touched it. It contrasts sharply with the golden halo on the body of Fairy's Radiance. So strong, is this the power of marine heroes? Rozi narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked solemnly at Garp, who was stalemate with his flesh and blood and the super magic he cast. You know, Rozi didn't do his best, but the fairy's brilliance he used was several times stronger than the fairy's brilliance that Nami used to use. But even so, he was stopped by Garp. Garp actually began to slowly gain the upper hand. "Everyone, get out of here quickly now!" Rozi roared at his partner, and charged directly towards Smoker with a stride. Now that Garp was stopped, he wouldn't suggest taking Smoker's devil fruit away. Unlike the slippery fruit, the smoke fruit is a devil fruit that can be eaten by friends. However, just as Rozi was about to approach Smoker, Garp in the sky turned around and landed in front of Rozi with the impact of the fairy brilliance, and punched Rozi's head with a punch. "This madman!" Rozi looked in shock at Garp, who was surrounded by a golden halo and was attacking himself, and lamented Garp's madness in his heart. Having said that, in the face of Garp's punch, Rozi quickly adjusted his posture, and the muscles of his right arm swelled wildly and rapidly with the cooperation of the gourmet cells, which swelled several times in a blink of an eye. Not only that, because of the influence of the food demon Red Ogre, the moment Rozi's arms swelled, it turned blood red. Even the high-intensity armament haki couldn't hide the blood-red aura. Devil Arm, 10 consecutive nail punches. These changes were just a split second, and Rozi roared inwardly and punched Garp's fist. The two collided, and Rozi's and Garp's bodies each took a step backwards from each other. But the next moment, the impact of the nail fist made Garp keep flying towards the rear. It also knocked Smoker out. "That's amazing, Rozi, how did you do that trick just now?" Luffy looked at Rozi's arm in surprise, and couldn't help but stepped forward to touch it left and right. "When you master the power of food cells, you can do the same, Luffy. You can turn yourself into a giant using the gourmet cells." Rozi kept his eyes open, and explained to Luffy while looking at Garp. Hearing this, Luffy's eyes immediately showed a hint of yearning. "Same tricks as Luffy, boy, what's up with those giant arms?" "Tisk, it's really a strong punch, and I don't know if Luffy will be able to throw such a punch in the future." Garp glanced at Rozi in admiration, although he wasn't happy with Rozi following Luffy. But he's still quite happy that Rozi has taught Luffy to be stronger. "This aperture is really troublesome, but is this intensity of aperture really cast by that little girl named Nami?" Garp condensed the super-strong armament haki with both hands, and after glancing suspiciously at Nami in front of him, he grabbed the halo around his waist with both hands. "Break me!" Along with Garp's roar, black lightning and golden halo exploded directly on Garp's body. Smoker flew out directly because of the powerful impact. A few seconds later, when the smoke and dust around Garp dissipated, Rozi was surprised to find that Garp didn't have the slightest wound except for the completely damaged upper body clothes. "Good boy, the punch was good just now, we are, at." Garp was talking when two bursts in the sky suddenly caught Garp's attention. When he raised his head to look at the visitor, his eyes widened. "Long, why are you here?" Garp opened his mouth wide and asked in disbelief. "Hehe, I just think it's pretty good for young people to go out to sea." After taking Sabo to stop Garp and Smoker, the dragon turned to look at Rozi and Luffy. "Let's go, everyone. The promised helper has arrived, and Luffy doesn't intend to continue spending time with Garp here." After he finished speaking, he took the lead in running, overtook Long and Sabo and the others and ran towards the port. Rozi, etc. naturally followed. However, when Rozi passed Garp and Smoker, who was guarding him behind him, a light called pity flashed in Rozi's eyes. At the same time, the Marines, who had been scattered by the strong wind, gradually began to gather in the direction of Rozi and the others. "Stop, you three guys!" Smoker wanted to rush up to intercept Luffy, Rozi, and the others, but saw Sabo taking the lead in the direction of Smoker's path. "Sorry, my brother is going to sail, but I can't let you guys intercept it." Sabo put the steel pipe on his shoulders and said harassment with a smile. Where would Smoker listen to his words? He directly, elementalized his body and wanted to pass over Sabo. His actions also caught Luffy's attention, looking at Smoker falling from the sky, and at the gathered seamen in front, a very confident smile appeared on Luffy's face. The next moment, in the eyes of Smoker, Marine, and Sabo, who was waving the pole towards Smoker's face, a huge red ogre phantom suddenly rose from the surface of Luffy's body. With the appearance of the red ogre phantom, Smoker and the marine soldiers who had gathered immediately felt an inexplicable coercion. Before they could get used to it, a more powerful via burst out from Luffy and dispersed uncontrollably towards the surroundings. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but stop what they were doing. That's Conqueror's Haki. Garp, Long, and Sabo all looked at Luffy and said suspiciously. Chapter 99. The marine soldiers who were gathering stopped immediately after being hit by the momentum that erupted from Luffy. Almost all marine soldiers fell to the ground with their eyes wide open at this moment. Such a scene not only surprised Smoker, Sabo, and others. Even Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and others looked at Luffy beside him in shock. Especially Usopp. That's Haki from Conquerors? Luffy, when did you awaken Conquerors? Usopp shook Luffy's shoulder. Although the captain awakened Conquerors to make future voyages more secure, Usopp was delighted. However, except for Rozi, his exclusive skills were easily learned by others, which made Usopp a little envious. Hehe, Usopp, I asked Rozi for advice after you awakened Conquerors. He taught me to use food demons to stimulate the body, and then I learned. Luffy held down the hat, a good smile on his face. Don't be surprised, Usopp. I'm also self-eating through gourmet cells, which is to let the cells in Luffy devour themselves several times. Let him walk on the edge of life and death several times before awakening Conquerors. Comparatively speaking, your 543 awakening method is much easier. Also, your Conquerors is way better than Luffy's. Okay, let's continue on our way. Rozi patted Usopp on the shoulder, nodded slightly to Sabo and Long who were looking at him, then pulled Nami to run first. No wonder, I said that Luffy's appetite has been exceptionally large in recent times, and this is the reason. It looks like our captain is always joking, but he still exercises when it's time to exercise. Sanji sighed and ran as well. Zoro and Usopp are close behind. And Smoker looked at Rozi and the others about to leave, and finally recovered from the surprise that Luffy would use Conqueror's Haki. On a ship, 3 people will use Conqueror's Haki, and you must not be allowed to go to the New World. Boom! When Smoker finished speaking, Sabo's steel pipe smashed into Smoker's face, sending him flying backwards in the direction of Garp and hitting the ground hard. As I said, no one can stop my brother and his mates from going to sea. 1. Whether it's you, Smoker, or you, old man. Sabo pushed his hat and walked towards the dragon leisurely. Cough cough, armed color? You actually know armed color. Smoker rubbed the bridge of his broken nose and looked at Sabo gloomily. Is there anything strange? The one who left just now knows Conqueror's Haki. In comparison, it's not surprising enough that I know a little bit of armament. Sabo stood beside the dragon, looking with interest at Smoker and Garp, the only ones standing in front of him. Of course, his attention is still more on Garp. Garp Vice Admiral, what should we do next? Smoker took a deep look at Sabo and the dragon, and by this time he had recognized the dragon as well. Moreover, Rozi and others had already run far away, so he naturally did not dare to act rashly. Hey? What did you say, Smoker? Garp looked at Smoker, scratching the back of his head blankly. Garp Vice Admiral, Marshal Sengoku is calling us to catch Rozi and Luffy. Smoker sighed helplessly and said. You said this. I know that too, but now I'm being stopped by the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and there's no way to catch Luffy and the others, haha. However, I really didn't expect Luffy to awaken Conquerors. It seems that Rozi trained him well, ha ha ha. If Luffy is by his side, he will become stronger in the future. Garp waved his hand indifferently, opened his mouth again and laughed. Smoker looked at Garp in front of him speechlessly, and he couldn't tell for a while whether Garp was deliberately not chasing Luffy, Abak, and others, or it was simply because he was delayed by the dragon. However, I really didn't expect that UBD would appear here. Are you really just here to see Luffy off? After laughing for a while, Garp stopped and looked at the dragon viciously. Don't you think, Garp, that we shouldn't stop young people from going to the sea? Even, being pirates? Long smiled and said to Garp comfortably. Although he had been avoiding Garp these days when he became a revolutionary army, but seeing him suddenly in this way, Long felt that it was not bad. Humph, I was going to train Luffy into marine. I didn't expect that guy to be crooked by the red hair. Tisk, I don't know if I did something wrong in my last life. My son became the leader of the revolutionary army, and my grandson is now a pirate. You two, each one of you makes me worry. Garp shouted angrily, with an expression that he wished he could send a love iron fist to Long Ji now. Smoker on the side stared blankly at Garp, hearing now, he didn't know what Garp meant. The revolutionary dragon in front of him, the obvious son, Luffy's father. If it weren't for the wound on his body reminding him, Smoker might even be dreaming. And you kid just said you were Luffy's brother. So you're Sabo? Is your kid still alive? Garp glared at the dragon and turned to Sabo. Long time no see, old man, I am indeed Sabo. Sabo smiled and nodded. It's really you. Where have you been all these years, and why did you stay with this BD Long? Father, I was sunk by celestial dragons when I was a child, and the leader saved me. The reason why I haven't been in touch with Luffy is because I lost my memory, and it was only recently that I regained my memory. Hearing this, Garp nodded knowingly and said. It turns out that it is correct. Tisk, it's really abominable, none of your three brothers can give you peace of mind. One went to the Whitebeard pirates, one went with the dragon, and now another goes out to sea with Rozi. What the hell did I do wrong? Why don't either of you want to go marine with me? At this moment, Garp's tone was full of resentment. On the other side, Smoker's mouth was already wide enough to stuff a few eggs at once. 3 brothers. One more, and still in the Whitebeard pirates. Garp Vice Admiral, how on earth are you teaching your grandson? Smoker looked at Garp's face and roared inwardly. At this moment, Smoker really wanted to see how Garp taught his children. Chapter 100. Blue blue, blue blue. Suddenly, a phone bug rang on Garp's body. I'll take a call. Garp waved to both Long and Sabo, then took out the phone bug from his pocket and pressed it to connect Gion. Soon, the voice of Sengoku came from the phone worm. Garp, what's going on with you? Have you caught the Straw Hat Pirates? When Garp heard this, he looked at Smoker suspiciously. Smoker understood and explained directly, Marshal Sengoku told me that if the Straw Hat Pirates arrive in Logue Town, let me notify him as soon as possible. Garp twitched the corners of his mouth. As an old man, how could he not understand Sengoku's mind? It is nothing more than fear that he will let the Straw Hat Pirates go. This time I called, obviously to make myself not waterproof. Having said that, there was a smile on Garp's face. Sorry, Sengoku. The Straw Hat Pirates just escaped and I couldn't stop them. What? What are you doing? No matter how strong that guy Rozi is, it's unlikely that he will be stronger than you. Don't blame me this time, Sengoku. Now I have a strong guy blocking my way. Garp, I have to think too much about being perfunctory. In East Blue, who can stop you? And what if it's my BD son? BD son, you mean dragon? What a joke, that dragon is with you. This is something that can't be helped. You also know the relationship between him and Luffy. Since they meet, they will definitely help. How about I ask Long to tell you a few words to prove that I didn't lie? Garp's mouth cracked open, and he looked at the dragon with a big laugh, a look that let the dragon help prove it. Long twitched the corners of his mouth and looked at his carefree father in a very speechless manner. He was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and the other party was Marine's boss, so how could he have a good conversation? Fortunately, the dragon was reluctant to speak, and Smoker, who was beside him, spoke up. Marshal Sengoku, dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, is indeed standing in front of us. He has a very strong guy by his side. The Straw Hat Pirates have now escaped with the help of the dragon, and Marshal Sengoku, please make corresponding arrangements immediately. After a little thought, Smoker still didn't reveal the complicated relationship between Sabo, Long, Garp, and others in front of Garp. However, he was also prepared to write the specific situation in the report after the event. Smoker. That's what you said, that's right. Damn, things have changed so much. Since that's the case, can you only hope for those guys in the supercharger and CP0? Sengoku murmured, quickly analyzing the comparison between the Plus, Stussy, and the Straw Hat Pirates. Soon, he widened his eyes and became nervous. Without him, just because there is Celestial Dragon's Roswald Saint next to Stussy and Plus. Garp, find a way for me to get rid of that dragon and catch up with the Straw Hat Pirates. There are Celestial Dragons in the fleet of Plus, CP0 and others heading to Logue Town. If Rozi met them, with the character he once brutally killed Celestial Dragons, he might have done the same. The world government and the Five Elders would never allow something like this to happen. At this moment, Sengoku's figure even trembled a little. He really didn't want to see another Celestial Dragons die because of Rozi. Hey? Celestial Dragons, how did they bring Celestial Dragons here? Garp's smile stopped, and his brows furrowed sharply. Although he doesn't like Celestial Dragons, he even thinks Celestial Dragons are idiots. But that doesn't mean he wants to see the Straw Hat Pirates on their backs for killing Celestial Dragons. Rozi was a free man when he killed Celestial Dragons before, if now Rozi kills Celestial Dragons again. The world government will definitely take anger on the Straw Hat Pirates for this. It was the Celestial Dragons who followed, anyway, you must stop Rozi. I'll also contact the supercharger as soon as possible, and let them avoid the Straw Hat Pirates for the time being. Preventing Celestial Dragons from happening. Sengoku wanted to continue to say something, but the dragon who had been silent at this time spoke up. Give it up, Marshal Sengoku 1. With me here, Garp won't be able to leave Logue Town anytime soon. The corner of Long's mouth rose, and he actually walked towards Garp on his own initiative. This voice, you are a dragon. Have you thought about making Luffy guilty of killing Celestial Dragons? Sengoku spoke in a deep voice, intending to let the dragon back down for a while. So what, I believe Luffy was ready to take on everything when he went to sea. As Long Yi spoke, he walked to a place a meter away from Garp and stood still, staring straight at Garp. Although he said nothing to Garp, Garp saw his firmness in the dragon's eyes. Sengoku, I'll hang up first, I'll do my best to do what you told me. After Garp said a word, he hung up the phone and said to Long. 0 fur flowers. Boy, are you really going to let me stop Rozi from meeting Celestial Dragons? If we do meet, then we can only blame the bad luck of Celestial Dragons. The corners of the dragon's mouth rose slightly, facing Garp's aura without fear. Although if Rozi kills Celestial Dragons again at this time, it will indeed bring a lot of trouble to Luffy, but the dragon believes in Rozi's power more, and is willing to see Rozi, who is like a beacon of the Revolutionary Army, become the man who challenges the rules of the world's nobles. In his heart, this is also an opportunity for their Revolutionary Army to go further. Garp Vice Admiral, no, father. We haven't seen each other in years, so let's have a good chat. Don't get too into Luffy's business. Hehe, you're finally willing to call me father. Well, then I'll have a good chat with you, just with fists one. After Garp finished speaking, his huge fist slammed into the dragon's face. The dragon, who was already prepared, quickly raised his right hand to meet Garp's fist. With only a rumbling sound, the earth centered on Garp and the dragon collapsed in an instant. The powerful armament haki that overflowed from the confrontation between the two turned into black lightning and rushed straight to the sky, stirring the dark cloud constructed by the dragon's ability to use it. Okay, let's talk with fists. Long smiled, and the fruit ability was activated instantly. The next moment, a thunderstorm suddenly fell from the dark clouds in the sky and hit Garp directly. Meanwhile, on a tower several kilometers away from the battlefield between Garp and the dragon, Rozi's eyes were glowing light blue as he watched the battle between the dragon and Garp. With the blessing of Shiro Emiya's eagle eye skill, Rozi could see every move of Garp and Ryu clearly. Coupled with the blessing of Sato Kazuma's lip-reading skills, the conversation between the two also fell into Rozi's mind. It's really starting to fight. Looking at this, do you want to be serious? Dragon and Sabo probably won't be caught by Garp. However, it turns out that besides Garp, Marine also dispatched someone from the extras and CP0. It should be the old girl Stussy. The celestial dragons are coming too. It's really interesting. If you kill celestial dragons at this time, that old girl Stussy will not be able to go back to the world government at all. Hehe. Thinking of this, Rozi couldn't help but hope that he could meet the Plus fleet. After taking a deep look at the chaotic battlefield of Long, Garp, Sabo, and Smoker again, Rozi grabbed his body and chased after Luffy, Nami, and the others. Chapter 101. Logue Town, near the sea. Two warships are fast heading towards the port of Logue Town. On the bow of one marine warship stood the Marine Admiral Alternate Plus, and on the bow of the other warship stood Stussy, a CP0 elite spy member. That guy, is he talking to Sengoku? Stussy glanced at the tally who was on the phone next door, and frowned slightly. Just when she wanted to jump over and ask about the conversation between Super Sengoku and him, a violent storm suddenly rolled in the direction of Logue Town. Black lightning continued to rise from the sky toward the sky, and violent blue lightning fell from the sky. That black lightning is high-intensity armament haki colliding. Has Garp started the May 4-3 fight with Rozi? Stussy's eyes widened, and she began to get excited about her encounter with Rozi. Thinking of being able to grab Rozi and torture him with his own hands, Stussy's body trembled with excitement. From her point of view, only if Rozi could fight Garp in Logue Town could cause the situation just now. However, at this moment, the voice of the addition sounded beside her. No, that's not Rozi fighting Garp Vice Admiral. It was Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, who was fighting Garp Vice Admiral. Plus G jumped from his warship to Stussy's side, his face dignified. Just now, Sengoku had told the general situation of the Logue Town to the Plus, and also told him to try to avoid Rozi, in order to avoid injury or even death of celestial dragons. Dragon of the Revolutionary Army? Why is he here? Hearing this, Stussy's originally excited mood instantly cooled down. Although she didn't know why the dragon fought with Garp, she knew that Garp would not be able to arrest Rozi with them in a short time. If this is the case, just relying on them fighting Rozi and others, the probability of winning is not high. Let's not talk about the dragon, Marshal Sengoku means let's get out of the way first. When Garp Vice Admiral is free, continue to work with us to hunt down the Straw Hat Pirates 1. If we encounter Rozi now, the safety of Roswald Saint may not be guaranteed. Kaji said, looking at Saint Roswald who was walking over with his bulging belly. You mean, give up on capturing Rozi? No, I absolutely won't allow it. Only that guy, I'm about to see him tied up in front of me right away. Before Stussy could speak, Saint Roswald expressed his opinion first. Sir Roswald, it's not that we don't stop catching Rozi, it's just for your safety, we want to arrest them as safe as possible. There are some accidents in the current situation, I think it is better for us to temporarily avoid it. Stussy took a deep breath, with a small smile on his face, and said to Saint Roswald flatteringly. She is not stupid, and although she also wants to catch Rozi early, she also understands that the time is not ripe. Humph, you said that dispatching these troops is enough. Why, now that you have really reached Logue Town, you have to back off. I don't care. Stussy, I'm going to see Rozi kneeling in front of me today no matter what. If you can't do it, just kneel in front of me instead. I'll put an explosive collar on you, tattoo a slave's stamp, and make you my plaything. Stussy, if you expect to live a slave life, you can turn the bow and leave now. Saint Roswald looked down at Stussy in front of him and said viciously. Stussy, who bowed his head to please, heard this, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. At the same time, a hint of disgust flashed secretly. At this moment, the lion from CP9 snuggled up from the observation deck of the warship and fell beside Stussy and Celestial Dragons. Report, we are approaching the port of Logue Town. Also, I found a pirate ship of the Straw Hat Pirates at the port 1. What should we do next? The lion asked. Humph, of course, let me lean the ship over, and then completely sink the pirate ship. 1. Celestial Dragons Roswald Saint gave his order without hesitation. Kaji frowned slightly and looked at Stussy next to him. After all, he was just Marine who was in charge of cooperation, and the final decision on what to do was in the hands of Stussy. Stussy gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and put a gentle smile on his face again. I see, Lord Roswald. She first said a word to Celestial Dragons, then turned to look at Addie, and said with a serious face. We'll get the ship near the port of Logue Town, sink the Straw Hat Pirates ship, and go to arrest Rozi. Gage nodded, didn't say anything more, stepped back on the moonwalk and returned to his marine warship, repeating Stussy's order to the adjutant. Hopefully, everything goes well. Plus G looked at Stussy who was beside Roswald with sympathy, shook his head slightly, and looked in the direction of Logue Town. Celestial Dragons is here, even if it is the order of Marshal Sengoku, the total can only be abandoned. Luffy, is it really okay to leave your father and grandpa on that occasion? 1. On the aisle leading to the port of Logue Town, Usopp ran to Luffy's side and asked worriedly. At this time, they were far away from the place where Garp fought with the dragon, but they could still feel the strong deterrent force of the fight with the dragon. Well, there should be no problem, Rozi said, my father is also very strong. Luffy rubbed his chin and said uncertainly. It's really that Garp's performance left too many shadows in Luffy's heart. So even though Rozi said dragons can do it, Luffy still had some doubts in his heart. But soon, Luffy put aside the doubts in his mind, turned to Usopp, ran forward and asked. Hey, Usopp, just now Rozi signed separately from us and strengthened you with slippery fruit, right? 1. Are you able to use the trick that releases the laser now? As he spoke, Luffy's eyes gradually radiated light. Chapter 102. Hehe, of course. Not just Purgatory Warrior's explosive heat wave cannon. I have a whole new understanding of Conqueror's haki now. Speaking of this, Usopp's face couldn't help but put on a confident smile. What? Not only Purgatory Warrior's explosive heat wave cannon, but even Conqueror's is stronger. Quick, Usopp, let me see. Luffy grabbed Usopp's collar and said excitedly. Idiot, this is not the time for Usopp to demonstrate his abilities. It's business to get back on the merry. 1. Nami tapped Luffy's head hard, and directly stretched out his hand to pull him up to speed toward the coast. Soon, Nami and the others saw the Mary that was docked at the port. Boom! At this moment, the sound of artillery shells suddenly sounded. With the sound of the shelling, the black shells were immediately printed in front of Luffy and the others. Luffy, who was running at the forefront, squinted his eyes, touched the ground with his footsteps, and used the Marine 6 Styles 01 shaved he learned from Rozi to quickly rush to the cannonballs of the Flying Mary. Rubber rubber, balloons. Pay. Luffy took a deep breath and inflated directly into a huge balloon. All the shells landed on Luffy Pengzan's belly. Not only did they not explode. Even after Luffy pushed his body hard, all the artillery shells flew towards the warship that fired the artillery shells on the opposite side. However, the shells did not land on the marine warship. Instead, 3 people who flew out of one of the warships kicked out dozens of wind blades with their legs, and all the shells fell. Nice job, Luffy, you're finally looking like a captain. Usopp jumped onto the deck of the Mary and patted Luffy's shoulder hard as he recovered from the balloon. Seeing that the Mary was not injured, Usopp was the happiest person at the scene. I didn't expect that there were Marines people on the opposite side. Are the 3 jumping in the air using the one that Rozi uses often? Nami took out the magic card on his body and looked at the 2 warships that were getting closer and closer. Perhaps thinking that the shells would no longer be effective, after Luffy ejected the shells, the 2 warships did not continue firing shells. It should be Moonwalk by Rozi. By the way, Luffy, when did you learn Rozi's shaved? Zoro asked Luffy curiously. Hehe, this is what Rozi taught me on purpose. Really, I don't usually see how you practice. How exactly did Rozi teach you? Zoro complained, and pulled out the 3 knives around his waist and walked towards the bow of the Mary. The same goes for Nami, Sanji, and others. With 2 warships blocking the way forward, it was doomed that they could only drive the Mary after they had repelled each other. 2 minutes later, the 2 warships stopped more than 10 meters away from the Mary. Plus Key and Stussy walked towards the bow one after another, their eyes passing over Zoro and the others one by one. Luffy, Nami, Usopp, Zoro, and the newest addition, Sanji. The most important Rozi doesn't seem to be here. Stussy, what do you think we should do? Gage turned his head and asked the commander of this mission. Humph, if that guy isn't there, kill all his partners. Before Stussy could speak, the celestial dragon Saint Rosward spoke first. Yes. Stussy shook his head helplessly, and turned his head to look at Gage. I know, you want to protect Lord Celestial Dragons, of course I should do it. Kaji sighed helplessly, and in an instant he came to the top of Nami's head. First, let's start with you. Gigi said a word in his heart, and then reached out and grabbed Nami, who was mentioned by Marine and the world government that he needed special care. Because of the fast counting speed, Luffy, Zoro, and other talents reacted at this time, but it was too late to make a shot. At this moment, a giant crescent blade light suddenly appeared in front of Gigi. Gigi's eyes narrowed, and he quickly retracted the right hand that he grabbed towards Nami, and punched the sword light in front of him. Boom! Although Gigi smashed the huge sword light, he was also shocked by the powerful impact and flew back to the marine warship. Nami, are you alright? Rozi appeared behind Nami carrying Kimpira, and reached out to support Nami's waist, who had fallen to the deck due to the strong wind. Rozi, you're back. Nami looked at Rozi in front of him in surprise, and his heart instantly calmed down. Well, I'm back, don't worry, it's alright. Noodle. Rozi nodded slightly, pushed Nami back, lifted up the dolphins, to see, 3 CP9 agents, and celestial dragons, Roswald Saint's flowers and swept over. It's really coming, it's interesting now. The corners of Rozi's mouth rose, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, Saint Roswald, who was targeted by Rozi, was completely unaware and raised his finger to point at Rozi. Quick! Grab him for me, I want him to kneel in front of me. I want to chop off his hands and feet, I want her to live rather than die. Roswald angrily gave orders to Stussy beside him. However, this time, Stussy just nodded respectfully and did not attack directly. Seeing the slash Rozi swung towards the counter just now, Stussy knew that the current Rozi was already different from the original. Now, as the information said, he was even stronger than the Marine Admiral candidate. How dare Stussy be negligent in the face of such a man? However, Stussy's idea was not something that Rosward Sanctuary could understand. Seeing Stussy standing where he was, not fulfilling his purpose, the insulting words were spoken to Stussy from Saint Roswald's mouth again. Stussy clenched his fists, but he could only keep ingratiating himself with Saint Roswald. Seeing this scene, Rozi couldn't stand it any longer. Stussy, you used to be the queen of Happy Street, why are you so imposing now? Well, let me do you a favor and let that stupid pig shut his mouth forever. Breath of the Moon pick-up shape facial cut Liu. Rozi waved the huge ghost blade formed by wrapping the famous sword with the blood ghost technique in his hand, and split 3 giant crescent-shaped sword chi that swirled and rushed straight towards the holy Roswald. Chapter 103. What a powerful slash! Stussy was startled, and quickly raised his high-heeled long legs and raised several tempest kicks in a row against the huge crescent sword. Although her first reaction was to dodge, with celestial dragons behind her, she had no choice but to resist. On the side, he just learned Rosie's sword slash, and he wanted to jun Stussy with a single stride, so that celestial dragons would not be injured as much as possible. However, he just jumped from his warship to Stussy's warship, and Rozi once again swung the evolved ghost blade, releasing countless huge crescent-shaped blade winds, accompanied by countless round moon blades falling from the sky above the warship where the addition was. Seen from a distance, it seems that the warship where the addition is located is shrouded in countless crescent moons. Giaji's eyes widened, and the body that had jumped out was accidentally smashed back by the sword chi. Not only that, but the huge sword energy that fell later caused huge damage to the marine warship. If it weren't for the extra count to react in time and use the powerful armament haki to destroy the sword chi one by one, perhaps the entire warship would be destroyed. At the same time, on Stussy's side, no matter how hard Stussy tried to completely defend against Rosie's sword slash. However, she was good at speed but not good at defense, and she didn't defend everything. The strong wind formed by Rosie's sharp sword slash and Stussy's kick collided directly to send Saint Roswald flying out. Even though the soldiers who followed Rosewater Saint tried to support him, they still let Rosewater's head hit the hard floor uncontrollably. In an instant, the air-isolating glass cover specially designed for celestial dragons shattered on the spot. Roswald Saint himself also passed out due to the impact. Stussy looked behind him and saw that Saint Roswald was in a coma, and there was nothing serious. She could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. But soon, she turned around to look at Rosie, and said coquettishly, "Rosie, UBD. It's not enough to kill me once, do you want to kill me a second time?" Hearing this, Rosie smiled, put Kimpira back in the scabbard, and was about to respond to Stussy. Sanji on the side rushed over. "Rosie, why are you guys provoking different women again? Did you do something bad to her?" Sanji said. Rosie looked at Sanji beside her with shame, patted her shoulder, and said meaningfully, "Sanji, don't be attracted to this woman. She is the elite of CP0, and she is also the PRST youth who manages the brothel one. Don't look at her young, maybe she can be your mother regardless of age. Also, I don't want to provoke this woman, it is because this woman oppresses me too much, and I have no way to raise the flag of rebellion." Sanji looked at Rosie's sincere face, and then at Stussy's angry but still youthful face, only to feel a little dazed. "Just her looks, her figure, you say she can be my mother, I don't believe it." Rosie shrugged and gave Nami a look behind her, she immediately pulled Sanji back in return. But when Rosie looked at Stussy again, she saw an even more angry face. "Oh. Sorry for accidentally mentioning your age. If you can, please don't mind Ms. Stussy." Rosie smiled, turned his head to look at Kaji, and the CP9 trio of Jabra, Kwantor, and Fakura who were stepping on moonwalk in the air. "I didn't expect to meet 2 Marine Admiral alternates in such a short period of time. It should be my honor to be able to play against someone who may become Admiral in the future. And the 3 of you, there's nothing to join in the fun." Could it be that BD Spondam arranged for the three of you to catch me? Hearing this, after Jabra, Kwantu and Fakura glanced at each other, Jabra stepped forward and said to Rozi. I'm sorry, Rozi. Since you've ruled out the World Government Agency, we're enemies, but don't blame us one. Jabra, you're saying this as if you can catch me. You can't even beat Rob Lucci, and you still want to beat me, who is number 1 in CP9. Aren't you no point 3? Damn, now that you beat me, I'm already number 2. No, now I'm better than Rob Lucci, and I'm number 1 of CP9. With that, Jabra spun around and kicked a tempest kick at Rozi. Poor and weak. Rozi shook his head, facing Jabra's tempest kick's wind blade. He didn't dodge, directly condensed his right hand on armament haki, and used brute force to crush the wind blade kicked by Jabra. Seeing this scene, Jabra's eyes widened. On the other hand, Fakura and Kyuajui seemed to have thought of it for a long time, and did not show the slightest expression of surprise. Rozi shook his head, whispered a few words to Nami next to him, then turned to look at Stussy and Plus. I understand that the two of you are waiting for Garp's arrival at this time, but I advise you to give up. The dragons of the Revolutionary Army are not paper dragons. Even Garp will take a while to come. This time is enough for me to leave you one. Are you really not considering letting us go? Rozi said. Stussy and Gage did not talk to each other, but stood in front of Celestial Dragon's Rajiwad Saint to prevent Rozi from attacking again. It's useless for you to stop in front of me. 1. Forget it, just be familiar with this power. Rozi said, his face gradually became serious, and bursts of light blue particles suddenly appeared around his body. Seeing this scene, Jun and Kaji, who had started to do it, instantly became alert. However, Rozi did not choose to do it, but put his right fist on his chest, and began to chant a mysterious incantation. I am the bone of the sword I hold, and this body is made of the sword. Steel is the body, and flame is the blood. The blood is like iron and glass. Hearing Rozi's incantation, Gage and Stussy frowned. They didn't understand what Rozi was doing. However, as time went on, the magic power condensed beside Rozi became stronger and stronger, and both Kaji and Stussy finally felt that something was wrong. Gage said something to Stussy, then left Stussy to guard Roswald Saint, and rushed towards Rozi by himself. Seeing this, Rozi was not worried, and quickly used projection magic to construct dozens of long swords beside him and projected them towards the extra meter, while still chanting incantations. So as I pray, unlimited sword system. Li Mahao, then this body is destined to be born for the sword. When Rozi's voice fell, the summation finally broke through the sword net that Rozi constantly used projection magic to create and came to Rozi. However, as the last bite in Rozi's mouth fell, a huge amount of magic power exploded from Rozi's body, and the total was directly thrown out. When he stood firm, he found that he had come to a different place. Huge gears hang high in the sky, hundreds of famous swords are inserted in the red wilderness, and the horizon in the distance is a constantly moving flame. Where is this place and what have you done, Rozi? Gage looked at the unfamiliar and mysterious surroundings, and immediately shouted to Rozi after retreating to Stussy's side. Inherent enchantment, infinite sword system. Welcome to the world of this sword. Next, let's continue our previous discussion. The corners of Rozi's mouth rose, looking at all the Marines and Celestial Dragon's guards who had been pulled into the inherent barrier by him with a smile on his face. Disturb. Chapter 104. Is this the infinite sword system? The real infinite sword system is much stronger than the environment I saw at the beginning. Sanji looked at the surroundings and felt a burst of emotion in his heart. He did not regret his previous choice. After all, he did not fight with a sword, and Li Nalai's template also gave him stronger kicking skills. It's just that I am especially sighed after seeing the power that can change the environment in an instant. Indeed, I really want to try what it would be like to fight Rozi now. Zoro clenched the long sword in both hands, and the rich fighting spirit was detonated by the surrounding chilling scene, and it continued to radiate to the surrounding. If it weren't for the fact that he was now facing Kaji, Stussy, and others, Rozi even thought that Zoro would take a knife to himself now. The world of swords? Is such a power the awakening of devil fruit? These powers are not in the intelligence, Stussy. With a dignified expression, Kaji looked at Stussy beside him with some doubts. This guy didn't have such power before, what has he experienced during these times? Stussy gritted his teeth, only to feel more and more unable to see through Rozi. It's nothing, it's just that you have been chasing after you all the time, so I learned some new skills in order to keep it secret. Rozi smiled, raised his hand, and the hundreds of long swords behind him flew out from the ground and gathered behind Rozi. Then let me see if you have the determination to protect the celestial dragons behind you. The voice fell, and the long sword flew out from behind Rozi in an instant, and went straight to ST-543 to see Gion and the celestial dragons Roswald Saint, who was guarded by the two of them. Stussy's eyes narrowed, and he quickly lifted Saint Roswald's collar and dodged to one side. However, the long sword projected by Rozi changed direction as if it were tracking, and continued towards Stussy. In desperation, Stussy could only continue to run away from Rozi with Saint Roswald. Plus G also had no choice but to wave his fists to resist after dodging for a while. The fist and the flying sword collided, and along with the sound of roaring, the pace of the addition kept retreating towards the distance. How about Rozi, Nami, why didn't you see Nami here? At this time, Sanji suddenly asked. And Usopp, why isn't he here? Luffy looked around blankly, only to realize that there were two missing from his companions. I left Nami out of Infinite Sword, and just now I told her to take all the enemy's treasure while I pulled them into Infinite Sword. 1. Usopp, I also stayed outside the enchantment to help Nami carry the treasure. Although the additional warships don't have many supplies, the celestial dragons Roswald Saint will definitely be very rich. Since the war has started, we can't leave them a single cent of berry. Rozi smiled, put the Jinpira behind him on the ground, raised his hand and summoned a long sword within the inherent barrier. Everyone, I'm back to deal with the Adder and Stussy, and the celestial dragons. The rest of the guys will be up to you. By the way, Jabra, Fakura, and Kumadori have worked with me for many years. 1. Looking at the previous friendship, it's enough for you to beat them up, don't really kill them. 1. After Rozi finished speaking, his body rushed forward, quickly passing Kumadori and the others and rushing towards the counter. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was driven by Rozi's powerful slash and flew in the direction of Stussy's retreat. The remaining marine soldiers and celestial dragons guards watched Rozi and the others leap hundreds of meters away in a blink of an eye, and couldn't help but fall into a daze. The strong ones were taken away by Rozi. What are we going to do next, Luffy? Zoro withdrew his gaze from Rozi's hand and looked at Jabra, Fakura, and others. Hehe, of course they beat them all away. Luffy clenched his fists, looking eager to try. Anyway, get rid of these guys quickly, I want to see Miss Nami soon. Sanji raised his leg and tapped the ground with his leather shoes. With the sound of Holy Activate, the leather shoes under Sanji's feet began to shine with emerald green brilliance. You all rest, I'll take care of these guys in a minute. Sanji dropped the cigarette in his hand and walked towards Jabra and the others. Wait, Stinky Cook, it's you who should rest, I'm enough alone. Zoro put the long sword in front of Sanji and said. No, it's up to me, I'm enough alone. Luffy bit his thumb into his mouth and muttered. No, I'm coming. I'll still come. I'm enough alone. Hey, are they looking down on us? On the other hand, Kumadori pushed his partner, Fakura, beside him with a puzzled expression. Obviously they're looking down on us. Jabra, what do you think we should do? Fakura nodded heavily. Jabra's face was gloomy, and he glanced viciously at the battlefield of Rozi, Stussy, and Gion, where the sound of fierce battles was constantly erupting in the distance, and then turned to look at Sanji, Luffy and the others who were arguing together. Tisk, a bunch of kids who look down on people. It's just that the bounty was raised because of Rozi won. Do you really think you're so amazing? For such a pirate rookie, I alone are enough. Fakura, Snuggle, and you guys, don't shoot, I'll meet them. Jabra looked at his two CP9 partners, then looked at the marine soldiers and celestial dragons guards who were in a dazed state, and took the initiative to walk towards Luffy and others. Shave. Gabe took 2 strides in a row and shot straight at Luffy, who was the captain, from the side. Luffy, who was arguing with Sanji and Zoro, suddenly stared and raised his right leg in a blocking position. Boom! Jabra and Luffy's shins collided, causing a crunch. Hey, did you block my attack? It seems that you are not such a waste. Jabra raised the corners of his mouth and said to Sanji with a grin. Trash? Are you talking about yourself? Sanji tilted his head and looked at Jabra blankly. Then a force on the leg directly made Jabra fly into the air with a surprised expression. With the addition of Gourmet cells, Luffy's kicking power has grown several times. Jabra's power is far from enough to stop Luffy now. How is it possible? Why do you have such a powerful force? Jabra used moonwalk to stabilize his body in the air and said in surprise. Is it strong? My current strength is far from Rozi's. You are too weak. Are you really Rozi's former partner? Didn't he help you train? Luffy tilted his head, raised his hand and patted the dust at the bottom of his trousers, and the ironic expression instantly made Jabra angry. Tisk, that's the damned boy. But what about your strength? You who can't walk in the air are just my living target one. Jabra glared at Luffy viciously, raised his leg and planned to use the Tempest Kick to attack from a distance. However, Luffy's next move made Jabra stunned in the air. Aerial walk? Do you mean moonwalk? I know that. After Luffy finished speaking, he touched the ground with his feet, and instantly appeared diagonally below Jabra using shave. Then a jump came directly to the sky above Jabra. What? Even using shaved? Jabra looked up in surprise, trying to capture Luffy's figure. But soon, he was further surprised by the scene he saw next. I saw Luffy leaping back and forth like a free elf in the air, and every leap was accompanied by the roar of the air. This is moonwalk. Jabra opened his mouth wide, and for a moment he forgot to use moonwalk to keep his body steady. Just then, a rubber fist landed on Jabra's face. With a bang, Jabra was instantly knocked out more than 10 meters away. Chapter 105. What? Jabra will be shot up. How could that kid use shaved and moonwalk? Fakura rubbed his eyes, as if he didn't believe what he saw. It must have been Rozi who taught him. Maybe these two guys can use Marine 6 styles too, we better be careful, Fakura. At this moment, Kumadori looked at Zoro and Sanji with guarded eyes. No, I have to help Jabra. Fakura patted his face and wanted to support Jabra who was beaten by Luffy and couldn't fight back. Kumadori nodded slightly and planned to help Jabra with Fakura. The marine soldiers and celestial dragons guards behind them were nothing compared to Jabra's safety. To the surprise of the two of them, just after they used a shave to cross a distance of 10 meters, Sanji's figure appeared in front of them along with a gust of wind. Sorry, since Luffy already has someone to fight, how about you change people next? Sanji put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked confidently at the two in front of him. Even if he can't use shaving, but with the acceleration of black boots, his speed is no slower than that of Fakura and Kumadori. This guy, how is it so fast? Could it also use shaving? Kumadori exclaimed in surprise. Marine 6 styles or something, I haven't had much contact with it yet, and I won't use it for the time being, the two of you can attack me with confidence. The corners of Sanji's mouth rose, and he waved at Fakura and Kuazuo defiantly. This scene directly made Fakura, who was more likely to be angry, burn with anger. Hey, you bastards, don't stand still and fire on me. 1. Fukura gave Sanji a deep look, then turned sharply and yelled at the marines behind him. Hearing this, the soldiers quickly raised their barrels to fire bullets and shells at Sanji. However, before they could officially launch the attack, Zoro appeared beside them wielding 3 knives. With a tornado-like slash, countless soldiers were swept away. Why is that swordsman so strong? Fukura said with cold sweat on his forehead. With just one blow, Fukura felt Zoro's power, a power that could afford his bounty. According to the reward, the weakest should be this Sanji, kill this guy first. Tempest Kick said to Fukura, and the two attacked Sanji in unison, and 2 Tempest Kicks attacked Sanji with different kakuzu. You say that, I'm very troubled. Sanji spit out the cigarette in his mouth and kicked his right foot forward quickly. In an instant, a small tornado flew over the Tempest Kick. Circle dance. Mist wind. Only then did Sanji's voice reach Fukura's ears. What? Surprised to see their Tempest Kick being swallowed so easily, Kyundo and Fukura hurriedly used moonwalk to jump into the air to avoid the tornado kicked by Sanji with his black boots. What did this guy just do? Why can he kick out such a tornado with just one kick? Fukura widened his eyes and asked in confusion. Never mind his attacks, since he doesn't use moonwalk, the advantage is still with us. 1. Fukura, while that swordsman is still fighting with the others, take him down quickly. With a snarl, Huanzo stomped his feet in the air and dashed towards Sanji with moonwalk. Fukura followed close behind, and Sakuro attacked Sanji from different angles. In the face of the attack of the two, Sanji just stepped on the ground hard, and then jumped directly into the sky several meters high by the reaction force. Fukura and Kwanzu quickly turned around, planning to attack while Sanji fell. However, how could it be? You can't use the 6 forms, why are you able to stand in the air? Fukura stretched out his finger and roared at Sanji. Look carefully, fatty, I didn't use the 6 forms. Also, did anyone say you can't stand in the air without using moonwalk? Sanji said with a smile, his entire body completely still in the air. This guy really isn't using moonwalk, he's flying. Kuazuo widened his eyes and said incredulously. Although you are observant, you still want to play with you. But Rozi's battle seems to be over, so please let the 2 of you fall first. It is a test of strength to attack without leaving you mortally wounded. 1. After Sanji finished speaking, his body immediately fell to the ground snuggle and Fukura under the push of the black boots. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of the 2 of them. Zero asking for flowers. Iron body. Iron body. Before you have time to hide, use iron body to increase your defense and hit the attack quickly. However, when Sanji's kick landed on them, the expressions of the 2 immediately changed drastically, and they flew out with a strong wind. Hey, it's a little too easy. As expected of Miss Lee Nali's black boots. Sanji landed and said with a chuckle. How can this guy be so strong? Plus G blasted the flying sword in front of him again, looking at Rozi with a rather ugly face. It's not that I'm too strong, it's that you have some scruples. If the 2 of you can put down the celestial dragons in your hands, you won't be trapped by these swords. Rozi bounced off with both hands, surrounded by long swords projected out. How could it be possible to let him go? Rozi, do you really dare to kill Saint Roswald? Stussy carried Roswald Saint and hid behind Adder, and said to Rozi with an ugly expression. I don't dare, I have already killed a Saint Charles, and I still care about killing another Saint Roswald. What's more, this guy wants to kill me. And I also want to see how you leave your beloved world government after the celestial dragons were killed under your protection. Rozi smiled and said to Stussy with interest. He understands that, according to CP0's rules, if the CP0 agent fails to protect celestial dragons, he will be dealt with when he returns. Even if they choose to flee, the world government will send a large number of manpower to hunt them down. BD, what did I do to make you so jealous? Don't forget, when you came to my site to perform a mission, I arranged countless beautiful women for you. Stussy said harshly. But, you betrayed me in the end, didn't you? That's for the mission. If we don't do this, our arrangement with the 4 Emperors Big Mom for many years will be in vain. Can you give up on me for the mission? If it wasn't for my life, I might have died at the hands of Charlotte Smoothie. Rozi's face darkened at the thought of being almost drained by Charlotte Smoothie. 2. Chapter 106. I've tried my best, Rozi, considering the past relationship, can I just come here this time? Lord Roswald really can't die here. Stussy put a soft tone and looked at the man in front of him in a pleasing manner. Hehe, affection? I admit that you once provided me with some convenience. But that's just because I completed what you call the joining ceremony. So as a rule, you have to provide me with those benefits, don't you? Even if there was love, our love was exhausted when you arranged for me to infiltrate Charlotte Linland's treasure trove, and you yourself didn't keep Charlotte Smoothie with you as promised. You know, I was quite surprised when I saw him return to the treasure trove. If it weren't for my ability, I might not have been able to escape from her hands. Thinking of the scene of being dominated by Smoothie, Rozi felt annoyed, and his impression of Stussy was naturally lower than 543. Then, why don't I make it up to you? Stussy said. Compensation? I don't think there is anything in you that can compensate me. Don't even think about fooling me with your happy street old bastards routine. Just an old girl, there are countless women younger than you in this world. I will not be induced by your charm. Rozi waved his hand, and suddenly a few long swords were projected behind Saint Roswald, who was guarded by Stussy. The long sword cut through the air and quickly approached the celestial dragons, but unfortunately it was quickly intercepted by the added bonus. Tisk, when Marine Admiral's backup is fully defending, it's really troublesome. Also, the skin is thick enough. Rozi looked impatiently at the tally beside him. Kaji rubbed his fists and looked at Rozi with a stern face. After a little thought, he opened his mouth and asked Rozi. Rozi, listening to the conversation between you and Stussy just now, you don't seem to be interested in older women. Can I understand that there is nothing between you and Gion? Rozi couldn't help but be taken aback when he heard the extra words. However, he was relieved after realizing that Gage was pursuing Gion. Well, who knows? But if you want to talk about Gion's inner clothes and pants, I can tell you a thing or two. Rozi shrugged and said while gathering magic power to prepare a large-scale attack. Inside, clothes, pants. Tell me one or two. Gyuji's eyes widened and he was stunned for a moment, staring at Rozi blankly. BD, what have you done to Gion? After a few seconds, the reacting total immediately dropped Stussy and Saint Roswald behind him and rushed towards Rozi, completely ignoring Stussy's cry behind him. And this is what Rozi would like to see. Ended. With a wave of Rozi's hand, almost all the long swords in the Infinity Sword system flew up instantly, and the blade pointed directly at Stussy and Saint Roswald. Seeing the densely packed swords falling from the sky, Plus Chi instantly calmed down, turned around and rushed towards Stussy and Celestial Dragons. At the same time, his body began to swell and deform, and a trace of animal morphological features appeared on his body. That's too late. Rozi pressed down with his right hand, and the long sword turned into a rain of swords and fell. At the same time blocking the total, it also left Stussy without backup. A minute later, when all the sword rain dissipated, Rozi's eyes appeared in Rozi's eyes. And Celestial Dragon's Roswald Saint's body had already been cut to pieces by Gion Yu. Rozi looked at the place where Saint Roswald died, and then at Stussy, who was a few meters away from the place of his death, shook his head and said, "It seems that our elite CP0 agent, Miss Stussy, will not sacrifice her life to protect Celestial Dragons in the face of danger." Stussy gritted his teeth and looked at the shard of Saint Roswald with a grey expression. She understands that from this moment, her career as a CP0 agent is over. From now on, like Rozi, she will be hunted down by the world government and marine. Plus Key's face was equally unsightly, although he was not primarily responsible for the death of celestial dragons. But there must be a scolding after going back. A whole Rozi, is this what you want to see? My mother fought with you. If you have the ability, you can kill me too. Stussy looked grim, as if he was about to rush over and fight Rozi desperately. Just 2 steps, Stussy's footsteps staggered, and the speed was obviously much weaker than before. Forget it, Stussy, my attack just now must have made you very uncomfortable. Now, do you really still have the physical strength to fight me? My purpose has been achieved, and there is no reason to fight with you. If you have anything to talk about next time, bye. After speaking, Chi turned around and ran towards Lu Xiang. How could Plus Key and Stussy let Rozi go, without celestial dragons to protect, and the two of them had no worries at all. It's just that the two of them just took a step, and the surrounding environment suddenly changed, and the world with the infinite sword disappeared. They were back at sea again. Seeing this, the two quickly used moonwalk to chase Rozi from the air. It's just a pity that no matter how fast the two of them are, they are not as fast as Rozi, who is flying directly with black boots. After a while, Rozi was back on the Mary. Rozi, you're back. According to what you said, Nami and I have emptied all the treasures from the opposite ship. And I also wrecked their sails so they couldn't catch up to us even if they wanted to. Just as Usopp led Luffy's people back to the Mary, he saw Rozi falling from the sky, and immediately ran over excitedly. However, before he could finish speaking, a roar in the air reached his ears. Don't try to run, Rozi. Usopp looked up at the sky, just in time to see the plus-sized fist fall from the sky angrily. Subconsciously, Usopp took out his slingshot and fired a shot at the tally. Plus G snorted coldly, then threw his fist at the shot put. However, the moment his hand touched the shot put, black and red lightning suddenly flashed on the shot. A powerful impact even made the preliminary selection of Plus G's figure pause for a moment. This is Conqueror's Twine. And wrapped the Conquerors around the ammo. Gage's heart beat faster and looked at Usopp incomprehensibly. But he didn't notice that Rozi had already appeared on top of his head at this time, and the black boots on his feet had grown out of huge crossed blades. Lost falling stepping iron shackles. Rozi murmured in his heart, and the next moment his body fell instantly, smashing into the head of the superstar like a shooting star. Oops! Feeling the strong wind above his head, Suji immediately wanted to dodge. However, because of surprise at Usopp's Conqueror's entanglement, his 0.2 has lost the lead. In the face of Rozi's extremely fast blow with his black boots, the extras found that he could only resist. Boom! With a loud explosion, the blade on Rozi's black boots slammed heavily on the raised arms of Gage. The powerful impact made the addition slump and almost fell directly into the sea. But even though Kaji used moonwalk to stabilize his body was still approaching the sea. As a demon fruit power, Gigi understands the fate of her falling into the sea, and quickly turns her head to look at Stussy, hoping that she can attack Rozi and help him get out of the current situation. However, he was very disappointed. Stussy just lingered in the air at the control of dozens of meters away, looking at the battlefield between him and Rozi calmly, not at all about trying to fight Rozi just now. In desperation, he could only shout angrily at Stussy. Stussy, are you crazy? Come and help. Chapter 107. This woman is really crazy. Kaji widened his eyes and gave Stussy, who was still indifferent, a vicious look. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the sea, he gritted his teeth, and a large amount of armed color poured into the arm that was beast-like because of devil fruit, and then he jerked up. Hearing a bang, he and Rozi's bodies separated for a brief moment. Taking advantage of this time, the extra legs connected to the ground and got out of the center where Rozi's legs fell. Boom! Rozi's body smashed into the sea, instantly causing a wave of several meters high. Taking advantage of this kung fu, Ji quickly raised his body by dozens of meters, and observation Haki watched Rozi's every move. The next moment, Rozi rushed out of the sea. At this moment, the huge blades on his legs have disappeared, and the black boots have returned to their unliberated state. Stussy, what are you doing? Why don't you help me? Kaji took a deep breath, endured the pain in his arms, his face contorted with extreme anger. 01 In order to avoid being directly smashed into the sea by Rozi, the flesh and blood of his hands were almost completely broken at this moment, and the bones inside were broken in many places. Even with the resilience of Zoan demon fruit power, such an injury cannot be repaired in a short time. Rozi used moonwalk to stay in control, sensing the departure of the Mary, and watching Stussy. She was also quite curious that Stussy didn't do anything just now. Stussy ignored the tally and looked at Rozi instead. Rozi, can I join the Straw Hat Pirates? Hey? What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. I said, can I join your pirate group and become your partner? Hearing this, Rozi couldn't help but raised his eyebrows and looked at the woman in front of him with interest. Stussy, are you crazy? You want to join the Straw Hat Pirates, aren't you afraid of the world government? Gage roared at Stussy angrily, but before he could finish speaking, Stussy interrupted him directly. Even if I don't join the Straw Hat Pirates, the world government will not let me go. If that's the case, why don't I find a way out? Rozi, if you don't believe me, how about I can deal with the extras with you? Stussy's tone is calm and her face is calm. This made both Rozi and Gage feel her seriousness. Grit gritted his teeth, turned around without hesitation and flew towards Logue Town. Seeing this, Rozi didn't stop it, but shook his head at Stussy after he walked away. Forget it, Stussy. I won't continue to fight you, but let you join the Straw Hat Pirates, I absolutely can't do it. After speaking, Rozi didn't intend to continue to ignore Stussy, turned around and flew towards the Mary. However, Stussy seemed to have decided to join the Straw Hat Pirates, followed Rozi unhurriedly, and finally landed on the deck of the Mary. Rozi, you're back, and as you said, we didn't kill these 3 guys. By the way, why did this woman come back with you? Luffy patted the shoulders of Jabra, Fakura, and the 3 who were tied beside him, and looked curiously at Stussy who was standing behind Rozi. She said she wanted to join our pirate group, and she followed me back. What, do you want to join us? Rozi, is she also your friend? If you think Rozi can, you can let her join. You're not a friend. As for joining a pirate group, forget it. 1. Rozi shook his head and turned to look at Stussy behind him. Why? You killed celestial dragons and made me unable to return to world government, shouldn't you be responsible for this? Hehe, that's your business, I don't need to be responsible for it. After all, it's your responsibility to bring celestial dragons to me. Rozi, can't you really let me be your partner? Stussy's voice softened, you and I are now sympathetic to each other. Maybe if we become partners, there will be a lot of topics. If you want to find someone to chat with, I can find Luffy and the others, as for you. Rozi waved his hand, you are too cunning and ambitious to be a partner. Stussy opened his mouth to explain, but Rozi wasn't going to give her the chance. He took off his coat and put it on Stussy, who was somewhat ragged from the battle. He took out a bag of gold coins from the treasure that Nami and Usopp had robbed and stuffed it into her arms. Then he put his hands on her shoulders and said, leave now, Stussy. You should know that neither you nor I can trust each other. I can lend you the lifeboat on the Mary. With your ability, you won't die if you leave the world government. These gold coins are enough for you to start from scratch. Maybe you can refer to a certain country to open another happy street in the future. Stussy pursed her lips, looking directly into Rozi's eyes. Rozi didn't shy away, and looked into Stussy's eyes quietly. After a while, Stussy let out a long sigh. I originally thought that you have a special way to quickly become stronger, and you can make a fortune from you. But you really have deep suspicions about me. Forget it, just do as you say. See you at sea later, Rozi 1. Hopefully we can have a good chat at that time 1. Hearing this, Rozi smiled and nodded. By the way, do you need a crew, Stussy? The 3 CP9 agents you brought with you can't go back. If you need a crew member, ask them if they have any idea of leaving with you. Rozi said, looking at the 3 Jabras who were bound. Also, when you do things, you always need a few people with good strength. Just take them. 1. Stussy nodded and said. After making the decision, Stussy didn't stop there, took the 3 of Jabra to the lifeboat, and headed in the opposite direction to Logue Town. It quickly disappeared from the eyes of Rozi and others. Then let's go to Luffy. It's almost time for the Grand Line. Rozi looked away from Stussy and the others and said to Luffy with a smile. Hehe, of course. But before that, let's hold a pirate ceremony 1. Luffy brought an empty wooden barrel, put his feet on it, and laughed. I'm going to be the Pirate King. After Luffy finished speaking, the others put their legs on the barrels and each spoke their dreams. Until the end, everyone's eyes fell on Rozi, the only one who hadn't said his dream. Pirate ceremony, it's not bad. Rozi put his legs on the barrel. If I can, I want to travel all over the sea and help everyone realize their dreams 1. Chapter 108. Mary, in the kitchen. If you have something to eat, you can let me cook it. You must have spent a considerable amount of energy fighting against that extra and Miss Stussy just now. 11. Sanji leaned against the kitchen door and looked at Rozi who was busy inside. Don't worry, I haven't reached the point where I can't afford a kitchen knife. And I know the guy's taste better, and he's easier to satisfy with what I make. Rozi finished the dessert, put it on the side plate, and walked towards the door. That guy. Sanji frowned, just as he was about to ask who Rozi was talking about. Luffy's exclamation suddenly sounded in the direction of the Mary's deck. What a big bird, if you cook it, you will definitely be able to eat a big meal. Sanji followed the sound and found that at some point, a big bird 3 meters high was already standing on the deck. Not only that, but the big bird even wore human clothes. Interesting, never seen this type of bird before. Rozi, how do you think it should be cooked to make a delicious meal? Sanji lit a cigarette and followed Rozi to the deck with interest. Cooking? Forget it, I don't want to eat human flesh. Human flesh? Is that guy a human? Sanji widened his eyes and looked up and down at the albatross facing him, but no matter how he looked at it, he didn't think it would be a human, and it didn't look like he was wearing an albatross coat. Stupid Luffy, don't catch anything and try to eat it. Nami patted Luffy's back hard, casting a curious look at the albatross. Subconsciously, she felt that the albatross in front of her was not that simple. Yes, please don't eat me, I'll be scared. At this time, the albatross suddenly said. That's right, she'll feel bad, eh? You can talk. Nami's eyes widened, and he quickly took a step back. Monster? Yukai. Usopp also took a step back, and the Emperor's engine started subconsciously. Zoro was also alert, but Luffy, who was beside him, looked at the albatross with gleaming eyes. This aura is as expected of a man who can use Conqueror's haki. As expected of the son of 4 emperors Kader Usopp. But if you can use Conqueror's haki, maybe you will be better than Usopp in the future. The albatross turned his head and smiled at Usopp. Hey! You know my father. This time, Usopp was stunned. Of course, let me introduce myself. 1. I'm Morgans, President of the News of the World 1. This time, I made a special trip to find an old friend and asked for an exclusive interview. Morgans gave a gentleman's salute and looked up at Rozi, who was walking towards the deck with Sanji. The news agency of the world? The news agency that runs all the newsbirds. When you put it away, you do look a lot like those newsbirds. Wait, who are you talking about as a friend? Is it someone on our boat? Nami asked curiously. That's right. I'm his old friend. Rozi walked over to Nami and said, passing the plate in front of Morgans. Luffy on the side saw Rozi's food and immediately wanted to grab it. Fortunately, Rozi had the foresight to shoot him away the moment his rubber arm extended. Luffy, I made this for an old friend. If you're hungry, go to the kitchen and get yours and get your share. Hearing this, Luffy turned around and ran quickly towards the kitchen of the Mary. Nami looked surprised, looking at Rozi and then at Morgans in disbelief. Rozi, you still know the president of the World News Agency? Wait, since you and he are old friends, won't we have to spend money to buy newspapers from Newsbird in the future? Hearing this, Rozi looked at Nami with shame. Even Morgans, who was tasting the dishes made by Rozi, was taken aback. Haha, it looks like you've found a pretty cheap partner, Rozi. 1. However, my newspaper costs 100 berry, you shouldn't be able to afford these berry. Morgans laughed. You can't say that, 100 berry once, 10 times is 1,000 berry. And your newspapers are sold all over the world, so it's not bad for me berry 1. Knowing that Rozi and Morgans are friends, Nami is relieved immediately, and plans to have a good talk with Morgans about the price of newspapers. Nami, forget it. If the Marine and the world government knew that Morgans opened the back door for us, his position would be embarrassing. Rozi patted Nami on the shoulder and said. This, well. Nami pouted, but Rozi, how did you meet him? Hearing this, a flash of memory flashed across Rozi's face. Speaking of this, I have to mention Stussy, who came to trouble us earlier. Morgans are kings of the dark world as much as Stussy, but Stussy runs Happy Street and deals with women 1. And Morgans, a journalist who always wants to make big news. When 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin held a tea party, I went with Stussy and performed the task of world government. It ended up being pitted by Stussy, and almost broke at Charlotte's smooch. Although I escaped later, I was exhausted. Fortunately, with the help of the passing Morgans, I could finally escape the territory of the 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin. When everyone on the Mary heard this, the eyes they looked at Morgans became much more friendly. Haha, I didn't just save people casually. When I helped Rozi, I also took a fancy to his identity as a CP0, and wanted him to occasionally provide me with some news materials. I just didn't expect that after such a short time, you actually defected from CP0. I thought you would disappear, but I didn't expect you to put yourself in the big news. How about it, let me do an exclusive interview and make a news about you and your Straw Hat Pirates. By the way, your cooking skills have improved so fast, the food this time is extraordinarily delicious. Morgans put the plate down and looked at Rozi generously. Of course you can. When Logetown noticed your breath, I knew you came back to me. It's okay to be interviewed, but do you really dare to report what I said, Morgans? Seeing that Morgans found a stool to sit down, and even took out the reporter's notebook, Rozi sat cross-legged on the deck with great interest. Hehe, there is no news in this world that I dare not broadcast. And what if I say I killed celestial dragons? Celestial dragons? So the underworld rumors are true, you killed celestial dragons, Charles Rose Saint. It's not just Saint Charles. You should have seen the battle just now. Saint Roswaiter, the father of Saint Charles, came to me and was killed by me as well. What? It wasn't enough for you to kill one, yet you killed another. The quill in Morgan's hand shook and looked at Rozi's face in disbelief. Well, now you dare to say you dare to report anything, Morgans. The corners of Rozi's mouth rose, looking at Morgans who had always been calm in front of him with interest. Disturb. Chapter 109. About half an hour later, Morgans closed the reporter's notebook with a surprised expression. I didn't expect that since you have done so many shocking things. It's not in vain that I made a special trip to East Blue from the Grand Line after I learned of your bounty. I really got some good news material this time. Morgans shoved the reporter's notebook into his pocket with a particularly contented expression on his face. Morgans, listen to you, do you really want to publish my killing of celestial dragons? It's not as simple as being beaten up by celestial dragons. Killing celestial dragons is equivalent to challenging the rules of this world. Don't blame me for not reminding you, if the news is really released, people from the world government will definitely talk to you. Rozi said. Oh, of course I know that. Even if I release the news, the Marines and the world government will take me off the news soon. But, Rozi, don't underestimate me. I am the one who is called the News King in the underground world. Since we know such big news, how can there be a reason not to announce it? Those people in the world government can at most warn me, haha. Hearing Mo 543 Gen's words, Rozi nodded involuntarily. Although the World News Agency is not as large as Marine and World Government, they have a considerable deterrent power as they have mastered the right to speak in the news. In terms of World Government, unless it is sure to directly seize Morgans. Otherwise, Morgans wouldn't really be offended. In a way, the World Government and the World News Agency are cooperative. The World Government provides convenience to the World News Agency, and the World News Agency sometimes acts as a propaganda tool for the World Government. Since you've decided, I won't say anything more. It's just that my bounty may increase again. Rozi laughed. Speaking of bounties, Rozi, Charlotte Smoothie of the Big Mom Pirates really cares about you. That woman? Isn't she still thinking about draining me? Hehe, it may be a little different from what you think. When that woman learned that your bounty surpassed hers, she was very surprised, and she seemed to want to see you now. After a pause, Morgans continued. Rozi, let me tell you a little tidbit. Charlotte Linlin seems to be tempted to recruit you when she learns of your deeds. It is said that she intends to wait for you to go to New World and have someone send you an invitation to a tea party. And let you marry her daughter Charlotte Smoothie. The words fell, and Rozi's eyes widened immediately. But before he could say anything, Nami on the side subconsciously stepped forward and pressed Rozi's shoulder, who was sitting cross-legged on the deck. What? Marriage? No. Morgans raised his eyebrows and looked at Nami. It seems that there is already someone here who likes you. One. Not enough, Rozi, you understand Charlotte Linlin's character. If you receive an invitation from her, you must go. Hearing this, Nami's cheeks immediately turned red, but he didn't let go of the hand on Rozi's shoulder, as if he was afraid that Rozi would leave the marry and go to the Four Emperors. Charlotte Linlin. Rozi patted Nami's hand on his shoulder, smiled at her, then looked at Morgans and said. Charlotte Linlin, that guy, must be PD at me for sneaking into his treasure. This time she was quite arrogant, and she even thought of recruiting me as her son-in-law. But let's forget it. Although Smoothie looks good, it's a little too brutal. If it was Charlotte Garrett, I might think about it. Haha, just kidding. Morgans, you don't think I'm afraid of celestial dragons, I'm afraid of Four Emperors. Charlotte Linlin. Aback, my Captain Luffy is the man who will become One Piece sooner or later, even if it is the Four Emperors, we will bring him down in the future. So I will not join the Big Mom Pirates with the Straw Hat Pirates. After Rozi finished speaking, Luffy immediately nodded his head. Yes, I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King, and I will never let Rozi leave here. Morgans smiled and got up from his seat. Got it. Rozi, you joined a rather interesting pirate group. Wait and read the newspaper. If the world government is a little slower to intercept it, you should be able to see the news that you killed celestial dragons on the news. Hope you don't get arrested or killed for my news. I also expect you to provide me with more news material. After speaking, Morgans waved his huge wings, and the whole person rose into the air and flew towards the sky rapidly. After a while, he disappeared in front of Rozi and the others. It's still the same as before. Rozi shook his head, looked at his friends behind him, and smiled. Everyone, get ready for the next voyage. Maybe the battlefield, we will face more. Hearing this, the timid Nami and Usopp immediately became nervous. And Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro showed excited expressions. Luffy, come if you want, no matter who the enemy is, I will blast them all away. Sanji, Hehe, if there's a lot of trouble, my reward will be more than chlorella. Zoro, Chef, you're still far away. By the way, Rozi, can you help me train? If possible, I want to become stronger as soon as possible, about the power you mentioned earlier called Haki. After some time. Naval Headquarters, Marshal's office. Sengoku stared gloomily at the newspaper on his desk. Suddenly, a burst of urgent phone worm ringing came to mind. Sengoku looked at the phone bug he remembered and sighed and connected the call. Sengoku, you should have read the latest newspaper, right? Among the phone bugs, a low voice rang. Sengoku understood that it was the voice of one of the 5 elders. I see, Lord 5 elders. Then the report that Rozi killed 2 celestial dragons, do you have anything to explain? This, I will launch a buster call to the Straw Hat Pirates. Good. This time, I'd like to see Admiral take a shot. 1. After speaking, a blind tone came from the phone bug. Chapter 110. Oh, what a hassle. 1. Dragon that BD. If it wasn't for that guy, Garp would have captured Rozi in Logue Town. At least, Saint Roswald won't be killed. The buster call, in charge of Admiral, was treated like this last time by that devil descendant, Balet. After the call with the 5 elders ended, Sengoku covered his forehead with a long sigh, a breath. The buster call of the bullet was in charge of Marshal Sengoku at the time. Since the 5 elders have requested a buster call led by Admiral, let me go. At this time, a deep voice sounded in front of Sengoku. It's you, Sakazuki. Would you like to take this mission? 1. Sengoku raised his head, looked at Akainu in front of him and said. Now that both Kuzan and Polosalino are on other assignments, I don't think there is a better fit than me. Okay. Since you said so, it's up to you to take care of this matter. 1. Rest assured, I will bring Rozi back, dead or alive. After speaking, Akainu turned around and walked towards the door of the Marshal's office. Looking at Akainu's back, Sengoku sighed again. Garp, don't blame me. Sakazuki is the Admiral of the 5 Elders roll call self-confidence mission. Hope your grandson survives. Sengoku shook his head, and after changing the number on a Rozi bounty order to 1.2 billion berry on the desk, he looked at the bounty orders of the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Monkey D. Luffy, able to use Conqueror's Haki, and also learned to shave and moonwalk in 6 poses, 55 million berry is not enough for you. Usopp, Conqueror's is even better than Straw Hat Luffy, and can also use Conqueror's entanglement. If this man grows up, he may not be weaker than those monsters in New World, 50 million berry is not enough. Nami, the devil fruit that can use special abilities to deprive others, and the powerful beam of light released can even be said to be troublesome for Garp. Black-footed Sanji, what did he experience when he arrived at Logue Town from the sea restaurant Barity, and turned out to be particularly powerful? Could it all have something to do with that man Rozi? What a troublesome rookie pirate group! Thinking of this, Sengoku sighed again. At this time, even though he knew that Luffy was Garp's grandson, he still hoped that Akainu would bury the Straw Hat Pirates soon. After changing Luffy's reward to 80 million berry, Usopp's to 77 million berry, Nami's reward to 75 million berry, and Sanji's to 15 million berry, Sengoku looked aside at the news of the world newspapers published without world government censorship. Morgans, it looks like he's going to have to beat him too. I hope that the World Intelligence Agency will act faster and prevent the news of celestial dragons from spreading to the sea as much as possible. At this time, Sengoku didn't know yet, because Morgans had no intention of calculating. All areas of the New World have received the latest newspapers, and the first half of the Grand Line has also been informed of the celestial dragons being killed by Rozi. Only in the Four Seas, apart from some relatively powerful organizations and some individuals with relatively good luck, not many people have obtained relevant information. Grand Line, the first half, a certain sea area. A large ship with the words 9 snakes written on its sails is sailing fast. Anyone with knowledge will know that the owner of this ship is Boa Hancock, one of Shishibukai and the most beautiful woman in the world. Sister, Marigold, we found the news about that CP0 agent Rozi. Boa Sandersonia ran quickly into the captain's room, and said to the two women Boa Hancock and Boa Marigold in the room with a surprised and happy expression. What? Finally found the information about the BD man who dared to sneak into the Amazon Lily. That's great, sister, now we can convict that hateful man. When he's dead, no one will know what's behind you, sister. Marigold said excitedly. Hancock's face was cold, and annoyance flashed in his eyes. Thinking that Rozi, a CP0 agent, had sneaked into Daughter's Island to investigate Shishibukai, and accidentally saw the celestial dragon's slave seal behind him in his boudoir, the killing intent in Hancock's eyes almost overflowed. Wait, Marigold, I don't think we might have to kill him. Sister Sandersonia, what are you talking about? He has seen what's behind your sister, don't you think he said the won't reveal words before he escaped? That's not what I meant. Forget it, sister, Marigold, you'd better watch this news first. 0 Fur Flowers. With that said, Sandersonia put the newspaper she just got from Newsbird on Hancock's desk. Hancock lowered his head and just glanced at it, and his bright eyes instantly reached their maximum size. Celestial dragons, killed. Hancock murmured, and his consciousness suddenly paused for a moment. What? Celestial dragons were killed? Marigold heard Hancock's voice and hurriedly looked down. After seeing the headline in the newspaper, she was equally stunned. That's right, and it wasn't anyone else who killed celestial dragons, it was the Rozi we were looking for. The man was sentenced to CP0, and the reason for the sentence was that he couldn't stand the behavior of celestial dragons Charles Rose, so he was killed. Since then, that man has been living in North Blue, and then from East Blue, and a new pirate group called the Straw Hat Pirates. Not only that, but in Logue Town, Rozi encountered Saint Rajuad who came to find Rozi and wanted to avenge his son, Saint Charles Rose. Faced with the troops sent by Marine and the world government, Rozi not only resisted with force, but also cut Saint Roswald into countless pieces, not even a single corpse. Sister, I think the man who dared to kill celestial dragons should follow his promise when he escaped from the Amazon Lily, and would not reveal what's behind you. 1. And the newspaper also said that he would still teach a lesson when he encountered celestial dragons who were not used to it. Sister, I think we can keep his life, so that someone will help us to avenge him. In the end, Sandersonia even trembled with excitement. Not only Sandersonia, Hancock and Marigold sisters as well. What kind of iron guts does this man have? Even we don't dare to do anything to celestial dragons, he dares to kill celestial dragons. Sister, what Sister Sandersonia said is right, let's keep Rozi. Marigold's eyes flashed with pleasure, which was the pleasure of seeing the enemy that he dared not deal with was killed by others. Hancock pursed his lips, stood up abruptly from his seat, and walked towards the deck. Let's go and find the Straw Hat Pirates. Anyway, I'm going to meet Rozi in person. Chapter 111. Grand Line. An uninhabited island. Ha ha ha, yes, really good, I didn't expect this kid Luffy to awaken Conqueror's haki. This time Garp and Sengoku are going to have a headache. They should be able to see Luffy's brand new bounty soon. The red-haired Shanks held the newspaper, patted his thigh, and smiled cheerfully. Beside him are a group of cotters of red-hair pirates, and Mihawk, the owner of Kragana Island. Hey, it's not just Luffy, Captain. Look at what's written in the paper, my son Usopp seems to be entangled in conquerors. There are not many people who can use this ability in the New World. Usopp pointed to the description of Usopp in the newspaper, indescribably proud. May 4-3 is really good, Luffy awakens conquerors is amazing though. But the most surprising thing is Usopp your son. Luffy really found a good crew. Redhead sighed. Looks like, Shanks, you didn't choose the wrong person. Straw Hat Luffy awakened conquerors at such a young age. With that Usopp and Rozi, this little rookie pirate group has 3 people who have the qualifications to be kings. But when it comes to the crew that Luffy found, this Rozi is the most amazing. Although it is also the most dangerous type of person. Hawkeye also held a newspaper in his hand. He spread out the newspaper and put it in front of Shanks and others. This Rozi has done things that many New World powerhouses dare not do. To kill 2 celestial dragons, the world government will never allow such a thing to happen. 1. Next, the pursuit of the Straw Hat Pirates by Marine and the world government will become more dangerous and serious. Shanks, do you think the little guy you chose can still come to New World under such circumstances? Hawkeye asked. Hehe, I believe Luffy he can do it. Dangerous, it will only make them grow up quickly. And I also trust this Rozi, he will fulfill his duties as the deputy captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Shanks nodded, with a look of certainty. Do you already believe this Rozi, Shanks? Then shall we go to the Straw Hat Pirates to meet that man? Ben Beckman asked suddenly. Forget it, this Rozi is doing well, he's a real partner. Instead of this, let's play a game, Beckman. How much berry do you think Luffy and the others will be rewarded next? Hawkeye, come and guess. As the red-haired Shanks spoke, he took out a stack of berry to gamble. Hawkeye. Meanwhile, on the other side. Alabasta. I didn't expect that man to have the strength to repel Marine Admiral candidates. If this strength can be used by me, the construction of the ideal country will be smoother. Crocodile put down the newspaper in his hand and sighed in his heart. Mr. Are you blaming me for not successfully inviting Rozi to the Baroque Work Club while he was leaving CP0? Aside, Nico Robin was flipping through a book while smiling. I don't blame you, Nico Robin. I've dealt with this man, he's eccentric, and you can't invite him in my imagination. 1. I'm just surprised that this guy doesn't look like someone who will be subservient to others, but now he will join a rookie pirate group, and he is not the captain. Crocodile put down the newspaper and thought of Rozi's first visit to Alabasta to investigate him, and the second time he came to Shishibukai, he arranged Nico Robin to contact Rozi's memories. A very odd fellow indeed. Robin nodded slightly, thinking of the words he and Princess Vivi told about the man behind the chaos in Alabasta when he first met Rozi. Robin turned his head and glanced at Crocodile, who didn't know anything, with interest. But soon, she thought of the things she talked about when she appeared to talk to Rozi after Vivi left. Historical text stone tablet, has this man really seen it? Thinking of the various historical text steals depicted by Rozi, and the invitations he once issued to form a team, Nico Robin felt a burst of loss for no reason. If it wasn't for CP0 and Marine going after him, the man wouldn't have left Alabasta before I made a decision. Has he really seen the historical text stone tablet, and engraved the picture of the historical text stone tablet in his mind? Just as Nico Robin was thinking, Crocodile suddenly stood up. Hey? Are you going out, Mr. A group of pirates came to a country and went to charge. I see, it's really hard work to be a hero. Miss All Sunday, you don't sit here anymore, the traitor Princess Vivi, I hope you can deal with it cleanly. Having said that, Crocodile opened the door with a wicked smile and left his office, planning to deal with the pirates who invaded Alabasta. However, to his surprise, when he arrived at the place where the pirates gathered, he saw all the pirates penetrated by strange vines and their bodies became extremely withered. This is absorbing moisture. There is a power similar to my devil fruit. Crocodile frowned and looked in the direction of the vines that penetrated the pirates. 0.2 quickly locked on a man whose fingers were turned into vines, tall and strong, with slender legs, a naked upper body, and a tattoo of Death River heart printed on the left side. If Rozi is here, he must be able to recognize that he is one of the future Marine Admiral known as Green Cow, Logia Forest Fruit Ability Aramaki. At this moment, Araki was holding a newspaper and reading it with a grim expression. BD Rozi, who actually killed celestial dragons, publicly challenged the majesty of the world government. This kind of guy who regards the rules of the world as nothing should be sentenced to death. Green Bull Wild Mew said viciously. For him, who is extremely supportive of celestial dragons and the world government, what Rozi has done can be called a heinous crime. G. Chapter 112. Aside, Crocodile heard this and walked over with great interest. Interesting, to maintain the majesty of the world government so much, are you a marine or a member of the world government? Crocodile looked up and down at the green cow wasteland in front of him. Although he had never seen him, Crocodile could feel the extraordinariness of the other party. Are you the sand crocodile of Shishibukai? Yes, I've heard of you in this country. Although you are a pirate, since you are a pirate recognized by the world government, then you are beneficial to the existence of the world government's rules. I'm not a marine, and I'm not a member of the world government. I just think the world should follow the rules set by the world government. 1. The green cow raised his head, turned the vines back into fingers, and said while looking at Crocodile. Is it the rules of the world government? This is the first time I heard a free man so admired the world government, and he was also a strong man. So what do you want to do when you come to this country? You seem to hate that Rozi, do you want to kill him yourself to maintain your justice? 01. The corners of Crocodile's mouth rose, only to feel more and more interested in the man in front of him. Don't worry, Crocodile. I have no intention of doing anything to you or this country. Just happened to pass by here. 1. As for that Rozi, if I ever met him, I would have killed him to defend the rules. Speaking of this, a powerful aura emanated from the green cow. Although it is not Conqueror's haki, it is enough to make the heart palpitate for ordinary people. Crocodile frowned, and at this moment he realized that he still seemed to underestimate the strength of the man in front of him. Really, then you should go upside down the mountain now, maybe you can block him. Crocodile said. I will think about it. Green Bull nodded, turned, and walked in the opposite direction of Crocodile. Crocodile didn't know that, rather than going to Upside Down Mountain to try his luck to find Rozi, he would rather stay in the big country of Alabasta to see if he could meet Rozi and his party. Looking at the back of the green cow, the expression on Crocodile's face gradually darkened. It is embarrassing to have such a high regard for world government. It's better not to stay in this country for such a guy. With this thought in mind, Crocodile turned and walked towards the Alabasta Rain, intending to let the agents of the Baroque Work Agency monitor the green cow. However, a few days later, Crocodile found that no matter how many agents he sent, he would eventually lose contact, until in the end he completely lost the trace of the Green Bull. Grand Line. Upside Down Mountain near the sea. A sailboat is heading fast towards Twin Points. On the boat, a man in a green suit and trousers said to the blue-haired single ponytail girl in front of him while rowing. Miss Wednesday, you're still looking at the Straw Hat Pirates' bounty. Although we are the bounty hunters of the Baroque Society, Sanji, who has the lowest bounty in the Straw Hat Pirates, also offered a bounty of 15 million berry. In addition, the little thief cat Nami offered a reward of 75 million berry, Usopp offered a reward of 77 million berry, and Captain Luffy offered a reward of 80 million berry. Straw Hat Luffy and that crocodile in Alabasta are just a million berries short. Not to mention, the vicious criminal Rozi has a bounty of 1.2 billion berry one. These guys are definitely not the existence we meet one. Even if we do encounter them, we have to avoid them and never have the idea of arresting them in exchange for bounties, do you understand, Miss Wednesday? Even if the bounty for catching them would be worth the 10 years we've been at Whiskey Peak. The man in the green suit, the Baroque Work Agency agent MR9, looked at his partner Miss Wednesday and said meaningfully. He also thought that Miss Wednesday had repeatedly put out the Straw Hat Pirates' bounty orders to arrest Rozi, Luffy, and the others. But he didn't know that Miss Wednesday didn't have the idea of arresting Rozi and others at all, but had other purposes. This man, what he said at the beginning turned out to be true. Crocodile is really the behind-the-scenes boss of the Baroque Work Society. Chi is so strong. If I had known, I would have asked him to help defeat Crocodile. Miss Wednesday, that is, Alabastus Princess Nefeltari Vivi clenched Rozi's bounty in her hand and regretted it for a while. I regret that I didn't agree to Luo 543 key request and hired him to help deal with Crocodile. After she really determined that Crocodile was the cause of the chaos in Alabasta, Rozi had already left Alabasta because of the sudden arrival of Crane and the pursuit of CP0 and others. I said, Miss Wednesday, let's hurry up and hunt that whale called Laboon. If it doesn't work out, we will eat dirt next month. MR9 shook his head and was about to continue to persuade Miss Wednesday, but he felt that the ship he was on was shrouded in a huge shadow. When he looked up, his eyes widened immediately. Grass, straw hat, straw hat. MR9, what are you talking about, what straw hat? Miss Wednesday raised her head suspiciously and followed MR9's line of sight. The next moment, she also opened her mouth wide, showing a surprised expression, the Straw Hat Pirates. As soon as Vivi finished speaking, a young man wearing a straw hat extended his head from the side of the boat and looked at MR9. Hey, you just said you were going to hunt Laboon, didn't you? Chapter 113. Straw Hat Luffy, you are the Straw Hat Luffy with a bounty of 80 million berry. MR9 put down the boatman and looked at Luffy, who was staring at him in shock. Then, he saw Usopp, Nami, Sanji, and Zoro stick their heads out from the side of the boat. To MR9's despair, the people in front of Luffy, Usopp, and Miss Wednesday were not very friendly. Hey, what about you? You just said you were going to kill Laboon to eat its meat, right? Luffy jumped off the Mary and looked directly at MR9. At this moment, MR9 finally came back to his senses and waved his hands again and again. No, dear Straw Hat Captain Luffy, you must have heard wrong, I didn't say that one. Although I don't know what the relationship between Luffy and Laboon is, but as a Baroque Work Agency agent who is good at observation and performance, MR9 knows what he should and should not say now. Really, it turned out that I heard it wrong, then it's fine. Sorry, ha ha ha. Luffy laughed, stretched out his arms and pulled the side of the Mary's boat and jumped back. Seeing this scene, MR9 became more and more terrified. Newspapers have described Luffy's rubber ability, and now seeing Luffy's outstretched arm, MR9 fully understands that he has encountered the real thing. Luffy, that guy is lying to you. And I also heard just now that he wanted to kill Laboon. Sure enough, let's teach them a lesson. 1. Zoro grinned and pulled out the demon sword 3rd generation Geesh, with a plan to fight against MR9 and Miss Wednesday. Idiot green algae head, just do it to the ugly man in the suit, the beautiful blue-haired lady over there, we need to treat it with love. 1. Sanji said with red eyes. Cook, you're sick again. Green algae head, what did you say? Aside, Nami covered his head and was about to stop Zoro and Sanji from arguing when a slightly anxious female voice came from the boat. My name is Vivi and I know Rozi. He's on the Mary, can I see him? When the words fell, Nami, Luffy, and even MR9 looked at Vivi in surprise. After a while, just when Vivi thought Luffy and the others would stop her from seeing Rozi, Luffy spoke up. What? I said you knew Rozi earlier. Rozi is working out now, you come up first, I'll call him for you later one. As Luffy spoke, he stretched his arms and pulled Vivi and MR9 onto the Mary. Immediately, he ran to the cabin of the Mary. This Luffy, why do people let them board the boat just by saying they know Rozi? Even if you know each other, you may not be friends. Nami patted his forehead and looked at Vivi and MR9 with a headache. MR9 swallowed his saliva and looked nervously at Vivi, his lips kept moving up and down. He wanted to discuss something with Vivi, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Seeing this scene, Nami was even more suspicious. Vivi, do you really know Rozi? Yes. Vivi nodded firmly. Really, then what's your relationship with him? A friend, an enemy, an acquaintance you've met a few times, or a lover? Lovers? No, Rozi and I are just... Before Vivi could finish speaking, Rozi's voice came from the direction of the cabin. It's just acquaintances I've met. Hearing this, Vivi raised his head and looked towards the cabin, his eyes immediately lit up. It was none other than Rozi who walked out there. Great, Rozi, finally seeing you. Vivi stood up and walked quickly towards Rozi. This time, Nami, Usopp, and others who had heard Rozi's words did not stop him. Sanji, on the other hand, kept his eyes fixed on Rozi, constantly guessing the specific relationship between Rozi and Vivi. MR9 was even more surprised, he thought that Vivi was just lying, but now it seems to be true. For a moment, a sense of relief that was saved spreads in MR9's heart. Only the next moment, he felt a huge aura pressing on him, and an inexplicable heart palpitation suddenly appeared. MR9's eyes widened, and before he could figure out what was going on, he fainted completely. It's been a while, Princess Vivi. I didn't expect you to be in this place. Why, are you still working for the Baroque Work Club? Now, you should have determined that the behind-the-scenes boss of the Baroque Works is the murderer who caused chaos in your country. Rozi glanced naked at MR9, who was stunned by himself with Conqueror's haki, and then asked while wiping his hair wet with sweat from exercise with a towel. Vivi didn't realize that his partner MR9 was in a coma. Hearing this, he immediately pursed his lips and lowered his head, regretting more and more that he didn't entrust Rozi. Instead, go and see for yourself whether Crocodile is really behind it. 1wait, Princess Vivi. Rozi, you mean she's a princess of a certain country? Nami was startled. Well, Princess Nefeltari Vivi of Alabasta. In order to avoid the national war, I personally went undercover to find clues in the Baroque Work Club 1. I fled to Alabasta after killing Saint Charles of Celestial Dragons, and met Her Royal Highness the Princess. At that time, I thought that since I met the princess, I would not make a fortune. How is Li? So I made a price to the princess, just give me enough berry and a fast enough ship, and I'll help him deal with the crocodile. But at the time Princess Vivi didn't believe Crocodile was the behind-the-scenes boss of the Baroque Works, so she didn't agree. And then, knowing that Marine was coming, I chose to leave Alabasta in my own way. Rozi's voice fell, and everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates nodded clearly. Vivi, on the other hand, took a step forward, plucking up the courage to look Rozi in the eyes. Rozi, did your words ever work? What, is Princess Vivi going to entrust me to help you solve Crocodile? My appearance fee is very high now. Please help me, no matter what the price, I'm willing to pay the harassment. Chapter 114. System, if Princess Vivi joins the Straw Hat Pirates, can I provide her with a heroic spirit template? Answer host, for anyone who intends to join the Straw Hat Pirates in the original One Piece book and is approved by all members of the Straw Hat Pirates, the host can provide them with a heroic spirit template. I see, that means it can help provide a template for the heroic spirit for Princess Vivi. The corners of Rozi's mouth rose, and the colonel glanced at Vivi in front of him. In the original work, both Vivi himself and Luffy and others have recognized that Vivi is a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. It's just that Vivi's heart is tied to the kingdom, so it was not able to stay on the Merry in the end. It's hard to come to this world once, and I still want to keep Vivi. Perhaps this way, Vivi's father can be prevented from being wiped out by the world government. The heir of the kingdom, that old father will always have a solution. Rozi smiled and said. Princess Vivi, is it really possible to win under any conditions? No. That's right, anything is possible. Vivi noticed Rozi's eyes, and his body trembled involuntarily. As soon as he finished speaking, Sanji stretched out his hand. Hey, don't blackmail the lady. Boom. Before Sanji could finish his words, Nami threw him away with a punch. Idiot, don't disturb Rozi's business. Nami rubbed his smoking fist, and a 560 came to Vivi with a smile on his face. Princess Vivi, since you are the princess of a country, you should have a lot of treasures. 1. It's not impossible for us to help. When the time comes to pay us a billion berry or something, we can always do it. 1. After speaking, she turned around and gave Rozi an okay gesture, with a don't worry, let her talk expression. 10. Billion berry. Vivi's eyes widened, and his face instantly turned ugly. Why, you can't come up with a billion berry. This. In fact, our country has had financial problems recently because of the rebellion, and we can't take out so many berry. Then what else can you say? Hearing Nami's words, Vivi's face was a little ugly. To speak of a billion berry, when Alabasta met Rozi for the first time, he was able to come up with so many berry. But now the rebellion has been going on for a long time, which has greatly increased Alabasta's financial problems. Vivi understands that now, let alone 1 billion berry, even 500 million or 100 million is difficult to come up with. Actually, it doesn't have to be paid by berry. Rozi patted Nami on the shoulder and pulled him to his side. Really, can it be done without berry, Abak? Vivi asked in surprise. It was Nami, who looked at Rozi suspiciously. No need for berry. Wait, you don't want her, do you? What are you thinking, Nami, am I like that? Humph, Stussy said last time, you often go to the happy street where she is to have fun, but I think you are that kind of person. 1. What, can I understand that you are jealous? Who will eat your vinegar? Nami folded his arms, turned his head and looked aside, with an expression of ignoring Rozi. Okay Nami, and you, Princess Vivi, don't get me wrong. 1. Although you are beautiful, I am not ready to do such a thing. 1. I have other expectations for you. Rozi smiled mildly and quickly explained to Vivi. He didn't want Vivi to lose the idea of joining the Straw Hat Pirates because of fear. Then, what do you want me to do? Vivi took a deep breath, and at this time she also noticed Mr9 who had fainted near the edge of the boat. So I can speak more frankly about Alabasta's problems. Princess Vivi, are you good at dancing? Dancing? I did learn dance in the country for a long time, what's the problem? No problem, I just think your talent may be what we need. Rozi said with a smile, then looked at Luffy who was eating with a stack of rice balls. Luffy, you said you were going to get a musician on board, didn't you? Yeah, do you think she's a musician? I'm not sure if she's a musician, but didn't she say she can dance? I think we can have a dancer before we have a musician, what do you think? Dancer? Is it necessary, can I dance too? With that said, Luffy put the empty dinner plate aside, twisting the rubber limbs and dancing. Rozi's face darkened, and he couldn't help shaking his head. I said, you can't be a dancer with that strange dance. 1. Ale, isn't it? That can't be helped, and if Rozi you think she can, I have no problem. Lu Wu smiled with his hat on. And me, I have no opinion either. Sanji raised his hands and looked at Rozi excitedly. At this moment, Rozi understood the general meaning in Sanji's eyes. That is to keep Vivi. So, what's your opinion, Princess Vivi? If you are willing to be our partner and follow us to the sea in the future. As partners, it is normal for us to help you. Besides, I can also use my abilities to help you gain great power. Maybe, you may gain the power to defeat Crocodile with your own hands. Rozi turned his head and looked back at Vivi, who was visibly stunned in front of him. I understand, if you just let me go to sea with you and don't have to pay Barry, I'm willing to stay. Without hesitation, Vivi quickly made a decision in his heart, thinking of the power of Crocodile. Vivi, you have to understand that we are wanted criminals who have been rewarded by Marine and the world government. You are the Princess of Alabasta, and if you go to sea with us, it means that you will lose your status as a princess. Are you really ready to leave the country, leave your people? At the end, Rozi's face gradually firmed up. He didn't want Vivi to stay in Alabasta in the end. I don't care about losing my life as long as it saves my country. Being a pirate and being wanted is easy. I believe my father can understand. Vivi took a deep breath, a faint wry smile on his face. I did receive your enlightenment. As the vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, I welcome you. Rozi put a gentle smile on his face again and extended his hand to Vivi. Well, I'm also very fortunate to be your partner. Vivi reached out to take Rozi's arm. Just when she wanted to say hello to Luffy and others, the surrounding space trembled. Vivi only felt the darkness in front of her eyes, and waited until she regained her sight again. She was surprised to find that she and Rozi, Luffy, and others had come to a very strange space. Here is it. The sudden change made Vivi a little scared, and his tone was a little trembling. Don't worry, Vivi. Rozi squeezed Vivi's palm slightly and smiled. I said earlier that as long as you become our partner, I will provide you with strength. And here is my heroic spirit space, where you will choose your power. Chapter 115. It turns out that you have such a magical power, Rozi. Vivi looked at the man in front of him in amazement and said. After listening to Rozi's description of the heroic spirit space, Vivi originally didn't believe it. But after stopping Luffy, Nami, and others describing the power they gained, and seeing the demonstration of their abilities, Vivi could only choose to believe. After all, the facts are in front of you. Nami, Luffy, and others are living examples. So, princess, spy, dancer, these are my 3 attributes. While Vivi sighed, her eyes first locked on Elizabeth Lyons, who was a princess. Princess, is she a princess like me? Just click on her name to see her past. Vivi murmured, and reached out and clicked on the name of Elizabeth Lyons. As the heroic spirit space trembled, the surrounding environment immediately changed. What a big castle! Is this the country of that Elizabeth Lyons? Vivi sighed. Standing in the sky, she could clearly see the huge and prosperous town below. Without waiting for Vivi to observe carefully, the petal they were on began to fall down quickly, passing clouds, flying swallows, penetrating the city wall, and finally came to a beautiful girl with silver hair and blue eyes with a dignified manner. Well, so beautiful. Rozi, is this Her Royal Highness Princess Elizabeth Lyons? Sanji said excitedly. Rozi nodded slightly, confirming Sanji's guess. The screen turns. The kingdom where Elizabeth Lyons is located is controlled by the Paladins, and Elizabeth Lyons herself escaped from the palace after finding the opportunity. Vivi, who saw this scene, had a strong empathy in her heart. Isn't she, like Elizabeth Lyons, who fled the country to find a way for the country? Well, I've found a way now. I hope Elizabeth Lyons can find a way too. Vivi raised his head and looked at Rozi quietly. Rozi sensed Vivi's gaze and looked down at her. She quickly turned her head to look back at the picture about Elizabeth Lyons. Rozi smiled, snapped his fingers, and the screen turned again. This time, the scene came to a battlefield. At this moment, Elizabeth Lyons's body changed greatly, and her whole body was covered with divine light. One eye has turned golden, and the pupil is even more mysterious. Elizabeth Lyons opened her hands, and the gentle light on her body instantly dissipated toward the surroundings. In a blink of an eye, it covered the battlefield that spread to the entire city. Vivi, Nami, and others were surprised to find that the people who had been dying because of the battle started to recover quickly under this light. In less than a minute, everyone had fully recovered. Okay. It's amazing. There should be hundreds of thousands, no, tens of thousands of people in the entire town. It has recovered so quickly. Vivi covered her mouth with a look of amazement on her face. She couldn't help but think of the image of using it on Alabasta after she obtained this ability. If there is such power, even if it is too late to get to Alabasta, even if there is a fight, I can also use this power to heal everyone. Vivi thought for a while, and her gaze at Elizabeth Lyons couldn't help becoming hot. Elizabeth Lyons is a priestess with druid blood flowing in her body, an apostle of the goddess. The magic in her body has super resilient power, and she controls super healing magic. Combined with her enormous magical power, her healing range is extremely wide. Although not good at fighting is her weakness, but she is an excellent support staff. That being said, even if you choose Elizabeth Lyons, you may not be able to obtain super powerful recovery magic right from the start. Because the coverage of magic is linked to personal physical strength, if you choose Elizabeth Lyons, I am afraid that you cannot use healing magic to cover the entire king like Elizabeth Lyons. As if seeing through what Vivi was thinking, Rozi spoke to him at the right time. Hearing this, Vivi immediately showed a slightly disappointed expression. Having said that, after choosing Elizabeth's template, you will definitely get excellent recovery magic. Ask for her flowers. As long as you keep working hard, your strength will continue to increase. If Princess Vivi chooses Elizabeth's template, she might be our ship doctor. Nami touched his chin and said. As a navigator, Nami knew the team configuration required for sailing better than Luffy and others. Among the auxiliary personnel, in addition to navigators, cooks, etc., an excellent ship doctor is equally important. Hey? Isn't Vivi going to be a dancer? Isn't there still a guy with dance attributes here? Just choose her. Luffy pouted and tilted his head. Idiot, listen to what Nami has to say. The ship doctor is very important. Point 0. Sanji patted Luffy's head and said dissatisfiedly. Indeed, if we have a ship doctor, the future battles can be more relaxed. Deputy Captain Rozi usually has to fight against powerful characters, and although he has the power of Princess Elizabeth, he doesn't have the time to heal us. Usopp nodded again and again. Among the people present, except for Nami, he was the one who most hoped to have an excellent ship doctor on board. Rozi on the side was a little ashamed, he didn't have the power of Elizabeth yet. But Usopp is right, even if I have the power of Elizabeth. In a really harsh battlefield, I may not have so much energy to use her power to take care of the audience. Despite this thought, Rozi patted Vivi on the shoulder and said. There is a degree of compatibility between the heroic spirit and you, and choosing the person who fits you best can help you grow rapidly. You don't have to mind what Nami, Usopp and the others say. It doesn't matter if you don't choose the Princess Elizabeth template. In this Grand Line, I know a place with very good doctors. If we want a ship doctor, we can go there and look for it. Compared to this, let's take a look at the power of the other two heroic spirits and make a decision. Having said that, Rozi looked down and stopped at the spy next to the Queen on the panel. Chapter 116. Speaking of the ship doctor, Rozi naturally wants to make Chopper the ship doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates. This is not only because of the cuteness of Chopper, but also because one more member of the Straw Hat Pirates will give the team more combat power. And Rozi himself can also have more power. Rozi would even be willing to keep inviting people to the Straw Hat Pirates if it wasn't for the people who were approved by the Straw Hat Pirates in the original book and who wanted to join the group to become partners to give the heroic spirit template. Speaking of the original book, who was recognized by the Straw Hat Pirates and wanted to join the Straw Hat Pirates, but for some reason, the people who didn't join the group were not only Vivi, but also the Fur Clan Bunny Garrett. If he could invite the two kings of the Fur tribe before he entrusted the king's position to Garrett, he might be able to add a lookout to the team. And Wanakuni's 560 Yamato, she should also be able to give the heroic spirit template. And Momonosuke. This guy is fine, even if he wants to join the group, he has to be kicked away. Rozi thought to himself. Indeed, Rozi is right, although the strength of the Queen Elizabeth is very supportive. But it's up to Vivi to choose what suits him best. However, Deputy Captain Rozi, I'll ask you to quickly lead us to find the excellent ship doctor you said. I don't want to be sick without anyone to treat me in the future. One. Of course, if you are willing to treat me, then I have no opinion. Nami patted Rozi's chest with the back of his hand, a smile on his face. However, Nami's words made Luffy and others puzzled. Luffy, ale, is being sick a serious thing? It should be enough to eat some meat. Zoro, no, I should say drink some wine. Sanji, idiot, how can you just eat meat and drink alcohol, and you need me to prepare love cooking anyway? Hearing this, Nami's forehead burst with blue veins. Idiot, have you never been sick? Don't you even know that you need medicine when you are sick? Nami growled. I've never been sick before. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji said in unison. Haha, haha, I'm such an idiot, how can I say such things to monsters? Sure enough, the only one who can understand me here is you, Usopp. Nami shook his head and said with a sigh. Well, in fact, I haven't been sick since I was a child. Usopp scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly. The voice fell, and Nami instantly felt that the whole person was not well. Rozi is a monster and certainly not sick. Among these people, I am not the only one who is normal. Nami was deflated, and his body fell directly on the floor. That, Miss Nami, actually I used to get sick. At this time, Vivi said suddenly. Woohoo, great, we finally have a normal person here besides me. Vivi, please stay with the Straw Hat Pirates, please. Nami turned around excitedly, holding Vivi's hand tightly with both hands, and said excitedly. It's, of course. Vivi smiled shyly, not knowing what to say for a while. Fortunately, Nami quickly let go, allowing her to continue making choices. Spy attribute, I didn't expect that I would have such an attribute. However, judging from the fact that I infiltrated the Baroque Work Club, I am indeed a spy. Then let me see what kind of experience and power Uchiha Itachi, who is also a spy, has. Vivi sighed, raised his hand and clicked on the words Uchiha Itachi. With the click of Vivi's finger, the heroic spirit space vibrated again. What appeared in front of everyone was a young man with short black hair, black pupils, and tear troughs on his face. Is this Uchiha Itachi? Looks like a normal man. Usopp touched his chin and said. Idiot, since he's a spy, he should be normal. Even if the combat power is not strong, there is nothing strange, as long as the spy skills are good enough. Just as Princess Elizabeth is not good at fighting, but good at healing one. Nami folded his arms and analyzed it in a prudent manner. Rozi glanced at Nami with a confident face, and was unconsciously curious about how she would react when she saw Uchiha Itachi's performance in combat. The screen turns, and Uchiha Itachi, who has grown up to a young age, appears in front of his parents and accepts a spy mission to monitor Konoha. It must be very hard to carry out a spy mission for the survival of the family. Vivi sighed in a low voice, and could not help but bring Uchiha Itachi into his body. But soon, the next scene made Vivi stunned. In front of Ying, Uka took over the village again. See the mission of the Uka clan. This is a double agent. This man named Uchiha Itachi is trusted by the village and the family. But since he is a member of the Uchiha clan, it must be towards the clan. Nami rested her cheek with one hand and nodded while saying, "Is it really?" Rozi whispered. Nami and Vivi gave Rozi a strange look, and at this moment, the screen turned again. Uchiha Itachi appeared in the family territory, and beheaded almost everyone in the family, including his parents, and only his younger brother was left under the surprised eyes of Nami, Vivi, and others. No. What is this man doing? Why do you want to do something to your family? Usopp opened his mouth wide and looked at Uchiha Itachi with blood-red eyes in front of him with great puzzlement. What Uchiha Itachi did, even made 0.2 Usopp subconsciously refrain from his fierce assassination skills. Probably because in this man's heart, the village is more important than his family. Sanji lit a cigarette, his face a little gloomy. At this time, he couldn't help thinking of his so-called father and brother in Germa 66. How can this Uchiha Itachi be like this? Those are the parents who raised him. Nami covered her mouth, also looking very incomprehensible. Vivi pursed her lips and looked straight at Uchiha Itachi. Her original empathy for Uchiha Itachi suddenly disappeared. She understands that she cannot do Uchiha Itachi by herself. Having said that, Vivi had some sympathy for Uchiha Itachi in front of him. It must have been painful for him to make such a decision. Chapter 117. Rozi rubbed his cheeks and glanced over Sanji and Vivi one by one. At this moment, everyone seemed a little gloomy. Even Luffy, who was a little excited at the beginning of seeing Uchiha Itachi's ninja power, fell silent. Let's look at the power of Uchiha Itachi in detail. Rozi felt that if this continued, it might affect Vivi's choice of the heroic spirit template, so he quickly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. When the screen of Uchiha Itachi's spy career was removed, it was replaced with a screen that demonstrated his abilities. As the screen turned, Uchiha Itachi demonstrated fire style, throwing shuriken and other abilities, and everyone's emotions gradually recovered. Rozi patted Vivi's shoulder at the right time and said, "Vivi, what you said you want to choose is only the power of the heroic spirit, not the life of the heroic spirit. Don't worry too much, follow your inner feelings and choose the heroic spirit template that best suits you." Vivi turned his head, felt Rozi's warm palm on his shoulder, smiled and nodded, "Thank you, Deputy Captain Rozi." "Tsukuyomi." Uchiha Itachi murmured. A pair of Sharingans glared at the masked ninja in front of him, and the surrounding space changed dramatically. The original lake was transformed into a blood-red earth, and the masked ninja opposite Uchiha Itachi was tied to a wooden stake. After that, Uchiha Itachi separated a large number of phantoms, holding a sharp blade in his hand and continuously attacked the masked ninja like a slow and severe punishment. Seeing this scene, Usopp and Nami immediately hid behind Rozi, and the rest of the people also sweated on their foreheads and looked at Uchiha Itachi with fear. "Tsukuyomi, this is the illusion performed by Uchiha Itachi using the Manjiki Sharingan. And here is the spiritual space created by this illusion." The ninja who was hostile to Uchiha Itachi was named Kakashi. Next, he will be attacked by Uchiha Itachi with a knife for 72 hours here. Although there are 72 hours inside the illusion space, only a moment will pass outside. In other words, this is a secret technique that will cause powerful mental trauma to the enemy in a short period of time. Rozi said, swiping his hand in front of him. The picture in front of everyone immediately began to flow quickly as if a shortcut key was pressed. And finally freeze at the end of Tsukuyomi, Kakashi fell. 72 hours, only 1 second has passed in the outside world. An ordinary person who was subjected to such torture for 72 hours would have already collapsed. This spy is not weak at all. Usopp grabbed the hem of Rozi's clothes in fear, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. "Can you launch such an attack with just one eye? It's a little troublesome for a guy like that to fight. But if Miss Vivi uses such power, wouldn't she be invincible?" Sanji asked. That's not true, there are probably still some people in this world who can live and breathe even after being tortured for 3 days. And the world has a sentient power called observation haki, which also ensures that they won't get hit by Tsukuyomi so easily. Also, it's too early to be surprised. Rozi said, snapping his fingers again. The screen turns, Uchiha Itachi is still there, but the person fighting him has changed. Hey? This guy seems a bit like Uchiha Itachi's younger brother. Zoro frowned. This should be what Uchiha Sasuke will look like when he grows up. Is he here to seek revenge for Uchiha Itachi? Sanji narrowed his eyes and said. The voice fell, and Uchiha Sasuke slammed a burst of flames at Uchiha Itachi. And Uchiha Itachi just stared, and the crimson flame that Uchiha Sasuke spit out was intercepted by a black flame. And was quickly burned to the ground. Flame, burned by flames. Vivi opened his mouth wide and looked at this scene incomprehensibly. That is one of Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan's pupil arts, Amaterasu. When it is used, the object that is stared at by the Sharingan on its right will ignite a black flame. Although this trick consumes a lot of energy for the user, the black fire will not disappear until the objects contaminated by the black fire are burnt out. Even if what is burned is a flame, even if it is a stream of water. Rozi said, licking his lips. He also wants to gain Uchiha Itachi's power if he can. Not only because of Sharingan's power, but Uchiha Itachi's basic ninjutsu abilities such as clone technique, body replacement technique, and transformation technique as the master of ninja also make Rozi feel envious. As the battle between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke continued, both of them had suffered numerous injuries. When Sasuke summoned a thunderbolt to attack Itachi, Vivi and the others thought that the battle was about to end and Uchiha Itachi was about to lose, a crimson aura condensed around him and turned into a crimson giant composed entirely of energy. Susanoo, this is a spell that can only be performed when Sharingan is used in the ultimate. It can be described as a combination of offense and defense. Rozi explained in a timely manner. The man opened his mouth wide, and when he saw the head of the moon that appeared, he forgot his words for a while. It wasn't until Uchiha Itachi finally put his finger on Sasuke's forehead and showed a smile on his face, everyone came back to his senses. Such a character turns out to be a spy, a ninja? With such an ability, he can face it completely. There is no need to assassinate like a ninja. Usopp patted his face, trying to calm himself down. It is indeed a powerful force. I don't know how much force it will take to cut through Susanoo's armor. Zoro clenched the long knife around his waist and looked at Vivi with interest. Hey, Clarella, don't try to beat Princess Vivi, you can find me if you want to. Fool cook, I'm just seeing how she chooses, I'm not interested in fighting women. Humph, you still know each other. Sanji pouted and turned to Vivi again. However, Vivi was still surprised by Itakina's last smile when he faced Sasuke, and didn't notice Sanji's gesture at all. Perhaps, he will choose the village, in fact, it is also for his younger brother. Vivi muttered. Don't think about that yet, Vivi, let's move on to the next one. 560. At this time, Luffy's excited voice entered Vivi's ears. She looked up, just in time to see Luffy's big smile facing her. There is also a dancer, we will make a decision immediately after seeing it. Hehe, I can't wait to see Vivi, you got the heroic spirit template. 1. Luffy laughed. Luffy, are you sure you don't want Vivi to read the last heroic spirit template and choose Uchiha Itachi's template? Then, you can get a ninja crew and have Vivi perform ninjutsu for you. Nami folded his arms and spoke Luffy's thoughts clearly. What, I won't interfere with the choice of partners. Luffy tilted his head to look away, and said with a little sweat on his face. Hehe, then you look at me and talk. Nami stepped forward and started pulling on Luffy's rubber cheeks again. Rozi smiled, looked at Vivi beside him, and said. Watch the last one, Vivi. Still that sentence, choose the one that feels most suitable to you. Sometimes, the most suitable heroic spirit template for you can often bring you more help than some powerful heroic spirit templates. Perhaps compared to the princess and the spy, this dancer type spray knight will be more suitable for you, but I don't know. Of course, how you choose in the end is up to you. Hearing this, Vivi smiled and nodded, I understand. After speaking, Vivi looked at the last option on the front panel, Dancer. Chapter 118. The Ritual Dance, Act 3, Blinking Candles. 1. Lake, Grass. Accompanied by the sound of crisp music, a beautiful and cold-looking girl danced enthusiastically. On the platform next to him, Sanji had already revealed what he wanted to be at the moment the girl appeared. Not only Sanji, but even Nami, who is a woman, can't help but light up when she sees the girl in front of her. On the other hand, Vivi, who clicked the name of Yura, who is a dancer's attribute, was even more restless. Seeing Eula's dance moves accompanied by the light music, Vivi couldn't help but feel the urge to step forward and dance together. Subconsciously, Vivi started trying her best to record Eula's dancing steps. The song didn't last long, and in the blink of an eye, the dance stopped for less than 2 minutes. Looks like I watched a live version of Yunjin Yura's promotional animation. But compared to the anime, the real Yura is more beautiful. Aside, Rozi Xinchen, who watched Eula dance the whole time, couldn't help but sigh. It's a beautiful dance, and the people are beautiful. It's just a pity that I wasn't able to record all the dance steps. Vivi shook his head, a little pity in his words. Now that he has taken over the job of dancer of the Straw Hat Pirates, Vivi is ready to study dance. Therefore, Vivi regretted not being able to record the dance step Blinking Candles. Even if Miss Vivi wasn't able to record Miss Eula's complete dance moves. As long as it's a dance performed by Miss Vivi, I'm willing to watch it. With rough air in his nostrils, Sanji said excitedly to Vivi. Seeing this scene, Vivi couldn't help but smiled awkwardly. The delay in watching the dance, let's look at Eula's power first. Rozi held Sanji's shoulders to keep him from getting closer to Vivi. And as his voice fell, Eula began to show her excellent swordsmanship. Even if surrounded by many monsters, Eula can easily deal with the crusade with her excellent swordsmanship and pace. What a beautiful swordsmanship, Miss Eula, even in battle it's like dancing. Percent at 1. Damn, it would be great if I could see the real Miss Eula. Sanji bit the handkerchief with tears in his eyes. If you say that, it will make you Miss Lee Nalai sad. Nami said speechlessly. Rozi chuckled and said to Vivi. Yura's swordsmanship is outstanding, and as you can see, it's also very entertaining. If you are attracted by his dance during the battle, it may be miserable. Saying that, Rozi couldn't help but glance at Sanji. Also, aside from swordsmanship, Master Eula has a powerful ice elemental power. When combined with swordsmanship, it will often exert a powerful destructive power. As Rozi spoke, more enemies appeared in front of Yura. Facing an enemy with a large number and a huge body, Eula was not afraid, and rushed towards the opponent. Hard Ice, Sever Revenge. Light Sword of Condensing Waves. When approaching the enemy, a large amount of cold air suddenly appeared around Yura's body. As Eula swung the two-handed sword in her hand, the cold air condensed into an ice blade and slashed over the enemy. However, in a few seconds, all the enemies that were swept by the ice blade were completely frozen. Yura's ice elemental power comes from the eye of the ice god on her body. It's her magical external organ. When one's strength is stronger, the ice element power that can be condensed will naturally be stronger. 1. To a certain extent, the eye of God of Ice Elemental can be regarded as a frozen fruit that cannot be elementalized by the user. 1. So, how do you choose, Princess Vivi? Rozi smiled, took a slight step back, and fully displayed the selected panel in front of Vivi. At this moment, the demonstration scene about Eula has ended, except for the light of the platform, the surroundings are already plunged into endless darkness. When Luffy, Sanji, and others around heard that Vivi was going to make a choice, they all looked over. And the eyes they looked at the panel were divided into three camps. Nami and Usopp's eyes were focused on Queen Elizabeth, and Luffy's eyes were on spy Uchiha Itachi. As for Sanji and Zoro, they stayed on Eula. For Zoro, Eula was also a swordsman after all. Vivi looked at the names of the three, and after thinking for a while, he had an answer in his heart. I've decided, I'm going to choose the spy Uchiha Itachi. Although I don't agree with him about killing his parents, I agree with his determination to be a spy. Having said that, Vivi raised his hand and pressed the word Uchiha Itachi. As the four words Uchiha Itachi turned into a stream of energy pouring into Vivi's chest, she could clearly feel something inside her. Moreover, there was a little itching feeling from the eyes. Ding! Nefeltari Vivi makes a choice, obtains boards, skills, and through training and strengthening, you can comprehend more heroic spirit template skills. Note: consuming devil fruit for a partner can speed up the progress of comprehending the template skills of heroic spirits, and even comprehend the profound meaning skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Spy Uchiha Itachi template and the Dancer Eula template, and comprehend all the skills of the heroic spirit template. Note: although the host can comprehend all the skills of the heroic spirit template, whether the host can use the skills is linked to the host's own strength. Uchiha Itachi and Yura, although they did not have the power to heal others that Queen Elizabeth had. But the power of ice is not bad. Rozi first felt the new power in his body, and then hung the eye of the ice god, which was obtained at the same time as the Eula template, and looked at Vivi. At this moment, the heroic spirit space has dissipated, and everyone has returned to which Mary is. At the same time, Vivi's warm black pupils have now turned into 3 Tomo's blood-colored Sharingan. How does it feel, Vivi? Is it possible to use transformation technique, clone technique, or something now? Luffy jumped in front of Vivi and asked expectantly. Well, there is a memory of using the transformation technique in my head. Vivi nodded with a smile. She knew what Luffy wanted to see, so she took the initiative to make a seal with her hands. The next moment, with the appearance of 5 Smoke, a clone that was exactly the same as Vivi appeared beside her. Before Luffy exclaimed, Vivi and the 5 avatars around him formed seals again. A second later, transformation technique versions of Rozi, Luffy, Nami, Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp appeared on the Mary. Okay. It's amazing, it's really transformed. As expected of a ninja, it's amazing. Luffy almost jumped up in excitement. Although Usopp was a little disappointed that Vivi did not choose Elizabeth who has healing powers, he was also excited after seeing Vivi's performance. Even Nami, who didn't care much at first, stepped forward and looked at it with interest after seeing his avatar. Zoro rubbed his chin and walked to his avatar, watching with interest. The outer model is exactly the same, but the breath is much different. Rozi, if you use the visual color, you should be able to feel the difference. Zoro looked at Rozi and asked. Now he won't use observation haki, can only confirm with Rozi. It does feel the difference. Vivi, this trick can be performed on ordinary people. But if you want to deceive people who have observation haki, or people who are more sensitive to breath, it may not be effective. Also, if the power of Sharingan is used too frequently, it can cause damage to eyesight and body. 1. If you don't want to wear glasses, be careful in the future. Rozi said with concern. Understood, Deputy Captain Rozi. Vivi nodded with a smile. Immediately, as if thinking of something, she dispersed the avatars around her, and once again performed transformation technique by herself. The next moment, Yura appeared on the Mary. Lieutenant Rozi, as a thank you for helping me gain strength. And everyone, and to thank you for accepting me, how about letting me perform blinking candlelight for you all the time? Vivi user Eula's face, said playfully. That's great, come on, Eula, no, Miss Vivi. Sanji raised his hands, his face flushed with excitement. Apart from Sanji, the others are clearly interested. Usopp, come on, Vivi. Let's see your performance. Luffy, it's amazing, it's transformation technique and dance again, Vivi, you're amazing. Zoro, well, it's good to pass the time or something. Nami, the dance just now, I just haven't seen enough. Rozi didn't speak, just took a step back with a smile and handed the field to Vivi. However, Rozi, who realized that the music was bad, immediately used projection magic to create a harp. The next moment, Shan's brisk soundtrack legend Rozi's fingers resounded. For him, he inherited the template of Yura, but also inherited his dance and some other talents. Among them, naturally includes the performance of flashing candles. Vivi was stunned when she heard the music, but after seeing the smile on Rozi's face, she quickly reacted, and followed her memory decisively and started dancing. On the other hand, Nami and Luffy looked at Rozi in even more amazement. Rozi, are you still a musician? Luffy marveled. It's really Rozi, what else can't you do? Wait, you can't even dance, right? Nami asked. Who knows? Rozi smiled and answered while continuing to play the music. And Vivi, after hearing Nami's words, couldn't help but flash a light in his eyes. Immediately, she spun around and jumped to Rozi's side, pulling his hand and retreating toward the center of the field. Now, let's dance, Vice Captain Rozi. 1. Yura's dance, you must know it too. Can I learn to learn? As Vivi spoke, he turned on his 3-tomo Sharingan again. I'm going to use Sharingan to copy dance steps, I really can't help you, Vivi. Well, then I'll try it. Rozi chuckled and started dancing while playing the harp. And Vivi, with the power of the 3-tomo Sharingan, naturally followed Rozi's footsteps and started jumping. Vivi, you can't use Mangeky's Sharingan right now. Indeed, Vice Captain Rozi, what's the problem? I was thinking of going to the senior agents of the Baroque Work Club to borrow the Devil Fruit ability, and then use it to strengthen you. I think you will be able to open the Mangeky Sharingan at that time. Thank you, Captain Rozi. Hearing Rozi's words, Vivi dispersed the transformation technique and changed back to his own appearance. She looked up, looking at Rozi with moved eyes. We are partners and helping you is helping the whole team. Rozi smiled, urging the eye of the ice god on his waist to create snowflake ice crystals surrounding himself and Vivi. For a while, it seemed that there were 2 more dancing ice butterflies on the melee. Elegant, so elegant. Damn, why didn't I dance with Princess Vivi, I'm so envious. No, I have to go to Rozi to learn. Sanji clutched his chest and said sadly. Forget it, Stinky Cook, you don't have this talent. Zoro's word, let Sanji fry directly. Damn green algae head, when I watch Princess Vivi's dance, I will teach you a lesson. Sanji smacked his mouth and continued to stare at Vivi with wide eyes. However, when he saw Vivi dancing around Rozi's waist with both hands, his eyes once again radiated a strong sense of envy. Like him, Nami on the side also had a bit of envy on his face. I'm really envious. I'll ask Rozi to teach me later. Nami pursed his lips, muttering in his heart. A few minutes later, when the extended dance moves were over, Nami found Rozi and asked to learn how to dance. Want to learn to dance? Of course you can. Nami, you are in excellent condition, and dancing will surely be beautiful one. Learning may be a little slow without Sharingan, but we have a lot of time, don't we? Rozi patted Nami on the shoulder and gave her a thumbs up. Hehe, this is what you said, it takes a lot of time to practice with me. Nami yang, showing a gigantic smile. Such a scene made Vivi a little curious about the relationship between the two. By the way, one more thing. Rozi, you said earlier that you know the location of the excellent doctor. When are we going to look for it? Nami asked. Now she is trying very hard to have an excellent doctor on the melee. The doctor is still far away from us now, so don't worry for now. Before that, let's go to Whiskey Peak 1. Vivi told me before that she has her partner there and needs to get him back before going to Alabasta. Rozi smiled and turned to Vivi. If possible, he would also like to try his luck at Whiskey Peak to see if he can meet MR5 and Miss Valentine from the Baroque Works. In order to be able to obtain the devil fruit that strengthens the Vivi. Wei Wei also responded with a big smile when she heard Rozi's words. Seeing the way Rozi and Vivi were smiling at each other, Nami pouted for no reason, stepped forward and pulled Vivi to the side. If that's the case, then go to Whiskey Peak. Vivi, come and show me the way, June. Chapter 119. Grand Line, Whiskey Peak. Coastal. MR8, the telescope is for you, the pirate ship is over there. A sturdy woman in a black nun's uniform walked up to MR8, which is a Kalem, and handed him the telescope in her hand. Thank you, Miss Monday. Another fish has taken the bait, today is a harvest day. A Kalem smiled, raised the telescope and looked in the direction Miss Monday pointed. Beside him, a considerable number of members of the Baroque Work Club have gathered, preparing to welcome the pirates. A Kalem adjusted the telescope and quickly locked the pirate ship. A small pirate ship? It doesn't look like there are many people in this pirate ship. Should be a simple cargo. Wait, is that? As a Karam was talking, his eyes suddenly fell on the sails of the pirate ship. Because the pirate ship passed through the morning fog, a Kalem could clearly see the patterns painted on the sails. MR8, what's wrong with you, is there any problem? Miss Monday asked suspiciously. However, a Kalem didn't hear his partner's words clearly at this moment. All his attention was on the sails of the pirate ship. How could that be? That's the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates. How could we possibly deal with such a character? No, they must be told to stop. Ikaram swallowed, and planned to let the members of the Baroque Work Club beside him give up the idea of catching pirates. Although he doesn't care about the life and death of the members of the Baroque Work Club, it does not mean that he is willing to take his own life into it. However, just when he wanted to put down the telescope and tell the members around him what he saw, a blue shadow appeared within his line of sight. So, that's Princess Vivi. How come? How could Princess Vivi be there? Princess Vivi's partner fainted. Wait, are they saying they offended the Straw Hat Pirates and got caught by them? Thinking of this, a Kalem's body trembled even more. Seeing this on Monday, Miss Monday couldn't help reaching out and shaking a Kalem's shoulder. A Kalem, what's the matter with you? Your body is shaking. Could it be that you are sick? After Miss finished speaking on Monday, others looked over. No. No, I'm fine. A Kalem looked at the members of the Baroque Work Society around and forced a smile. The next moment, his eyes rolled, and he suddenly had a plan in his heart. If you can't cancel the action, let these guys attract the attention of the Straw Hat Pirates. I took advantage of this time to rescue Princess Vivi and get out of here. Thinking of this, a Kalem took a deep breath, laughed and said to the crowd. Everyone, get ready to welcome our guests. We entertained them with our most ardent enthusiasm, and then traded them for a bounty. After everyone heard it, they raised their hands and shouted. What they didn't notice was that, while they cheered, two men were watching them with binoculars from the heights of the world's peaks. Really excited, these guys. However, MR8's acting skills are really good. MR5, are we going to kill him now? The senior agent of the Baroque agency, wearing a foreign dress, with refreshing blonde hair, Miss Valentine, who was holding an umbrella, asked his partner beside him with a smile. Wait a minute, the boss's mission is to wipe out MR8 and Princess Vivi of Alabasta in one fell swoop. If, back, killed MR8 now, that Princess Vivi might not have returned to this Whiskey Peak. MR5 put down the telescope and said calmly. Hehe, you still have a way. Since that's the case, let's see how these guys catch pirates. 1. Miss Valentine said, lying directly on the roof, basking in the sun leisurely. Merry deck. The gathering at Whiskey Peak is filled with bounty hunters from some Baroque work clubs. They will pretend to be ordinary townspeople who worship pirates, and then go to host some pirates that are not so easy to deal with. 1. After the pirates are drunk, they will be tied up and exchanged for bounties. So, when you land later, you must be tempted by the members of the Baroque Work Club. As long as we take a Kalem away, that's enough. Approaching Whiskey Peak, Vivi stood in front of the Straw Hat Pirates and said solemnly. Don't worry, Vivi. Since we know that the other party is an enemy, then we don't have to show mercy. Wait there and take their treasures away after flying. Nami waved his fist, looking at the already clearly visible shore of Whiskey Peak and the crowd in front of him, and said excitedly. Well, there's actually not much treasure there. Vivi was trying to persuade Nami, but at this time Rozi came over with the fainted MR9. Forget it, Vivi. For Nami, even 1000 berry is a treasure. The wild goose plucks its hair, and the beast leaves its hide, so she is the one who said it. I'm afraid it won't take longer to deal with them than to collect treasure on Whiskey Peak. Rozi patted Vivi on the shoulder and laughed. Hearing this, Vivi instantly gave up the idea of persuading Nami. He also has a new understanding of Nami's greed for money. Luffy, Rozi, something new. 1. There's a boat over there that's also approaching Whiskey Peak. Strange, how this boat is pulled by 2 snakes. At this moment, Zoro on the observation deck suddenly shouted to everyone on the deck. Hearing this, Rozi's brows furrowed immediately. The pirate ship pulled by 2 snakes, is it the Empress Hancock? Rozi narrowed his eyes, and looked at the other side of the sea with some dignified eyes. Chapter 120. 2 snakes pull the boat. Zoro, you must have slept for too long and your eyes are dazzled. Sanji raised his head and immediately turned on taunt mode. Stupid cook, if you don't believe it, you can take a look with your own binoculars. Zoro responded without hesitation, and while speaking, threw a binoculars at Sanji. Oh, since you said so, then I'll take a merciful look at it. Sanji sneered and was about to catch the binoculars. However, Rozi was 1 step ahead of him, catching the telescope first and using it to look in the direction Zoro pointed. How about it, Rozi, are there really 2 snakes pulling the boat? Luffy asked curiously. Well, it's true that 2 snakes are pulling the boat. And, unfortunately, I know the people on that boat. Rozi put down the telescope and let out a long sigh. Yes, is that your friend? At this time, Zoro also jumped off the observation deck. Friend? Probably not, that one wanted to turn me into stone. I didn't expect to meet her here. The only woman in Shishibukai, the world's #1 beauty, Empress Hancock. Rozi sighed. Another Shishibukai? Rozi, didn't you offend her the same way you offended Hawkeye? Or, did you do something bad to the world's #1 beauty that made her want to turn you into a stone? Nami Vivi frowned and gave Rozi a deep look. Well, it's a little embarrassing anyway. When I investigated her, I saw something I shouldn't have seen. 1. Rozi rubbed the back of his head, and the Empress Snow White back and the dazzling tattoos on the back began to appear in his mind. What? Did you guys sneak into her bath and see her all over? Damn, what an enviable. No, what an abomination. Sanji grabbed his hair with both hands, and looked into Rozi's eyes with tears of envy. Since it is the enemy, do we need to land on the world's peak now, Rozi? Do you need to avoid it? Vivi ignored Sanji's expression and asked worriedly. Although she understands the power of the Straw Hat Pirates, having seen the power of Shishibukai Crocodile, she can't help but feel jealous of Hancock, the Empress who is also Shishibukai. It took us a few days to get to Whiskey Peak from the waters of the Twin Gorges. If you avoid this time, you don't know when you will be able to reach Alabasta 1. And Akalam may not have the time to wait for us to come back here later. Rozi put his hand on Vivi's shoulder, glanced in the direction of Whiskey Peak, and continued. There, my observation Haki sensed 2 auras that were much stronger than ordinary Baroque workers. If I'm not mistaken, they're senior agents of the Baroque Society 1. When you come here at this time, it may be for you and Akalam. So, we need to go to Whiskey Peak now. When Vivi heard this, she immediately became worried. Don't worry too much, those 2 breaths are not close to the coast now, I think they are waiting for your return. Vivi, with the power of Uchiha Itachi you said Master, was able to deal with those 2 senior agents. After you get there, you can deal with them. Remember not to kill them. As for the Empress Hancock, I will find a way. 1. Rozi turned his head and glanced deeply at the direction of the 9 snake pirates. Empress Shishibukai, I didn't expect to face this one before facing Crocodile. Rozi, do you need me to help you deal with the Empress? Zoro put his hand on the handle of the knife and asked with a grin. The most beautiful woman in the world, I want to see how beautiful she is. Nami pouted, and a magic card appeared in his hand, looking as eager to try as Zoro. Let me do it. That Queen's Devil Fruit ability is too special. Even if the strength is similar to her, or even stronger, it is very likely to be recruited and petrified. Here, only me and Luffy should be immune to that power. Rozi shook his head and said. Sounds like a dangerous ability, Rozi, what on earth did she eat devil fruit? 1. Usopp swallowed and asked worriedly. Sweet fruit, when Hancock uses her sweet fruit ability, anyone who is attracted to her and hit by her rays will be petrified. By the way, Hancock's beauty allows her to attract even women, so even women are easily petrified by her. By the way, Sanji is far away from K, you don't need her to use her abilities, you will be caught. Saying that, Rozi glanced at Sanji, whose eyes were vaguely expecting. Charm that even women can attract. Rozi, Luffy, I can understand. Don't tell me, you won't be attracted by the charm of the Empress? Nami frowned and looked suspiciously at Rozi. I'm strong enough. Rozi gave Nami a thumbs up and said proudly. Having said that, Rozi himself understands that he is not immune to Hancock's charm. The reason why he dares to say that he will not be imaged by Hancock's charm is because he is able to use his consciousness to fall into the transparent world of a pure state. Ask for flowers. Really, then I'll take a good look at your performance later. Nami folded his arms, clearly not believing Rozi's words. Rozi smiled lightly, but didn't say anything, but looked at the shore of Whiskey Peak, which was getting closer. Coming. Akalam looked at the Mary, which had stopped at the port, adjusted his appearance, and stepped forward. Although it's a little strange why Vivi didn't show a panicked look, Akalam has decided to carry out his own plans for the Mary. And those Baroque workers who had already prepared for a long time started a warm welcome to Rozi and others before Akalam. It's just that Rozi's attention is now on the 9 Snakes pirate ship that is getting closer and closer to the Mary. Therefore, the welcome of the members of the Baroque working group was ignored. 0. And Nami, Zoro, Usopp also did not reveal flaws because of Vivi's previous reminder. Such a scene made Vivi heave a sigh of relief. Just when she wanted to ask Rozi about the positions of the senior agents of the Baroque works, he was surprised to find that Sanji had already mingled with a group of young girls. And Luffy also ran to a group of Baroque workers who were carrying food and ate. Luffy? And Sanji, what are you doing? After Vivi was a little stunned, he immediately grinned and yelled at both Luffy and Sanji. It never occurred to her that the reliable-looking Sanji would be the first to fall. And Luffy, the captain she was determined to follow, would look like this again. I know, Vivi, that's the captain and cook on our ship. Besides, the swordsman is also a troublesome idiot. And Usopp, who is usually timid and unreliable. Fortunately, there is also Vice Captain Rozi. I will accompany you to get used to it in the future. Nami patted Vivi's shoulder with the same sad expression on his face. Zoro and Usopp on the side twitched the corners of their mouths. Just as they were about to express their opinions, a domineering and violent aura suddenly came from the sea not far away, passed the Mary all the way, and reached the coast of Whiskey Peak. Superior. The affected members of the Baroque Work Club immediately turned white and fainted on the ground. This is haki from Conquerors? The Empress. Zoro pulled out the long knife from his waist and looked at the back of the Mary with his eyes. There, a woman with long hair reaching her waist, a beautiful face, and an outstanding figure was leaping forward and fell directly towards the deck of the Mary. It is the Empress Boa Hancock. Chapter 121. 9 Snake Pirates, Deck. Master Sandersonia, Master Marigold, is it really good to let Master Hancock go to the Straw Hat Pirates alone? I understand that Hancock-sama is strong, but Rozi in the Straw Hat Pirates is a dangerous person, so let's deal with it together. The sniper Renton of the 9 Snake Pirates walked to the bow of the pirate ship, and worriedly put forward his advice to the 2 Boya Marigold beside him. I understand your concern, Genshin. But my elder sister isn't really going to fight Rozi to the death. He just wanted to have a good talk with that man. Marigold shook his head and relayed what Hancock had said to Genshin. The Marigold sisters knew that Hancock was going to talk to Rozi about the Celestial Dragon's slave seal, and naturally they would not be willing to let the rest of the 9560 Snake Pirates approach. This, all right. Long Dan nodded slightly and said with a sigh. At this time, after the Empress Hancock cast Conqueror's haki, another domineering aura surged out from the direction of Whiskey Peak, passing the 9 Snake Pirates. Lord Marigold, Lord Sandersonia. Perceiving that Conqueror's, which was obviously different from Hancock's, Genshin was worried again. And this time it wasn't just her, other members of the 9 Snake Pirates also gathered around. Just stay here, everyone believes in the strength of my sister. I'll leave it to my elder sister to deal with it. Marigold raised his hand to stop in front of the crowd, with a worried but firm expression. When everyone saw this, they had to stop. Aside, Sandersonia picked up the telescope and looked in the direction of the Mary, frowning slightly. The Conquerors just now, is that Rozi? No, that's Straw Hat Luffy. Mary direction. BD, who stunned the benefactor who provided us with food. Luffy was furious, and the Conqueror's haki on his body spilled out uncontrollably, colliding with the Empress Hancock's Conquerors, causing a real black-red lightning. Having just landed on the deck of the Mary, Hancock, who had not had time to say a word, immediately looked in the direction of Conqueror's haki unexpectedly. There, Luffy outstretched his arms and grabbed the Mary's edge and jumped onto the deck from the shore. And after Luffy, Sanji also jumped up from the port with a grim expression on his face. Damn, I'm dating the ladies. Who is it? Hey! What a beautiful woman! The moment Sanji saw Hancock, the expression on his face instantly changed to a sadder form. Seeing this, Usopp quickly hugged Sanji. Idiot, don't go there, the Conqueror's haki just now was cast by her, it may be an enemy. However, Usopp's strength was much worse than Sanji's after all, and he was about to be dragged by Sanji to Hancock. Nervous Usopp unwittingly displayed his Conquerors and pressed Hancock directly. What? Hancock gave Usopp a surprised look. Nice Conquerors, better than that straw hat. Is this the son of Usopp, the 4 Emperors Cotter mentioned in the newspaper? To actually be able to use Conquerors. But at this level, it's not enough. Hancock's eyes widened, and the increasingly powerful Conquerors came out of his body, actually suppressing the Conquerors of Luffy and Usopp. Seeing this, Rozi shook his head. The next moment, he raised his head sharply and stared at the Empress Hancock. Boom! After the combination of the Emperor engine on Rozi, the Conqueror's haki, stronger than anyone on the scene, collided with the Conqueror's haki of Luffy, Usopp, and Hancock, causing a huge explosion. With the Mary at the center, the black-red lightning caused by the collision of Conqueror's Haki actually spread hundreds of meters away. Originally Rozi, Hancock, Usopp, and Luffy alone could not cause damage to the real object, but Conqueror's Haki began to create cracks on the edge and deck of the Mary. Seeing this scene, Rozi frowned, looked at Luffy and Usopp and shouted, "Enough, at this rate, the Mary will go to the repair shop." Hearing this, Usopp and Luffy reacted and quickly retracted Conqueror's Haki. And Rozi also disbanded his Conquerors at the same time. Hancock, who originally planned to use Conquerors to clear Whiskey Peak's people and talk to Rozi alone, naturally had no intention of continuing to use Conqueror S0. After making sure that Luffy, Nami, and others would not faint because of Conqueror's Haki, she had no choice but to take back her Conqueror's Haki. "Damn, why do you stun them? I haven't eaten enough yet." Before Hancock could speak, Luffy couldn't help but strode towards Hancock and asked loudly. "Stupid Luffy," Vivi said, "those guys are Baroque agents, not benefactors. And you, Sanji, you too. You run down and hang out with those women, do you like women so much?" Nami punched Luffy and said to both Luffy and Sanji in disgust. After being beaten and reprimanded, Luffy and Sanji finally came to their senses. He didn't keep walking towards Hancock. At this time, Hancock finally found a chance to speak. "Rozi, we met again, remember the concubine?" Hearing this, Rozi sighed and said, "Of course I do. You came to me this time, are you still obsessed with that incident and want to seek revenge from me? I've said before that I'm not going to tell anyone about that. Have you encountered anyone during this period of time who came to trouble you with that thing?" Hancock frowned. She naturally knew that the thing in Rozi's mouth was referring to the 0.2 stamps she and her two younger sisters carried. Thinking of the seal that represented humiliation, Hancock was calm on the surface, but there was a trace of fear in his heart for no reason. Not only because of the fear of the shadow of the past, but also because of the fear that one day Rozi will reveal what is behind her. Even though, Rozi doesn't seem to reveal the slave seal to anyone now. Hancock took a deep breath, stared at Rozi with complicated eyes, and said, "Rozi, this concubine is not here to fight you." "Yeah, that's really gratifying. But since it's not a battle, what are you doing here with me? And you deliberately cast Conqueror's Haki to clear the field. The concubine came here, I hope you and the concubine will return to the Amazon Lily, and stay in the country of the concubine forever." Chapter 122. What? No. Nami and Luffy, one left and one right, stopped directly in front of Rozi, staring at Hancock opposite. "Luffy, Rozi is my buddy and I won't let him go to any Amazon Lily with you." "Nami, no. That's right, but Rozi promised to help me realize my dream, how could it be possible to go to your country with you?" At the scene, the others also reacted after being stunned for a while. Amazon Lily, a country where there are only women in the legend. Didn't Vice Captain Rozi say that he has a grudge against that Hancock? Why doesn't she do it, and invite him to her own country? Does this mean that you want to recruit a husband? Vivi tilted his head and looked at Rozi in a dazed way. The same goes for Usopp and Zoro. And Sanji, who had already knelt down on the deck, fell into a grey state. Without further questioning, Usopp and the others knew that Sanji was envious of Rozi being able to go to Daughter's Island. Rozi was also a little stunned, and it took a while to recover from what Hancock said. 01 Empress Hancock, I don't quite understand what you mean. Why do you want me to go to your country? Shouldn't there be men in your country? And you and I don't seem to be that familiar with each other. Rozi frowned. Although he killed celestial dragons, it was impossible to make the Empress fall in love with him just by killing celestial dragons. Rozi shook his head, and was about to continue questioning Hancock when a strange shadow reflected on the deck of the Mary caught his attention. When he looked up, he saw a vulture grabbing a sea otter wearing this suit and flying into the distance. That's the ominous duo of the Baroque works. You can't let them go to tip off. Rozi narrowed his eyes and quickly projected a long sword around him and fired it. The flying speed of the long sword was extremely fast, and the unlucky duo didn't know what was going on at all. They were stabbed in the opposite direction and fell on the deck of the melee. Unlucky duo, how are they here? Vivi exclaimed, and immediately became a little nervous. The inauspicious duo has always acted as a correspondent for the Baroque working group. Vivi knew that if he let them go, Crocodile would know about him. In that case, things could get even worse for Alabasta. Thinking of this, Vivi couldn't help but look at Rozi gratefully. Vivi, go and deal with those two senior agents first. The Conqueror's haki didn't reach them, and it would be equally bad for them to flee one. Miss Hancock didn't even bring her own crew, presumably she really didn't mean to fight. It's enough for me to deal with it here. Rozi patted Vivi's shoulder, then looked at Nami. Nami, how about you help Vivi? I'll just stay here. Nami looked at Vivi, then at Rozi, and finally shook his head. Let Sanji or Luffy help. Anyway, it's just two senior agents, so there won't be any danger. Saying that, Nami took another look at Hancock who was frowning, as if he was not in a good mood. At this moment, Nami had to admit that Hancock's beauty was indeed effective for both men and women. Even she recognized Hancock's beauty from the bottom of her heart. For no reason, Nami hugged Rozi's arm and buried it in his arms. No, I want to stay here, lest Rozi be taken away by this woman. Luffy gaped his mouth and grabbed Rozi's other arm. This made Rozi, who was just happy to feel the softness in Nami's arms, twitch the corners of his mouth speechlessly. Hehe, I'd better go with you, Vivi. I always feel that it is not suitable for me to stay here. Usopp looked at Sanji, who was lying on the deck with a grey face, as if he hadn't heard anything, then looked at the complicated situation of Rozi and the others, and decided to go to Vivi. Before leaving, I did not forget to bring Zoro and Sanji together. Seeing that he couldn't fight, Zoro didn't reject Usopp. After Rozi pointed Vivi in the direction of the high-level agents, several people jumped off the Mary and took a Kalem to the location of the high-level agents MR5 and Miss Valentine. For a while, only Rozi, Luffy, Nami, and Boa Hancock were left on the deck of the Mary. Luffy, Nami, put the two of you aside for a while, I won't leave the Mary. Let me have a good talk with this queen first. Rozi pulled his arms out of Luffy and Nami's arms, stepped in front of Hancock, and said, Miss Hancock, can I ask why you asked me to follow you to Amazon Lily? Looking closely at the female Emperor Hancock, Rozi can better appreciate the high charm of Hancock. In order to avoid being suddenly attacked by its sweet fruit, Rozi directly entered the state of transparent world. Hancock didn't speak, but looked up at Luffy and Nami, who looked alert behind Rozi. Worry about Lu and Nami, the half I trust. Hearing what Rozi said, Hancock pondered for a while, and then said to Rozi, You killed celestial dragons, it's not safe in the outside world. Go back to the Amazon Lily with your concubine, you're safe. You're trying to keep me safe. You have done things that the concubine dare not do, and the concubine admires you very much, so the concubine no longer blames you for peeking at the concubine. But the concubine does not want you to tell what you saw one day, so the concubine I want you to stay in Amazon Lily. After a pause, Hancock continued. Even, use force. Hearing this, Rozi finally understood what Hancock meant. Nothing more than he killed celestial dragons, and Hancock admired him. Therefore, I don't plan to pursue the matter that Rozi once saw her tattoo on her back in her bedroom. But she was worried that Rozi was staying in a place she couldn't see, worried that one day Rozi would reveal the slave seal behind her and her two sisters. Add a little desire to protect Rozi from actually being killed by the celestial dragons. So he planned to bring Rozi back to his country, even though there was no precedent for a man to live in this country. Well, I finally understand what you mean. But unfortunately, I promised my partners to pursue their dreams with them. So it's absolutely impossible for me to leave halfway through. If Hancock you think force can take me away, you can have a fight with me alone. If you win, I'll go with you. 1. If you lose. Rozi's mouth rose. I heard that Amazon Lily has an excellent haki practice method. If you lose, I hope you, Hancock, can teach me this haki practice method. Chapter 123. Rozi himself has tempered armament haki and observation haki to a very high degree. But this is related to his own talent and the battles he has experienced. There's no way he can replicate his haki upbringing to Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and others. The Amazon Lily is different. There, a slightly more powerful female warrior can use haki. This can be seen from the fact that the female warrior of the Amazon Lily can cover the armament haki on the arrow and launch it. Under such circumstances, Rozi would not believe anything to say that there is no special haki practice method for Amazon Lily. The method of haki's practice. You shouldn't need it. 1. Hancock was a little puzzled. She had played against Rozi when she was in the Nine Snakes. That's when Rozi showed great armament haki and observation haki. I want my buddies to learn armament haki and observation haki quickly. So that's the case. Anyway, the concubine agreed to your terms. After speaking, Hancock slammed his hands into a heart shape. Sweet sweet liver wind. The pink ray swept towards Rozi, and Rozi looked calm, allowing the pink ray to enter his body and fly out from his back. Sorry, you lost. Hancock chuckled softly, then reached out to grab Rozi's shoulder. But soon, she realized something was wrong. Rozi, who should have been petrified, was not petrified, and a pair of smart eyes were looking at her calmly. Have you escaped? Hancock frowned. Observation haki quickly locked Rozi's body, and performed sweet liver wind on Rozi again. The same pink ray swept towards Rozi, and this time Rozi also did not choose to avoid it. And the result was exactly the same as before. How is it possible? Why didn't you petrify? Hancock exclaimed. This time, she was sure that Rozi wasn't running away. He just stood there motionless, letting the rays of sweet liver wind pass over his body. At this moment, Hancock couldn't help but doubt his own charm. Although such doubts are only for a moment. You're done attacking? Then it's my turn. Rozi stretched out his hand and pulled Hancock's collar, which was still a little stunned, and his eyes quickly changed to Mangeki Sharingan as he pressed it on. Hancock just wanted to get rid of Rozi's hand when he stared at Rozi's strange eyes. At this moment, Rozi's Sharingan began to spin rapidly. Let me see how Sharingan's illusions work on Shishibukai level characters. Tsukuyomi. Rozi's heart froze, and tears were left in his eyes because of the powerful illusion. Hancock's eyes widened, only to feel that a powerful spiritual force began to invade his heart, and his body instinctively used observation haki to resist the invasion of this spiritual force. However, the mental power of the invasion was too domineering, and in the blink of an eye, it eroded the mental power that Hancock had no time to mobilize. Hancock only felt the darkness before his eyes, and waited until the light returned again. She found that she and Rozi had come to a blood-filled space, especially the full moon on the horizon, which was extremely bloody and strange. Where is this place? What happened to your concubine? Hancock frowned. His feet stomped on the ground and rushed towards Rozi quickly. However, a few seconds later, Hancock found that no matter how many meters he ran towards Rozi, the distance between him and Rozi did not seem to change. The strong sense of spatial dislocation made Hancock feel more irritable. Observation haki and Conqueror's haki displayed at the same time, dispersing towards the surrounding space. In an instant, under the influence of haki, the space that was originally still began to tremble a little. And Rozi is also feeling more and more difficult to maintain Tsukuyomi at this moment, and the power that needs to be consumed seems to be more and more. It seems that observation haki is more than resistant to Tsukuyomi's encroachment. Even if he was brought into Tsukuyomi's space, observation haki might help himself out of the reading space. The erosion of Tsukuyomi's space by Conqueror's haki is even more pronounced. Looks like we need to hurry up. Rozi thought to himself as he looked at Hancock, who was increasing the speed of haki's spread. The next second, a red light flashed in Hancock's eyes, and a very bad premonition struck his heart. This feeling is heavenly. Hancock looked up at the sky, and was surprised to find that the blood moon that was originally hanging in the sky was falling at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already above Hancock. How could it be possible to pull the moon down? Hancock's eyes widened, even if she resisted, but in the face of a moon that was countless times bigger than herself, she could only watch it smashed on her body. In an instant, Hancock felt a violent shock in his own spirit, and a strong tingling sensation hit his mind. Instead of reviving Hancock's memory of being captured by the celestial dragons, Rozi chose a slightly gentler approach to use Tsukuyomi. The next moment, when Han Ting could pass the card, he found that he had actually returned to the melee. Directly opposite her is Rozi, who is holding her hand, with blood and tears in his eyes, and his eyes are mysterious. Is this concubine okay? Hancock frowned, subconsciously trying to get rid of Rozi's arm, and at the same time resisting the severe pain in his mind. He raised his long legs and planned to kick Rozi's head, King Lee's. However, Rozi's speed was one step faster than him after all. Laugh. Black and red lightning flashed across Rozi's clenched fist, then swept across Hancock's profile. The violent wind directly made Hancock's smooth black hair flutter in the wind, and also made Hancock's kick stop next to Rozi's cheek, and his eyes stared at Rozi blankly. Her observation haki told her that if the punch hit her in the face just now, although she wouldn't die, she would be seriously injured. Just here, Hancock. Rozi retracted his fist and patted Hancock's snow-white calf on his cheek with his left hand. That gentle palm made Hancock's body tremble for no reason. This was the first time a man had put his hand on her calf. Suddenly, a strange feeling hit her heart. Chapter 124. My fist didn't hit you, your kick didn't hit me, how about a draw? Rozi smiled and couldn't help but feel emotional. Although he took advantage of Hancock's carelessness this time and made her hit Tsukuyomi. But the effect is not as good as Rozi expected. The follow-up is because of the strong willpower of the pirate world, and now Hancock still has the power to fight. Of course, after being hit by Tsukuyomi with the first shot, and if he really wants to fight, Rozi must have the advantage, and this advantage is not small. At the very least, if the fist that contained conquerors and armed colors just landed on Hancock's body, Hancock would definitely be seriously injured. However, Rozi also understood that he was taking advantage of Hancock's original intention to fight seriously. If the two had fought for their lives from the very beginning, although Rozi was confident that he could win, it would certainly not be as easy as it is now. Hancock pursed her lips, quickly retracted her legs, took a deep breath, and calmed down the weird heartbeat and the pain in her mind. 560 she asked Rozi. What happened to that red space just now? Isn't the moon supposed to fall? That is the spiritual space, what you saw just now is an illusion. There is such a real hallucination, it should be related to your eyes. 1. Although it is an interrogative sentence, Hancock's words revealed a positive tone. In this regard, Rozi did not explain too much, just nodded lightly. What about the fist just now? It seems that it's not just armament haki, the concubine seems to feel other powers. You said that, I wrapped Conqueror's haki around my fist to increase the attack power. Conqueror's haki can also be twisted? That's right. Do you want me to teach you? In exchange, you will give me the armament haki and observation haki practice methods. 1. Hancock pursed his lips. I have a headache, I will give you an answer after taking a break. After speaking, Hancock took a few steps back and leaned on the edge of the Mary to close his eyes. Aback, Rozi could only shrug and divert the Sharingan from his pupils. In the distance, Sonia and Marigold, who saw the conflict between Hancock and Rozi, couldn't help it, and led the crew to drive the pirate ship closer to the Mary. At this time, Luffy and Nami also ran over. "Rozi, are you okay? Your eyes are bleeding," Nami exclaimed, and hurriedly took out the handkerchief she was carrying. "It's okay, using Tsukuyomi, bleeding a bit is the basic operation." "Tsukuyomi? Isn't that the power that permanently damages eyesight?" "Don't worry, my body is very resilient and I won't have any side effects from using Tsukuyomi." "Yet, you still have the same exaggerated resilience as Zoro." "No, it's more exaggerated than Zoro's one." Nami put away the handkerchief that was stained with Rozi's blood, and asked curiously. "Captain Rozi, you used Tsukuyomi on that woman, didn't you stab her with a knife in that red space for 72 hours? It's not that exaggerated, with her mental strength, if I want to torture her for 72 hours, it will be a considerable drain on me. So, is it to keep her looking back on painful memories from the past? Itaka can keep Sasuke watching the death scene of his parents, and you can keep her watching the most painful memories of the past one." As soon as these words came out, Hancock's closed eyes instantly widened, and he looked at Rozi in horror. Can that ability continue to reproduce the memories of the past? Thinking of his memory of being captured by celestial dragons, Hancock couldn't help feeling a little panic in his heart. "It's just a contest, I'm not going to use such means. If you are dealing with a real enemy, you can use it." Rozi shook his head and said. Hearing this, Hancock couldn't help feeling a little moved. After some thought, she spoke. "Rozi, concubine admits that you've become a lot stronger. The concubine may not have the strength to bring you back to the Amazon Lily without killing you. So, the concubine decided to trust you and trust that you wouldn't reveal that one. The training methods of armament haki and observation haki will also be given to you as a concubine. But before that, the concubine wants to talk to you alone, can I?" At the end, Hancock couldn't help but use an inquiring tone. This made the Marigold and Sonia sisters, who had come to a relatively close position, widen their eyes. For the first time in so many years, they saw their sister speak like this. And it's still facing a man. Sure. Thanks to Hancock, Haki's practice is very important to my partner. The corners of Rozi's mouth rose, thinking that Luffy, Zoro, and others might be able to become the same 2 years later in the original book in a faster time, and his heart was very excited. "Okay, please come to our ship with your concubine." Hancock gave Rozi a deep look, turned around and jumped, landing right on the deck of his own pirate group. "Nami, Luffy, you guys wait here for me, I'll be back soon. Don't worry, the fight between me and Hancock is over." Rozi said hello to both Luffy and Nami, and the fast runner jumped onto the pirate ship of the 9 Snakes. And to the amazement of all the 9 Snake crew members, they followed Hancock into her bedroom. Her 2 younger sisters stood on both sides of the bedroom door, preventing others from coming. "So, Hancock, what are you going to say to me, eh?" "I can't stand this test, Hancock." Rozi exhaled, his eyes staring straight at Hancock, who was sitting on the stool with his back to him undressed. At this time, he had released the state of transparent world, and suddenly saw Hancock's white back. And that side revealed a little bit of heart towards him, and Rozi, who was a firm character, also had a little heartbeat. Chapter 125. Can you ignore your concubine? Marrow Mellow, will you sink in just to see your concubine's body? Please don't make this show-like expression 1. You can't say that, Ms. Hancock, the situation just now is not the same as the situation now. In other words, the current concubine can petrify you, right? I didn't say that. Instead of that, let's talk about it. You show the seal behind you in front of my eyes, you should have something very important to talk about. Having said that, Rozi at this time had roughly guessed what Hancock wanted to say. Probably the origin of the seal on her body, as well as the seal of the Sun Pirates, etc. Sure enough, after hearing Rozi's words, Hancock slowly started talking about himself. Rozi stood in front of Hancock and just listened quietly without saying much. It was not until Hancock descended to the end, his body trembling slightly, that Rozi opened his mouth and said, "Thank you for trusting me and telling me all this. The past, let it pass, Hancock. Actually, you can live an upright life. If you really dislike the tattoos on your back, you can also engrave a brand new tattoo on your back like the Sun Pirates as a replacement." This is a question that Roach has always been very puzzled about. No matter how much she loves beauty, she probably won't be able to leave the Celestial Dragon's slave seal behind her. It's useless, Rozi. You don't understand, the seal of Celestial Dragons is not just a tattoo, it's a curse. As long as the person who is engraved with the seal will continue to recall the fact that he was a slave no matter how much time passes in the future. Even if the concubine is engraved with a new seal, the countless dreams that wake up the concubine at night will remind the concubine of the past. A concubine will never be able to live an upright life. At the end, Hancock's bright eyes could not help but hang with a little tears. Curse. Rozi frowned. Well, Hancock, can I get a closer look at what's behind your back? Hearing this, Hancock glanced at Rozi's clear eyes, and then whispered, "Yeah." With permission, Rozi stepped forward, walked to Hancock's back, and gently stroked the Celestial Dragon seal on Hancock's back with his right hand. Although Hancock was mentally prepared, something behind her was suddenly touched, and her body couldn't help shaking. Fortunately, Rozi didn't touch for too long. After a while, he touched his chin and stood up. There does seem to be some strange power attached to this seal. No way, it's caused by some strange devil fruit. Rozi frowned, he knew that there were many causal and curse-like devil fruit abilities in this world. Moria's shadow fruit, one of Shishibukai, and the childlike fruit of Doflamingo's subordinate, sugar, are all devil fruits with what can be called the power of a curse. Even the ability of Hancock's own sweet fruit can be called a curse. Since there is an ability in this world that can make people lose their shadows and have the ability to turn them into toys, it is a very normal thing to have the ability to often wake up in the middle of the night and recall the most terrifying past. Hancock, for the seal on your back, I have a method that may be able to remove it for you. Would you like to try it? Hearing this, Hancock turned around and looked at Rozi in surprise, letting the scenery in front of him be revealed in front of him. Seeing this, Rozi quickly stabilized his mind and explained his method in detail. Because the Wanfu Bing Yingjia that I projected is not the original version, so the ability will be reduced. But it should still be possible to lift certain curses. Hancock, if you want, I can project the breakout of the 10,000 talismans to try to lift the curse behind you. Although I haven't verified it, it should be effective. All talismans must be broken, originally an anti-magic noble phantasm in the Moon world, and also a type of armament that Emi Yashiro could project. In the hands of Rozi, with the intervention of the system, Wanfu must be broken also has the characteristic of having an effect on some curses in the pirate world. Really, can it really erase the curse behind the concubine? Ask for her flowers. Hancock was excited, and his hands couldn't help clasping Rozi's right hand tightly. You can first use your ability to petrify the phone bug, and then I'll try to restore the petrified phone bug with Wanfu Bingying relapse. If the phone bug can be recovered, then the want to break the precepts must have an effect on the curse behind you. Wait first, I'll immediately project Wanfu must break the precept. The movement may be a little louder. Rozi smiled mildly at Hancock, took his hand out from between her hands, and took a step back to start the projection of the noble phantasm breaking the precept. Projection, start. 0. The voice fell, and Rozi's raised right hand suddenly burst out with a powerful magic. The magic power roamed around, causing gusts of wind in the room, messing up all kinds of documents, and at the same time making the hair that happened to stay on Hancock's chest flutter. At this moment, the door was suddenly opened, and Sonia's slightly panicked voice sounded. "Sister, what happened?" "Sonia, close the door and don't worry, Rozi is helping me." Hearing Hancock's words, and looking at the terrifying energy emanating from Rozi's body, Sonia entered the room after explaining to Marigold and closed the door tightly. Rozi didn't care about this either, and after taking back his gaze at the scenery leaked by Hancock's hair fluttering, a larger magic power began to condense around him. Create ideas, identify. Basic skeleton, imagine. Material, copy. Manufacturing technology, simulate. Growing up experience, empathy. Accumulate time, reappear. The whole project is complete. All talismans must be broken. The voice fell, and Rozi's palm burst into a huge light. After a few seconds, when the strong light dissipated, Rozi had a strangely shaped short sword in his hand. "Hey, it's a projection noble phantasm level weapon after all, it's a bit of a hassle." "Hancock, petrify the phone bug, we'll test it now." Chapter 126. "Rozi, are you really all right?" After petrifying a phone bug, Hancock looked at Rozi worriedly. "Although I don't understand what Rozi means by noble phantasm. But just judging from the movement just now, Hancock understood that projecting the weapon in his hand consumed a lot of Rozi's energy. In addition to the fact that the two had fought before, she couldn't help projecting what the effect of the 10,000 talismans must be broken would have on Rozi's body. "It's okay, just have a good meal later. Shouldn't we be more curious about the outcome of this phone bug than this?" Rozi smiled, walked to Hancock's side, and stabbed down the petrified phone bug aimed at Bai Wanfa Bingying. "Have you had your last meal?" Hancock pursed his lips, and wrote down Rozi's words in his heart. At this moment, a ray of light flashed from the point of contact between the phone bug and the Wanfa must be broken. Hancock looked up and found that the phone bug that had been petrified had returned to its original state. Han 560 Cook was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. On the side, Sonia also rushed over, her eyes fixed on the phone bug. "The phone bug is back to normal, Rozi, how on earth did you do it? As you can see, just stab it with this noble phantasm. Next, it's your three sisters' turn." Rozi smiled and looked at Hancock. Hancock didn't say much, just turned around and calmly showed his back in front of Rozi's eyes. Rozi picked up the knife and dropped the sword, and Wanfa must break the ring quickly landed on Hancock's back. After a burst of light, the celestial dragon's slave seal on Hancock's back dissipated in an instant. At the same time, Hancock felt that the shackles that had been suppressing his mind for a long time seemed to be suddenly opened and disappeared without a trace. The whole person felt a lot more relaxed in an instant. "Very well, as I thought, the break of the ring will have an effect on Celestial Dragon's seal. Sonia, you will come next." Rozi turned around and was about to make Sonia turn around and let himself help him remove the slave seal, when Hancock suddenly turned and fell directly on Rozi's body. Her hands were wrapped around Rozi's neck, almost hanging her entire body weight on Rozi's body. "Thank you, Rozi." Feeling the warm body temperature of the people around him and listening to her beautiful voice, Rozi only felt that the blood in her body began to flow faster and went straight to her lower abdomen. Aside, Sonia looked at Rozi, then at her sister, and after a little thought, she silently exited Hancock's room. "What happened to Sonia, sister and Rozi?" Seeing Sonia coming out, Marigold immediately asked curiously. "Sister's seal was erased by Rozi using some special ability." "Wait, don't get excited, Marigold, don't go in yet. When my sister calms down, the two of us are going in and ask Rozi to help us lift that curse too." Sonia grabbed the excited Marigold and said quickly. "Marys. What is Rozi doing and why isn't it out yet? Nami, why don't you ask them, you're a woman anyway. Luffy was lying on the edge of the Mary and said boringly. Well, you're right, you have to go and see it. First of all, I'm just worried about Rozi getting hurt. Nami pouted and wanted to jump to the pirate ship of the 9 snake pirates next door. At this moment, she saw Rozi come out from the cabin of the pirate ship opposite. Seeing this, Nami immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but when he saw that Hancock ran out from behind Rozi and buried Rozi's arm in his arms, Nami was instantly stunned. She didn't react until Rozi came close. Without any hesitation, Nami jumped directly onto the pirate ship of the 9 snakes, took Rozi's other hand and buried it in his arms, watching Hancock vigilantly. Rozi, your relationship seems to have become very friendly, what happened to you in there? Nami looked at Hancock without a smile, and said. And Hancock, after seeing Nami's closeness to Rozi, his expression instantly turned cold. Originally, before she met Rozi, she had mixed feelings of admiration and fear for Rozi. But when Rozi showed his strength, Hancock had more admiration in his heart. By the time Rozi used his ability to lift the curse behind him, all his emotions had turned into love. At this moment, seeing Nami, who is suspected of being a rival in love, Hancock naturally didn't have a good face. You woman, don't get so close to the concubines, Rozi. Do you believe that the concubine will petrify you? What? How could Rozi be yours? He has already said that he won't go back to Amazon Lily with you. Even so, the concubine will not allow you to touch Rozi. Strange, you were not like this before? In short, how I want to touch Rozi is my freedom, even if you are the Empress, I will not give in. Although he didn't understand Hancock's change, Nami was inexplicably unwilling to give in at this moment. Hancock had more to say, but Rozi, caught between the two, couldn't take it anymore. Nami, calm down. And you, Hancock, everyone is watching now. And don't you want to prepare a banquet for us? Banquets are not suitable for quarrels. Rozi said. Yes, Rozi, the concubine will be prepared now. No, the concubine has to prepare herself. Guaranteed to bring you food that the woman next to you couldn't prepare. Hancock glared at Nami and walked quickly to the kitchen of the 9 snakes. The members of the 9 snake pirates, who were looking straight to the side, were stunned for a moment. What? Rozi, she looks down on me. Nami stomped his feet and looked at Rozi aggrieved. In this regard, Rozi could only laugh embarrassingly, and quickly appeased Nami. And Luffy, when he heard that there was a banquet, could not wait to jump on the 9 snake pirate ship, waiting with saliva. Sister is because Lord Rozi has done us a big favor, so she is, so close to Lord Rozi. At this moment, Sander Sonia came over and said something to Nami with a smile. Although, she also felt that Hancock's performance was a little too intimate. By the way, Lord Rozi, the haki practice method you want at this time. We are ready, please take a look. Sander Sonia said, handing a manual to Rozi. Thanks, Sander Sonia, that's exactly what I need. After Rozi nodded in greeting, he began to quickly flip through the manual in his hand. Nami saw Rozi's serious expression, and after thinking for a while, he took Sander Sonia's hand and walked to the side, intending to ask what happened between Rozi and Hancock. Sander Sonia remained tight-lipped about the celestial dragon's slave seal, and gradually, Nami became more and more suspicious of the relationship between Hancock and Rozi. Shouldn't it, really do it? However, the time is too short. Nami thought to himself. Fortunately, Rozi didn't know what Nami was thinking. At this moment, he was inferring the haki practice method suitable for Luffy 0.2 and others based on the haki practice manual in his hand. As expected of Amazon Lily's exclusive haki practice method. With the systems of Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, armament haki and observation haki should soon be learned. Usopp should also be able to awaken observation Haki in time. Nami and Vivi, I don't know if they can awaken Haki according to this practice method. Although he thought so, Rozi did not insist on whether Vivi and Nami could learn Haki. With the power of the heroic spirit template, the two women are already strong enough, not to mention that the two women may have the powerful devil fruit ability in the future. Try it, it's best if you can learn it naturally. If you can't learn it, use devil fruit to help the two of them unlock the template of heroic spirit as much as possible. Thinking of this, Rozi raised his head and looked in the direction of Whiskey Peak. I don't know if Vivi and the others have caught the two senior agents now. Chapter 127. What to do, Mr. 5. The unlucky duo were killed, and the ordinary agents all fell down inexplicably. Are we really going to go on a mission? The people next to Princess Vivi seem to be very strong. In Whiskey Peak, in an unmanned hut, Miss Valentine asked Mr. 5 who was sitting across from him with a flustered face. Miss Valentine, you should know that if we don't finish the characters the boss gave us, we're going to die. Mr. 5's face was gloomy, and his eyes hidden under the sunglasses revealed a deep fear. Not long ago, they witnessed the unprovoked fall of the agents of the Baroque Work Society, and at the same time standing on the edge of the Conqueror's Haki shrouded, they also felt a burst of heart palpitations. The palpitations that seemed to come from the depths of their souls forced them not to continue to monitor Akalem and Princess Vivi, and chose to hide in the house. Then, seeing the black and red lightning formed by the more powerful Conqueror's impact from Rozi, 01 Hancock, and others, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine did not dare to leave the house for half a step. For fear of falling down for no reason like other members of the Baroque working community. Because of this, they didn't see that Vivi was heading towards their location with Zoro and the others. But Mr. 5, you've seen it before, with those guys there, we can't do anything to Princess Vivi, right? Miss Valentine, calm down. Those guys aren't Princess Vivi's mates, and we might be able to wait until they leave before we can take action on Princess Vivi. Yet, why didn't I think of it? Maybe Princess Vivi was caught by those pirates, maybe Princess Vivi will be killed by those pirates without us doing anything. That's right, Miss Valentine, so we can wait here without worrying about it. Mr. 5 smiled, not only to convince Miss Valentine, but also to convince himself. However, their voices just fell. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Who? Miss Valentine jumped up from the stool and looked towards the door in horror. The Mr. 5 is also not much better, raised his hand and took out the revolver around his waist, and used his own explosive fruit ability to shoot it. It's me, Miss Wednesday. Outside the door, Princess Vivi tapped lightly on the door. Because of the poor sound insulation of the house, Vivi heard almost all the conversations between Miss Valentine and Mr. 5, and knew that his identity had been exposed. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel fortunate that she met Rozi first. Otherwise, this time when she returned to Whiskey Peak from Twin Gorges, it would probably be the day she and Akalem died. After that, I have to thank Rozi well. Vivi thought, and nodded to the three behind Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro. The three immediately understood what Vivi meant, and jumped directly to the roof next door with both feet, intending to hand over the battlefield to Vivi, so that she could familiarize herself with her abilities through actual combat. Inside the door, Miss Valentine and Mr. 5 looked at each other with a little doubt on their faces. Miss Wednesday? It's her voice, how did she find it here? Mr. 5 asked strangely. Hehe, no matter how she got here. Don't this give us a chance, Mr. 5, let's go get her. Miss Valentine is conspiring loudly, completely unconcerned that her voice might be heard by Princess Vivi outside the door. Wait, Miss Valentine, things are a little weird. Mr. 5 wanted to stop Miss Valentine, but at the moment Miss Valentine was eager to make a contribution and wanted to leave Whiskey Peak quickly. Therefore, he did not listen to his partner's words, and directly opened the door, revealing Vivi with a pair of blood-red 3 Tomo Sharingan outside the door. Seeing Vivi, Mr5, who was worried at first, was relieved and walked over with the revolver in his hand. "Isn't this our Miss Wednesday? No, you should be called Princess Vivi. By the way, what's wrong with your eyes, do you have pink eye?" While Miss Valentine said with a smile, she reached out and grabbed Vivi's shoulder. However, Vivi just took a step back and avoided Miss Valentine's grasp, and even quickly grabbed the outstretched arm of Miss Valentine and threw it behind him. "Ow!" Miss Valentine frowned, subconsciously using the light lion fruit's ability to levitate in mid-air. Mr5 also frowned, raised his hand and placed the revolver on Vivi's forehead. "Princess Vivi, I advise you not to act rashly. Your identity has been known by the boss, and now there is only a dead end left for you." Hearing this, Vivi smiled softly, "So, you are going to kill me now, right? If that's the case, it doesn't matter if I kill you." The Miss Love 560, who was suspended in mid-air, heard this, and veins appeared on his forehead immediately. The feeling of being suffocated by the previous conqueror's haki burst out instantly. "Mr5, tell her what to do." The boss didn't say that he must be caught alive, he just killed her. Saying that, Miss Valentine floated to the top of Vivi's head and instantly used the ability to add weight to her body. 10,000 kilograms of weight. The sudden increase in weight gave Miss Valentine incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, she was already above Vivi's head and sat down. With a bang, Vivi, who was hit by Miss Valentine, to be precise, Vivi's shadow clone turned into a white smoke that spread out instantly. Miss Valentine, who was sitting on the ground, saw this scene, and she instantly froze. She didn't feel like hitting the enemy. "Is that the only way? If that's the only way, I'll be disappointed." Just when Miss Valentine floated up again and wanted to find the trace of Vivi, a familiar female voice suddenly appeared behind her. Miss Valentine looked behind her in horror, only to see a pair of 3 Tomo's Sharingan getting bigger and bigger in front of her eyes, and finally a strong tiredness hit her heart. Chapter 128. Miss Valentine? "You woman, what did you Miss Valentine?" Mr5 looked at Miss Valentine, who fell to the ground in surprise, puzzled. He didn't understand why it was her who fell down, even though it was Miss Valentine's attack. There's no way she'd hurt her head because she was only receiving the reaction force of the fall. Rather than caring about her, you should still care about yourself. Using Sharingan's illusion, Vivi, who had stunned Miss Valentine, straightened up again and looked at Mr5 who was talking. When she spoke, she was also surprised by her own strength. She thought it would not be so easy to use illusion on Miss Valentine, but now it seems that she still thinks too highly of Miss Valentine's will and underestimated the power of 3 Tomo Sharingan. "UBD, I see, you ate some kind of devil fruit, didn't you one? Looks like the Miss Valentine was careless. However, I won't be careless, you woman should die now." Mr5's eyes were fixed, and he fired several shots at Vivi. Constructed with the explosive fruit ability, the bullet flew out of the barrel quickly and shot at Vivi. However, the extreme speed in the eyes of ordinary people seems to be so slow in the eyes of Vivi's Sharingan. She just shifted her body slightly and dodged all the bullets. And all of this just happened in an instant. How is that possible? Why did my bullet miss? What the hell did you eat, devil fruit? Mr5 widened his eyes, and hurriedly reloaded his revolver again. Vivi shook his head, his hands quickly knotted. When Mr5 shot her again, Vivi blew a sharp breath at Mr5. Fire style great fireball technique. A beam of flame flew out of Vivi's mouth and quickly condensed into a giant great fireball with a diameter of about 1 meter in front of him. The Mr5's explosive bullet hit the fireball, but the sparks disappeared. And Mr5, the moment the great fireball takes shape, has been stunned. When he reacted and wanted to escape, it was too late. The huge fireball pushed his body directly into the house behind him. With a bang, the house came to him, and MR5 was buried in the rubble full of flames, and he didn't know if he was alive or dead. Oops, the shot is too heavy, he won't die, right? Vivi's eyes widened, and he hurried forward to fish out MR5 from it. Rozi had reminded to bring back the senior agent alive. If MR5 dies, Vivi won't forgive himself. Don't worry, he's still alive. I can feel his breath. At this time, Zoro walked to Vivi's side, drawing and swinging the knife in one go. Under Zoro's precise control, most of the ruins were blown away by the rotating flying slash, leaving behind the unconscious MR5 inside. It's okay, he's fine. Vivi breathed a sigh of relief. Her Sharingan could clearly see MR5's up and down chest, which proved that MR5 at least still had breathing. It's not something that can be summed up. Vivi, the ninja power you have acquired is really powerful. Not only are the methods special and deceptive, but even the power of ninjutsu is very powerful. Usopp jumped off the mobile house and looked at the movement caused by Vivi with emotion. Although the template he uses now is definitely stronger than Vivi's, but in terms of the diversity of means, it is far less than Vivi's Uchiha Attacca template. Of course, don't look at who Princess Vivi is. Vivi, let's go back and let Rozi strengthen you. That way you can use the power of Uchiha Attacca even further. Sanji carried MR5's body and walked over. Just when he wanted to lift up Miss Valentine's body with joy, Vivi helped her up first. Having said that, it's best not to use excessive strength and ninjutsu if you can. 1. If you use it forcibly, you may be in a coma for the whole day like Nami using Fairy's Radiance. 1. No, Vivi, you haven't seen Nami use Fairy's Radiance either. Usopp said. Thank you, Usopp, and Sanji. Don't worry, I get it. 1. Lieutenant Rozi has warned me that I won't mess around. Everyone, let's go back now. Vivi smiled at the three and took the lead in carrying Miss Valentine and ran to the port. Usopp, Zoro and Sanji followed. When they arrived at the port, they saw Rozi, Luffy, Hancock, and others who were having a banquet on the pirate ship of the 9 Snake Pirates. Al, how did it get so good? How did Rozi estimate it? Usopp's eyes widened, and he locked onto Luffy, who was holding the big flesh and dancing strangely, as well as Nami and Hancock, who looked like fire and water around Rozi. Whatever, as long as there is wine to drink is enough. Usopp, let's join in too. Zoro smiled and jumped on the 9 Snakes pirate ship happily. When a crew member of the 9 Snake Pirates saw Zoro, he immediately handed it over and was taken. Because of the orders of the 3 Hancock sisters, the crew of the 9 Snake Pirates have no ill will towards the Straw Hat Pirates. Even, under Hancock's order, they took the initiative to help Rozi pack the treasure of Whiskey Peak. Zoro, wait for me. Usopp saw that Zoro was okay, and jumped on the boat happily immediately. Damn, that guy Rozi is surrounded by the Empress and Nami. Wait, aren't there other young ladies? I'm here. King Lee's, Sanji let out a cheerful cry and immediately followed in Usopp's footsteps. An MR5 was thrown onto the deck of the Mary by him at will. Seeing this, Vivi shook his head helplessly, and put the Miss Valentine behind him on the deck of the Mary. Just when she wanted to go to the pirate group of the 9 Snakes, Rozi's voice suddenly sounded behind her. First fight, how does it feel, Vivi? Captain Rozi, aren't you having a banquet? Hehe, I'll leave for a while halfway through, and I'll chat with you by the way. As Rozi said that, he usually picked up Miss Valentine and MR5 and walked towards the cabin of the Mary. Really, isn't it because the Empress is too enthusiastic? Or, is it because Miss Nami is too enthusiastic? Vivi laughed, hands behind his back, looking at Rozi playfully. Chapter 129. It turns out that you, Princess Vivi, will be sloppy too. 1. Rozi put Miss Valentine and MR5 in the aisle of the Mary's cabin, and gave Vivi an angry look. No, I just think you are amazing, Deputy Captain Rozi. Hancock, the Empress who was still aloof and cold just now, seems to be looking like you won't marry. Deputy Captain Rozi, how on earth did you give the world's most beautiful woman the peace of mind? Vivi approached Rozi, raised his head and asked curiously. Hancock's beauty, Vivi's heart is also very recognized. It was because of this that she was curious about Hancock's previous performance. Especially when Hancock's closest object is his benefactor. Really want to know that? I really want to. Why don't I reproduce the way I treated Hancock on you, so you should be able to satisfy your curiosity? Do you want to use that method on me? That's right, it happens that I like Princess Vivi, you are also very fond of you, if you can just use this method to make you obey me, it's pretty good to think about. Hearing Rozi's words, Vivi's face immediately flushed. For a while, he didn't dare to look at Rozi. Okay, I lied to you. You're not Hancock. Even if I did the same thing to you as 560 did to Hancock, you probably wouldn't be like her. Instead of thinking about these, let's think about strengthening. While speaking, Rozi had used the permissions of his own system to take out the 2 devil fruits from Miss Valentine and MR5. You can actually take out the devil fruit, Captain Rozi, how on earth did you do it? Vivi's eyes widened. Although I have heard it before, Vivi will inevitably be surprised when he sees Rozi's abilities. This ability is Rozi's unique talent, and we can't do it. No, in the eyes of outsiders, this ability should belong to me. At this time, Nami's voice appeared on the Mary. Haha, still mad at what happened back then, Nami? Rozi looked at Nami who was entering the cabin and laughed loudly. Humph, it's all you, Marine and the others, who mistakenly think that I have the ability to take away the devil fruit. While talking, Nami walked up to Vivi and roughly told Vivi about his bounty problem. Hearing this, Vivi looked at Nami with some sympathy. Let's not talk about this first, let's strengthen it first. Rozi smiled and directly activated the system permission to integrate the light lion fruit into Vivi's body. The next moment, Vivi couldn't help but open Sharingan, and transformed into Mangeki Sharingan in a very short time. Is this the power of Sharingan after he is completely liberated? Vivi raised her hand and touched her eyes, feeling the change of vision, she understood the extraordinariness of her eyes more deeply. Let's study it later, and now, go to the banquet first. Rozi patted Vivi on the back, and after collecting another explosive fruit, he wanted to take her and Nami back to the pirate ship of the 9 snakes. Rozi, what about these 2 people, what do they do? Vivi looked at Miss Valentine and MR5 and said. Just throw it off the boat, and they will no longer pose a threat to us if they lose their abilities. Hearing this, Nami and Vivi both carried one in each hand, dragging Miss Valentine and MR5 out. Hours later. Mary's. Don't worry, Hancock, I'll go back to Amazon Lily to find you later. You know, I killed celestial dragons, and the world government chased me hard. I don't want to hurt your country, and I don't want to hurt you. Do you see what I'm thinking, Hancock? Rozi put his hands on Hancock's shoulders, his expression serious and serious. I understand, Rozi, please be sure to come to Amazon Lily in the future, we made an agreement. Hancock blushed slightly, after affirming that Rozi would go to the Amazon Lily after, ABAC. She finally turned around and returned to her pirate ship, directing everyone to gradually sail in the opposite direction of the Mary. At this time, Akalam, who finally found the opportunity, came to Rozi's side. After a long break, he has recovered and learned about the current situation from Vivi and Luffy and others. Your Excellency Rozi, do you really need me to dress up as Princess Vivi to lure the other Baroque workers away? If we take our current route, we will definitely encounter many killers. IKA smile worried. Hehe, don't worry, Akalam. I would be very happy if a senior agent came over. 1. Rozi said with a smile, for him, the senior agents of the Baroque works are completely the delivery man who delivers devil fruit. With such a kind-hearted delivery man, how could he choose to avoid it? Ikram persuaded Rozi a few more words, but seeing that he still couldn't persuade Rozi, he could only sigh, and turned to Vivi, intending to ask her about her plan to join the Straw Hat Pirates. At the same time, when the pirate ship of the 9 Snakes gradually disappeared, Nami walked to Rozi's side. "I've finally sent that woman away." 1. "However, are you really willing to let her leave like this? That's the number 1 beauty in the world, so you're not at all tempted?" Nami said, nudging Rozi's waist with his elbow. "Yeah, I'm also curious about that. You should not be a man who is not close to women." At this time, a mature, but somewhat unfamiliar voice to Luffy, Nami, and others rang on the merry. "That's right, you shouldn't be close to women, Vivi, were you talking just now?" Nami was stunned for a while, then quickly turned to look at Vivi behind him. "No, I'm not talking. But the voice sounds familiar." Vivi shook his head, frowning gradually. "Princess Vivi, it's that woman." Akalam raised his hand and pointed at the mature woman sitting on the second deck of the Mary. Vivi followed Akalam's fingers, her eyes widened immediately. "It's you, Miss All Sunday, why are you here?" Miss All Sunday, which is when Nico Robin smiled and was about to respond to Vivi. However, he saw that Vivi's hands quickly formed seals, and a ninjutsu quickly took shape. Water-style water bullet technique. In Nico Robin's surprised eyes, as Vivi's voice fell, 2 streams of water rose from the sea water on the left side of the Mary, turning into spinning water guns and hitting her. Chapter 130. Manipulating Sea Water. She ate devil fruit. Nico Robin's eyes widened and he glanced at Vivi in disbelief. With the power of Sharingan, the 2 water spears Kakuzu summoned by Vivi are extremely tricky. Almost blocked all the Kakuzu that Nico Robin could avoid. Nico Robin gritted his teeth and stared at the water that was getting closer and closer. As a demon fruit power, she clearly understands the fate of being hit by this current. Without hesitation, she directly activated the ability of flower fruit, formed a pair of hands on the back wall, pulled her clothes and threw them towards the ship that was docked next to the Mary, pulled by a huge turtle. Seeing that his ninjutsu fluttered, Vivi jumped off the Mary. Seeing this, Nico Robin was even more puzzled. Isn't she demon fruit power, why jump into the sea? Wait, standing on the sea, what kind of power is this? Nico Robin was muttering in his heart, but saw that Vivi's hands began to seal again. Thinking that he also needs to use his hands to pose a certain position when he casts flower fruit, Nico Robin immediately thinks that Vivi's ability is related to the movements of her hands. Before he could think about it, Nico Robin immediately crossed his hands, trying to create 2 arms on Vivi's body to disrupt Vivi's movements. It is a pity, however, because of the accumulated experience of Uchiha attack is not printing. Vivi was also dissatisfied with the speed of the seal, and the new ninjutsu was quickly formed, and the sea in front of him began to churning. Water style, water dragon bomb technique. With Vivi's coquettish drink, the sea water in front of her suddenly rose, forming a water dragon about 10 meters long and rushing towards Nico Robin. In the blink of an eye, Nico Robin was in front of him. Oops! Nico Robin opened her mouth wide and wanted to escape, but this was the sea, and she couldn't avoid it. At this moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Just here. It was Rozi who appeared in front of Nico Robin, who raised his hand to reach the water dragon. The moment he touched the water dragon, the eye of the ice god on Rozi's waist quickly radiated strong ice magic. In just an instant, the surging water dragon was completely frozen into an ice dragon, and stopped abruptly in front of Rozi and Nico Robin. "Lieutenant Rozi, that woman is a Baroque worker. And it's crocodile." Vivi noticed Rozi's appearance, and immediately stepped on the sea and ran to the sea in front of Rozi and Nico Robin. To be able to move on water, and to control water. Isn't this ability natural to restrain demon fruit power? Nico Robin frowned and looked at Vivi warily. She never thought that she just wanted to talk to Vivi and Rozi, but she didn't want to bump into the Empress Hancock's ship first. When the Empress Hancock finally left, she was almost defeated by Vivi, who she didn't like very much at the moment she boarded the Mary. I know, Vivi, stop for now. I also know the woman behind me. 1. Can you look at my face? Don't do it for the time being. At least, let's hear what she wants to say when she comes to us. Rozi jumped off the back of the huge turtle that Nico Robin was riding, and stepped on the sea water to reach her like Vivi. This scene made Nico Robin even more puzzled. If Vivi can tread water because of her devil fruit ability, what is Rozi's? At this time, Nico Robin couldn't help but wonder if he was dreaming. Deputy Captain Rozi, the first day you met Miss? I understand, since it's Rozi you know someone, there's nothing you can do. Vivi took a deep look at Nico Robin, turned and jumped from the sea to the deck of the Mary. Rozi turned around and looked at Nico Robin behind him. Nico Robin, don't suddenly show up on someone else's boat next time. Be careful, you will be killed before you can speak. Hearing this, the corner of Nico Robin's mouth rose slightly, having said that, but Rozi, haven't you solved the problem for me? It's just a temporary solution for you. Rozi shook his head and patted Nico Robin's shoulder. Come on, come with me to the Mary, this time at least until you finish speaking, no one will do anything to you. Ask for her flowers. After speaking, Rozi jumped back to the deck of the Mary. After Nico Robin thought for a while, he also returned to the Mary. In the current situation, she did not feel that she could leave involuntarily. Your Excellency Rozi, can you take the liberty to ask, how did you know that woman? Seeing Rozi returning to the boat, Akalam, who had seen everything before, immediately walked over. As for the first meeting, it was after I revealed the identity of the behind-the-scenes boss of the Baroque works to Princess Vivi. Not long after Princess Vivi left, I saw this miss all Sunday. Forget it, let's call her Nico Robin. Rozi said Nico Robin's name, which surprised Akalam and Vivi again. 0. Because the photo on the bounty about Robin is still what she looked like when she was a child. Both Akalam and Vivi hadn't found out that Miss All Sunday was the Devil's son who had been rewarded. Rozi is right. Speaking of which, it was because of Rozi's words that I met Crocodile with you, Princess Vivi, and Akalam won. It's a pity, obviously I fulfilled my promise, but Rozi, you didn't fulfill what you promised me, but chose to disappear. Nico Robin walked over to Rozi and looked at Rozi with some resentment. Rozi, do you have any cooperation with this woman? Vivi frowned. I did talk about some cooperation matters at the beginning. Didn't I tell you the identity of the behind-the-scenes boss of the Baroque Work Club? You didn't choose to believe it at the time, so I thought if Nico Robin took you to see the boss behind the scenes, maybe you'd change your mind. Rozi nodded. So it is. Vivi looked at Robin in surprise, not expecting that he would know Crocodile's identity only because of Rozi. No, since that's the case, why are the identities of Akalam and I exposed again? Miss All Sunday, you have revealed the identities of me and Akalam 1. Vivi looked at Nico Robin tightly, and asked with a serious face. Chapter 131. Indeed, it was I who exposed your affairs. After all, Your Excellency Rozi has not completed the agreement with me. You say so, Lord Rozi? Nico Robin turned his head to look at Rozi with a faint smile on his face. Ms. Robin, you can't say that one. I did take the news of the historical text and asked you to help let Vivi know about Crocodile 1. So that I can do a deal with Vivi. But you also didn't agree in the true sense because you doubted the possibility of my words 1. Then I left Alabasta due to Marine and World Government chasing troops. I don't know anything about you leading Vivi to investigate Crocodile's identity. Speaking of which, you still helped Wei 560 Wei to figure out Crocodile's identity when you didn't really agree to my request. Isn't this your own personal behavior? Hearing Rozi's words, Vivi's expression turned cold as he looked at Robin. Nico Robin ignored Vivi's eyes, and ignored Rozi's last words, his eyes were fixed on Rozi's eyes. And now, Lord Rozi, can you fulfill the agreement? Robin's voice fell, Rozi didn't say anything, but Vivi snorted and spoke. With what you've done, Deputy Captain Rozi has no reason to honor your contract at all. Miss All Sunday, don't take an inch. If this happens again, I don't mind letting you end up like MR5 and Miss Valentine. Hearing this, Nico Robin turned to look at Vivi and said. It seems that MR5 and Miss Valentine were killed by you. I'm curious, Princess Vivi, where did you get your powers from? I've never heard of the ability to manipulate seawater. Having said that, Robin glanced at Rozi, who was also able to tread water. Do you think I'll tell you, Miss All Sunday? Lieutenant Rozi, she doesn't seem to have much to say. Let's keep her under control. Once again, Vivi made her own offer. Not in a hurry. Rozi waved his hand and said. Robin, although the previous agreement between us doesn't count. But we can make a whole new deal. I gave you the historical text, and you helped us deal with the Baroque society and quell the civil unrest in Alabasta. This time, in order to show my sincerity, I can give you part of the historical text first. Hearing this, Nico Robin's eyes widened immediately. Do you really have the broad text of the historical text stone tablet? Rozi smiled and didn't answer Robin, but turned around and walked to Usopp and asked for a piece of white paper and a red pen. And started writing mysterious characters on white paper in front of Nico Robin and everyone. Slowly, with more and more characters, Nico Robin's face has changed from doubt at the beginning to final certainty. These characters are the ancient characters. The man in front of him really knows the historical text. A few minutes later, Rozi put down the pen in his hand and handed the paper with ancient characters to Nico Robin. That's the end? That's all you know? Nico Robin raised his brows and looked at Rozi suspiciously. Of course I don't know this. Rozi tapped his head and smiled. Written on this piece of white paper is part of what was written on one of the historical text stone tablets I saw at the Big Mom Pirates. Although I don't understand the meaning of these ancient words, the good thing is that my memory is good enough. So at that time, I also remembered the words on the two historical text stone tablets. Nico Robin, if you want to know what the rest of the historical text is, then do us a favor first. Even without Nico Robin's help, Rozi is confident that they can handle the Baroque Work Club now. But now that Vivi doesn't like Nico Robin so much, Rozi feels that he has to stand up and create opportunities for the two to ease their relationship. It would be too bad if the Straw Hat Pirates had one more Vivi and one less Nico Robin. As for only giving half of the historical text, this is of course to wrap Nico Robin's heart on his side. In this way, even if they get separated halfway, Rozi believes that Nico Robin will take the initiative to find the Straw Hat Pirates. Of course, Rozi also felt that with Nico Robin's help, Alabasta's problems could be more easily resolved. At least, you can take some detours a lot. Nico Robin looked at the paper in his hand, then looked at Rozi, the heartbeat started to speed up significantly. After translating what was written on the paper, she was able to assert that this was the historical text she was after. This is really... I didn't expect Lord Rozi to actually know the historical text. And it seems that I have seen more than one historical text stone tablet. In this way, wouldn't I have no way to escape? How many historical text stone tablets do you know, Luo? Nico Robin swallowed and looked at Rozi nervously. She knew who Rozi used to be, and at this moment, she couldn't help but hope that Rozi, who used to be a world government agent, could come up with more historical texts. I won't tell you how many historical text stone tablets I have seen. But I can tell you exactly one thing. I have seen one of the 4 most special red historical text stone tablets, and I know the location of 2. The corners of Rozi's mouth were slightly raised, and he looked at Nico Robin, who was a little short of breath because of his own words, with interest. The red, historical steel? Does such a steel really exist? Believe it or not, let's talk about your answer. Is it to help us deal with the Baroque society, or I help you? Before Rozi could finish speaking, Nico Robin couldn't wait to give his answer. Originally, she helped Crocodile to see Alabastus historical text steel. Now that there is a more intuitive opportunity to see the historical text stone tablet, how could she choose to give up? 0.2 Your Excellency Rozi, do you need me to help you set the top flight route and avoid the sight of the members of the Baroque Society? Nico Robin quickly brought into the role and began to think on the side of Rozi and Vivi. No, it's better to say that I would like you to tell the senior agents of the Baroque works about our Route 1. Rozi waved his hand and said. Hey, are you planning to eliminate the senior agents of the Baroque works before going to Alabasta 1? That's right, with your Lord Rozi's strength, you really don't have to worry about the threat of the Baroque Society. However, if too many high-level agents or members of the Baroque Society fail to capture Vivi, it will cause the Sand Crocodile to be suspicious. Maybe he will speed up the process of leading the Alabasta Rebellion. Robin said. Chapter 132. You're right, Miss Valentine and MR5 have failed. If another senior agent fails to capture Vivi again, it may indeed attract the attention of that cunning Sand Crocodile. But what if it wasn't for the failure to capture Vivi in Akalem? Presumably even if the Sand Crocodile was angry, he wouldn't think too much about it. Rozi laughed. Indeed, it is indeed Your Excellency Rozi, who is really thoughtful. Speaking of the senior agents who are performing other missions, recently I have assigned MR4 and Miss Christmas, as well as MR3 and Miss Golden Week to the Drum Kingdom to perform a task of tracing people. Speaking of which, this task is also related to you. I wonder if Lord Rozi and your friends are interested in going to that island. Nico Robin thought for a moment and said to Rozi. It's about me, why do you say that, Nico Robin? And you're sending 2 teams of high-level agents over there. Rozi was surprised. After all, according to the plot of the original work, MR3 and Miss Golden Week should go to the trouble of the 2 giants in Little Garden. Could it be that because I joined the Straw Hat Pirates, the speed of the Straw Hat Pirates sailing speeded up? So MR3 and Miss Golden Week have not been assigned the task of finding trouble with those 2 giants. 01 Rozi thought to himself. Because this tracing mission is for members of CP9 and CPO who were removed from a mission for East Blue. Considering their strength, the boss who wants to recruit them will send 2 groups of senior agents, and specially named MR3 who is more flexible among the senior agents. Nico Robin laughed. CP9, and CP0, East Blue. So, those old friends of mine. I don't think Crocodile has the weight to invite a few of them to him as his subordinates. However, it turned out to be the Drum Kingdom. It's such a coincidence. Rozi exclaimed. What's wrong, Your Excellency Rozi, is there anything else you care more about? It's nothing, Robin. It's just that I plan to take everyone to the Drum Kingdom to find a good doctor there. In this case, why don't I take everyone to the Drum Kingdom? With my contact, even if MR4 and the others complete the task first, they will not leave there for the time being. 1. Hearing this, Rozi nodded and looked at Luffy and the others. Luffy, Vivi, the place I was talking about with good doctors was the Drum Kingdom. So I thought, before going to Alabasta, I might as well go to the Drum Kingdom. If you go directly from here, I believe it won't take too long. Rozi said. I have no opinion on finding a ship doctor. It's just Deputy Captain Rozi, this woman can betray Crocodile at will. Is she really worthy of our trust? Unconsciously, Vivi started Sharingan again, trying to use these eyes of insight to see Robin clearly. I think, at least she won't betray the text of history, right, Robin? Hearing Rozi's words, Robin smiled and nodded. Since Vice Captain Rozi said so, I have nothing to say. But Nico Robin, I'll keep my eyes on you. If you plan to do something bad to the pirates or Alabasta, I will not let you go first. Vivi said. The three Tomo in Sharingan began to rotate rapidly, making the surrounding aura serious. Princess Vivi is really scary now. Your Excellency Rozi, you must protect me during the next journey. Nico Robin took Rozi's arm and said pitifully. Between the words, it is as if Vivi is a beast of a flood. And Vivi, seeing Nico Robin using Rozi as a shield, became more and more unhappy with Nico Robin. He strode over to Rozi and held Rozi's other hand in his. Lieutenant Rozi, please don't let this daughter confuse you. How can it be doubts? I am seriously seeking help from your Excellency Rozi 1. Humph, how could a woman like you still seek help from others? Who knows what bad thoughts are simmering in your heart? How could it be? Princess Vivi doesn't believe me, doesn't she believe in the vision of Lord Rozi? It seems that Princess Vivi does not believe Lord Rozi even though she is a co-captain 1. You woman, you are not allowed to provoke the relationship between me and Vice Captain Rozi. Vice Captain Rozi, please go and don't listen to her. You know me. Vivi gritted his teeth and tried to explain to Rozi in a panic. But Rozi, caught between the two, couldn't take it anymore. He didn't expect to experience being caught between Nami and Hancock not long ago. Now it's between Vivi and Nico Robin again. Not only Rozi, but even Nami on the side felt a strong sense of sight. However, the discussion between the two did not involve topics such as like and love, and it did not cause Nami to care too much. Okay, you two, please stop arguing in my ear. Rozi interrupted Vivi and continued. Vivi, you first J. Robin right? Change. And you, Miss Robin, please keep a low profile and don't provoke Vivi. And, don't you need to go back to Alabasta? Listen to what you mean, are you planning to follow us to the Drum Kingdom? Hearing this, Nico Robin raised his eyebrows. Lord Rozi doesn't seem to intend to force me on this ship. First of all, thank you for your trust in me. Please don't worry about my problems here. As long as I lie to Crocodile a little bit, I'm sure he won't worry too much about me being a little late. In addition, I have a permanent pointer to the Drum Kingdom here, which must be what you need. It's hard to get a chance to know the historical text, and Rozi doesn't seem to be malicious. Under such circumstances, how could Nico Robin be willing to leave? Since you said so, then of course I have no opinion. Rozi took the permanent pointer passed by Nico Robin and turned to look at Luffy. Luffy, what do you think? He, I have no opinion, I just want to see what Rozi's recommended ship doctor looks like, and what kind of heroic spirit template he will choose. Luffy said with a giggle. Idiot, don't mention heroic spirits in front of outsiders. Also, you want to see a ship doctor and choose a heroic spirit template, rather than a ship doctor 1. Nami patted Luffy's head, and said with a hateful expression on his face. Now that you've decided, let's go now, Nami. When the route is stabilized, everyone will come to me, and I will explain to you about the training method of Haki. Rozi handed the permanent pointer of the Drum Kingdom into Nami's hands and said. Soon, the Mary turned and headed straight for the Drum Kingdom. During the voyage, Vivi stayed by Rozi's side, for fear that Nico Robin 560 would continue to confuse Rozi. Unexpectedly, when she focused her attention on Rozi, Nico Robin had already established a relationship with the crew of all Straw Hat Pirates except Zoro by virtue of her ability. Even if you already know something about Luffy, Sanji, Nami, and others. But when she really saw several people being managed by Nico Robin in different ways, and even faintly accepting him as a partner, Vivi couldn't help but collapse for a while. Compared with Luffy, Sanji, etc., Rozi has enough composure. What? How did it become like this? Vivi patted his forehead and said with a broken face. Hehe, it's not okay to feel broken right now, Vivi. It's going to be a long time from now on. Rozi patted Vivi on the shoulder, glanced at Robin who was talking with Nami, and half pushed Vivi towards the bow of the Mary. But Rozi, we're not really going to let her join the Straw Hat Pirates, are we? She looks like she doesn't want to leave. Rozi pursed his lips and decided to let Vivi prepare. Actually, if Luffy wants to become one piece, Nico Robin's power is indispensable. Indispensable? I don't quite get it, Vice Captain Rozi. You will understand later. As for now, let's deal with the problems at hand. Rozi patted Vivi's shoulder, raised his hand and pointed to the sea in front of the Mary. Hey! Someone was standing on the sea. Rozi, shouldn't that be a ninja too? Vivi looked in the direction Rozi pointed, and immediately saw the man standing on the sea calm and motionless, and suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 133. Vivi's exclamation caught the attention of the other Straw Hat Pirates. They all ran to the bow of the boat to look at the sea ahead, and soon, like Vivi, they noticed the man standing on the sea. Amazing, are there ninjas in other places who can stand on the sea like Rozi and Vivi? Luffy and Usopp both eyes lit up, looking at the man on the sea excitedly. Ninja. Nico Robin frowned and came behind Vivi and Rozi suspiciously. Staying at sea, isn't it the power of devil fruit? Miss Robin, not only Rozi and Vivi can stay at sea, but I can too. Seeing that Nico Robin was so interested in staying on the surface, Sanji immediately became interested. Really, you are really good, Sanji, are you also a ninja? Hearing Sanji's words, Robin became more interested. Even people who suspect that the Straw Hat Pirates can step on the sea, per capita ninja or something. Oh, that's not it, I stepped on the sea by other methods. Sanji scratched the back of his head, and after noticing Vivi's eyes, he still couldn't tell the secret of the black boots. No matter how much he likes beautiful women, Sanji knows that he should not reveal his personal power until Robin is not a partner. Seeing Sanji's expression, Robin was smart and didn't ask any more questions, and turned to look at the man on the sea that was getting closer. Vivi, take a good look with your eyes, it's not standing on the sea. There was a submarine at his feet, and he just happened to be standing on it. Rozi patted Vivi's shoulder and said. Hearing this, Vivi was about to use Sharingan to take a good look at the situation on the other side, but saw that the submarine under the feet of the man on the opposite side took the initiative to rise up. This scene made Luffy, Usopp, and others who were originally excited suddenly relieved. What? It's not a ninja. Luffy pouted and said. Hey? Luffy, they are coming towards us, are they going to attack us? Usopp frowned, instantly alert. Don't worry about Usopp, those guys are weak. However, I didn't expect that I would meet the king of the Drum Kingdom here. Should this be called fate? Vivi, do you want to continue to fight? Rozi smiled and turned to look at Vivi beside him. He who has read the original book knows that Wapol, the king of the Drum Kingdom, had a holiday with Vivi when he was a child. At this time, it can be said that it is suitable for Vivi to fight with Wapol and others. Hey! Fighting with the king of the Drum Kingdom? That's the king of the countries that joined the world government. Vivi said worriedly. Precisely the former king. I received news that Wapol has abandoned his country to become a pirate one. That's why I arranged for Mr. and Miss to go to the Drum Kingdom for Christmas. Speaking of which, Your Excellency Rozi is wanted by the world government. Could it be that Princess Vivi is not willing to fight because the other party is a king recognized by the world government? Nico Robin put his arms around his arms and said with interest. Is it already a pirate? Vivi frowned. Humph, Miss All Sunday, you don't need to remind me what to do and what not to do. Everyone, I'll go back when I go. After Vivi finished speaking, he jumped off the Mary and stepped on the sea water and headed straight for the pirate ship on the opposite side. Vivi, bring back Wapol, that guy is demon fruit power. Hearing Rozi's words, Vivi nodded, and quickly formed a seal with both hands at the same time. The next moment, a water dragon rose from the bottom of the sea and rolled straight towards the pirate ship on the opposite side, causing the pirate ship on the opposite side to vibrate violently. What a powerful impact! But Your Excellency Rozi, is it really okay to let Princess Vivi deal with a pirate group? Nico Robin was surprised and asked suspiciously. Wapol, nothing more. Moreover, if there is really any accident, we will support it in the past. Rozi laughed. Nico Robin frowned and looked at Luffy, Sanji, and others beside him. Sure enough, I saw how their clothes were ready to go. That princess really found a reliable helper. Nico Robin sighed in his heart, and unconsciously became envious. Meanwhile, on the other side, the sudden vibration of the ship caused Wapol and others to panic, and they never thought that the ship they were planning to attack would attack them first. And the other party only sent one person. Surprise, followed by anger. Damn woman, how dare you attack my ship? Quick, kill her for me. Wapol angrily ordered the attack. A group of soldiers stepped forward, either using swords or guns, and went straight to Vivi. Vivi glanced left and right at the approaching soldiers, and 3 Tomo's Sharingan began to spin rapidly. Those strange eyes also made the soldiers who came running couldn't help but look up. The moment they saw Vivi Sharingan, an inexplicable terrifying memory hit their hearts, causing them to slow down involuntarily. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Vivi's hands formed seals, and a scorching aura began to spread around him. Fire style How Long Fire Technique. Roar. Vivi spit out a scorching flame from his mouth, which quickly turned into a fire tornado and rushed towards the soldiers. Those soldiers who stopped because of Sharingan's illusion were unavoidable, and were directly knocked off by the fire dragon, or fell on the deck in pain, or fell directly into the sea. No. Wapol stared at this scene with wide eyes, never thinking of the number of soldiers in front of him. How could he be knocked down so much in a blink of an eye? However, Vivi, Li Wang's, did not intend to give Wapol much thought. Taking advantage of Wapol's surprise, she kicked her feet on the deck and rushed towards Wapol quickly. Fortunately, the 2 cotters next to Wapol responded in time and blocked Vivi, which prevented Wapol from being taken away in a direct wave. At the same time, also surprised was Nico Robin, who didn't know Vivi's specific abilities. Can you still use fire? What kind of ability is this? Is it really the ninjutsu used by the legendary ninja? At this moment, Nico Robin has begun to doubt his common sense. After thinking for a while, Nico Robin finally couldn't help his curiosity and asked Rozi. Rozi, Vivi got this power after joining you guys. And you seem to have similar powers to Vivi 1. Could it be that you taught Vivi these ninjutsu skills? 1. Chapter 134. Who knows, maybe, as you thought earlier. Princess Vivi just ate a special devil fruit 1. Rozi shrugged and said. Devil fruit can't make it possible for one person to control 2 elemental forces. Nico Robin shook his head, obviously not convinced. Even though I can't, have you heard of the Zoan, devil fruit? The demon fruit power of some eudemon species can control more than 2 elements. Maybe Vivi ate that kind of fruit. Rozi smiled and turned to look at Luffy, who was excitedly watching Vivi perform various fire-style ninjutsu. Perceiving Rozi's gaze, Luffy turned his head to look at Rozi with some doubts. Rozi, is there something on my face, looking at me like that? It's nothing, just thought that if you can awaken your phantom beast devil fruit now, Luffy, maybe you can let Miss Robin take a look. Eudemon's devil fruit, what is that? Am I not Paramecia's rubber fruit? The rubber fruit is just the superficial power of your Eudemon's fruit. When you really wake up, you'll know what I mean. Luffy scratched his head, not knowing how his rubber fruit became a devil fruit. Just when he was about to ask, Rozi tapped him on the shoulder and pointed to Vivi. The battle on Vivi's side is almost over, let's get the boat over 560. Walpole was a king after all, and he must have brought a lot of goodies on board. Hearing Rozi's words, Luffy didn't have to give the captain's orders. Nami took the lead in manipulating the ship, and let the Mary approach the pirate ship on the opposite side. "Lieutenant Rozi, I brought this guy back." Vivi came to Rozi with Walpole's body in a coma from an illusion. Although his face was full of sweat, he thought that Walpole, who had bullied him at the meeting held by the world government, was defeated by him. Vivi's heart couldn't contain a burst of excitement. "Well, leave him to me." Rozi nodded slightly, rubbing his arm casually on Walpole. The munch fruit in his body appeared in his palm. After doing all this, he looked at the 20 doctors who had appeared on the deck because of the defeat of Walpole and others. And Nico Robin, who saw this scene in his eyes the whole time, opened his mouth into an O shape, and the originally cold expression froze together at this moment because of surprise. Rozi knew that Nico Robin would become a partner in the future, but he had no idea of hiding his ability. "Rozi, the doctor, Abak, you said you're going to find in the Drum Kingdom is one of those people, right?" Not surprised by Rozi's abilities, Nami suddenly looked at the doctors on the opposite ship and asked. "Not really, although their medical skills are superb, I am looking for a doctor who is better than theirs. So whether it's for the 2 Baroque agents of the Drum Kingdom, or for the doctor, we still have to go to the Drum Kingdom. These guys are also innocent. Anyway, we are going to the Drum Kingdom, but we can take them along the way one," Rozi said. Hearing this, Nami nodded, and instructed Sanji and the others to start carrying treasures on the opposite ship. Rozi, on the other hand, threw the half-dead Walpole away, turned and walked to his room. "Going to collect munch fruit." Nico Robin came back to his senses after watching Rozi's back disappear into the cabin. She turned her head to look at Vivi, and found that Vivi was also staring at her at the moment. "Princess Vivi, you really found an amazing pirate group." "Robin, I know what you're trying to say. What you just saw is not allowed to be revealed to anyone else." Vivi snorted coldly, and then began to cooperate with Nami and the others to carry the supplies on the opposite side. It didn't take long for Nami and others to bring Walpole's supplies and doctors to the Mary, and the Mary resumed its voyage. About an hour later, a marine warship came to the ship of the Walpole pirates and captured the soldiers who were defeated by Vivi. A few minutes later, a marine general wearing a justice coat on the warship picked up the phone in a panic and dialed a number. "Hey, this is Sakazuki, did you find anything?" "Report Sakazuki Admiral, I have found a group of pirates who were defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates, 1. "Hey! Did you get the whereabouts of the Straw Hat Pirates?" "Yes, after our interrogation, we know that the Straw Hat Pirates are now heading towards the Drum Kingdom." "Very good." Akainu Sakazuki narrowed his eyes and looked at the golden phone bug on his desk that was used to announce Buster Call. "Finally let me find you, Rozi, Straw Hat Pirates." At this time, Rozi never thought of it. Walpole's ship, which he hadn't sunk, unexpectedly attracted Akainu and the Buster Call fleet led by 5 Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Even one of the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral was Rozi's old acquaintance, Momuzagi Gion. "Drum Kingdom, Coast. Captain Dilatun, the big thing is bad, there are pirates coming." An adult man with a step suddenly shouted at Dilatun, the former guard captain of E in the Patrol Kingdom, looking particularly nervous. It's no wonder that their country was destroyed by pirates not long ago. Seeing the arrival of pirates again, nervousness is inevitable. "Pirates!" Dilatun condensed in his heart, and quickly took out his binoculars and looked towards the sea. With just one glance, Dilatun's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The people around saw that the strongest among them, Dilatun, suddenly looked like this, and they couldn't help but feel even more nervous. 2. "Captain Dilatun, are you all right?" A militiaman gathered his courage and approached Dilatun to ask. Dilatun put down the telescope, gritted his teeth, and said gloomily, "If I read it correctly, it is the Straw Hat Pirates who recently offered a bounty of over 1 billion berry won. The voice fell, and the militiaman suddenly looked desperate. What? Straw Hat Pirates, we're done. Why did one Blackbeard pirate just leave, and now there is another Straw Hat Pirate? Damn, it's okay for me to die, but my family members who I don't want to die because of the pirates also die. For a while, panic spread in the hearts of everyone in the port. Even Darutan, the strongest on the scene, has nothing to do at this moment. Just under this tension and despair, the Straw Hat Pirates Mary slowly docked at the port. Actually, you don't have to be so nervous. We came here with no malice, we just wanted to find a doctor. Suddenly, a strange voice came from behind the militiamen. They were so frightened that they immediately raised their guns and turned to aim behind them, as did Darutan. Luo Rozi, the big pirate with a bounty of 1.2 billion berry. Seeing the man behind them, everyone's eyes widened, and their bodies swayed even more. Chapter 135. Looking at the crowd, Rozi couldn't help shaking his head. Rozi had already anticipated the fear of everyone. Even in order to prevent the militiamen from shooting like the original, he deliberately chose to go ashore first. Look at this, even if I say anything, they will feel fear. Sure enough, they still have to see the 20 doctors that Bivapol took away. Thinking of this, Rozi raised his hand and greeted Nami on the Mary. Nami clearly made a gesture and shouted in the direction of the cabin. The next moment, 20 doctors came out of the cabin neatly and came to the bow of the Mary one by one. I'm not here to fight you. If you don't believe me, you can ask those 20 doctors. Rozi gave Dilatun a friendly smile and pointed to his back. Dilatun frowned, thankful that Rozi didn't do it directly, and turned around to take a look. It was this look that made Dilatun stay in place. It also made the militiamen who noticed the doctors froze on the spot. The 20 doctors had already made preparations, jumped directly from the Mary, and began to tell Dilatun and others about their encounter with Rozi and others. With the understanding of the whole story, the militiamen and Dilatun looked at the members of the Straw Hat Pirates with a lot of friendliness in an instant. That's it, thank you for bringing back doctors for our country. The Wapol guy took almost all the doctors in this country, which made it hard for our people to get sick. Although you are pirates, we are willing to believe you. It's just that although the best doctor in this country you mentioned exists, I can't guarantee that she will be willing to go to sea with you. Dilatun said in a low voice. You don't have to worry about that. You just have to tell me the doctor's location, and we'll recruit the doctor ourselves. 1. Rozi laughed. He knew that Chopper wanted to go out to sea, and as long as his scruples about not being friendly to humans were enough to invite him aboard. Since Chopper's dream is to create a panacea, Rozi believes his template of heroic spirits can help it do just that. Well, since you insist so, then I'll tell you the position of that one. Dilatun nodded and turned to point to the highest castle in the Drum Kingdom. Thank you, Captain Dilatun. Rozi smiled and turned to look at Nico Robin beside him. The doctor's position has been found, it's up to you, Miss All Sunday 1. Robin smiled, she naturally understood what Rozi was talking about. Please come with me, Lord Rozi, I have contacted them, and now they are resting in a tavern 1. But because it's on the other side of the country, it might take some time in the past. Nico Robin put the phone bug back into his arms, turned around and walked in one direction. After Rozi explained to his partners and asked them to find a doctor first, he followed behind Nico Robin. Some Vivi who were careless about Robin naturally followed. In response, Nico Robin just smiled and didn't say much. Mr4, why did Miss call us at this time all Sunday? At the bar of the tavern, a short and fat woman pointed her lips and asked the tall, fat man beside him who looked like a ball. I know. The fat man, Mr4, spoke slowly. The woman beside him, Miss Christmas, heard his words, and immediately showed an impatient expression on her face. Mr4, How many times have I told you, don't speak so slowly, it's annoying. Tisk, I don't know when Miss will come all Sunday. It's really hard to find the person the boss is looking for. Hey, MR3, didn't you always say that your head is better? Why haven't we found those guys with us yet? Miss Christmas patted the table at the bar, and looked fiercely at MR3 sitting on the other side of her. You're too loud, Miss Christmas. Miss said all Sunday about those people who were originally from the World Government Agency. It's not easy to find them who are good at hiding. Miss came to us this time all Sunday, maybe there was a clue of action to hand to us. Because of the fierce expressions of MR4 and Miss Christmas and others, the other guests only dared to listen and dare not stop them. On the contrary, the cloaked guest sitting at a table in the corner of the tavern suddenly raised his brows. If Rozi is here, he must be able to recognize these people as Stussy, Kuachuo, Jabra, and Fakura who used to be in East Blue. It seems to be looking for us, but it's not like the pursuit of the world government. Do you want to kill it? Jabra glanced at the Miss Christmas and turned to look at Stussy, who was sitting directly opposite him. Well, kill it. Stussy nodded slightly, although he didn't know why the Miss Christmas was looking for trouble for him. But now that she is being pursued by the world government, she cannot tolerate anyone trying to find her place. Jabra grinned, stood up directly from his position, and walked behind MR4, Miss Christmas and MR3. Ask for flowers. Hey? What are you trying to do? Be careful, I'll kill you. Miss Christmas turned around, and she was very upset and showed her sharp claws directly at Jabra. Hehe, you are worthy of shining your paws with me. Has anyone told you that you are noisy and ugly? Jabra's mouth cracked open, and his hands grabbed MR and Miss Christmas at a very fast speed and threw them out of the pub. The powerful force broke 2 holes in the wall of the tavern in an instant. MR3 widened his eyes and hurriedly wanted to use the devil fruit ability. However, now he is far less powerful than Jabra, who was born in CP9. Soon, like MR4 and Miss Valentine, Jabra grabbed the collar and threw it out of the pub. After doing all this, Jabra turned to look at the lowly girl who was less than 10 years old sitting next to MR3 Miss Golden Week. 0. Little devil, you are also with them. Jabra smiled at Miss Golden Week enough to stop the child from crying. Immediately, he grabbed her back collar and threw her down the hole in the wall that MR3 knocked out. When the ordinary guests in the tavern saw this scene, they immediately hid in fear. Jabra, on the other hand, seemed to have done a trivial thing, turned around and left the tavern with shaved, intending to solve MR3 and the others in the snow. But just outside the tavern, he was stunned by the situation in front of him. I said, Jabra, long time no see, you're still as cruel as that guy Rob Lucci. Even if you are dealing with such a cute child, are you willing to take a heavy hand? No wonder Catherine, the waitress at the Nice Lobby catering class, doesn't like you. He must have seen that you are not suitable for raising children, so he refused your requests for interaction many times. Rozi held the Miss Golden Week caught by him in his arms and looked at Jabra with a sad face. When he heard Rozi mention Catherine, Jabra's face darkened immediately. Rozi, you BD, how dare you mention Catherine to me? I tell you, she has promised me to be my girlfriend. If it wasn't for you that I couldn't get back to the Nice Lobby, I might have made a child of our own with Catherine. Hearing Jabra's roar, Rozi tilted his head and looked blankly at Fakura, Kwantu, and Stussy who came out of the tavern after hearing the movement. Cut, Fakura, did Jabra get too excited by leaving Nice Lobby? Otherwise, why would he think that Catherine, who had confessed to me dozens of times, would like him? Chapter 136. Kuachiri and Fakura looked at each other, no one knew, but they were former teammates of Jabra and Rozi. Naturally, I understand the relationship between Rozi, Jabra, and Catherine. Jabra likes Catherine, but Catherine likes Rozi. For this reason, Jabra has not less trouble with Rozi. Thinking of this, both of them looked at Jabra with sympathy. You guys, what are you doing looking at me like that? That guy Rozi left CP9 before us, isn't it normal for Catherine to empathize? Damn Rozi, I'm not crazy, it's you who is crazy one. Jabra roared, and directly used devil fruit to transform into a werewolf and rushed towards Rozi. Its speed was so fast that it was too late for 560 and Fakura to snuggle up. It's just that Jabra's proud speed is slow in Rozi's eyes. He just turned Vivi sideways, dodged Jabra's pounce, and knocked his head on Jabra's head by the way. Under the precise control of Rozi's strength, although Jabra was not injured, he felt great pain, and immediately rolled his head in the snow. At this time, Stussy had also walked out of the tavern. It's been a while, Rozi. I didn't expect us to meet this way. Are the two behind you your new partners? Stussy walked towards Rozi with a smile, as if her previous resentment towards Rozi was completely gone. That's right. Rozi shrugged, I didn't expect that you would be targeted by the Baroque Workers one. Baroque Work Club. Stussy raised his eyebrows, so these four people are from the Baroque Work Club? Stussy looked at the Miss Golden Week, which was put on the snow by Rozi, and at the Miss Christmas 3 people who were screaming because they were thrown from the pub and smashed on the boulder by Jabra. I heard they are here to invite you to be one of them. But I don't think you will agree, so let me help you solve them. Rozi said, turned to look at the Miss Christmas trio. And when he heard Rozi's words, MR3 with a more flexible head instantly became nervous. Unlike Miss Christmas and MR4, as a brain pie, he is familiar with almost all pirates' bounties. So he knew who Rozi was in front of him. Likewise, he also understands who Princess Vivi is standing with Rozi. Miss All Sunday, what the hell is going on? We weren't called by you, why are you hanging out with Princess Vivi? Isn't she caught by you? As MR3 spoke, he slowly stepped back. Rozi's previous words made him have a strong bad premonition in his heart. As you can see, MR3, I betrayed the boss. Nico Robin chuckled and crossed his hands. Under the action of flower fruit, MR3, Miss Christmas, MR4, including his pet that ate devil fruit, suddenly grew 2 arms. Second Flower Master. Nico Robin groaned, intending to control the 2 arms that grew around the enemy's neck and twist their necks. But Rozi grabbed her hand first, preventing him from using devil fruit's power. Rozi, are you? Nico Robin looked at Rozi suspiciously. Although I'm very interested in your name-calling like action, but I don't bother you to do it. Rozi laughed. Just kidding, Nico Robin isn't a member of the Straw Hat Pirates yet. If the enemy is killed by her, Rozi will not be able to get the devil fruit on the enemy. Okay, I listen to Lord Rozi. Nico Robin nodded, put down his hands, the arms that grew on MR3 and others also turned into little petals and dissipated. Damn, run away! MR3 yelled and ran away first. Miss Christmas and MR4 realized later, just wanted to run away, but was grabbed by a wrinkled blood-red and huge palm. And MR3 was then grabbed back by another huge palm. The hands that grab MR3 and Miss Christmas and MR4 are derived from Rozi's skeleton. Nice, Vice Captain Rozi. If I had enough energy, I wouldn't have to worry about fainting from using Susanoo. Vivi looked at Rozi beside him with admiration on his face. Hearing this, Stussy and Nico Robin immediately looked at Vivi. Sure enough, the power of Princess Vivi was directed by Rozi. So, this is also considered ninjutsu. Can such a powerful force be taught? Nico Robin thought to himself. This is, no. Chi, the power of the Holy Spirit. Stussy took a deep look at Vivi, watching with interest the red skeleton of pure energy that suddenly grew beside Rozi. Hehe, Stussy, I didn't say I used all my power in the fight with you. Besides, don't even think about trying to tell me what to say. Rozi glanced at Stussy, then to Vivi beside him. After thinking for a while, Rozi put his hand on the center of Vivi's brow. The next second at 0.2, the powerful Sharingan's pupil power broke into Vivi's eyes with Rozi's finger between Vivi's eyebrows as a bridge. The pupil power of the same origin, instantly transformed Vivi's pupils into Mangeki Sharingan. Lieutenant Rozi, who are you? Vivi felt the huge energy in his eyes and looked at Rozi suspiciously. Hehe, I've thought about it, it's not good if you keep using Mangeki's power all the time. You have to find a safer time to try this power a little bit. Vivi, I turned my pupil power into your body. You can now try to use the power of Mangeki. It's better than using Mangeki inexperienced in future battles. Rozi laughed. Chapter 137. Although he has the template of Uchiha Itachi, it does not mean that Vivi has the fighting experience of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi's fighting power has never depended solely on Sharingan. His strong fighting consciousness and experience have made him powerful. And Vivi, unless he enters the mimetic state of Uchiha Itachi, will not have his combat experience. Therefore, Rozi felt that it was necessary for Vivi to practice properly. It would be really embarrassing to use the wrong object because of inexperience after using Mangeki for the first time. I see, Vice Captain Rozi. Vivi nodded excitedly, turned to look at Mr3 and others who had been put down by Rozi. Mr3 and others didn't hear what Rozi was going to say because of their panic, but after seeing the giant hand holding them and Rozi's weird skeleton disappearing, they instinctively wanted to escape. However, the next moment, they were horrified to discover that the same strange red skeleton had grown on Vivi's body. Not only the skeleton, after the skeleton is formed, the meridians 01 and flesh and blood are formed on the skeleton, and in a blink of an eye, the complete upper body of the red giant is formed. That's not all, after Suzanu's upper body was formed, another armor-like object climbed onto its body. In just a few seconds, an almost fully armed giant appeared on the surface of Vivi's body. What is this, help! Mr3 and the others were terrified and wanted to escape, but were directly controlled by Vivi and slapped Susanoo with both hands. Even though Vivi has some control over her strength, she is still too strong for the first time she controls Susanoo. Several fractures appeared on Mr3, Miss Christmas, Mr4 and his pets instantly. With just one blow, several people became seriously injured and killed. Stussy, Nico Robin and others also looked at Vivi in surprise. Nico Robin didn't expect Vivi to have such a powerful power in addition to being able to control fire and water. And Stussy, after seeing Vivi use similar abilities to Rozi. The thought of joining the Straw Hats and following Rozi while learning his power, who had disappeared in East Blue because of being rejected by Rozi, came out of his heart uncontrollably again. Unlike Jabra, Nico Robin and others, she has a sense of sight and can clearly feel the oppression brought by Vivi after summoning the red giant with only the upper body. That feeling, as if she were to fight Vivi who summoned the red giant, it would be very difficult, and she might even lose. Vivi, you're pushing too hard. Go away Susanoo, I'm just letting you get acquainted. I didn't let you summon the entire upper body of Susanoo. Rozi patted Susanoo around Vivi and said quickly. Yes, Vice Captain Rozi. Vivi nodded excitedly, and just as she left Susanoo, a sense of weakness hit her. Seeing this, Rozi quickly supported her shoulders, and continuously introduced chakra into her body through Sharingan. Really, if I don't mention it, are you going to summon Susanoo's entire body? How about you deal with several senior agents of the Baroque Working Society? Isn't it enough to summon Susanoo's hands like I did just now? Rozi shook his head, bent slightly, held Princess Vivi's back with one hand, and hugged Princess Vivi with one hand on her calf. Princess hug. Vivi's eyes widened, and her face immediately flushed. But before she could feel the feeling of being hugged by a princess of the opposite S**X, she realized that she had fallen into the hands of Nico Robin. Take care of Princess Vivi for me, and I'll take care of the senior agents. Because Princess Vivi exerted too much force, Mr4 and others in front of them obviously had more air in and out less. Rozi didn't want them to die before he took out devil fruit from their bodies. I will be glad to serve you, Your Excellency Rozi. The corner of Nico Robin's mouth rose, and he looked at Vivi, who was hugged by his princess with a smile on his face. And Vivi woke up instantly after hearing Nico Robin's words. Damn, you woman, put me down quickly. Ah, but Lord Rozi asked me to take care of you, don't you want to go against the vice-captain's mind? I don't, I just don't want to stay in this state with you. But, I will put you at ease, can you still stand? Even if I can't stand, even if I lie on the school ground, I won't ask for your help, Miss All Sunday. Listening to the quarrel between the two, Rozi glanced at the current state of the two, with a meaningful smile on the corner of his mouth. You two are really in a good relationship, Tachibana has made a decision, you two. Hehe, I do seem to have a good relationship with Princess Vivi. Nico Robin laughed. Really, Deputy Captain Rozi, how can you tell that my relationship with her is good? Also, what is a big orange has been decided. Vivi pursed her lips and looked helplessly at Rozi, who was squatting in front of the MR Christmas crowd. The big orange is set, Rozi used to say that word when I was in charge of Happy Street. It seems to mean that the two 560 women have a very good relationship, so good that they can get married to the bridal chamber one. Stussy rests her cheek with one hand, with a smile in her eyes. What? How could I be with this woman? Captain Rozi, I'm going to be angry. Vivi blushed and pouted at Rozi. At this time, Rozi had also completed the collection of devil fruit, and was walking back with 3 devil fruits from MR3, 3 people and 1 dog. Nico Robin was planning to continue flirting with Vivi, but after seeing the 3 fruits in Rozi's hand, he immediately froze in place. Although I have seen the picture of taking ball munch fruit before, and now seeing Rozi taking out the devil fruit from someone else's body, and it's still 3 at once, Nicole Bin is still surprised. Like Nico Robin, Stussy, Jabra, Kuatari, and Fukura also stared at Rozi in shock. In this regard, Rozi is not surprised. After all, what he has done is something that ordinary people simply cannot do. And Rozi couldn't do anything for Stussy to see it. Miss Christmas is going to die, he doesn't have the time to take a few people to other places where no one else is, and safely take out the devil fruit from a few people. Chapter 138. Rozi, how the hell did you do it? Jabra opened his mouth wide, looked at Rozi in shock and asked. What, want to know? Would you like me to take out the devil fruit from your body and let you experience it for yourself? Let's forget it. Really, that's a pity. If you let me take your devil fruit now, wouldn't you have a chance to get a better devil fruit later? 1. Hehe, I'm very satisfied with my current devil fruit, don't bother you anymore. Jabra took a step back, and at this moment, he only felt that the Rozi in front of him was more and more frightening. Kwantor and Fukura, on the other hand, looked at devil fruit in Rozi's hands with jealousy. Obviously, they are not exclusive to being demon fruit power. It turns out that the so-called person who took devil fruit's ability is not the little thief cat Nami at all. You were the one who did this from start to finish, Rozi. Marine and world government got it all wrong. Stussy exhaled with emotion in her heart. So, are you planning to reveal this ability of mine to the world government, Stussy? Hehe, not to mention that I said they can do it. Even if I believe it, what good is it for me? Indeed not, they will most likely detain you, while you reveal bad information about the world government. So, Rozi, you can rest assured of me. Having said that, Rozi, are you really not considering making me a member of your pirate group? With my strength, it is enough to increase the overall strength of your pirate group. We've already talked about that, Stussy. Rozi waved his hand, turned around and planned to leave with Nico Robin and Vivi. At this time, MR3 and the others had died, and Rozi didn't intend to ignore them. Wait a minute Rozi, even if you don't let me join your Straw Hat Pirates, let's be a subsidiary pirate group of your Straw Hat Pirates. Seeing Vivi's terrifying Susanoo, how could Stussy give up so easily? In these days of wandering, she and Jabra have encountered several assassinations by world government agents. Right now, she desperately needs strength. Affiliated pirates. Rozi stopped. That's right, it's the affiliated pirates. 1. Seeing Rozi seemed interested, Stussy hurried forward and grabbed Rozi's arm, expressing his loyalty to him. Speaking of emotions, she even instinctively used the charm technique learned by the CP0 agency to make her chest stick tightly to Rozi's arm. It's so soft, but it would be nice if I was younger. Rozi glanced at Stussy, and the corner of her mouth suddenly evoked a meaningful smile, her right hand gently lifted her chin, and her face began to approach slowly. Having experienced training in CP9 and CP0, he has also experienced training in related charm techniques, of course, the male version. Looking at Rozi's face getting closer and closer, Stussy's face flushed for no reason. She had to admit that among all the agents of the world government she knew, Rozi was the most outstanding one. Thinking of Rozi's age again, Stussy felt a sense of excitement about picking green apples for no reason. Actually, my skin is no worse than that of young people. 1. Stussy smiled, and when she was about to stand on tiptoe and respond to Rozi, Rozi pushed him away. I don't know if your skin is bad. But you should always know that your charms won't work on me. Stussy, I understand your desire to join us. However, I still need to consider the matter of affiliated pirates, and I also need to tell other partners. So I can't answer you right now. That's it, goodbye. Rozi waved his hand, took Vivi from Nico Robin, and used ninjutsu to split up a clone to hold Nico Robin under his arm, and then used moonwalk to fly towards the castle of the Drum Kingdom. Hey, Stussy, are you really going to be Rozi's crew? You should know, it's dangerous to hang out with that man. He killed celestial dragons when he saw it. Jabra frowned and walked over to Stussy. Jabra, you should also know that even if we don't get involved with Rozi, the world government will not give up its pursuit of us. But failed in the most impossible task. Hearing Stussy's words, Jabra fell silent. Indeed, the death of celestial dragons Roswald Saint directly ruined all the possibility of them returning to CP9. Damn Spondum, we wouldn't be where we are if it wasn't for Francis Drake's fleet. If I can see her again one day, I'll definitely beat her up. Jabra waved his fist and said viciously. To achieve your wishes, strength is indispensable. Jabra, Shudo, Fakura, the three of you saw it too. Rozi has a special power that can capture devil fruit and give his partners powerful power. Being Rozi's partner doesn't do us much harm, it's good for us. Stu, King Lee's, paused for a while, wanting to have S*X with a woman beside Luo, and then said. And, the woman in the cowboy hat just now, she used the power of flower fruit. That's the devil fruit power possessed by Nico Robin, the son of the devil. Presumably, Rozi has already brought that woman in. Rozi knew that finding One Piece's treasure required the translation of 4 red historical text steals, and I think he brought Nico Robin in for this reason. With the information he has accumulated and his power, maybe the Straw Hat Pirates will eventually find Roger's treasure. Jabra, Shudo, Fakura, now that we are treated like this by the world government, don't you want Roger's treasure to be made public? Would you like to take revenge on the world government and Marine? Chapter 139. When Kyoto, Fakura, and Jabra heard Stussy's words, they thought of the memory of being chased and killed by the world government these days, and their hearts throbbed for no reason. For the emotional changes of the three, Stussy watched. I'm going to talk to Rozi again, even if it's a stalker, I'll make him accept me. At least, get familiar with the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. You three go to the boat and wait for me first, and I'll go there to find Rozi now. 1. After speaking, Stussy rose into the air, stepped on moonwalk and chased in the direction Rozi left. The three Jabra looked at each other, turned and walked towards the coast. Meanwhile, on the other side. Drum Kingdom, Castle. Come on, Vivi, you can walk now. Rozi dispersed to hold Nico Robin's avatar, and glanced at Vivi in his arms. Hey? Ah! With the energy that Vice Captain Rozi sends me, I'm much better, Vice Captain Rozi, let me down. Vivi's face blushed for the untraceable, and said to Rozi. Rozi nodded slightly, put Vivi down, and took the lead in walking towards the castle gate. However, just after the three people took 2 steps, a commotion came from the direction of the gate 560. Let me go, I'm not emergency food. At the same time as the voice fell, Sanji, Luffy, and a tanuki-like creature with a red hood on its head ran out. With just one glance, Rozi recognized the character he was looking for this time, Ship Dr. Tony Chopper. Why do these guys still use Chopper as emergency food? Rozi shook his head, trying to stop Luffy and Sanji. At this moment, Nami and Usopp both rushed from behind the gate, one threw a magic card at Sanji and the other a buckshot at Luffy. Idiot, I already told you to, don't bully our future ship doctor. Nami and Usopp shot, Sanji and Luffy were hit on the back of the head immediately, and one stumbled to the snow. Chopper looked back to see Sanji and Luffy down, and was immediately relieved, ignoring Rozi, Vivi and Nico Robin who were standing in front of him. Until he was grabbed from the ground by Rozi. Who are you? Chopper looked at Rozi in a panic and asked in horror. Rest assured, I am Nami and Usopp's partner, not your enemy one. Nami and Usopp? You're the nice guy they call Rozi. Hehe, that's right, I'm Rozi. After receiving the good person card, Rozi couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. Wow, that's great. If you come, Luffy and Sanji won't dare to mess around. Chopper breathed a sigh of relief after being dropped by Rozi. Rozi nodded, and was about to say something when he felt a familiar aura fall from the sky behind him. Without looking back, Rozi knew who was coming. Stussy, when did you become so clingy? This doesn't fit your previous personality. Hehe, after all, I'm not what I used to be. And since I plan to become a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, of course I should come and get close to everyone in the Straw Hats. Didn't you just say that you were just a member of the affiliated pirates? Rozi shook his head and said speechlessly. At this time, Nami, Luffy, and others had already come over, and seeing Stussy coming, Nami and the others were naturally quite puzzled. Rozi could only tell Luffy a few people about what had just happened. Interesting. I didn't expect your Straw Hat Pirates to be less than 10 people, and there are already people who want to be your affiliated pirates. It's really interesting one. Just as Rozi finished speaking, an unfamiliar female voice came from the direction of the castle gate. Rozi looked up and saw an old-fashioned, but extremely slender woman came out with a bottle of wine, and Zoro followed her, also holding a bottle of wine in her hand. Rozi, this is Dr. Kurha, is the best doctor in this country. Abak, she should be what you're looking for one. She's getting older now though, so it was recommended that we take Chopper away. By the way, the reindeer behind you is also a very good doctor. Nami saw Dr. Kurha and immediately introduced it to Rozi. After all, Dr. Kurha was the key to whether they could take Chopper away. Hello, Dr. Kurha, I've heard your name a long time ago. You are as beautiful as rumored. Rozi walked up to Dr. Kurha, smiled and held out his hand. Hey, I can't tell, you have a good eye, young man. Of course, if I wasn't worried about being too arrogant, I would definitely pursue you, Dr. Kurha one. Ha ha ha, if I were a few decades younger, I would be happy to accept your pursuit. Dr. Kule laughed loudly, while Stussy looked stiff and looked at Rozi extremely speechless for a while. In terms of age, she is younger than Dr. Kurha, and in terms of beauty, she is also more beautiful than Dr. Kurha. As a result, when he arrived at Rozi, he was always disliked. In the face of Dr. Kurha, Rozi was so attentive. Even though she knew that Rozi was polite to Dr. Kaha, she felt a trace of resentment in her heart. Rozi, I have fully heard from Nami and Usopp about your intentions. You didn't just deal with that Wapole guy, you brought doctors back to this country, didn't you? Like Nami said, if you can get Chopper to nod, it's okay to let him follow you away one. But if it doesn't agree, there's nothing I can do. Dr. Kurha laughed with her hands on her hips. Rozi raised his eyebrows, a little surprised by the current situation. You must know that Dr. Kurha in the original book wanted to let Chopper follow Luffy, but at least he didn't show it externally. Like now, he even said directly in front of Chopper that he wanted to give Chopper to them. However, Rozi didn't think too much, the current situation is very different from the original situation itself. A little change is normal. It would be great to get Dr. Kurha's approval. I believe our sincerity will impress Chopper one. Rozi smiled, turned to look at Chopper, and turned on the system scan permissions. In his eyes, there was a panel that only he could see beside Chopper, which clearly depicted the optional heroic spirit template after Chopper became a partner. Doctor, transformation, emergency food, these are the 3 attributes of Chopper. It's really a bit pitiful, there will be a personal attribute of emergency food. I don't know how Chopper feels when he makes his choice. Rozi thought to himself. Chapter 140. Dr. Kurha, I don't want to leave, I want to stay with you forever. Under Rozi's gaze, Chopper's body suddenly grew bigger and he said loudly. Oh, I don't need you to be with me forever. Besides, what about your dreams, Chopper, haven't you always dreamed of making a panacea? I can do research right here in this country. This country is too small to have so much material and knowledge, for you to study one. I'll get over it. What about going out to sea, the sea and pirates depicted by Ciruluk, don't you want to try this kind of life? Ciruluk, but, I'm just a monster, and it's impossible for me to coexist peacefully with humans, 1. Chopper suddenly roared. Hearing this, Dr. Kurha shook his head and looked at Rozi in front of him with a "you can do it." Nami, Usopp, and others also looked at Rozi. Before Rozi came here, they had persuaded Chopper for a long time, but Chopper always refused on the grounds that he could not get along with humans. Neither of them could do anything about it. Rozi smiled and walked over to Zoro. What? Hey, don't pull me. When Rozi suddenly hooked his shoulders and walked towards Chopper, Zoro almost lost the wine bottle in his hand. Do me a favor, Zoro. Rozi said something and took him directly to Chopper. Chopper, you said earlier that monsters can't coexist peacefully with people, right? 1. Actually, that's not the case, even monsters can coexist peacefully with people. No, look at this guy next to me. Rozi said, patting Zoro's back with his hand. UBD, are you saying I'm a monster? Hehe, from the past, have you been called a monster by others? Alright, take out the state of Black Death Mou, and let our future ship doctor take a look, so that you can know that you are not a special existence. Tisk, you guy, can't you change yourself? Having said that, Zoro still obediently raised his spirit and started the heroic mimesis of Black Death Mou. A blood dance swelled on his body, and in the blink of an eye, Zoro turned into a terrifying evil spirit with 6 eyes and a terrifying face in front of Chopper. The originally icy snow became even colder because Zoro became a Black Death Mou. Ah! Monster! Sure enough, the moment he saw Zoro's appearance, Chopper screamed. Subconsciously, he wanted to turn around and run away. Fortunately, Rozi grabbed his arm just in time. Don't worry about Chopper, he won't hurt you. 1. And you also called the word monster just now, by the way, Zoro is the swordsman of our pirate group. He also gets along very well with us. Rozi put his hand on Chopper's waist and lifted him directly, allowing him to see Zoro more clearly. Well, look, he didn't hurt you, did he? Rozi pushed Chopper in front of Zoro, said. Really, he didn't move. But, how did he become like this? After being scared, Chopper was curious about Zoro's current state for no reason. It was the guy who held you that made me become like this. In terms of monsters, he is the real monster. Your transformation is nothing on our ship 1. Zoro muttered. Are you a monster too? Chopper opened his mouth to look at Rozi behind him. Well. When Rozi scratched his cheek, thinking in his mind how to answer Chopper, Luffy sprang out from the side. Hehe, in fact, I can also change, look at this. Luffy laughed, fists clenched. The next second, Red Ogre appeared behind him, and the terrifying Wea dispersed in all directions. Ah, another monster, 1. Chopper opened his mouth and screamed, not knowing if he was excited or scared. It's really a bunch of weird guys. Dr. Kurha took a sip of wine and became more and more interested in the Straw Hat Pirates. Rozi tapped Chopper on the shoulder and continued. Chopper, I just heard that you want to study the panacea, right? As Dr. Kurha said, it is not easy to develop a panacea that can cure all diseases behind closed doors. Well, let's help you research the panacea, and take this as our purpose. How about you being our ship doctor? Chopper widened his eyes, looked at Luffy, and looked at himself. Can I really? Can you really help me develop a panacea? Although seeing Zoro and Luffy's condition, Chopper is not as self-sufficient for his reindeer identity as in the original. But he still hesitated in his heart. Hehe, of course you can, don't worry, Chopper, Mary is a very interesting guy. Luffy patted Chopper on the shoulder and laughed. That's right. And Rozi is knowledgeable enough to help your Chopper. He once said that he wants to help everyone on the Mary realize their dreams, including your dreams. Nami came over with a smile. After Nami, Sanji, Usopp and even Vivi joined in. Chopper, who was treated like this for the first time, was immediately dizzy, and he couldn't even tell where he was. Furthermore, Dr. Kurha has already told you to leave. Even if you still want to stay, Chopper, I will follow the thoughts of the beautiful Dr. Kurha and force you away, Chopper. Zero ask for flowers Zero. Rozi said suddenly. What? Why? Hearing this, Chopper opened his mouth immediately. Having said that, he finally firmed up his idea of going to sea. Rozi, who has the system, captured the decision in Chopper's heart at the first time. The heroic spirit space, which could not be officially opened for Chopper, has become a state that can be activated at any time. Just when Rozi was about to activate the heroic spirit space, Stussy clapped his hands and walked over. Congratulations, Captain Luffy, Deputy Captain Rozi. Why don't you take this opportunity and let the little girl join your boat, okay? Stussy tilted her head, with a gentle and playful smile on her face. She looked particularly cute. Don't pretend to be tender, old women, you have nothing to do with the word cute. Zero. Before Luffy and the others could answer, Rozi put his hand on Stussy's face and pushed her aside. Old woman? What, you obviously didn't treat that Dr. Kurha like this just now. At this moment, Stussy finally couldn't help it, and pouted at Rozi. Seeing this, Rozi dodged and grabbed Stussy's waist and controlled it under his arm. No matter how hard Stussy struggled, he couldn't escape from his grasp. Damn Rozi, it's rare that Miss Stussy wants to join, why do you refuse? Sanji roared and was about to lunge at Rozi, but was stopped by Nami with a punch. Luffy scratched the back of his head and looked at Stussy with interest. Hehe, sorry. If Rozi doesn't agree, I won't invite you. And you don't look like a funny guy. Stussy heard this and was about to refute, but the voice of a phone bug came from her. Rozi raised her eyebrows, and without being polite, turned around with Stussy and took out a small phone bug from between her twin wines. This woman doesn't know what to eat to live so long. Not only is the skin good, but there is no sagging in that place. While sighing in his heart, Rozi connected the phone bug in his hand. Hey, what's the matter? This voice, is it Rozi? It's me, Jabra, what are you looking for with Stussy? She's here with me now. Something big. Stussy, Rozi, let's run away, something big is about to happen here. What's the big deal? It's the first time I've heard such a frightened voice from you. It's Buster Call. We intercept the news of each army, that Akainu is leading the Buster Call to this country. Chapter 141. What? Akainu, and Buster Call? You're not kidding, Jabra. Rozi frowned and immediately put down the Stussy in his hand. Aside, Nico Robin heard the words Buster Call, and his body started to tremble. Exactly. You told Stussy that if she wasn't going to leave, we'd go first. As for you, if you don't want to be touched by Akainu, leave as soon as possible. Although I don't know if it's too late to leave. As Jabra said, there was another rustling, mixed with electronic noise, from the other side of the phone bug. And among the noise, there was even Momuzagi Jun's voice. Rozi, who had experience working with CP0, immediately understood that it was the sound of a bugging phone. 573. Tisk, that's true. Marine is really willing to spend all his money in order to deal with us. Stussy, the matter of your becoming a partner will be discussed later. Anyway, leave this country first. Rozi said to Stussy, turned to look at Luffy, Chopper, and others, and said. Everyone, let's leave too. That guy Akainu Sakazuki is a lunatic. If there is a conflict with them here, it will involve the country as well. Even if there is an encounter, we at least get an encounter at sea. Luffy, Nami, and others also knew the seriousness of the matter, and immediately began to prepare to leave. Even Chopper, led by Nami and others, was nervously preparing. Sorry, Dr. Kurha, it's too late for you to say goodbye to Chopper. Rozi said apologetically. Don't worry, Rozi boy, take good care of Chopper for me. Dr. Kurha waved his hand, turned around and walked towards the castle. Rozi, I can actually face it with you guys. At this time, Stussy walked up to Rozi's side with a serious look in his eyes. Are you serious? Rozi gave Stussy a surprised look. What I'm saying is true. This surprised me a bit, but this time, let's forget it. Why, you should know what the Buster Call led by Akainu means. It's because I know, so I don't plan to involve you. If I can, I don't want to see you die. Who told me that you moved me just now? Are you worried about my safety? As you understand. Rozi patted Stussy's shoulder, besides, I don't plan to fight Akainu and the others, I will find an opportunity to use my ability to take my mates away, so you should leave here quickly. After speaking, Rozi turned around and walked towards Luffy and the others. Stussy sighed, Rozi said so, and she could only turn around and rush towards where Jabra and the others were. Some time passed, when Stussy returned to Jabra and others. Rozi, Luffy, and others also returned to the explorer with the newly added Chopper. It's really beautiful cherry blossoms, I didn't expect to be able to see cherry blossoms in this snow country. Sanji raised his head and sighed while looking at the fireworks that Chopper saw off. Dr. Kurha, please take care. 1. Chopper was lying on the edge of the Mary, looking at the edge of the ship with tears in his eyes. Although the cherry blossoms are beautiful, I want to know that it is too late for us to leave now. Rozi, what do you think? Nami hugged Rozi's arm and asked worriedly. Yeah, Rozi, we must have left in time. Usopp stepped forward and hugged Rozi's other arm. Rozi didn't speak, frowned tightly, looking at the mist-shrouded sea in the distance. Usopp blinked, and a second later he immediately hugged his head in panic. It's bad, It's bad now. Vivi gave Usopp a strange look, what's wrong with him? Nami's face was ugly, and his body began to tremble faintly. When Usopp hugged Rozi's arm, he would kick Usopp away with a disgusting look on his face. But this time, he didn't do it. Considering that Rozi has a very long-distance observation haki, it is very likely that there is an enemy on the opposite side of the sea. Hearing this, Vivi's face also became serious. And Chopper, who just joined the pirate group, has already shed tears. Shouldn't I join the pirates? Chopper said pitifully. I'm still on the other side, I'm worried, that dog, I'll find a way to hold it back. More than that, I have something for you, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. After Rozi finished speaking, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji immediately looked over curiously. I just dragged Nico Robin's suit, and I got 3 devil fruits. I've thought about it carefully, Marine and the world government are very tight on our pursuit, and they will get tighter in the future. And I don't need to keep too much devil fruit on hand, so I decided to use the devil fruit I got for you. So that we can deal with a growing enemy. While talking, Rozi took out the devil fruit that he had obtained from the 3 of MR3. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji looked at each other, and the 3 did not refuse. As Rozi activated the system permission, the 3 devil fruits were directly transformed into the purest energy and integrated into the bodies of the 3 of Luffy. A few seconds later, when the 3 bodies received devil fruit's energy, they all exploded in unison, emitting a powerful aura. On Luffy's body, the golden light flowed, the food cells were further activated, and the food cell demon Red Ogre automatically appeared behind him and shouted and roared. It seems that he is happy for the next step of awakening. Zoro's breath became more and more cold, as if standing there, the surrounding air would drop a few degrees. On his forehead, a trace of fire quietly emerged, as if it contained infinite power. As for Sanji, blood dripped from his body and fell on the deck of the Mary, and was quickly absorbed by his dark leather shoes. Sanji could feel that his connection with the black boots became stronger and stronger at this moment. On the side, Nico Robin watched this scene the whole time, his beautiful eyes glared to the largest in surprise. Chapter 142. Devil Fruit, absorbed. No, isn't Luffy a demon fruit power himself? One person can eat 2 devil fruit. Nico Robin muttered to himself and said in his mouth. Originally, she thought she already knew something about Rozi's abilities, but the truth was that when she had such thoughts, Rozi would soon show renewed power. At this time, the breath of Sanji and the others gradually calmed down. Holy! I don't know how far I can use it to fight with all my strength now. Sanji tapped the deck with his toes, feeling a sigh of relief in his heart. Zaban, is this the power of the Black Death Mou? One step closer. There's also the through the world, this feeling, could it be observation haki? Zoro tried to use the transparent world, and while the world changed drastically, he suddenly found that he suddenly had a new understanding of the observation haki that Rozi had previously explained. As if a thought in his mind suddenly came to his senses, Zoro's observation haki was also instantly awakened. Hehe, this is the power of Alu who is one step closer. Intuitiveness, food righteousness, and ape martial arts all seem to be very powerful skills. The corners of Luffy's mouth rose, and a 01 red light suddenly flashed Indiana his eyes, and then he stretched out his right fist, and a dark energy climbed up on it. With just one glance, Rozi knew that Luffy was holding observation haki and armament haki. Rozi is not surprised by Zoro and Luffy. Originally, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji had already started to practice the 9 snakes haki. And the transparent world of Black Death Mou, which is originally related to perception, will make Zoro wake up, and Rozi thinks it is very reasonable. The same is true for Luffy. However, because Alu's power also has a strong body energy, so even armament haki also awakened. Of course, whether it's Zoro or Luffy, it's just a preliminary awakening in terms of haki. As for Sanji, because of the particularity of holiness, he failed to awaken Haki by further unlocking the heroic spirit template, and Rozi also understands. 3. Although each of you has a better understanding of the power of heroic spirits. But that's not the end, just like you, Zoro. If you can go further, maybe even if your head is cut off, you won't die. Anyway, keep working hard. 1. Rozi nodded to the three of Luffy, turned to look at Chopper beside him, then, it's your turn. Me. Chopper blinked, looking puzzled. Rozi didn't say much, but raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The next moment, everyone on the Mary was teleported to the heroic spirit space by Rozi. Where is this place? The first time he was teleported into the heroic space, Chopper was immediately taken aback. This is the heroic spirit space, a place where you can gain the power of legendary heroes. Looking at Chopper's expression, Nami, one of the people who strongly invited Chopper, immediately stepped forward and explained it to Chopper. Because it is known that when the template is selected in the heroic spirit space, the outside world is in a state of still time. So Nami's mood to face Buster Call is also a lot easier. Only Robin, at this moment, is both curious about the heroic spirit space and also about Buster Call. Could the power of heroic spirits be the power of ancient heroes? In this world, is there still the ability to condense the power of the heroes of the past into the body of modern people? Aside, Nico Robin, who had been listening all the time, murmured and looked at Rozi in disbelief. The truth is, Vice Captain Rozi does possess such power. I really didn't expect that Deputy Captain Rozi would pull you into this heroic spirit space. 1. Vivi folded her arms and glanced at Robin with a frown. Obviously not very happy about her being in this place. Hehe, it seems that I have to thank Lord Rozi for his trust in me. Don't worry, no matter what I see, I won't tell the outside world. Nico Robin looked at Rozi solemnly and said. Well, I believe you will keep your promise for the sake of my historical text here. Rozi smiled, but did not mention the words that let Nico Robin enter the heroic spirit space and choose the heroic spirit template in the future. After all, now, Nico Robin is at most a passenger, and has not yet met the conditions for becoming a partner. Rozi, I can understand the attributes of doctor and transformation, but why do I have the attribute of emergency food? At this time, Chopper suddenly raised his head and looked at Rozi with a look of grievance. Well, you're going to ask Sanji and Luffy, didn't they call you emergency food earlier? Rozi shrugged and threw the pot directly at Luffy and Sanji's heads. Hearing this, Chopper immediately looked at Luffy and Sanji resentfully. Never mind, Chopper, I'm just talking about it. You should first observe the heroic spirits you can choose. Or what special abilities this emergency food will have, I don't know. 1. Sanji touched the back of his head and smirked. Yeah, Chopper, let's take a look at the power of the 3 heroic spirits first. Maybe there will be interesting heroic spirits, but I'm not sure. 1. Luffy rubbed his hands together, almost writing expectation on his face. Chopper nodded. Although he was dissatisfied with the word emergency food, he couldn't bear the curiosity in his heart. He still stretched out his hand and clicked on the word Paimon corresponding to emergency food. With a tremor in the heroic spirit space, the originally pitch-dark environment quickly transformed into a dense forest. And the mysterious floating creature named Paimon also appeared in front of Chopper. At the same time, there was a girl with short blonde hair and bright golden pupils who was talking, and a girl with long chestnut hair and a red rabbit ear 573 knot on the top of her head. Is this an image projection? Nico Robin looked at the scene in front of him and said in surprise. It's amazing, there's really a demonstration. Is that flying little girl Paimon? Chopper looked at Paimon excitedly, and from the conversations of the few people in front of him, he already understood their names. But soon, when the blonde girl Ying Ying said that Paimon was emergency food, the excited expression on Chopper's face froze, and there was no reason to feel a sense of pity for Paimon. The next second, the screen turned, and a scene of yin-yang battle appeared. In the face of the enemy rushing towards you, Ying calls out his long sword and uses various elements such as wind, rock, and thunder to fight. That cool scene made Chopper's eyes instantly glow with golden light. Strange, shouldn't the demo object be Paimon? Why is this girl named Wrong always the scene of the fight? Nami rested his cheek with one hand and looked at Rozi with some doubts. Well, Paimon's situation is rather special. Nami, do you still remember Kazuma Sato? Wouldn't you be able to get the favor of the goddess Aqua by choosing that guy? Actually, Paimon is also in the same situation. If you choose Paimon, in addition to gaining her flying ability, you will also have the opportunity to use that Ying's power, and even summon that Ying to help him in battle directly. After all, Paimon doesn't have much fighting power besides flying. Chapter 143. Of course, if you want to summon Ying to help in the battle, the price you need will be a bit high. In addition, the strength that the summoned Ying can show is also related to the strength of the summoner himself. Theoretically speaking, her strength is equal to her summoner. Rozi smiled and continued explaining to the surprised Chopper. Following this, Rozi glanced at the detailed skills of the template of the Paimon heroic spirit below the corner of his eyes. Heroic spirit template, Paimon. Capability 1, Flying. Ability 2, Ying's Bond. Remarks: because of Ying's Bond, the user will be able to use Ying's Elemental Slash and Elemental Burst. In addition, with the Devil Fruit as the commission gold, Ying can be summoned to help the battle. Ying's ability and the strength of the summoner associated. Ability 3, the front area, let's explore it later. Remarks: when consuming stamina to activate the area ahead, explore it later, you can create a field with a diameter of 500 meters, and the enemy will not be able to leave the field. The more enemies trapped, the stronger the strength, and the more stamina the skill user consumes. This skill can be cancelled at any time. Hey! Can I fly? And can I summon Ying to help me fight? Chopper looked at Rozi in surprise. The premise is that you have to choose Paimon as your heroic spirit template. Chopper, looking at you, doesn't seem to have much rejection of being an emergency food. 1. Do you want to choose Paimon as your source of power? Rozi crouched down and touched Chopper's little head with interest. Chopper's face stiffened. I don't want to make emergency food, I just think Paimon's power is good. Okay, I see. Rozi nodded slightly and looked at Tsunade, who was a doctor. Then do you want to choose Paimon now? Or are you looking at others? To be honest, Rozi wanted to recommend Chopper for Tsunade. After all, her medical skills are detached, and Rozi believes that if Chopper chooses Tsunade, it will definitely speed up her progress in researching the panacea. And with the knowledge of Tsunade, if Rozi provides his own blood with the power of Black Death, maybe Chopper can develop some good things. Compared to Tsunade, Paimona's ability to summon Ying to fight is excellent, but not indispensable. After all, when it comes to fighting, Tsunade's strength is also not weak. Moreover, Chopper's current strength is weak. Even if Ying is summoned, it may be Ying who is less than level 30. If it were him to summon him, it would be more or less the same. On the other hand, Tsunade's combat power may be lacking compared to Digimon with the transformation attribute. After all, Digimon is an existence that can transform into an ultimate form. However, if I can really get the template of the heroic spirit of Paimon, maybe you can consume a devil fruit to summon Ying to fight with me. If you are as strong as me, you can stop Akainu and Gion with me temporarily. It's the area in front of this, let's explore it later. It can also be turned into a skill. And it's a skill similar to the inherent enchantment of the infinite sword system. The system is really yours. Rozi touched his chin, sighed, and glanced at the eye of the ice elemental god on his waist. Inside, the only remaining color fruits, exploding fruits, and munch fruits are stored. At this time, he even began to think about using the eye of the ice element god, and then Ying used the power of the thunder element. The two cooperated with the elemental reaction of ice and thunder to contain Akainu and Gion. Hearing this, Chopper took a deep breath and looked at the name of Tsunade. This time, without hesitation, he raised his right hand firmly and patted the word Tsunade. The screen turned, and a blonde, broad-minded woman appeared in front of everyone. At the same time as her, there were the wounded and the sick in front of her. It's the sick, and the seriously injured. It needs medical treatment. Chopper subconsciously wanted to step forward to help the patient with treatment. Rozi quickly grabbed his arm and said, "Chopper, these are images, not real." Image. Sorry Rozi, I forgot. Chopper glanced at Rozi apologetically, then looked at the injured person in front of him worriedly. But soon, he was relieved. Thanks to the help of the blonde woman, the condition of the wounded and the sick was quickly stabilized. Chopper, see, that's Tsunade. Almost forgot, she's still a ninja, medical ninja. Just now she used a special ninjutsu called Healing Jutsu to heal the wounded. Rozi patted Chopper on the shoulder and said, "It's amazing. Ninja. And it's also a powerful treatment technique. I never thought that the original wound could recover so quickly." Chopper's eyes lit up, excitedly looking at Tsunade who was wiping sweat. And Luffy, Usopp and others were also excited when they heard Rozi say Tsunade is a ninja. The screen turned, the original patient had disappeared, and instead appeared in front of Tsunade was a ninja wearing glasses. I saw Tsunade stepped on the ground with a seemingly ordinary foot, and the ground in a radius of about 10 meters collapsed in an instant, forming a huge pothole. Good, good, Rozi, she's good. Chopper took Rozi's hand, looking excited. Tsunade has an excellent physique, and can precisely control the energy called chakra in his body, making it burst out the moment he punches, thus showing terrifying explosive power. As Luo spoke, Tsunade attacked again. A light blue light condensed on her palm, and caressed the enemy's arm and calf, and the enemy stumbled directly to the ground. The arms and calves that had been touched by Tsunade's palm fell down, as if there was no way to exert any strength. This is the chakra scalpel, which can be cut inside the target without trauma, and has high utility for both surgery and the enemy. Even though Tsunade just touched the guy just now, his hand tendons and hamstrings have been broken. Rozi continued. Chopper opened his mouth and looked at Tsunade, then at his hands. He never thought that as a doctor, he could still fight like this. For a moment, the look he looked at Tsunade couldn't help but get hotter. The screen turned again, and the scene appeared in a prosperous village. I saw Tsunade quickly seal the seal and summon a huge Katsuyu. Then the huge Katsuyu split into countless smaller Katsuyu and scattered in all directions, climbing on the shoulders of a human being. At the same time, the purple diamond-shaped mark in the center of Tsunade's forehead derived an arc in 4 directions, and a large amount of chakra began to overflow from Tsunade's body. At this moment, along with a cold Shen Luo Tianzhang from the horizon, a huge wave fell in the sky, and the originally prosperous village turned into ruins in an instant. Countless people were crushed under the rubble. Luffy, Sanji, and the others stared at the sky, trying to see the existence that destroyed the village in that instant. Chopper, on the other hand, looked at the villagers who were covered under the ruins with concern. "They'll be all right," Chopper said worriedly. "They'll be fine." Rozi put his hand on Chopper's shoulder. "Tsunade will get a lot of chakra after he untangles the 100 healings mark on his forehead." Then, she scattered the healing chakra to the villagers through the countless small Katsuyu she summoned one. Although the village was destroyed, no one died due to Tsunade's healing power. Hearing this, Chopper breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, her eyes gleamed even more towards Tsunade. Being able to treat hundreds of people in an instant is an ability that Chopper can't even envy. To be able to heal so many people at the same time, if Uchiha Itaki is a genius of illusion. Then Tsunade is a genius of medical ninjutsu. Vivi exclaimed. Great, if Chopper can gain Tsunade's power, we won't be afraid of injury in future sailings. 1. Nami folded his hands and looked up at the sky with emotion, as if to pray. As far as doctors go, this Tsunade is really the best doctor I've ever seen. Nico Robin nodded and said. It's not just medical skills, the enormous power and the fighting style using medical ninjutsu are also not to be underestimated. This Tsunade is not only a genius in medical ninjutsu, but also an expert in combat. Sanji lit a word and said it very seriously. He fought with his legs, and if someone could cut his hamstrings at the moment of physical contact, it would be fatal injury. However, Sanji's serious time was only for a moment, and the next moment she looked at Tsunade with heart in her eyes, as if she was about to pounce. Rozi rubbed Chopper's head and smiled. In addition, when Tsunade unlocks the 100 healings mark, he can also use a ninjutsu technique called Ninja Art, Mitotic Regeneration Bihao Technique. When activated, the curse marks are all over the body, and the damage will be instantly self-healing. 1. It can be said that when this technique is activated, the user can gain immortality in a short period of time. Of course, there are still some disadvantages. In addition to the great consumption of physical strength, because the damage will be automatically recovered, those injuries that could not be recovered temporarily will also be automatically recovered, thus consuming the ability that could have been saved. How about Chopper, the doctor named Tsunade, is you satisfied? Hearing this, Chopper nodded heavily. Satisfied? Of course satisfied. Rozi, I'm going to choose this. I'm going to be a figure owner like Tsunade. Chopper raised his hands high, almost jumping up in excitement. Chapter 144. Wait, Chopper. Seeing that Chopper's arm was about to press on the name of Tsunade, Luffy quickly grabbed his arm. What's the matter, Luffy? Don't rush to decide, let's take a look at the Bobman with the transformation attribute. But, I want to be a doctor like Tsunade. 1. It's alright, just watching the demo of the roller beast won't force you to choose it. The transformation attribute might be as interesting as your transformation. This. Okay. Chopper looked at the words Tsunade and then looked at the words Pankin. After all, unable to resist Luffy's request and curiosity in his heart, his right hand clicked on the word roller beast. As the heroic spirit space trembled, the scene came to a sunny riverside. At this moment, a round creature with 2 long ears and a pair of big eyes was jumping around the river. So cute! Vivi cupped her cheeks and looked at the puck beast opposite with joy. With just one glance, she was attracted by the rolling ball beast. Sanji, strange creatures, if cooking. Boom! Idiot, don't attack such a cute creature. Nami punched Sanji in the head. With so much force, Rozi could even see the white smoke rising from Sanji's head. Rozi, is that the booze beast? Looks like cute and harmless creatures. At this time Nico Robin also came over, his face revealed a strong desire to explore. It is indeed a rolling ball beast. In terms of power, he does not have much power now. But don't forget that its attribute is transformation. 573 Rozi smiled mysteriously, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The next moment, the roller beast seemed to have received some kind of mysterious instruction, its body suddenly vacated, and a strong white light was emitted. A second later, when the white light dissipated, the roller beast had disappeared, and what appeared in front of everyone was a small dinosaur-like creature. Transformed, and turned into a dinosaur. It's really interesting. Luffy opened his mouth wide and said excitedly. On the other hand, Vivi, Nami, and Robin had a bit of disappointment on their faces, as if they were pity for the change of cute things. Rozi smiled and explained to everyone. Ballman is its infancy, and its current appearance is called a Guman, and it is a Digimon in the growing stage. Now it can spit out a powerful fireball. After Rozi finished speaking, a Guman spit out a fireball at a boulder. The fireball hit the stone, and the stone exploded in an instant. It's very similar to my ninjutsu great fireball technique, but it's a little weaker in power. Captain Rozi, it should be more than that one. Vivi looked over curiously. Infancy, maturity, and adulthood, I think. Right, Lord Rozi? Nico Robin asked. Rozi nodded slightly. Indeed, it is accurate to say that a human once again transforms, that is, evolves, and will evolve into a mature Tyrannosaurus beast. 1. The voice fell, and a human once again emitted a burst of white light. After the white light dissipated, what appeared in front of everyone was a much larger dinosaur with a beetle-like shell covering its head. It's Tyrannosaurus! Roar! Tyrannosaurus roared and spit out a huge fireball against the cliff. The fireball hit the cliff, causing half of the cliff to explode. This firepower is much stronger than the great fireball technique. Is this the power of maturity? Vivi's eyes widened, and he looked at the Tyrannosaurus beast who was still roaring in amazement. Vivi, it's too early to be surprised. The next stage, full body, Metal Greymon. With Rozi's laughter, the Tyrannosaurus beast's body began to expand rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, a giant dinosaur with a body filled with a lot of machinery and a body shaped like a hill was formed. Gigabit Destruction Cannon. Metal Tyrannosaurus roared, the hatch on his chest suddenly opened, and 2 missiles flew out from his chest, heading straight for the opposite side of the sea. When the missile was about to disappear at the edge of the sea, it suddenly emitted a burst of intense white light. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud suddenly rose on the sea surface in the distance, and the strong fluctuation even made the sea water roll back, directly rising waves of dozens of meters. This scene surprised Luffy and Nadu in amazement. Even Rozi, who had expected it for a long time, couldn't help but sigh at the power of Full Metal Greymon. To have such power. If I summon Suzanu's armor, can I withstand this blow? Vivi frowned, she never thought that the cute rolling beast could finally possess such terrifying power. It's amazing, if Chopper chooses Roll Rmon, can it also evolve into Metal Greymon? Luffy turned his head and looked at Chopper with glowing eyes. Not to mention Luffy, the Chopper at the moment also had his eyes flooded, excitedly looking at the metal Tyrannosaurus beast opposite him. Rozi could have believed it, if not for the previous introduction to Tsunade's abilities. The current Chopper may have jumped excitedly to choose the roller beast as his template. Complete body, is this the ultimate power of the roller beast? 1. Such a powerful bombardment, I don't know how it compares to the Pluton that Crocodile is pursuing. Nico Robin looked ahead and whispered. Robin, you'd be wrong to think so. I didn't say that Metal Greymon is the end of the Roll Rmon. The corners of Rozi's mouth rose, revealing a mysterious smile. It's not the end, is it? Robin looked up in surprise, and before he could finish speaking, he was disturbed by the golden light and majestic aura emanating from the metal Tyrannosaurus beast. Metal Greymon Ultimate Evolution, Battle Greymon. With the roar of the metal Tyrannosaurus beast, his originally huge stature began to shrink. In the end, it turned into an adult-sized humanoid dinosaur with almost all of its body covered in metal armor. However, Chopper and others did not underestimate him because of his smaller size. Even if the things in the heroic spirit space are just welcome, they can still feel the powerful oppression on the battle Tyrannosaurus at the moment. The battle Tyrannosaurus jumped, and its body directly took off. As he raised his hands high, the energy in the atmosphere began to continuously condense between his hands, and turned into a fireball that looked like a small sun, exuding extremely high temperature. The battle Tyrannosaurus smashed the fireball in its hand towards the sea in the distance. When it fell into the sea boiled due to the impact of the extremely high temperature. The sea water, without even a chance to form fog, was directly evaporated. More than 10 seconds passed. Chopper and the others were horrified to find that a huge vacuum area had formed on the sea, and the sea water in it had been evaporated by the scorching flames. How, Luffy, it should be satisfied now. Rozi raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and while everyone was still surprised, the introduction screen about the roller beast disappeared. Madam, it's too powerful, that's a battle Tyrannosaurus, right? It's the ultimate, it's too fierce, it's too interesting one. Rozi, you can transform. Even if Chopper doesn't choose Boblin, you can transform like a Bumbo. Luffy wrapped his arms around Rozi's arms and looked at Rozi with gleaming eyes. Hehe, guess what? Rozi shrugged and threw it out of his hands. Ultimate body, the power of evaporating so much seawater, this can already be called God's punishment. However, Battle Greymon, is at the end of the Goblinman, 1. Nico Robin took a deep breath, calmed his excitement a little, and turned to Rozi. Rozi smiled mysteriously and didn't answer Robin. He didn't want to talk about the further battle of Greymon X and Omegaman. Otherwise, he felt that Luffy might haunt him for a long time to transform him into a battle Tyrannosaurus. If he can change, it will change. The problem is that he may not be able to obtain the template of the Roller Beast Heroic Spirit. He even thinks that even if he obtains the Rolling Beast Heroic Spirit template, with his current abilities, he may be unable to use the Rolling Ball Beast Heroic Spirit template, just as it is difficult to use Zaraki Kenpaki's Wand solution. A Battle Greymon that evolved into the ultimate form. Not to mention the further Omega Beast. Paimon, Tsunade, and Pokemon, these three have very good powers. Chopper will definitely choose Tsunade, so the Straw Hat Pirates will definitely have the Medical Technology 7. If I could, I wish Chopper got the template for Tsunade's Heroic Spirit, and I got the template for Paimon and the Roller Beast. Of course, Rozi can only think about such an idea, and there is no way to implement it in reality. Chopper, you have passed the 3 Heroic Spirit templates, now it's time to make a choice. Rozi turned to look at Chopper. Hearing this, Chopper also came back to his senses, and his eyes turned to the name Tsunade on the front panel for the first time. But in the next moment, he turned his head to look at the name of the Roller Beast. For a while, he was a little hesitant. On the one hand, he is very longing for Tsunade's medical skills. On the other hand, his body has a strong desire for transformation. The surrounding Nami, Usopp, and others did not intervene, but waited quietly. They both understood that the decision had to be made by Chopper himself. And this wait is 5 minutes. Seeing this scene, Rozi couldn't help shaking his head and said, "Actually, I still have an ability that I haven't announced to everyone." Rozi's words caught everyone including Chopper. "I have always asked you to choose one of the 3 Heroic Spirit templates. Actually, this does not mean that you will only have one Heroic Spirit template in the future one. If the situation allows, I can help everyone have a second Heroic Spirit template." The corners of Rozi's mouth rose, and he said meaningfully. Chapter 145. What? There is still a chance to master the second Heroic Spirit template. Rozi's words made Luffy, Usopp, and others who got the Heroic Spirit template in shock. What followed was a great surprise. For Luffy, getting a second Heroic Spirit template is like getting a second favorite power and toy. But for people like Usopp and Nami who lack a sense of security, one more Heroic Spirit template is equivalent to one more way to save lives. "Rozi, why didn't you say this earlier?" Nami pouted and looked at Rozi resentfully. Yes, if I said it earlier, I wouldn't have been so entangled in the beginning." Usopp nodded again and again. "Usopp, when you chose King, you didn't have much trouble one. Since Rozi didn't talk about it before, it's probably because Master's second Heroic Spirit template is more difficult." Zoro crossed his arms and said calmly. "Exactly. Like Zoro said, except I personally need more Devil Fruit. You also need to master the power of the Heroic Spirit template you have mastered to a very high level. And your own physical strength has reached a very high level. If one's body is not strong enough, your body will explode like a bomb." Rozi said, describing with his hand a picture of a bomb going off. This scene made Usopp and Nami instantly tense. It's no wonder that you can have so many heroic spirit templates, Rozi, because your body is strong enough. 1. It doesn't seem right, according to what you said, the 2 heroic spirit templates require strong physical strength. But isn't the template of the heroic spirit you master a little too much? Sanji touched his chin and asked with some doubts. My situation is rather special, because I am in charge of the heroic spirit space, so I can get the favor of many heroic spirits. 1. Rozi smiled, turned to look at Chopper, and continued. Having said that, as long as you don't slack off and let your body reach the level of those monsters in New World, you can still have a second heroic spirit template. At that time, this heroic spirit space will screen out heroic spirits based on your attributes again. Although different heroic spirits may be screened out, it is not impossible to screen out the same heroic spirits again. 1. You know what I mean, Chopper. Finally, Rozi gave Chopper a big smile. Also. In other words, if I choose Tsunade, is it still possible to choose Goblin in the future? Maybe it's a bolder beast, but it may also be other Digimon, or it may filter out your other attributes. So that's what it is, I see. Chopper took a deep breath. Although the beast is handsome, I really want to be a doctor like Tsunade. Chopper glanced at the word trolling beast again with nostalgia, and then slapped the name of Tsunade with his palm. As the words Tsunade were transformed into pure energy into Chopper's body, and left a unique seal on his heart, the mechanical voice of the system also came from Rozi's mind. Ding! Tony Chopper makes a choice, obtains the template of Dr. Tsunade, comprehends the initial skills of Tsunade, and can comprehend more heroic spirit template skills through training and strengthening. Note: consuming devil fruit for a partner can speed up the progress of comprehending the template skills of heroic spirits, and even comprehend the profound meaning skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dr. Tsunade template and the emergency food Paimon template, and comprehend all the skills of the heroic spirit template. Note: although the host can comprehend all the skills of the heroic spirit template, whether the host can use the skills is linked to the host's own strength. Did you randomly select Paimon? Alright, if necessary later, I can pay a devil fruit and ask Ying for help. Rozi was sure, and soon had a plan in mind. Although he can also summon Francis Drake himself through the template of Francis Drake. But in theory, this still belongs to Rozi's own strength. After all, it consumes his physical strength. Summoning Ying is different. As long as devil fruit is used as a trade, it is a powerful helper that is almost equivalent to Rozi himself. Thinking of this, Rozi turned to look at Luffy and the others. Everyone, are you ready? It's almost time to face the enemy. I'll stop Akainu and Gion later. And I'll give you the chance to escape Marine's encirclement. 1. At that time, you can just leave along the gap in the encirclement. But my abilities are limited after all. If the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral goes after you, it's up to you. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, the 3 of you are the main force. If I'm not here later, I'll rely on you to protect Nami and the others. Zero asking for flowers. Nami, Usopp, Vivi, your current strength is good, but the other side still has 4 Vice Admiral from Naval Headquarters. 1. If you can attack one of the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral in the first place. If you're lucky, you might be able to get a Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral out. Chopper, the support is up to you. Remember, this time is an escape battle, don't think about fighting in a one-on-one manner. If you have defeated the enemy in front of you, and if you still have strength, you must go to support others. Speaking of which, Rozi zhanghed Zoro. Tisk, don't look at me like that, I know what to do now. Zoro smacked his mouth and turned his head to look in the other direction. Hehe, don't worry Rozi, even if I start to eat myself, I won't back down. Sanji, I'll ask you to cook a lot of food for me. Luffy smiled, confidence on his face. It's really troublesome, and I need a lot less food. Sanji lit a cigarette, but didn't refuse. Then everyone, prepare to fight. Rozi glanced at everyone, and after seeing that everyone was ready, he left the heroic spirit space. Returning to the sea, everyone was in a trance for a moment. But soon, the roar of cannons coming from the opposite side of the fog-shrouded sea drew everyone's attention to the highest level. Everyone turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound of the cannons, and saw countless black and billowing cannonballs blowing out the smoke and falling towards the Mary. Vivi, Nami, and the others were finally able to see clearly what was on the opposite sea because the cannonballs expelled the fog. At this moment, 10 marine warships were fanning out in the direction of the Mary. Vaguely, all the routes of the melee were locked. Rozi frowned slightly, and observation haki quickly locked onto the 6 people standing on the 5 warships. Marine Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, Maynard, Giant Rince, and Marine Admiral Candidate Momuzagi Gion. Arranging so many good guys to trouble us all at once. Marine, but that's a good look at me. Rozi sighed in his heart. Chapter 146. Even though I have seen the powerful atmosphere on the opposite marine warship with observation haki before, I have seen with my own eyes the Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, and other powerful Vice Admiral standing at the bow of the ship. There was even a giant Vice Admiral Rince among them, and Rozi felt a burst of emotion in his heart. The only thing that made Rozi a little relieved was that there was also a Maynard Vice Admiral among the people. According to Rozi's information, the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, who was defeated by Bartolomeo in the original book, is not ranked high among all Vice Admirals. Compared with the Ghost Spider and others, it is much worse. Just as Rozi was thinking, the countless shells had come to the Mary. Just when Rozi was about to draw his sword to destroy the shells, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji took the first step. Rubber balloons. 3 knives flow, the breath of the moon, the shape of the land, the constant 573 Yagayu, the infinity. Holy launch. Black Boot's second liberation tired, circle dance. Mist wind. Luffy jumped up, his body swelled into a huge sphere, intercepted some of the shells and bounced off. Zoro's 3 knives slashed out a series of flying slashes, and all the shells that were swept by the flying slashes were cut into several pieces and burst apart in the air. The leather shoes under Sanji's feet turned into brown boots, and immediately rose into the air, raising 2 whirlwinds, not only rolling down the remaining shells, but also rushing towards the marine warship across the sea with an indomitable momentum. Humph! Akainu snorted coldly, lava fruit used it, raised his hand and launched a huge magma fist and collided with the whirlwind proposed by Sanji. After a stalemate for a few seconds, the whirlwind was defeated, and the magma fist continued to carry powerful heat and fell towards the direction of the Mary. Seeing this, Rozi took out Vice Admiral's exclusive 2-handed greatsword when the song Lai rings from the portable space of the Eye of God, and threw an icy sharp blade against the magma fist in the sky. Senhan's ice collided with the magma fist, instantly freezing it into ice cubes, and then falling into the sea. Seeing this scene, both Akainu who shot and Gion who fought Rozi before frowned. Bing, I have never seen this man use the power of ice before. Just now he and the aura of the people around him disappeared for a moment. What's going on? This guy, how many trump cards are there yet? 1. What kind of power does he have as a master? Gion murmured in a low voice, and a pair of beautiful eyes stared at Rozi and the others standing on the bow of the Mary. Just now, Rozi, Nami and the others entered the heroic spirit space. In the perception of Gion and the others, it was as if Rozi and the others had completely disappeared. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for Akainu to issue the bombardment order in advance. It doesn't matter how much power he has, since I met him this time, the old man will never let him go. All guns, aim at that pirate ship for me, and hit me. Facing Rozi and the others, Akainu didn't even want to say a word, and directly ordered the surrounding marines to attack. And his words also reached the ears of Rozi and others through the wind. Usopp's eyes widened, the Emperor's engine started passively, and traces of Conqueror's haki began to spill out. Damn, I won't let you bombard the Mary. Usopp took a step forward and directly entered the king's heroic mimesis. The powerful Conqueror's haki burst out completely, and rushed towards the marine warship on the opposite side. He, then I'll come too. When Luffy saw this, he stepped forward and entered the heroic mimesis of Aru. As Red Ogre appeared on him, his Conqueror's haki burst out and rushed towards the marine warship on the opposite side along the sea. Under the impact of the two Conqueror's haki, some marine soldiers who were not determined enough to fall down immediately. Want to stop Buster Call with Conquerors? Ridiculous. Akainu snorted coldly, and Marine immediately replaced the fallen Marine, ignited the cannon, and fired a large number of shells at the Mary again. Seeing this, Zoro and Sanji immediately shot and intercepted the shells again. Damn, why doesn't it work? Usopp clutched his head with a look of frustration. The soldiers of Buster Call are all elite, and even the Conqueror's haki won't let them all down. Unless someone of the level of the four emperors uses Conqueror's haki. Rozi stepped between Luffy and Usopp with a very serious face. 4 emperors? Damn it, my Conqueror's haki is far from enough. What about you, Rozi, can you blow them away with your Conquerors? At least, don't let too many people be able to fire a cannonball. 1. Usopp quickly said 0. Well. Rozi looked at Usopp who had entered the king mimicry beside him, and then looked at Luffy who had entered the ALU mimicry on the other side. A flash of light suddenly flashed in his mind. Okay, I'll try it. As Rozi said that, he instantly entered the king's heroic spirit mimesis, and then a heartbeat like a war drum came out of his body and spread all the way to the marine warship on the opposite side. Some marine soldiers frowned when they heard this sound, but it didn't affect their actions. Are you coming? Usopp's eyes widened, looking at Rozi expectantly. Hehe, we have to wait. The corner of Rozi's mouth rose, and a different momentum suddenly erupted from his body, and a red smoke began to condense behind him. Roar! Rozi shouted loudly, and after entering the heroic mimesis of King, the power of ALU in him also exploded completely. At the same time, the red smoke behind him also condensed into a terrifying red ogre appearance. This is... Both Usopp and Luffy widened their eyes, looking at Rozi in surprise. At this moment, Rozi not only has the shadow of a king, but also has the characteristics of Aru. The strongest hero king on the surface, Gourmet Uranus ALU, double heroic mimesis. 0.2. The corners of Rozi's mouth cracked, and a crimson light flashed in his eyes looking at the marine. The next moment, a shocking, domineering Conqueror's haki shot out from Rozi and arrived at Akainu almost instantly. On the marine warship where Gion and the others were. In an instant, a strong tremor enveloped all marine warships. On the marine warship, some cracks appeared on the edges, decks, sails and other objects after a while, and the marine soldiers began to fall one by one. Not only that, even some marine generals fell to their knees on the deck in a moment. Hey, just kidding. No one below Vice Admiral can move. Is this kid the redhead Shanks? Akainu looked at the surrounding scene, and his face instantly became extremely gloomy. Single G. Chapter 147. Marshal Sengoku's assessment of this man was not wrong, he was too dangerous one. Absolutely cannot let him leave this place. The Ghost Spider Vice Admiral pulled out the 6 long knives on his body and pointed his gaze directly at Rozi, who was unparalleled in haki at the moment. Flying Squirrel, Maynard, Giant Runs, etc. Vice Admiral as well. At this moment, they have all gathered on a marine warship. Has that man grown to such a degree? Jun Mimi opened her eyes wide and looked at Rozi across the sea in disbelief. She clearly knew that the former Rozi would never have had such a Conqueror's haki. If he really had it, when he hunted down, only Tsuru and her would be able to fight against Rozi. Sakazuki Admiral, Marine soldiers are all down, Buster Call can't start. Next, what should we do? The flying square stepped forward, looked at Akainu and asked. The soldier can't move, so I will replace Buster Call. 01. Akainu's face was serious, he stepped forward, and his fists quickly melted into lava. Afterwards, a large number of huge magma fists were launched from his hands and rushed straight to the sky. And this model also made Rozi, who was standing at the bow of the Mary, frown tightly. Lava fruit, what a troublesome thing. Sooner or later, you will no longer be able to use this thing. 1. Luffy, everyone, I'll go first. 1. If I don't come back in time, you go to Alabasta first. I'll be there to reconcile with you. After that, Rozi flew straight into the sky, flying towards the sky. With Paimon's ability to fly, he can now fly freely without using the power of his black boots. It was as if flying had become an instinct for him. Okay, be sure to come back, Rozi. Luffy waved to Rozi in the sky, and was about to issue the captain's order to leave just like Nami beside him. At this time, fiery red meteors suddenly rushed out of the sky, penetrating the clouds, and reflected in the field of vision of Luffy and others. Then, what is that? Usopp's mouth widened and shouted in horror. That's Akainu's ability, what he just launched into the sky. 1. Marine Admiral, whether it's Akainu from lava fruit or Aokiji from frozen fruit, is quite a hassle. Nico Robin clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth. The magma fist falling from the sky reminded Nico Robin of the scene when Akainu ordered the bombardment of O'Hara civilian ships. Zoro and Sanji saw the rapidly falling magma fist, and they all gathered their strength, intending to shoot down the magma fist. But at this time, Rozi had already flown to a place close to the falling magma fist. Drink! Rozi shouted sharply and waved the giant sword in his hand when the song Lai sounds, drawing out a line of frost sword energy. Almost instantly, the falling magma was covered with ice, losing the motivation to continue falling towards the Mary. Hehe, as expected of Rozi. Everyone, taking this opportunity, we will leave now. Luffy laughed and shouted, and Nami next to him immediately started to act. Instructing everyone to control the Mary to drive in the designated direction. At the same time, Akainu on the marine warship saw that his meteor volcano was blocked, and was blocked in an icy way, and he felt a huge sense of humiliation. Damn it, let me see how much power you have. Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, stop the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates. I'm going to meet that guy. Akainu let out a roar, leaped forward with both legs, stepped directly on the moonwalk and charged towards Rozi, and in an instant, he flew a distance of hundreds of meters. The Flying Squirrel, the Ghost Spider, Rince, and others were ordered to immediately control the marine warship to pursue the Mary. With the existence of the giant Vice Admiral Rince, even if the marine soldiers have fallen, they still have the ability to quickly maneuver the marine warships. Soon, a warship lined the waves and went straight to the Mary. Gion looked at the Mary, and then at Rozi, who was falling towards the sea. After pondering, he said to several colleagues beside him. I went to Gion Sakazuki Admiral, the guy Rozi is very cunning, I know him better, maybe I can cooperate with Sakazuki Admiral to knock him down quickly. Luffy, Zoro, and others are far less powerful than Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. It would be enough with the 4 of you here, so please. After speaking, Gion did not wait for Flying Squirrel and the others to respond, and rushed out of the marine warship with a single stride. Flying Squirrel, Rince, and the others didn't have time to stop Gion, so they could only helplessly shook their heads and continued to control the marine warship to sail towards the Mary. Rozi, give it up. This time, you won't have another chance to leave. On the sea, near Rozi, Akainu threw a scorching fist directly at Rozi. Like this, Rozi hurriedly raised the giant sword with the elements of crushed ice and blocked it in front of him. Boom! With a loud noise, Rozi's body trembled involuntarily, enough to see the strength of Akainu's blow. Hehe, it's not that easy to catch me, Sakazuki Admiral. 1. Rozi glanced at Gion, who was chasing after Akainu, and the corner of his mouth Vivi raised. Then his eyes quickly turned into Manjiki Sharingan and stared at Akainu. Tsukuyomi. Akainu, who did not know the details of Manjiki Sharingan, kept his eyes on Rozi, but in the next moment, he felt an inexplicable force rushing towards his spiritual world along his eyes. Akainu's eyes flashed red, and he subconsciously used the power of observation Haki and Tsukuyomi to compete. However, Rozi had no intention of calculating, and Akainu's observation Haki just resisted for a moment, and his spiritual consciousness was pulled into Tsukuyomi's space. Here is. Akainu glanced at the blood-red space around him and felt that this was not the real world, and planned to use lava fruit to destroy this space. But soon, he was surprised to find that he could not use his abilities. And in a trance, he was tied to a tree stump. Feel the pain, Akainu. Rozi didn't talk nonsense with Akainu, he directly transformed into countless numbers of himself, raised the sharp blade in his hand and stabbed towards Akainu's body everywhere. Chapter 148. Pulling Akainu into Tsukuyomi's space, Rozi could clearly feel that resistance was stronger than pulling Empress Hancock into the reading space. Considering Akainu's firm will, Rozi also doesn't intend to provoke Akainu in this Tsukuyomi space. Even he didn't know how long the Tsukuyomi space could hold Akainu. So save as much time as possible to mentally attack Akainu, which is what Rozi thinks he should do as a matter of urgency. UBD. This really isn't the real world, right? Akainu gritted his teeth and looked at Rozi viciously. Even if his body was penetrated by hundreds of sharp knives at the same time, he did not have the slightest intention to cry out. I saw his eyes staring, blood-red light flashed between his eyes, and the powerful observation Haki dispersed in all directions like a frantic airflow. After a while, Rozi was surprised to find that billowing magma began to flow out of Akainu's body, and it began to erode Tsukuyomi's space. This guy, even his own spirit has turned into lava. Rozi frowned, seeing more and more magma spilling out of Akainu, even after the phantom he created was eroded by the magma. He directly chose to disperse all the phantoms, and created a giant iceberg in the air to fall towards Akainu. Don't try to control my mind. The dog bites the red lotus. Akainu's eyes widened, and he completely got rid of the ropes on his body, and then he slammed a fist that gathered a huge amount of magma against the iceberg in the sky. After the magma was released, it quickly turned into a lava hound and hit the iceberg. Click! The lava and the ice collided, causing a huge explosion immediately. Tsukuyomi's space, like glass, began to crack and eventually dissipated. Akainu only felt a darkness in front of him, and when he came back to his senses again, he found that he had returned to the original world. And at this moment he was still keeping his fist on the great sword in Rozi's hand. You guy! Amaterasu! Before Akainu could finish speaking, Rozi activated Manjiki Sharingan's abilities again. With 2 tears of blood flowing from his eyes, Akainu's body was quickly enveloped in a black flame. Hey! Use fire on me, are you kidding me? Akainu snorted coldly and slammed his right hand on Rozi's great sword, causing Rozi to retreat several meters to stabilize his body. At this moment, Gion has also come to Akainu's side. Sakazuki Admiral, are you all right? Gion looked at the black flame on Akainu's body and frowned slightly. She didn't believe that Rozi would not know that flames are ineffective against Akainu, who is a lava fruit person, and if he had to use flames to deal with Akainu under such circumstances, it only meant that these black flames were extremely special. It's okay. Akainu snorted, and a large amount of magma appeared on his body again. I want to burn the black flames with the power of magma. Soon, however, he discovered an anomaly. Hey! These flames, there's no way my magma can go out. Akainu's eyes widened, and for the first time there was a slight surprise in them. Hearing this, Gion immediately frowned and slashed several flying slashes at Rozi with a wave of his hand. "What have you done to Sakazuki, Admiral?" The corners of Rozi's mouth rose, and with the ability to fly, he easily avoided Gion's slash, and said with a smile. "Gion, we are fighting now, do you think I will reveal my abilities to you?" While speaking, Rozi's Manjiki Sharingan couldn't help looking into Gion's eyes. "Gion, watch out for his eyes, that guy's eyes can create hallucinations." 1. The flames on me should have been created out of thin air by his eyes. As Akainu spoke, more magma spurted out of his body. In the blink of an eye, he completely turned into a magma man, and the black flame formed by Amaterasu was also pushed up by the expanding magma. After a while, a layer of magma fell off Akainu's body and fell towards the sea with black flames. Illusion? And this flame? Gion was startled, and quickly turned his eyes away, looking at Rozi's chest, while covering Rozi's body with observation haki, preventing Rozi from attacking suddenly. Even Akainu, who is a lava fruit person, needs to ask the black flames in the same way as a golden cicada. This is enough to explain the trouble with Rozi's eyes. If possible, she doesn't want to be burned by the black flames on Rozi's body. As expected of Akainu Admiral, he used this trick to get rid of my powers. Rozi shook his head, thinking in his heart what a pity. He dispersed the Manjiki Sharingan. Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu just now have consumed a lot of his stamina, and Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi obviously can't cause too much damage to Logia fruit power users like Akainu. And seeing Akainu's performance, Rozi even felt that if he used emission level armament haki, he could also get rid of Amaterasu in a similar way to Akainu. Continuing to use the Manjiki Sharingan would be a bit too exhausting for Rozi, who originally had observation haki. Thinking of this, Rozi could not help but step back 1 meter again, took out the explosive fruit from the space carried by the Eye of God, and planned to use it to help himself deal with Akainu and Gion at the same time. "Gion, I am enough to deal with this guy alone. You go after the Straw Hat Pirates, none of those guys can be spared." Akainu didn't rush to attack Rozi at this time, but looked at Gion next to him. "But Sakazuki Admiral, this guy is too cunning. The Straw Hat Pirates already have Vice Admiral and the others." Gion spoke, wanting to explain like Akainu. Before she could finish, however, Akainu interrupted her. "Gion Vice Admiral, the commander of this operation is me, please obey the order. And since you know that Rozi is cunning, you should understand that he dared to leave the Mary and stop in front of me alone, that is, that Luffy and the others have the ability to leave." Akainu's face was serious and his mind was clear. He knew that if Luffy and others succeeded in escaping, Rozi would also choose to flee. On the contrary, if the Straw Hat Pirates did not successfully leave, then Rozi would always take the initiative to stay and fight. Therefore, he intercepted Rozi by himself, and the others went to catch the Straw Hat Pirates first, which may be the best way to catch the Straw Hat, Linos, pirates. "This, I see." Gion gritted his teeth and took a deep look at Akainu with a serious face and Rozi with a smile on his face. The mission of this attack itself was that she took the initiative to apply to Sakazuki, and obeying the order was what she should do. "Then, please, Sakazuki Admiral." Gion left a sentence and wanted to turn around and chase in the direction of the Mary. Just then, Rozi's side suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Gion looked at Rozi subconsciously, and found that he had inserted the giant sword into the sea and froze a piece of ice as a petal. And that dazzling light came from the hexagram pattern on the ice beside him. Click the bar. Suddenly, the hexagram pattern shattered and dissipated like glass, and a blonde, petite girl appeared in its place. "Come on, Traveler's Ying." The corners of Rozi's mouth rose, and he said silently. Chapter 149. Helper. Akainu and Gion frowned, although the girl who suddenly appeared beside Rozi looked ordinary. But neither Akainu nor Gion thought that Rozi would summon an ordinary person to help at this time. Hey! This is... Ying blinked, first glanced at Gion and Akainu with hostile expressions, then turned to Rozi, "Are you the one who made the entrustment?" Ying didn't feel so strange about the situation in front of him. When she came here, a mysterious voice sounded in her mind and told her the relevant situation. Also understand that this is a deal and that Rozi is the employer. While speaking, the girl carefully felt the power in her body. At this moment, she could clearly feel that her power seemed to be stronger here. "That's right, it's me. Thank you for coming, Traveler Ying." Rozi smiled and handed the explosive fruit in his hand to Ying. This is the entrusted golden explosion fruit. After eating it, it can cause an explosion anywhere in the body, and it is also immune to explosions. Ying nodded slightly, took Guo 590 and put it into the space device she carried with her. Under the guidance of the mysterious voice in her mind, she can not only understand that Rozi is her employer, but also understand that the explosive fruit given by Rozi does have that ability. "I did accept the entrustment money, so are these two people who are going to be dealt with next." Ying called out a one-handed long sword, turned to look at Akainu and Gion, and the powerful and violent thunder element force quickly emerged around him. In the blink of an eye, the weak-looking little girl disappeared, and was replaced by a female warrior with a strong aura all over her body. And the faces of Akainu and Gion were suddenly ugly. "Indeed, I will trouble Ying later to help me stop these two so that my partner can escape." As Rozi spoke, she activated Yura's heroic spirit mimic. In a moment, his original hair turned light blue, and the attire on his body also became like a male version of Yula, and a strong cold emanated from his body. In a blink of an eye, the 1,000-meter sea surface centered on him was frozen into ice. "With this breath and this outfit, you shouldn't be Yula's brother, right?" Ying blinked and looked at Rozi in front of her curiously. "Hehe, I will have a chance to explain this later, so let's fight the enemy now." 1. "Ying, the two in front of us are very strong." Rozi smiled at Ying and turned to look at Akainu and Gion. Ying nodded slightly, raised her sword and pointed at Akainu and Gion. "Trade in front of me, you really don't take our marine seriously. It's just one more person who needs to be executed, no big deal. Gion, you don't have to stay here, keep going after Luffy and his party." Akainu landed on the ice, his hands and arms turned into billowing lava and walked towards Rozi and Ying. "Okay, Sakazuki." 1. Although Gion wanted to stay, but looking at Akainu, she also understood that Akainu would not agree with her to stay. In the bathroom, she could only turn around, stepped on the ice with both feet, and ejected to the right side. However, she just flew less than 50 meters away when Rozi suddenly raised her hand and pointed at her back. "Sorry, Gion Vice Admiral, the area ahead, explore it later. Otherwise, Akainu Admiral would be too lonely." 1. As Rozi's voice fell, a strange wave quickly spread around with Rozi as the center, and finally formed a circular enchantment with a diameter of 500 meters that was invisible to the naked eye and could not be perceived. "What did this guy say?" Gion glanced at Rozi, ignored his words, and used moonwalk to speed up and fly forward again. Back, but the next moment, when her body just touched the edge of the barrier, an inexplicable pulling force acted on Gion's body. Gion only felt that his eyes were dark for no reason, and when he opened his eyes again, he had already reappeared beside Akainu. At this moment, Akainu also stared at her with wide eyes. "How is this going? Rozi, what did you guy do to me?" Thinking of what Rozi said earlier, Gion immediately understood that it was Rozi's ghost, and quickly turned his head to stare at Rozi viciously. Not only Gion and Akainu, but also Ag looked at Rozi in surprise. "The front area, let's explore it later?" "Rozi, what's your relationship with Paimon? Why would you say the same thing as her? Also, why is that tall woman teleport directly back after you said this?" In the past, Paimon had said similar things to her many times. But it's just talking about it, but it doesn't show the effect of teleportation. Paimon, I probably have a relationship with her. Rozi first smiled at Ying, then looked at Gion and said. It's nothing, it's just that you can't leave for the time being. There is no way to leave. Gion frowned, unbelieving in evil, took a step behind him, and reached the edge of the barrier with the fastest speed. Soon, her eyes were darkened again, and when she returned to Akainu's side again. In Akainu's eyes, Gion disappeared after a certain distance away from Rozi and appeared in front of him instantly. What kind of ability is this? Gion gritted his teeth, and his heart was instantly filled with doubts. Naturally, Rozi would not explain to Gion. All he wanted was to make Gion think that he had no way to leave for the time being, and then fight him honestly. Even if he put away the enchantment, she would not leave. As long as the two most powerful marines, Akainu and Gion, stay here, he can also feel relieved about the situation on Luffy's side. At this time, Akainu also looked at Rozi with a gloomy face. Boy, trapping Gion here, you are so confident that you can face me and Gion at the same time. As he spoke, layers of lava poured out from the surface of his body, as if it would rush towards Rozi at any time. Hehe, Akainu Admiral, your eyes look broken. Didn't you see such a beautiful and powerful girl beside me? Rozi laughed. Smooth tongue. Since you are courting death, then I will fulfill you. Gion, let's go together and quickly defeat these two guys. After Akainu finished speaking, he swung his right fist violently, and a lava fist rushed towards Rozi's head at an extremely fast speed. Dark Hound. Chapter 150. The Vortex of Ice Tide. Rozi chuckled, facing Akainu's attack, he chose to slash his elemental combat skills. I saw him wielding the great sword violently, and the icy chill flashed out from the great sword, heading straight for Akainu's Dark Hound, and also spilling out towards the surrounding space. The escaping cold air has covered more of the sea with cold and ice. And Akainu, who faced Rozi's slash directly, his hot magma fist also slowed down when it touched Rozi's slash. A large amount of cold air spread to his entire arm along his punched fist. For a while, a stalemate was formed. It's no wonder, knowing that Akainu is just a random Dark Hound. But Rozi spent a lot of physical strength and used Yura's elemental combat technique Vortex of Ice Tide. Rozi even believes that when he uses the Eye of the Ice God, he may be no less powerful than frozen fruit. In addition to the strong cold, there is another benefit to using the Eye of the Ice God. Thinking of this, Rozi turned his head slightly and glanced at Ying. Even the tricks are the same as Yura. No, now is not the time to be surprised. With certainty in Ying's heart, his gaze turned to Gion, who was heading straight for him, and quickly swung 3 swords, slashing out 3 lightning bolts. After a jump, a high-strength thunder element wrapped around the long sword in his hand and slashed at Gion. Gion, who had just intercepted Ying's 3 lightning bolts, narrowed his eyes, and took a step back with a knife, intending to attack her when Ying's slash hit the ground. However, when Ying's lightning slash smashed into the thick ice, it actually detonated the ice under her feet. In an instant, a burst of blue and purple brilliance included Gion and Akainu, who had just gotten rid of the ice on his body and planned to attack both Rozi and Ying at the same time. Seeing this scene, the corners of Rozi's mouth could not help but rise slightly. At this time, he seemed to see 2 characters named Superconductivity on Gion and Akainu. That's right, when he uses the Eye of the Elemental God of Ice, he can form an elemental reaction with the elemental power that Ying uses. The cooperation of the two is destined to be stronger than Akainu and Gion. It's a pity that the elemental power of the Eye of God cannot react with the power-generating element of Devil Fruit. Otherwise, Ying's current strength may be able to make Akainu flash the word overload constantly. Rozi thought to himself a pity. At the same time, Akainu and Gion also clearly felt that the energy that was constantly being detonated was wrong. The frost that was not so strong originally seemed to have a stronger impact after encountering the thunder. The two immediately wanted to use their own means to disperse the energy from their bodies. However, at this time, the attacks of Rozi and Ying had already come to them. In the blink of an eye, the two of Rozi swung countless sword shadows. Between the ice element and the thunder element, more blue and purple brilliance surrounded Akainu and Gion. Akainu and Gion raised their hands to resist. At first, they didn't feel anything. Although Rozi's ice and Ying's thunder were intertwined, the impact was stronger, but Akainu and Gion were still able to dominate. But as time went on, the two gradually discovered that Rozi and Ying were just slashing with the same force, but the ice and thunder that hit them gradually caused more pain and damage. It's like their magma and armament haki, the strength of the defense against ice and thunder erosion has decreased in general. Even if they don't understand what a superconducting reaction is, the two instantly understand that the energies of Rozi and Ying can combine with each other, causing more destructive power and even lowering their defenses. Damn pirates, only use some tricks. Akainu roared, his body suddenly turned into a magma giant, and while dispelling the abnormal energy around him, he rushed towards Rozi and Ying again. At the same time, Gion also cooperated with Akainu's actions and charged forward with his sword. Ying's brows wrinkled, and she leaped to the sky, and the strong thunder element began to condense in her raised right hand. Seeing this, Rozi exhaled, and the eye of God on his waist suddenly burst into a strong light. The next moment, he quickly swung the giant sword in his hand towards Akainu and Gion who were rushing towards them, and a large amount of ice elements turned into a cold slash and slashed towards them. Bing bing, cut off the deep hatred. Light sword of condensing waves. Under a sword, even with Akainu, a magma man, in front of him, the surrounding air instantly dropped a few degrees. Not good. Gion looked at the surroundings and immediately realized that something was wrong. However, when she wanted to remind Akainu to smash the surrounding ice, Ying in the air had already finished charging. Thunder and thunder. Boom. The thunder of prestige fell from the sky, and in an instant, the ice element in a radius of 100 meters was ignited by the lightning element, turning into a powerful impact and energy that eroded the defense force and continuously invaded the bodies of Akainu and Gion. Ying fell on the ice, and Rozi raised their swords back to back, pointing at Akainu and Gion. Reliable, Ying, it's really right to call you here. Rozi laughed. I'm glad to be able to help you. Ying smiled and turned to look at Akainu and Gion. I'm sorry you two, in order to complete my commission, please continue to stay here. On the other side, Mary. Nami, don't sail too fast, let those guys catch up. Luffy looked at the marine warship that was chasing fast not far away, and said suddenly. Why? Nami turned her head and looked at Luffy suspiciously. We're taking those Naval Headquarters out here, or they'll go back and deal with Rozi. Luffy's face was serious, and he looked up at the battlefield where Rozi was in the distance. Even though the Mary had traveled a long distance, Luffy and the others who were standing on the Mary could still clearly see the magma, ice, falling thunder, and fierce flying slashes that were constantly bursting in all directions in the distance. Zero fur flowers. Luffy is right, Rozi has stopped a Marine Admiral, and a Marine Admiral backup. If we go too fast and those Vice Admiral at Naval Headquarters think we can't catch us and turn back to help Marine Admiral. Rozi's situation is terrible. Zoro pulled out the 3 knives around his waist, and the cold ghost chi overflowed. In just a moment of effort, he had already entered the imitation of the heroic spirit of Black Death Mou. Zoro is right, we can't just run away. Sanji lit a cigarette and said. Yeah, indeed. Ah, really, then slow down and meet those guys. Nami scratched his head, and after activating Kana's heroic spirit mimic, he turned to look at Nico Robin and said. Point 0. Miss Robin, you should go to the cabin first to avoid it. If your connection to us is known to Marine and reported 1. It could be bad for Vivi's country. Hearing this, Nico Robin nodded, then, I wish everyone a prosperous martial arts. She knew that her abilities would be of no use in the fight against Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Instead, it may pull the back legs of Nami and others. In desperation, she could only retreat into the cabin and silently observe the upcoming battle. As Nami and others deliberately slowed down the speed of the Mary, the marine warship gradually came to the sea less than 10 meters away. Straw Hat Luffy, Pirate Hunter Zoro, Little Thief Cat Nami, Sniper Usopp, Blackfoot Sanji. Give it up, you have no way out. The giant Rince Vice Admiral took a step forward and looked at Luffy and the others coldly. The giant's height of dozens of meters, just standing there, gives people a very strong pressure. Humph, who is going to surrender to you? Isn't it just a little taller? Don't think I'll be afraid of you. Facing the threat of the giant Vice Admiral, Luffy jumped towards the marine warship, and the food demon also appeared directly behind him, and then quickly attached to Luffy's body. The next moment, Luffy's stature began to swell, and it only took a few seconds to become a giant about the height of the giant Vice Admiral. And Luffy's appearance has completely become the same as Red Ogre. What? Rince's eyes widened, watching Luffy's changes, and he was stunned on the spot. When he came back to his senses again, Luffy's fist had come to him. Gourmet Devil Giant Machine Gun. Luffy roared and endured the pain of pushing the food cells with all his strength to make his body swell, and his fists turned into afterimages and slammed into Rince Vice Admiral's head. Chapter 151. Boom. Damn, such a heavy force. Who is the giant? The giant Rince put the axe in front of him, blocking Luffy's machine gun fist, and for a while he couldn't emerge from his weapon as Vice Admiral's head. The huge body was pushed back by Luffy to the rear of the warship. On the side, Maynard and the Flying Squirrel, who were closer to Rince, immediately jumped high and charged towards both sides of Luffy. No, Sanji and Zoro were already prepared for this. Black boots tired, devilish feet, shredded. One knife flow, the breath of the moon, the shape of the eight, the tail of the moon dragon. The words fell, Sanji's figure turned into an afterimage wrapped in a scorching flame and quickly came to Maynard, and slammed directly into Maynard's chest with a heavy kick. Almost at the same time, the 590 long knife in Zoro's hand also turned into a huge crescent and slashed at the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. So fast! Maynard, already in his heart, hurriedly raised his arms and hardened them with armament haki. With a bang, Maynard's body was knocked off by Sanji's kick, and flew directly off the marine warship deck. In desperation, Maynard could only use moonwalk to stabilize his figure. Compared to Maynard, Sanji stepped on the black boots in the second state, and stopped in midair leisurely. On the other side, Flying Squirrel felt something, and quickly slashed at Zoro's slash. The strong wind and waves broke out, and the Flying Squirrel was forced to stop and charge Luffy's figure, and Zoro also found the opportunity to stand on the deck of Marine's warship. Thanks, Sanji, Zoro. Luffy grinned at Zoro and Sanji, and continued to greet the giant Rince with his fists that turned into afterimages. At this moment, the giant Rince felt awkward. Originally, strength should be what he is good at, but now he finds that after Luffy's size has grown, his strength does not seem to have an advantage. In terms of the speed of punching, he didn't have the slightest advantage, and he could only defend his weapon against Luffy's attack as best he could. Luffy, that's awesome! Chopper's mouth widened, and he never thought that Luffy would suppress the most oppressive giant Rince in an instant. Chopper, Luffy's current form shouldn't last long. We've got to get the balance of the battle in our favor while Luffy is holding the giant down. Vivi took a deep breath, and the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes stared at Luffy. With her insight, she could naturally see the abnormality of Luffy's state at the moment. Perhaps this is what Luffy and Rozi call self-feeding. Suddenly, Vivi's eyes widened, and his hands quickly formed a seal. Fire-style Fengxian Huo technique. Vivi spit out more than a dozen chakra flame ammunition at the Mary, and Vice Admiral, the ghost spider who had just stepped on the moonwalk to the sky above Mary, frowned and immediately waved his 2 knives and 4 knives controlled by his hair firebomb destroyed. Vivi's action also made Nami, Chopper, Usopp and others stare at him. Flame? Could it be that he ate some fire-breathing fruit? Vice Admiral, the ghost spider, stood in the air and gave Vivi a cold look. Then he looked at Luffy who was fighting the giant Vice Admiral. So that's the case, that is, that Straw Hat Luffy's current state can't be maintained for a long time. I heard good news. In other words, as long as Rince holds on for a while longer. 1. And taking advantage of this time, I can arrest you first. The ghost spider said in a muffled voice, and then turned his attention to Nami who was on guard, just when he wanted to attack Nami directly. There was a sudden warning from his knowledge, and he instinctively slashed the knife in the direction of the oblique measurement, draping it on a lead bullet. Boom! The ghost spider's eyes widened, and when his knife hit the lead bullet, a black-red electric light flashed out of thin air. The powerful impact even made the hand of the ghost spider, who is Vice Admiral, tremble. Conqueror's Haki. The intelligence was right, you were able to wrap the Conquerors around the ammo. The ghost spider turned its head and looked viciously at Usopp who fired the ammunition. Hehe, why, scared? If you are afraid, I can accept your surrender. Usopp took a step forward and looked at the ghost spider with fierce eyes. The sound of the Emperor's engine continued to spread to the opposite side of the sea. Even though the ghost spider itself is not much affected by the Emperor's engine, after experiencing Usopp's Conqueror's entanglement, he is suddenly a little uncertain about Usopp's strength. After all, it was said in the information. Usopp once claimed that his strength was among the Straw Hat Pirates, only below Rozi. Watching Usopp block Nami, Vivi, and others behind him, looking like he was riding 1,000 horses, the ghost spider couldn't help but stop in mid-air, as if thinking about how to deal with the situation in front of him. At the same time, Chopper exhaled, his eyes gradually firming. Everyone is fighting, I have to fight too. 1. Even if it's just support. Summoning technique. Come out, Katsuyu-sama. Chopper transformed into a human form, grew his hands to seal, and summoned a Katsuyu about the size of a young man on the deck of the Mary using the summoning technique that he was not yet familiar with. You are. Master Chiaoworm first tilted his head in confusion, and then a message flashed. And immediately understood the situation in front of him. Lord Chopper, what is it? Big, sir or something? No, now is not the time to be shy. Katsuyu-sama, please split your body, I can use healing jutsu to help everyone maintain their state. 0.2. Got it, Lord Chopper. Katsuyu nodded slightly, his body quickly split into 4 pieces, and climbed onto the shoulders of Chopper, Usopp, Vivi, and Nami. Vivi and Nami saw the pale green light emanating from Katsuyu's shoulders, and immediately knew that the time had come. The ghost spider standing high in the sky frowned after seeing Chopper's strange movements. What are these guys doing? Can't let these guys go down anymore. Usopp, just kill this guy first. After thinking about it, the ghost spider immediately raised his hands and controlled the 4 swords controlled by the hair behind him to aim at Usopp, intending to get rid of the only man he could not see through. Chapter 152. Usopp saw the state of the ghost spider, and his heartbeat speeded up further. Although he was so scared, he knew that he couldn't back down. Ho ho, are you going to do something to me? Exactly, let me see if you can let me use all my strength. Usopp put down his slingshot, and between his hands, a dazzling brilliance began to shine in his hands. It is the starting style of the Purgatory Warrior's explosive heat wave cannon. However, Usopp did not directly release the ghost spider, the only Purgatory Warrior's explosive heat wave cannon that he could release at this stage. He understood that if he could not successfully hit the ghost spider, he would definitely be killed by the ghost spider in a weak state. At this moment, Nami and Vivi stepped forward and appeared in front of Usopp. Vivi, Usopp, we're here to help you. Nami, that's right, can't 01 let you, the strongest on the surface, shoot directly, otherwise, wouldn't we be trash? The ghost spider frowned, the strongest on the surface is really an exaggerated title. Well, let me see if you have. As the ghost spider said, he turned his eyes to Vivi. At this moment, the Mangeki Sharingan in Vivi's eyes spun rapidly, and an inexplicable mental wave shot out from Vivi's eyes and hit the mind of a ghost spider. The ghost spider subconsciously urged his spirit to resist this mental shock, but after a while, he still couldn't resist the shock from Vivi Tsukuyomi and was forced to be pulled into a blood-red space. Here is. When the ghost spider looked around, trying to figure out what happened to him, suddenly found that the flying squirrel, Maynard, and the giant Vice Admiral Rance, who should have been on a united front with him, rushed towards him with weapons. What are you guys doing? The ghost spider roared and hurriedly waved its weapon to resist. It's just that the flying squirrel and the others completely ignored the ghost spider's meaning, and even ignored the ghost spider's sword slash, and handed their weapons into the ghost spider's body one after another. Meanwhile, the outside world. There was a tear of blood in the corner of Vivi's eyes, and he shouted, "He is under my control, let's do it." Nami and Usopp heard the words, and without any hesitation, immediately unreservedly displayed their strongest means against the ghost spider. The brilliance of the fairy. Purgatory Warrior's explosive heat wave cannon. Boom! The brilliance of punishment falling from the sky and the fiery beam of light rushing straight towards the ghost spider from diagonally below collided, causing a huge explosion immediately, disgusting the waves of waves. For a time, the battlefield was covered by a dazzling light. It also made the attention of the flying squirrel, Rance, and Maynard inevitably attracted by the ghost spider. The strong light and huge roar continued for more than 10 seconds. The ghost spider, whose spirit was originally being hit by Tsukuyomi, had already noticed something abnormal, and he was planning to find a way to break Tsukuyomi. When the light dissipated, his body seemed to be unable to bear more energy, and it exploded directly in front of the three flying squirrels. Seeing this scene, the flying squirrel, Maynard, and Rance immediately widened their eyes. Ghost spider! Even with a different conception of justice, seeing a colleague die like this. Whether it was the flying squirrel, Maynard, or Rance, they all felt a surge of anger, and they all raised their eyes and glared at the Usopp people on the merry. Sorry, this road doesn't work. If you want to find trouble with Usopp and the others, you need to step over my body. Zoro stood in front of the flying squirrel, and the 6 ghost eyes staring at the flying squirrel after entering the Black Death Mou mimicry. Flying squirrel frowned, red light flashed in his eyes, and a strong armament haki surged on the long knife, rushing towards Zoro extremely fast. Profound meaning, a flash. Seeing this, Zoro is also unequivocal, observation haki and the transparent world are open. At the same time, the blood ghost technique replaces armament haki and rushes onto the blade to strengthen the hardness of the blade. Brush! The sword light flashed, and the flying squirrel's body turned into an afterimage with the sword in both hands and swept over Zoro's body. The next moment, the marine uniform on him burst open, revealing extra skin hardened and blackened by armament haki. On the other side, Zoro's abdomen suddenly appeared with an incision that almost cut him in half, and a large amount of blood poured out, staining the deck on the ground red. As you wish, I will step over your body to trouble Usopp and others over there. Flying Squirrel stood up straight and wanted to walk towards Usopp and the others. However, right here, a shadow covered him. What? Flying Squirrel hurriedly turned around, only to see Zoro slashing at him with 3 knives waving 590. And the wound he just cut on Zoro has completely recovered. In a hurry, Flying Squirrel hurriedly raised the knife to hold Zoro's 3 knives. And that strength, which was not weaker than before, also made the Flying Squirrel understand that Zoro in front of him was not injured at all. The profound truth that he used armament haki to resist Zoro's slash just now was like a joke and didn't bring any damage to Zoro. Are you really a devil? Are human swords useless to you? Flying Squirrel's face was gloomy, and he said to Zoro through gritted teeth. Who knows, and as I said just now, if you want to trouble Usopp, first step over my body. Now you have clearly done it. The corners of Zoro's mouth rose, revealing a truly ghastly smile. Humph, I want to see if you can recover if you chop off your head. Just try it if you can, I won't be as careless as I was just now. Zoro and Flying Squirrel shouted loudly, and the long knives in their respective hands turned into afterimages and swept towards each other. Chapter 153. Nami, Vivi, are you all right? 1. Chopper supported the crumbling Nami and asked the two of them worriedly. At the same time, Vivi's running duck, which had been hidden, also ran out of the cabin, allowing Vivi to rely on himself. It's not going to fall. Chopper, thank you for your healing. 1. If it wasn't for this ability, I might have fainted on the spot. Nami took a deep breath and glanced at Katsuyu, who was leaning on his shoulder, emitting a green light, with strong sleepiness. That's right. Vice Captain Rozi is right, with Manjiki Sharingan alone, I'm too far behind. Thank you, Chopper, for providing me with chakra. Thank you too, Karu. Vivi nodded to Chopper and Runya Karu, speaking weakly. Because of the Manjiki Sharingan, she could feel a distinct sting in her eyes. I just did what I was supposed to do, sorry this fight is all I can do. Chopper said apologetically, and glanced at the battlefield that was still fighting, and the fighting situation was getting fiercer. Because of the death of the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, the remaining 3 Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral were greatly stimulated, and at this moment they wished to completely wipe out the Straw Hat Pirates. Chopper, take Vivi and Nami to the cabin to rest first. Leave it to Luffy and the others. Usopp stood on the bow, folded his arms, and said with a serious face. What about you, Usopp? You must be weak after using the trick just now. Vivi frowned and said worriedly. No, I have to stand here. If those guys feel that we have no combat strength to deal with them except Luffy and the others, they may make them desperate to attack the Merry Imperial engine, at least I can still use it. As Usopp spoke, he tried his best to control his dignified side. Vivi, listen to Usopp. It's not a good thing that we're down here for those Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters to see. Chopper, I'm sorry to bother you. Nami shook his head at Vivi and followed Chopper to the cabin. The ability she used to the Ghost Spider just now, her fairy brilliance, is the strongest, and it is also the most physically consuming power. Originally, her physical strength was no match for Usopp, and even now with the support of Chopper's strength, she felt quite weak, and it was absolutely impossible for her to stay on deck to fight Marine Vice Admiral. Seeing this, Vivi could only follow Karu towards the cabin. Good work, Nami, Vivi, Chopper. When Nico Robin saw several people walking into the cabin, he immediately greeted them. Akalam also went to Vivi worried. Robin Nami glanced up at Robin, then at Chopper. Chopper, take your power off me, maybe Luffy they'll need your support later. Saying that, Nami took the initiative to take Katsuyu off his shoulders and put it aside. The next moment, Nami couldn't bear the heavy tiredness and collapsed. Nico Robin hurriedly took it into his arms. Nami. Chopper, is Nami okay? Nico Robin asked. Nami's body is not injured, just overtired, don't worry. Robin, Akalam, Vivi, and Nami are left to you, and I continue to watch Usopp and everyone from outside. 1. Chopper rubbed the sweat on his forehead and immediately turned around and ran towards the deck. When he returned to Usopp's side, the battle between Luffy and the others had reached a fever pitch. A hole, get out of the way. 1. Maynard Vice Admiral roared, his legs kicked like springs and smashed into Sanji's head. However, Maynard's movements are fast, and Sanji's movements can be predicted using observation haki. But with the black boot support, Sanji can often find the right time to dodge and kick back, and even his kick can have too much effect on Maynard. In the blink of an eye, Sanji quickly fell like a swimming fish to avoid Maynard's blow, and quickly turned around and kicked the old waist without Maynard. With a bang, Maynard's body was kicked out. Fortunately, because of armament haki's defense, his body did not suffer any damage. Damn, what the hell is going on with you, why are you able to fly in the air? Maynard roared, and looked directly at Sanji's legs. At this moment, he was a little puzzled. According to the information given by the T-Dolphin Plus, Rozi has the ability to fly freely. How come the black-footed Sanji in front of him now has the ability to fly freely? Do you think I'll answer you, Marine? Humph, don't think that you can stop me with the ability to fly. Boy, I will definitely send you to impel down. Really, it's really friendly. I thought that if your companion died, you would kill me directly. Clever. If you can't stand my attack, you deserve to die. I need you to hit me. Sanji shrugged, having said that, but he didn't underestimate Maynard in the slightest. He even felt that Maynard's attack that condensed armament haki, if not relying on the power of the black boots, he might not be able to withstand a blow. Armament haki and observation haki really need to be masters as soon as possible. Sanji thought to himself. Maynard snorted coldly, his muscles swelled, and his whole body began to climb up the rich armament haki rapidly. Seeing this scene, Sanji couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Hey, are you looking down on me, Marine? It takes a lot of physical strength to distribute armament colors all over the body. Hearing this, Maynard stomped his legs in the air, and then moonwalk rushed towards Shan, Linhos, Ji. As long as you get rid of you quickly, it won't have the slightest impact. Sanji shook his head, how stupid. After saying that, Sanji's body suddenly rushed towards the sky. Maynard was stunned for a moment, and looked in the direction of the Mary with some doubts. This guy, don't you care about the members of your pirate group? As soon as the words fell, a sense of crisis suddenly flooded into Maynard's heart. He hurriedly looked down and found a blood-red giant arm was quickly grabbing towards him. What? Var. Unpredictable, although Maynard dodged, his body was slapped by a giant hand. You're, that Luffy? What's wrong with you, Rince? You said that giant, he was knocked down by me, he. Luffy controlled his huge body and cracked the corners of his mouth while stepping on moonwalk, revealing a devilish smile. Chapter 154. Maynard was startled, and quickly looked at Rince on the marine warship on the sea below. Sure enough, he saw Rince lying dead on the marine warship deck. This guy actually defeated Rince's powerful defense. What kind of weird ability is this? That Sanji will leave with confidence when he sees this guy coming. Wait, what is that guy doing? Shit. Realizing that something was wrong, Maynard hurriedly looked up at the sky, and was shocked to find that sharp blades had grown out of Sanji's legs. Although using knives is not my style, if these sharp blades are on the legs, it doesn't matter. Luffy, help me catch that guy. Sanji let out a loud cry, and his body fell suddenly, smashing towards Maynard with an indomitable momentum like a comet. Seeing this apparently extraordinary blow, Maynard immediately wanted to dodge. However, at this time, Luffy, who had already predicted, reached out and grabbed Maynard's body. I won't let you escape. Luffy's eyes flashed a red light, and with the help of observation haki, as Sanji approached, he quickly threw Maynard out of his hand and smashed Maynard from bottom to top with an ascending punch. Maynard gritted his teeth and swallowed the blood that was about to spew out 590. At the same time, he crossed his hands in front of him, and mobilized armament haki to the maximum. The next moment, Sanji's attack had already arrived, smashing heavily on Maynard's arms. Boom! The powerful impact directly took Maynard's body across Luffy's fist and fell straight towards the sea. In just a few seconds, Sanji and Maynard's body penetrated the sails and decks of the marine warship from a height of hundreds of meters and fell into the sea. The strong vibration of Marine's warship made the flying squirrel, who was worried about Zoro's immortality, frown. But he didn't dare to look behind him. If he really did this, he believed that Zoro with 6 eyes in front of him would definitely attack him immediately without fear of death. Damn it, I have the advantage in power, speed, and haki. Why don't you guys want to be defeated honestly? The flying square took a deep breath and asked Zoro sharply. Hey? Are you kidding me? We are fighting to the death, do you think I will fall down easily? Zoro put the knife on his shoulder, back, turned his head and glanced at Luffy, who had recovered from the giant state and fell to his side. Then he looked at the sea on the other side like a foreknowledge. There, a black shadow cut through the sea and rose into the sky and landed on the other side of Sanji. It was Sanji who smashed Maynard into the sea. Flying Squirrel frowned even more when he saw this scene, and his hands couldn't help holding the weapon tightly. You really dare to do it, Straw Hat Pirates. So next time, are you going to go together? Flying Squirrel asked in a deep voice. Of course, otherwise you think we are going to fight you alone one. Please, this is a battlefield, so I won't let you and this green algae head have a duel between swordsmen. Sanji rubbed his shoulders and said calmly to the flying squirrel. Having said that, after using the blow just now, Sanji also realized that he didn't have much physical strength that he could use to activate the black boots. Don't remind me, Stinky Cook, I know what to do and what not to do now. Tisk, I didn't expect that I would be the last one here. 1. It's better to kill this guy quickly and join Nami and the others. This marine won't last long either. Zoro whispered. The marine's warships were already damaged due to the battle between Luffy and the giant vice admiral. Sanji's blow just now can be said to have completely destroyed the keel of the warship. It wouldn't be long before the marine warship sank. Hehe, then come on, don't let Rozi worry about our side. Besides, I'm already hungry. After speaking, Luffy took the lead in launching the second gear and charged towards the flying squirrel. Zoro and Sanji followed. A few minutes later, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Maynard emerged from the sea, gritted his teeth and struggling to climb the wrecked marine with his scarred right arm. And his left hand has been severed from the root. Flying squirrel, Rinse. Are you all right? Maynard climbed onto the warship and looked at the 2 people who were lying on the deck, covered with scars and who did not know whether they were alive or dead, and ran over immediately. Meanwhile, on the other side. Mary's. No, not good, everyone. Akaram ran from the cabin to the board and shouted to Luffy, who was sailing on the ship and who was constantly filling his mouth with food for energy. What's the matter, Akaram? Is there something wrong with Miss Vivi and Miss Nami's bodies? Sanji put the rudder down, and he was tired after fighting and cooking food for Luffy. But after hearing Akaram's exclamation, he still appeared in front of Akaram at an almost teleporting speed. No. No. With Dr. Chopper, Princess Vivi and Miss Nami, they're all fine. That's it, Nico Robin left a note. Akaram took out the note and handed it to Sanji. Hearing that it was related to Nico Robin, Sanji naturally took it over and quickly browsed it. What? Miss Robin left to follow Rozi's fight. When exactly? Sanji's eyes widened, then looked at Luffy and Zoro as if realizing something. You two, you have been staying on the deck just now. Did you not see Miss Robin leave when I was busy in the kitchen? Luffy rubbed his stomach, I'm too hungry to pay attention. Zoro raised his arms and hugged his chest, who would pay attention to a guy who is not a partner? Hearing Luffy and Zoro's words, Sanji's body immediately surged with anger. Yes, a real flame. You idiots. Sanji threw away the note in his hand and went forward to tear it apart with Zoro. The note wafted downwind and fell to the deck. 2 lines of words are clearly written on it. Let's leave first, I'll make sure Rozi's safety. Nico Robin stay. Akaram picked up the note, sighed deeply, and looked up to see if the lightning, magma, and ice still flashed in the distance of the sea. Nico Robin, are you so concerned about the historical text steal? 1. Even in danger, is it necessary to ensure the safety of your Excellency Rozi? 1. Chapter 155. Nico Robin, are you so worried about Rozi's safety? Even though you can already leave with the melee, you have to nod your head back. Atop a careful three-masted sailboat, Stussy stood on deck, smiling at Nico Robin riding a giant turtle. What about you, Miss Stussy, are you also worried about Rozi's safety? Nico Robin chuckled and looked at Stussy leisurely. It's impossible to say not to pay attention. After all, that guy is a man I like. Stussy looked up at the battlefield of Rozi, Akainu, and others in the distance, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The man who once faced the Big Mom pirates and all the 4 generals will flee, but he has grown up to the point where he can compete with Marine Admiral 1. And it can even make a small pirate group that has just come out of East Blue to grow into a level that can compete with 4 Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. The man Rozi is really addicting and full of desire to explore. You say so, Miss Nico Robin. Stussy licked her lips and smiled. Although not. Nico Robin exclaimed. Thinking of the half of the historical text that Rozi took out, Nico Robin felt that his heart was being tickled and he couldn't worry about Rozi. It is also for this reason, after confirming that Luffy and others have returned safely, she chose to leave the Mary on her turtle mount while Akalam and others were not paying attention. It's just that she didn't expect that not long after she left, she ran into Stussy, Fakura, and others who also did not follow Rozi's persuasion to leave first. Since you are also a woman who is curious about Rozi, why don't you take my boat, Nico Robin? With our company, Rozi can also take you to find Rozi after he successfully escapes from Akainu. If he needs help, maybe we can help him together and leave a good impression on him. The corners of Stussy's mouth rose, and she said with a smile. In her opinion, Rozi was reluctant to let her become a member of the Straw Hat Pirates simply because he didn't trust himself enough. If she gives Rozi enough help, then she may still become Rozi's companion and obtain the magical power of Luffy and others from Rozi. Forget it, we'd better act on our own. Nico Robin shook her head. She was really worried about Stussy, who Rozi was unwilling to accept as a partner. It's just that she is worried about Stussy, and Stussy is also worried about Nico Robin. You better come up, Rozi seems to have a plan for you. If you accidentally get involved in the battle and die, I will also be moved and distressed. Stussy said, his eyes fixed on Nico Robin. Seeing Stussy's eyes, Nico Robin could not help but sigh. She understood that at this moment, she seemed to be unable to leave. Well, let's act together with you for the time being. 1 hours later. Die, Rozi! Akainu roared, his arm turned into lava and stretched out towards Rozi's head at a very fast speed. Faced with this blow, Rozi didn't seem to react at all, and his head was directly smashed by the magma fist. Seeing this scene, Akainu and Gion, who was fighting with Ying, couldn't help but froze for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yinglian took a few steps back and stood a few meters away from Gion and Akainu. Sakazuki, you killed Rozi. Gion turned around and looked suspiciously at where Rozi was standing before. In addition to the magma of Akainu, there are also white smoke rising. It doesn't feel right. Akainu frowned tightly. The moment Rozi's body exploded, he didn't see the flesh and blood explode, just saw Rozi's body turn into a puff of smoke. He looked around, and a red light flashed in his eyes. The mighty observation Haki leaned out and quickly dispersed in all directions. After a while, he looked at Ying with an ugly face. Where's Rozi? Where's that BD? He thought that Rozi was relying on some ability to hide himself, but until he extended observation Haki to the limit, he was not able to sense Rozi's breath. Zero seeking flowers 0. At this time, he completely realized that something was wrong. Did you find out at this time? it's a pity it's too late. 1. Before, he had already chosen to leave. Ying's face was cold, and she was not at all flustered because she faced Akainu and Gion alone. Recalling the memory of Rozi using the shadow clone technique while Gion and Akainu were troubled by the elemental reaction of ice and thunder, Ying had to admire Rozi's plan. Until now, she has understood that if she continues to fight, she and Rozi must lose. Therefore, it was the correct plan to leave from the bottom of the sea when Gion and Akainu were not paying attention. 0. However, it looks like it. He thought you should soon notice the change in his breath. But I didn't expect that you didn't realize that something was wrong until you defeated his clone. Ying shook his head and said to Gion and Akainu with a look of regret. Leave? Change of breath. Could it be that that guy's body escaped using his stealth ability? Gion clenched the long sword in his hand, and his face instantly darkened. She did feel that Rozi's breath seemed to have weakened a lot in an instant, but she didn't care at the time. Now after Ying's reminder, she understands that Rozi chose to leave at that time. Having dealt with Rozi at the East Blue Sea restaurant, she knows Rozi's ability to be invisible. Although it cannot completely eliminate the personal breath, it does make it more difficult to detect. If there is a clone that resembles Rozi's aura at this moment, Gion understands that he may indeed ignore the invisible Rozi. I guessed half right, it's accurate to say that the man used the ability of double invisibility. What a strange man, who can master so many different abilities. And it can also turn the words that Paimon said into a skill. If Paimon knew, he would be very curious. Ying sighed. Chapter 156. Double Stealth? Gion looked at Ying in confusion. She would never have imagined that in order to increase the probability of leaving, Rozi not only used Robin Han's noble phantasm King of Facelessness, but even Kazuma Sato's primary lurking skill. Akainu clenched his fists, and his anger turned into hot lava that overflowed from the surface of his body. He never imagined that the action that should have been taken with 10 to 10 would have accidents in succession. First, the power of Sharingan and ice that Rozi used, and then the appearance of Ying. Now, Rozi has disappeared under his own eyes. How can this not make Akainu angry? That guy can't escape. Not only him, but you too. Assist such criminals, I believe you are mentally prepared. Akainu walked towards Ying step by step, and the ice under his feet began to melt rapidly under the hot magma. Sorry, my time is almost up. You guys are amazing, if you have a chance, let's see you again in 590s. I hope we'll see more of that weird, well, devil fruit from Rozi 1. Rozi said before leaving, and that thing can only eat one. And I'm afraid of seawater after eating it, but in our case, that might not apply. Ying muttered to herself, golden particles gradually rose up around her, and her body gradually became illusory. Hey! Damn it, don't even think about leaving. Akainu roared, and suddenly accelerated, the scorching magma fist hit Ying's head heavily. However, when his fist passed through Ying's head, he didn't feel the slightest touch. His fist seemed to penetrate the air. A hole. Where is Akainu still unknown, Ying has escaped. Thinking that both enemies had escaped from under his nose, Akainu's exposed body began to spill a large amount of magma. The ice beneath him and Gion also melted away in an instant. Sakazuki, although I don't know what kind of ability Rozi and the woman named Ying used to leave. But they're definitely not going too far. We still have a chance to catch them. Gion stepped on the moonwalk, stayed in mid-air, and said to Akainu with a serious face. Yeah. Akainu nodded, Gion, let's look for it separately. Listen, we must not let that man escape again. After speaking, Akainu directly chose a direction and rushed out on moonwalk. And there, it happened to be the direction in which the flying squirrel and others were chasing the Mary. Gion looked at Akainu's background, and then at the Drum Kingdom in the distance, frowning slightly. That man, Rozi, shouldn't lead me and Akainu to my partner. Returning to the Drum Kingdom should be too dangerous for him. Sure enough, should I choose another direction? There seems to be a deserted island in that direction. Jun's eyes narrowed, Moonwalk used it, and her body turned into an afterimage and flew in the direction she identified. Meanwhile, another world. Mon City. I am back. Ying looked at the familiar environment around her and muttered in her mouth. Ying, where have you been? At this moment, a familiar voice sounded behind Ying. She turned her head to look, and what caught her eye was her travels, Paimon, and Eula of the Rider of the Waves. Seeing Eula, Ying thought of Rozi's appearance and dress in Eula's heroic mimesis once again. Ying, talking to you, why did you suddenly disappear just now? Paimon was suspended in mid-air, and said to Ying dissatisfied with his hands on his hips. That's right, I was a traveler before, what danger did you encounter? I actually threw away my partner, this hatred, I have written down. Eula folded her arms around her chest and looked at Ying coldly. Sorry, Paimon, Yura, I actually received a request from Otherworld earlier. It turned out to be a commission. Wait, what is a commission from Otherworld? Paimon stared at Ying with a strange look on his face. It's true. And I saw a man who looks like you, Eula. Ying smiled, and quickly said that he was summoned by Rozi and fought with Akainu and Gion. Ying, are you lying to me? How could it be impossible for a person to leave by saying the area ahead, explore later? Paimon narrowed his eyes and looked at Ying suspiciously. It's true. By the way, I have to be entrusted to watch Paimon. This fried fruit will have the ability to make the body explode anywhere. Sounds dangerous ability, and this fruit is so strange, is it really edible? If you don't try and get the ability, you won't be an emergency food that can only fly. 1. Damn, I'm not emergency food. And I don't eat such a strange fruit. Paimon stomped his feet in the air and said. Okay, then let me eat it, I was thinking of being summoned by Rozi in the future to get a more satisfying devil fruit before eating it. Forget it. Get other devil fruits in the future and give them to Paimon to eat. As Ying said that, she took a bite at the exploding fruit in her hand. But soon, she retched while leaning on a tree because of the unpleasant smell of devil fruit. Damn, Rozi didn't say that this thing actually tastes like this, it must be too unpalatable. Ying threw away the remaining devil fruit, and just after thinking about it, when she was looking for Rozi to settle the account, the tree trunk she was supporting suddenly exploded, leaving Paimon and Eula on the spot. Hey! Really exploded? Paimon looked suspiciously at the tree trunk and then at Ying. After a little hesitation, Ying took the land again and set out a demonstration at hand. Like tree trunks, they also exploded. It turned out to be true. Wait, did I miss the chance to gain superpowers? Paimon covered his mouth and looked at Eula pitifully. It looks like this, but you don't have to worry, didn't Ying say that she might receive a commission called Rozi in the future? Yeah, that's right. Paimon and I may also become an ability person in the future, hehe. By the way, if Ying accepts more commissions, can you get more devil fruits, and then take them come to sell? If I want to sell it, I might be able to buy one. But since devil fruit is real, then it's real that Rozi turned into me? Even imitating my appearance without my consent, Otherworld man, this hatred, I can remember. One Piece World, on the marine warship where Maynard and others are located. At this moment, Flying Squirrel, Maynard, and Rince were looking gloomily at the ghost spider's long knife that had fallen to pieces on the deck. Suddenly, the Flying Squirrel suddenly looked up at the sky behind as if sensing something. There, a man in a red suit was falling towards the warship at a very fast speed. Sakazuki Admiral. Flying Squirrel wanted to get up in surprise, but soon stopped in pain because of multiple fractures in his body. The same is true for Rince. Luffy, who has been transformed into a gourmet giant, has a full 0.2 power attack. At this moment, his body fracture is definitely not less than that of the flying squirrel who finally faced Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji. Maynard, who was the least injured, stood up, but the mutilated arm was so dazzling in Akainu's eyes. What the hell happened here? How could you do this? The rest of the Straw Hat Pirates, and the Ghost Spider, where did he go? Akainu asked seriously. When the flying squirrel and Maynard heard this, you looked at me, I looked at you, and finally Maynard stood up. Report Sakazuki Admiral. We were defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates, and they have left. And the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral is alone against Nami, Usopp, and a blue-haired woman. Eventually, killed, the shards of these knives were the only ones he had left. After Maynard finished speaking, he looked at the shard of the long knife on the deck with an ugly face. Chapter 157. The Ghost Spider was killed. How is this possible? Rozi was stopped by me. How could the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates have the ability to fight against you, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral? Akainu frowned, not wanting to believe that it would be such a result. Originally, he also thought that the Flying Squirrel and others had captured Luffy and others. Now that he is here, he can let the Flying Squirrel and others help him search for the existence of Rozi. Sakazuki Admiral, the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates are far more powerful than we predicted. The three people who fought against the Ghost Spider almost killed the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral in just a moment. And Monkey D. Luffy against Rince Vice Admiral showed the power of a giant. When he defeated Rince Vice Admiral, he went to support Sanji and Zoro, which led to my defeat with Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. Maynard Vice Admiral said with an ugly face. Hearing this, Akainu's face darkened instantly. After taking a deep breath and trying to calm down his emotions, he said to Maynard and the others. You go to the other marine warships and let the awakened Medic 01 heal you. And let others who can act immediately start a search for Rozi and the Straw Hat Pirates. We will capture them at any cost. After that, Akainu planned to use Moonwalk to leave, and continued to search in the direction where the Mary might go. Sakazuki Admiral, I have a rough guess about the whereabouts of the Straw Hat Pirates. At this time, the Flying Squirrel suddenly stopped Sakazuki. Flying Squirrel, have you found anything? Sakazuki stopped moving and turned to look at the Flying Squirrel who was struggling to stand up on the deck. That's right, Sakazuki Admiral. The blue-haired girl who joined the Straw Hat Pirates has a running duck by her side. This creature is only found on the Alabasta side. The blue-haired girl is probably from Alabasta. Based on the direction they are leaving, I speculate that their next stop may be Alabasta. Flying Squirrel nodded. Got it, if you can't find Rozi and the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates nearby just follow the directions of Alabasta to search. Akainu said a word, and once again used Moonwalk to soar into the air. On the other side, after a period of chasing and searching, Jun's figure fell from the sky and landed on the deserted island, the destination of her trip. After observing the surrounding environment for a while, her eyes were quickly attracted by a series of footprints on the sand pond. These footprints are... Could it be that the guy really came here? Jun was overjoyed, and immediately raised his legs and rushed towards the woods in the central area of the deserted island. Soon, within a few minutes, she saw Rozi who was sitting on the grass gorging on the pile of fruit in front of her. As if aware of Jun's gaze, Rozi immediately looked up at Jun, who was standing above the giant tree. The two looked at each other, as if a series of lightning flashes flashed at the intersection of their eyes. Rozi, you are under arrest. Jun let out a coquettish cry, and quickly pulled out the long sword from his waist and slashed in the direction of Rozi for 10 consecutive slashes. In an instant, a powerful flying slash mixed with a gust of wind quickly rolled up a burst of broken wood, and quickly came to Rozi's front. Damn, how did this guy find me? Rozi's eyes widened, ignoring the fruit he picked in the woods, and he stomped his feet on the ground and flew into the air, trying to escape Jun's flying slash. In fact, he did. However, after all the flying slashes passed by, Gion had already come to the top of his head with his sword. Swish! The long knife carrying the powerful armament haki turned into an afterimage and slashed at Rozi's head with an unstoppable momentum, causing Rozi to quickly take out Kimpyro from the space of the Eye of God and block it on top of his head. Ding! With the crisp sound of metal clashing, Rozi's body was smashed back to the ground by Gion's powerful force. In fact, the force even cracked the ground under Rozi's feet in an instant. Hey? This guy didn't fight back. Gion frowned, feeling a little strange in her heart. According to what she knew about Rozi, whether it was the flying slash she made just now, or her head slash, Rozi should have enough strength and skills to fight back. In fact, however, Rozi chose to evade and defend. Could it be that this guy really has no physical strength? Thinking of this, Gion's heart was overjoyed, and he quickly controlled the whereabouts of his body, and the long knife in his hand turned into afterimages to include Rozi in it. For a time, Rozi was like a small canoe in a turbulent storm, as if it would be overturned by the wind and waves at any time. Sure enough, the previous battle with Sakazuki didn't affect you. In order not to hurt the Ying you called over, you stood up many times to defend her from the attack. Although the wound heals quickly, it should be a very expensive thing. So, you can't even harden Kimpyro with armament haki now. Only rely on its strong team against me, right, Rozi? Gion murmured with the corners of her mouth raised, looking at Rozi with frowning frowns in front of her. She couldn't say how happy she was in her heart. Once upon a time, it was just Rozi making fun of him in battle. Now she herself finally has a chance to tease Rozi in battle. Gion even felt that as long as he worked harder, Rozi would soon be knocked down by himself. But watching Rozi use the knife she grabbed against herself, Gion still felt quite angry. Of course, Gion was even more annoyed at the fact that Rozi once wrote the word on her thigh. Thinking of that letter, Gion clenched his teeth immediately, and slashed Rozi's shoulder with both hands. Seeing this, Rozi hurriedly moved up a gear. Boom! With a loud bang, although Rozi's long sword blocked Gion's attack, the body under his feet did collapse with a bang, and Rozi's brows were also furrowed even tighter. Give it up, Rozi, there's nothing you can do about it. The humiliation you gave me, I will return it to you intact. One. The long sword in Gion's hand pressed down hard, and said viciously to Rozi, who was holding the sword to block. Give it back to me as it is. Miss Gion, do you want to write a few positive characters on my thigh too? If you want to use force against me, you can say it directly. You don't have to use knives and guns like this. How brutal it is. I can lie directly on the ground, and you can do whatever you want. After all, I am quite passive one. I've heard that Gion Vice Admiral is very good at seducing male pirates with the talent of a geisha. Why don't you let me see it now, one? Suddenly, the corner of Rozi's mouth rose, and he said to Gion, who was smiling confidently in front of him. Chapter 158. Just like what Gion said, in the battle with Akainu and Gion, he did consume a lot of physical energy. Much of this physical energy is used to use ONI powers and medical ninjutsu to heal physical wounds. And some of these wounds were indeed caused by helping Ying block the attack. He finally asked Ying to help him. He didn't want the traveler who had not found his brother to die because of his own reasons, and he still died outside the Tibet continent. Of course, Rozi also knew that these injuries were not entirely because of Ying. However, although he consumed a lot of physical energy, it was now difficult for him to resist Gion's attack. But that doesn't mean he doesn't have a backhand. Although this backhand is not a last resort, Rozi doesn't want to use it. You guy, you are indeed a disciple. I want to see if your mouth can be so sharp when I knock you down. Gion's face turned black, his silver teeth gritted, and his originally delicate face was distorted by anger. Hehe, if you are a disciple, you should be a disciple, anyway, you won't believe it if you don't explain the word zhang anyway, will you? Gion Vice Admiral, how about we have a negotiation? Now you and I truce, you let me go, and I exchange the Jinpira in my hand to you, how? With the experience of facing Gion at the restaurant on the sea last time, Rozi did not bother to explain and directly stated his purpose to Gion. Hehe, do you think I'll let you go at this point? Furthermore, after defeating you, Jinpira will also return to my hands. Gion sneered as if hearing the world's coldest joke. Why, Gion Vice Admiral? Don't be so rude, and don't be so emotional. Look at me. Even though I've been chased by you for so long, I don't have the slightest bit of resentment in my heart. Well, should I be honored then? Pirates wouldn't hold a grudge against Marine, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? As you said, I am a pirate, and you are Marine, and it is your job to pursue me. I understand this, and naturally I will not hold any grudge against you. Gion Vice Admiral, this world is very beautiful. Why don't you be generous like me? Generous? No resentment? If you don't resent me, why would you carve that symbol on my leg? That's a misunderstanding, a joke. You've been chasing me for so long, can't I still make a joke? I said, I won't believe your nonsense. Surrender honestly, Rozi, no matter what you say, I will arrest you this time. Gion's eyes were firm, and he began to urge more armament haki to flow towards the long sword in his hand. Hey, why bother? Gion Vice Admiral, I have a trump card. If you force me to use my trump card, I can't guarantee that the word positive on your leg will become a reality. I'm warning you one last time, don't force me. At the end of the speech, Rozi's face gradually lost its smile, and the fascinating aura began to gradually emerge around him. Gion sneered, this time she didn't choose to answer, and after smashing Rozi into the air, she stabbed Rozi directly in the heart. To Gion's surprise, in the face of his own attack, Rozi not only had no intention of resisting, but even hung the Jinpira in his hand. What is this guy going to do? Gion frowned, the red light in his eyes became more and more shining, and he used his strongest observation haki, intending to prevent Rozi from using strange means to escape again. At this moment, a powerful aura burst out from Rozi's body, and then his left hand was quickly raised, and he held the long sword that Gion stabbed at him with only his mortal body. This is... Gion widened his eyes and looked at Rozi in disbelief. At this moment, her observation haki clearly felt that Rozi's already weak momentum had instantly improved to the state when she and Akainu faced Rozi together. No, this momentum is stronger than that time. Rozi, what the hell did you do? Gion twitched the long knife, trying to cut Rozi's palm with a sharp edge. However, he found that no matter how hard he tried, Rozi was still standing still, and strange red mists formed around his body. After a while, the strange red mist formed a ferocious red ogre behind Rozi, and a pair of eyes gleaming red was staring at Gion. This is, that Luffy's power, what the hell is going on, why are you both able to use the same power? Why do you still have such power? Gion shouted to Rozi like a defense. It was obvious that she had been unable to maintain her peak state due to the long-term battle, and Rozi was able to instantly recover from a weak state to a state that surpassed her peak. How could this make Gion calm down? She suddenly found that the arrest operation that she had been very sure of had suddenly changed, and she now seemed to have become the prey targeted by the hunters. This trick is called self-eating. Rozi exhaled, and suddenly released Gion's long sword. Self-eating. Gion frowned, put the knife in front of him, and stared at Rozi in preparation for his sudden attack. That's right, as you said, I'm only stronger now than when I faced you and Akainu. Lenyos. Rozi said, stepped forward, appeared in front of Gion almost instantly, clenched his fist with his right hand and blasted towards Gion's abdomen at a very fast speed. Gion's eyes widened, his right hand clenched the handle of the sword, and his left hand pressed against the body of the sword to block Rozi's fist. 18-row nail fist. As Rozi meditated in his heart, his fist slammed down on Gion's blade with the powerful armament haki. Boom! With one impact, Gion's body, together with the long sword in his hand, rushed towards the sky toward the bar. Bang! With the fifth impact of the nail fist, a crack appeared on the long sword in Jun's hand. On the seventh impact, the long knife was broken into 2 pieces. After that, the remaining punches slammed into Jun's abdomen. The powerful force will rise to the sky, and the burst of energy will also shatter with the clothes of the whole body. Chapter 159. You, what are you going to do? Jun curled her legs, put her hands in front of her, and looked angrily at Rozi, who caught her in the form of a princess hug. The bursting impact of the nail fist, destroying the clothes on her body, is only a little outward expression. What's really serious is the inside of Jun's body. Although it didn't take any heavy damage, it was enough to make Jun unable to resist the current Rozi. Facing Rozi, who was looking up and down, Jun didn't know how to face Rozi for a while. Rozi smiled and sat directly on the ground, placing Jun on his lap. Self-eating comes from the power of Gourmet cells, and launching this trick can make my cells phagocytose themselves, thereby releasing a lot of energy. 1. But since the cells are allowed to phagocytose themselves, the price is naturally quite serious. If I don't get enough food supplements in time after activating self-feeding, I'll probably die. 1. Rozi said, looking into the depths of the forest, and then heaved a long sigh. On this deserted island, the only thing he could eat was a tiny bit of fruit. Even if he wanted to catch some animals to eat, there was no way. As for going to the sea to catch fish, Rozi doesn't feel like he has enough time. 590 Gourmet cell? Could it be that Luffy's power is also because of this Gourmet cell? Self-eating, wait, why did you tell me this? This secret should be very important to you, right now. Tell me now, don't tell me, you're going to eat me. Speaking of which, Jun's body trembled involuntarily. She is not afraid of death, but being eaten by others is not within her acceptable range. When she played against Rozi just now, she had already sensed it with observation haki. There are no beasts on this desert island. In other words, if Rozi really wants to replenish her energy, eating her is the best choice. I'm not in the habit of cannibalism, and in terms of nutrition, you can't compare to beasts, sea kings, etc. Hearing this, Jun couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, before the breath was finished, Rozi's next sentence made her heart lift again. That's not right, I do plan to eat you, although it's a different way of eating. Change the way of eating? Are you planning to cook me when you arrive? Hey! I've said it before, I don't have that habit. Forget it, I'm also at fault, I shouldn't say such misleading words. Rozi shook his head and continued. In addition to the power of Gourmet cells, I also have a servant system. This system allows me to draw strength from humans in a special way. For example, blood-sucking is a good option. 1. But if it's just blood-sucking, I'm afraid it won't be worth the consumption of my self-feeding. Compared to blood-sucking, or other methods, I still have to choose a method that many masters like to hear. Jun frowned, she suddenly found that she couldn't understand what Rozi was saying. At this moment, Rozi lowered his head and whispered a few words in his ear. In an instant, Jun was enlightened and immediately understood what Rozi was thinking. You don't come here, Rozi. Hehe, you forced me to this point, Miss Jun, you must take responsibility. No such thing. You can go to the sea to catch fish. It's too late. And don't you always think that the first time I caught you and did something bad to you? In this case, it shouldn't matter if something bad happens again. The corner of Rozi's mouth rose slightly, and he took out a fountain pen from the portable space of the Eye of God. Get ready, Ms. Jun, this time there may be a little more orthography. Jun's eyes widened and she looked at Rozi in horror, but now she couldn't stop Rozi's movements at all. With a stinging pain, Jun's originally embarrassed expression, back, brought some doubts. Strange, why do I still feel pain even now? This man shouldn't have been there when he first caught me. Could it be that he didn't lie? That Reiju deceived me. Such thoughts did not stay in Jun's mind for a long time, and Jun's mind sank after a while. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the waters near the deserted island, a small three-masted sailboat gradually approached the coast of the deserted island. At the bow of the sailboat, there were two women Rozi knew very well, Stussy and Nico Robin. If there were no surprise calls, Rozi should be on that island. Miss Robin, are you interested in finding that guy with me? Stussy smiled and asked Nico Robin next to him. Nico Robin pursed his lips, smiled and nodded. Any cigarettes, Stussy? Rozi put his coat over his legs, and Gion, who had fainted with exhaustion, looked up and asked Stussy, who was kneeling in front of him. Rozi, if you need it, of course there is. The corners of Stussy's mouth rose, and with a smile on her face, she took out her lady's cigarette and didn't light it on Rozi. After watching she spit out a mouthful of white, he said. According to what you said earlier, that self-feeding should consume a lot of money. That Gion is obviously dead, but can she really recover you by herself? Otherwise, how about I give myself to you too? Rozi fell silent, looked at Nico Robin who was standing behind Stussy and stared at him with interest, then looked at Stussy again, and said. Although I won't fully recover, at least I won't die immediately because of self-feeding. I would appreciate it if you, Stussy, would give me all the food on your ship and help me catch some fish, preferably sea kings, from the sea. Just kidding, Nico Robin is still here, no matter how much he needs a woman to help him replenish his magic power and convert it into physical energy, he can't do such a thing in front of Robin. Forget everyone else, Nico Robin is an archaeologist who will board the Mary in the future. Looking up and not looking down, Rozi just thinks that the black-bellied Nico Robin may use this to wash himself in the future, and he feels a headache. Don't say that, Rozi. Stussy didn't give up, he just jumped forward with both hands and hugged Rozi in his arms. We didn't have much food on board one. You still choose me over food, right? If you think it's not enough, add Miss Robin. Are you right, Miss Robin? Chapter 160. If Your Excellency Rozi can exchange more historical text with me, it is not impossible to give myself. Nico Robin chuckled and said in Rozi's surprised eyes. Look, even Robin said that, what scruples do you have? Isn't it possible, after the battle with Gion, you are no longer okay? Stussy chuckled, slender fingers running across Rozi's bronzed skin. Rozi twitched the corners of his mouth and looked at Stussy speechlessly. Although a man can't say no, but I'm not in the mood for your aggressive plan. Stussy, if you don't want to help me prepare the food, I'll prepare it myself. Eat what you put on, and add the fish in the sea, it should be enough. With that said, Rozi stood up from the ground. Okay, I won't joke with you, I'll go get the food for you. By the way, let Fakura and Snuggle go to the sea to see if they can find a bigger fish. Miss Gion is still here, you have to watch her, don't you? Unless you are willing to kill her now, hehe. Stussy's hands are quick and fast, grabbing Rozi's belt and tying it up like a virtuous wife. Then he waved his hand, turned and walked towards the sailboat docked on the coast. She knew Rozi, even though Gion had tried to arrest him. But something like that has just happened, and Rozi will be transferred to execution before he can do it. After that, there is a high probability that Gion will be released. Unless, Gion really did something to annoy Rozi, like killing someone he cared about. At that time, Rozi would become a real demon who dared to do anything. This troublesome woman. Rozi shook his head and looked at Robin who was standing still and didn't understand. Robin, you really are, you actually follow the woman's words. Although I followed her words, I didn't lie. If you are willing to give me what you want, Rozi, I will naturally give you what you need. Compared with Stussy, my body should not be too old for you to feel interested. 1. Hearing this, Rozi's eyelids jumped wildly. She never thought that the intellectual mature woman in the original book would be able to do this for the historical text stone tablet. But when he thought about it, Rozi understood. She was able to spend years beside the dangerous sand crocodile for Alabastus historical text stele. Now suddenly there is a man who may know a lot of historical text steles, and has also produced evidence. Nico Robin will naturally spare no effort to fight for it. From the fact that she could follow the Straw Hat Pirates to Alabasta first, but she forced herself off the boat to find herself. Forget it, since you're so worried about my safety. I'll give you this in advance. But I don't need to say more, you should understand. If you don't help Vivi to the end, you won't be able to see the content of the remaining historical text stone tablet here. Rozi said, and directly took out the second half of the historical text that had been prepared long ago from the Eye of God space and handed it to Robin. Nico Robin saw the familiar text on the white paper, his eyes flashed, and he immediately reached out and took it away from Rozi. This is the lower half of that historical text stone tablet. Nico Robin's eyes were wide open, and he was a little speechless with excitement. Apparently, even she didn't expect Rozi to pay before the Alabasta matter was settled. Even the body she was ready to take out was pushed back by Rozi. Unbeknownst to Robin, Rozi didn't want to complicate future partnerships. For Rozi, even if something were going to happen with Robin, it shouldn't happen the way it is now. Gollum. Hey. Nico Robin raised his head and looked suspiciously in the direction of the voice, only to see Rozi touching his stomach with a troubled face. It seems that Your Excellency Rozi still needs to replenish a lot of energy. In that case, let me help Miss Stussy and the others too. Robin smiled at Rozi, turned and walked towards the coast. I'll go with you, it's enough to leave a clone here to look after it. Rozi made a seal with both hands, and spent a small amount of chakra to make a clone using the summoning beast crow, and then put Jinpira, who had no effect on him, in Jun's arms, and followed in the footsteps of Nico Robin. After a while, Jun finally opened his eyes. And Rozi's avatar, who was responsible for taking care of her, also chose to dissolve herself after she said goodbye. Ask for flowers. Jun stared blankly at the surrounding environment, then looked at Jinpira in his arms, and finally his eyes stayed on the words on his thigh. In an instant, Jun's eyes turned red. Blue blue, blue blue. Just then, a phone worm suddenly rang. Jun turned to look, and found that it was the phone bug that he had originally brought with him. It turned out that it was not destroyed with the clothes. Jun pursed his lips, took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions, then raised his hand to answer the phone bug. Hey, this is Jun. Jun, this is Sakazuki, have you found Rozi's whereabouts? Sorry, Sakazuki, although I found him, but he used a strange method to restore his strength instantly. I was not able to keep him. 0. Jun sighed inwardly. What's more, she didn't keep Rozi, and now it seems that she has also taken herself in. Naval Headquarters, meeting room. Sengoku sat in the main seat, looking at the high-level Naval Headquarters below with a serious face. It can be said that, except for Akainu, Jun, and others who were on missions outside, almost all the elites of Naval Headquarters gathered in the conference room. Oh! It's really lively. Did something big happen this time? This is Kizaru, who is over 3 meters tall and wearing a pure yellow plaid suit, walked in from outside the conference room and took a seat in an empty seat. You're late, Paul Salino. Beside Kizaru, Marine Chief Instructor Zephyr glanced at Kizaru, obviously unhappy. Serious as always, Mr. Zephyr, I just met on the way. In my heart, Paul Salino, since I'm here, let's start the meeting now. Sengoku put his hands on his chin and said with a gloomy expression. Seeing Sengoku's appearance, Kizaru immediately understood that something might have happened, and hurriedly sat up, ready to listen to the content of the meeting. First of all, I would like to announce something very regrettable. Not long ago, I received relevant news. Our colleague, also one of the elites on Marine's back, the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral has died. 1. Sengoku put his hands on the table and stood up sadly. Chapter 161. What, Vice Admiral, the Ghost Spider, he died in the line of duty. How is this possible? The Ghost Spider Vice Admiral's strength is at the top of the entire Vice Admiral ranks, who has the ability to kill him? Marshal Sengoku, are you kidding me? That's the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, there was an uproar in the conference room. Either doubt, or surprise. Although the Marines in the conference room have different perceptions of ghost spiders, some even disagree with ghost spiders. But when they heard that the ghost spider died in the line of duty, all of them were surprised and saddened. That was Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. This was the first time in nearly 10 years that Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters was killed in the line of duty. Marshal Sengoku, 590s, I remember that the Ghost Spider and Sakazuki went on the Buster Call mission to the Straw Hat Pirates. With the man Sakazuki around, how could the Ghost Spider be killed by someone? That Straw Hat Pirates, that Rozi probably doesn't have that ability. Kizaru frowned and asked suspiciously. Hearing this, Marine, who was not aware of the details, was surprised again. With Akainu around, the Ghost Spider will die in the line of duty. How powerful the enemy must be. The Straw Hat Pirates will choose to flee even if they are pursued by Tsuru and Gion 1. No matter how fast they grow, they can't suddenly have the power to kill ghost spiders under the leadership of Sakazuki. Could it be that there are other enemies besides the Straw Hat Pirates? Sengoku, could it be that Francis Drake, or the Revolutionary Army shot? Zephyr asked. As an old friend of Crane and Garp, Zephyr naturally researched Rozi and the Straw Hat Pirates. Francis Drake helped Rozi while at the Sea Restaurant, and has since disappeared without a trace. While in Logue Town, the leader and chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army appeared one after another to help the Straw Hat Pirates escape. In view of this situation, Zephyr can only infer that Francis Drake or the Revolutionary Army appeared again to help the Straw Hat Pirates. No. According to the information sent back by Sakazuki and Gion, this time, although there are helpers to assist Rozi. But not like Francis Drake with the troublesome fleet, or the mighty Revolutionary Army. Sengoku shook his head and quickly said the relevant information about Rozi he had obtained. Thinking of Ying that appeared in the information, he couldn't help but itch with hatred. If it wasn't for Ying, they might not be able to catch Rozi, but the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral will certainly not die. And there is Gion to help the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral and others. Even if Luffy, Nami, and others are strengthened, they will inevitably be caught by 5 Vice Admiral. Of course, the one that makes Sengoku hate it the most is Rozi. If there is no Rozi that Akainu said can limit Gion to a certain distance and cannot leave, Sengoku believes that Akainu alone can stop Rozi and Ying for a long time. Make it impossible for them to go to Gion, Luffy, Nami, etc. In the conference room, a group of Marines frowned tightly. They never thought that apart from Rozi, the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates were surprised to have the ability to fight the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. It's not easy, this Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro, who has an immortal body, Sanji, who can fly freely, and Luffy, a Straw Hat who can transform into a giant. There are 3 more people who can instantly kill the Ghost Spider Vice Admirals Usopp, Nami, and a new member of the Straw Hat Pirates named Vivi 1. These guys must have grown too fast. Aokiji clasped his hands together, feeling emotional about the growth of the Straw Hat Pirates. Although he and Akainu have a considerable feud, he is the one who is most surprised that Akainu will fail this mission. The most troublesome thing is Rozi and that Ying has the strength to stop Gion alone, and also has the same power as Francis Drake to disappear at will, so if you want to catch her, it will be troublesome. 0. And Rozi has all kinds of weird abilities, and the people of the Straw Hat Pirates are able to grow so quickly, there is no doubt that it is his credit. 1. Speaking of which, Gion Vice Admiral mentioned gourmet cells or something, and the boots used by Sanji and Rozi that seem to provide them with the ability to fly. This is somewhat similar to the Germa 66 thing. 1. Marshal Sengoku, I think Rozi may have gotten something from Germa 66, which made his strength and the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates increase rapidly. After all, Germa 66 seems to be very good at researching bloodlines and making battle suits. Speaking of which, Rozi has become so troublesome, that's when he came into contact with Germa 66-1. At this time, Kizaru, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. As Marine who is responsible for protecting the strongest scientist in the world government, Kizaru can be said to be the most sensitive to science and technology among all Marines. Considering the information Sengoku gave about everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, it was natural for him to link Rozi's power with Science Link 0.2. Kizaru's words made the eyes of all Marines in the conference room bright, and they all discussed the possibility of this speculation. Even Sengoku, who is the resourceful general, nodded secretly after thinking for a while. That Rozi, who beat Germa 66, also kidnapped Vinsmoke Rage for a while. It is indeed possible for him to get some research information on bloodline factors and battle suits from Germa 66. If Rozi himself is a smart enough scientist, he may indeed be able to draw inspiration from Germa 60's technology and improve it. 1. Sengoku frowned and muttered. Chapter 162. Thinking that Rozi might still have a good master of science and technology, Sengoku felt a bit of trouble in his heart. In this sea, perhaps the outside world does not take the power of science and technology seriously. But as Martial Marine, Sengoku dare not underestimate the power of technology. Vegapunk, the chief scientist of the world government, has raised Marines' overall strength to a higher level with scientific technology. The new ships with sea stones allow Marines to move freely in and out of the Com Belt, and the Pacifist, which is not yet operational, is also a big killer. In addition to Vegapunk, Germa 66 is also a typical example of relying on technology to enhance power. Sengoku believed that without that powerful scientific force, Germa 66 would not have been able to almost dominate North Blue, and even without a fixed territory, it became one of the allied countries of the world government. After thinking for a while, Sengoku looked up at Kizaru and said, "Nanoro Zoro's body recovers quickly even from injury, and that's what Rozi can do. The Straw Hat Luffy can condense the red mist like Red Ogre from his body, which Rozi can also do. And the new guy named Vivi, who has red eyes similar to Rozi. Blackfoot Sanji seems to have the same Boot 01 equipment as Rozi." 1. At East Blue, Rozi played the same cards as Nami 1. And the 4 siblings of Germa 66 each have different special abilities and equipment. From the perspective of physical ability and equipment, the Straw Hat Pirates and Germa 66 do have many similarities. Rozi may be using some of the transformation technology used on himself on his partner. The second is to hand over some self-developed technological equipment to other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Polo Salino, your guess is very reasonable. Afterwards, when you go back, ask Vegapunk and ask him if Germa 60's technology is likely to develop into what the Straw Hat Pirates are now. 1. I will arrange for someone to contact Germa 66 and ask them about some relevant information. Although still troubled by Rozi's situation, knowing the source of his power would at least give Sengoku some relief. Knowing the source of the power can also more accurately think about the plan to deal with Rozi. Although paying the life of a Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, the price was too high. I see, Marshal Sengoku, I will contact Vegapunk as soon as possible. Kizaru nodded and said. Not just the science and technology of Rozi's possible master, Sengoku. You should understand that Rozi's other abilities are also quite tricky. You should understand what it means to have a conqueror's haki that can keep Marine from the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral standing up. That's something even Kaido of the Beasts, who often comes to commit suicide, can't do it. At this point, Zephyr spoke. As soon as these words came out, the meeting room fell silent again. Conqueror's haki immobilizes people below Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral? Such a thing is so exaggerated that they subconsciously ignore it. Now that Zephyr brought it up, everyone recalled one of the Akainu's reports. If they didn't know Akainu's character, they even thought it was Akainu joking. Can this kind of thing really be done? If he casts conquerors, will Hina be unable to act? Dressed in a burgundy red suit and with pink hair, Major Hina of Naval Headquarters frowned and looked suspiciously at the teacher Zephyr who was sitting not far from him. Hina, you are still too young to know. In this world, there are indeed some domineering and unusual characters who can make some powerful warriors unable to act just with conquerors. Roger, the pirate king who has died, can do this. As for now, maybe the red-haired boy can do it. Zephyr lowered his head and said somewhat uncertainly. After all, he just knew that the red-haired haki was strong, but because of his relegation, it was difficult for him to meet the red-haired Shanks head-on. One piece Roger. Red-haired Shanks. Wait, there's only one red-haired Shanks. Can Hina understand that Rozi's conquerors has surpassed the other three of the four emperors? Hina opened her mouth slightly, not even noticing that the lady's cigarette in her mouth had fallen. It's true, neither Kaido of the Beasts nor Big Mom Charlotte Linlin can do it one. So, if you encounter Rozi in the future, people below Vice Admiral should not think about dealing with Rozi. It's enough to deal with the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates. Sengoku said, raised his hand and patted the table. After seeing everyone focus on himself again, he picked up a stack of photos of all members of the Straw Hat Pirates on the table and pasted them on the blackboard behind him. In view of the danger shown by all members of the Straw Hat Pirates this time, the bounty of the Straw Hat Pirates has been adjusted again this time. The Straw Hat Pirates, the chopper suspected of being a pet, offers a reward of 50 berry. The newcomer Vivi, because she wears a fox face mask, can't know her true face. The only thing that can be sure is that she has the same blood pupils as Rozi. It is suspected that the master creates the illusion space and the black fire that the magma cannot burn. One of the murderers who led to the death of the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, with a reward of 30 million berry won. The sniper Usopp has a powerful conqueror's haki and can also release a huge laser. His combat effectiveness seems to be recognized by everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. He is also the one who killed 590 Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, with a reward of 90 million berry. Blackfoot Sanji, the man who was able to stop Maynard and ultimately destroy his hand, has the ability to fly freely, with a bounty of 50 million berry. Zoro, the hunter of monsters, has an immortal body and powerful swordsmanship. He is suspected of being Master Observation Haki, with a bounty of 70 million berry. The little thief cat Nami, the radiant power he controls is powerful, and has the special ability to remove devil fruit, with a bounty of 93 million berry won. Captain Straw Hat Luffy, who can defeat Vice Admiral alone, is extremely dangerous, with a bounty of 100 million berry. Ying, the helper called by Rozi, cooperates with Rozi very well, and is suspected of possessing the power of the Marine Admiral candidate, with a bounty of 500 million berry. The last is Rozi, who is very powerful. The master is just learning the technology. The bounty. 1.5 billion berry. Sengoku raised his hand and patted on the blackboard, with a serious expression on his face. He gave the latest bounty of the Straw Hat Pirates. What a terrible rookie pirate group! If they can't be arrested now, it might be troublesome to wait until they enter the new world. Marshal Sengoku, since Sakazuki said that Rozi and his party might go back to Alabasta, I just have nothing to do recently, why don't I go one? Aokiji raised his head and took the initiative to apply to play. Chapter 163. When Aokiji finished speaking, many vice admirals in the conference room looked at Sengoku and expressed their willingness to go to the Straw Hat Pirates. Obviously, the death of the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral made the headquarters Vice Admiral at the scene very disliked by the Straw Hat Pirates at the moment. I can't wait to catch the Straw Hat Pirates and throw them all into Impel Down. I see what you're thinking, but Naval Headquarters spans nearly 10 islands from Alabasta. It would take too long to get out of Naval Headquarters, and even if Rozi and his party did go there, we wouldn't necessarily be able to meet him if we rush over there now. Sengoku shook his head and said a little regretfully. But soon he went on to say, I have contacted the nearby marine to go to Alabasta. The crane happened to be not far from Alabasta, and she is now on her way to Alabasta. Other than that, Sakazuki and Gion were not hurt much, and they are now heading to Alabasta. From the last experience, if the Straw Hat Pirates and others really show up in Alabasta, I believe Sakazuki will catch them. Speaking of which, Sengoku couldn't help but feel a little strange. According to Gion's report, when she met Rozi, Rozi still showed crushing strength. But why didn't Gion suffer multiple injuries in the end? Is it? Sengoku frowned, thinking of what Stussy had said at Naval Headquarters and Gion's attitude towards Rozi, and suddenly had a bad idea in his heart. New World, all nations. Cake Island. Hey? This is... Charlotte Katakuri stared at the newspaper handed over to her by her subordinates. Is there any big news, Brother Katakuri, to make you look like this? Smoothie, who was enjoying the tea party leisurely, turned to look at Katakuri beside him, and asked with interest. It's really big news, Smoothie, the man you nearly killed is now on the news page again. Katakuri said. In the news again? Did that crazy man kill some celestial dragons again? Did Marine give her another bounty? Smoothie smiled contemptuously, not paying much attention. Although the current Rozi bounty surpasses her, and even surpasses Big Mom's second-in-command Katakuri, but in her opinion, Rozi can have such a bounty entirely because she killed 2 celestial dragons. But in terms of strength, he was simply not worthy of the 1.2 billion berry reward. Katakuri and Smoothie were the center of the Big Mom Pirates, and their conversation immediately caught the attention of the members of the Big Mom Pirates. Even Charlotte Linlin, who was sitting on the main seat and enjoying the sweet cake, cast her eyes on them. After all, she had the idea of taking Rozi as her son-in-law. Yes, that man did increase his bounty, and now he has a bounty of 1.5 billion berry. Only this time, he did not increase his bounty for killing celestial dragons. Hey? How could it be possible, Brother Katakuri, you must have read it wrong. If he hadn't killed celestial dragons, why would he have paid a bounty of 1.2 billion berry, and even added 300 million berry? 1. Smooch, this time the man confronted Marine's Akainu head-on and managed to escape. What? Escape from that monster's hands? Smoothie frowned, although it's a bit surprising, but just like that, he can't be rewarded by Marine with a reward of 1.5 billion berry. Not only that, of course, the newspaper mentioned that this man had performed a shocking conqueror's haki. The buster call dispatched by Marine was not functioning properly because of Rozi's conqueror's haki, and the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and below were all inactive because of his haki. Even. Speaking of which, Katakuri paused slightly and looked up at Charlotte Linlin. The newspaper paragraph Rozi's conquerors is better than Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin never came out. Sure enough, Charlotte Linlin was also looking at him at the moment, and her brows were slightly wrinkled. Katakuri, are you telling the truth? That man's haki can disable anyone below Vice Admiral at Naval Headquarters. Yes, Mom. The newspapers clearly mentioned that the people who participated in the buster call had Rear Admiral level combat power, but they also fell because of Rozi's haki. How is that possible? Are those Marines kidding? Charlotte Linlin sat up from her seat and reached for the newspaper in Katakuri's hand. Her own family knew about their own affairs and wanted to incapacitate the Naval Headquarters Commodore, even she couldn't do it. If Rozi can do it, doesn't that mean Rozi's conquerors is stronger than her? Charlotte Linlin waited for a pair of bell-like eyes to look at the newspaper, and soon saw the passage of Rozi's Conquerors vs Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. In an instant, a terrifying and chilling aura emerged from the surface of her body, encompassing the entire Camellia Hall. A group of pirates looked at Charlotte Linlin with their teeth trembling, for fear that she would go mad at this moment. Fortunately, Charlotte Linlin wasn't irrational when she wasn't suffering from anorexia. After quickly reading the newspaper, the fascinating aura on her body gradually gathered up, and her eyes gradually radiated a shrewd light. Interesting, did it actually master and transform the technology of Germa 66? In this way, the speed of his growth can also be understood. 1. However, can this technology, Lenyos, still make partners stronger? It's really interesting. 1. The corners of Charlotte Linlin's mouth rose, revealing a terrifying smile. Although the newspapers said it was possible, Charlotte Linlin already knew in her heart that Rozi had the ability to make her partner stronger quickly. Looks like plans are changing, and I can't wait to see him at the next tea party, mama. Aside, Charlotte Smoothie heard Charlotte Linlin's eccentric laughter and words, and her mouth widened immediately. The others also looked up at Smoothie. In the last tea talk, Linlin said that he wanted to recruit Luo to a relative. Now Charlotte Linlin says she wants to see Rozi at the next tea party. Doesn't that mean the strongest woman in their pirate group besides Charlotte Linlin, Charlotte Smoothie, is about to get married? Chapter 164. But Mom, that man is in the first half of the Grand Line now. 1. He's still a long way from New World. Are we going to send him an invitation now? After Charlotte Smoothie pondered for a while, she spoke to Charlotte Linlin. For arranged marriages, Smoothie has no reluctance. This kind of thing happened many times in the Big Mom Pirates. Other sisters can accept it, and she can accept it. Although some accidents like this will happen to me, who is already a 4-star general, if Rozi has the strength described in the news, she will naturally agree. Mama, Smoothie, you're right. Even if he is still in the first half, send him an invitation letter immediately. 1. This time, it's up to you to send him an invitation letter and make sure to bring her to me. Charlotte Linlin, staring at the newspaper description of Rozi's partners, spoke to Smoothie. I go by my own. Smoothie blinked, rather surprised. Is this to take the initiative to pack the 590 and deliver it to your door? That's right. Since he has mastered such a powerful power and mastered quite good technology, then we also need to show sincerity and let good enough people invite him. And with the ability Rozi has shown, only your strength is qualified to be her wife. If that's the case, why don't you invite her? And don't you and him still know each other very well? Having said that, Charlotte Linlin put down the newspaper, looked at Charlotte Smooch with a serious face, and said, Smoggy, beyond the science and technology of Germa 66, I need to get it, you understand? 1. Yes, Mom. Smoothie nodded heavily, not daring to have the slightest conflict in his heart. Having said that, when he thought of his past with Rozi, Smoothie smiled bitterly in his heart. How was I familiar with him in the past? I should have a grudge against him. I hope to meet, he won't fight me directly. Charlotte Linlin was satisfied when she saw Smoothie nodding. Since, back, so, you pick out the crew now and go. Tell Rozi, as long as he comes to my place, he can write off his infiltration of my treasure haul in the past. Not far away, News King Morgans, who had been watching, licked his lips, his face full of smiles. Interesting, it's right to keep people's attention on Rozi. The news on that guy is really constant. By the way, I remember that Rozi guy said that even if we want to marry, we should choose Charlotte Garrett. In other words, the possibility of Rozi rejecting Smoothie would be higher. Rozi, when Smoothie finds you, will you promise her, or will you just kill her? Thinking of this, Morgans was more and more happy. He knew that whether Rozi promised Smoothie or attacked Smoothie directly, it would be big news enough to fill the cover of the news. As for telling Charlotte Linlin that Rozi was more willing to take Garrett than Smoothie, Morgans had no idea. Meanwhile, on the other side. North Blue. As I said, there is nothing to say about the technology of the Germa 66. Stop calling, Marine. The owner of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Judge slammed the phone on the desk, his face particularly gloomy. He took a deep breath and calmed down a little, then looked at Reiju who was standing quietly beside him. Reiju, Rozi really didn't do research on your body. He naturally already knew about Rozi's report, although he didn't think Rozi could understand Germa 60SIX's bloodline factor technology and battlesuit technology research. But after reading the detailed report of the news, even if he didn't believe it, he couldn't help but feel a little doubt. Father, Rozi just held me hostage and didn't study me. At least, not while I was awake. Reiju smiled and said calmly. Judge nodded, believing what Reiju said. Restricted by the bloodline factor, as long as he orders, Reiju has no way to deceive him. Then did he read my research materials when I was in a coma? I remember him seeing it. Seen. This made Judge frown immediately. Reiju, he just saw it and didn't take it away. I didn't see him taking your father's information. Didn't you take it away? Then you have observed him when you were captured by him. How is his memory? Rozi, he seems to have a knack for remembering. 1. Unforgettable. Is there any evidence? He once demonstrated to me the ability to memorize a book after reading it. Listening to the words, Judge felt like a tornado was hanging in his heart, and his heart suddenly became bigger. Unforgettable and recited? This shows that the guy has a brain that inspires intelligence. Could it be that he really developed a technology that is more advanced than the Germa 66 technology through my research data and by collecting Reiju's blood? Judge murmured, thinking that Rozi, who had humiliated him, could still absorb the power of Germa 66 and develop it into a stronger power. His teeth clenched involuntarily. Aside, Reiju didn't show a surprised look on her face, but she, like Judge, had begun to feel that Rozi's power came from Germa 60SIX's technology. After a long time, Judge slammed his fist on the desk. The powerful force directly caused a crack in the desk. Reiju, get ready, let's go to East Blue Sea Restaurant 1. Find the man who may have raised Sanji. Then, let's go to the Straw Hat Pirates and find that Rozi. It is impossible to find Rozi directly. Although the last time Rozi beat Germa 66 there was a lot of luck. Once again, Vinsmoke Judge, who is not underestimated, has the confidence to beat Rozi. But now, Rozi can ignore Buster Call. Judge doesn't feel that he can benefit from Rozi without a backup. Reiju, understood, father. Chapter 165. Grand Line, First Half. A small three-masted sailing ship was heading fast against the wind and waves. Rozi, coffee. In the restaurant, Nico Robin put a cup of hot coffee on Rozi's table with a smile on his face. Thank you, Robin. Rozi smiled and picked up the coffee and took a sip. Rozi is used to and understands Nico Robin's enthusiastic move. After all, she has already obtained the content of a complete historical text stone tablet from herself. It's really warm, you too. It would be great to bring me into your atmosphere too. 1. Stussy pushed open the restaurant door and walked in with a stack of newspapers and a reward. In this regard, Rozi just smiled and did not speak. Stussy didn't care either, and put the newspaper and the bounty on the table. Congratulations, Rozi, the bounty for your Straw Hat Pirates has been raised again. This time, you Rozi and your pirates are completely famous. I'm afraid the 4 emperors of New World have already noticed you. Rozi took over the newspaper and quickly read the news about the Straw Hat Pirates in the newspaper. It's funny how the marine guys would attribute my power to Germa 66 technology. Rozi put down the newspaper, and even he sighed. This is a path he hadn't imagined at all. Isn't it, Rozi? Stussy asked curiously. Oh, who knows? Really, obviously I have done so much for you, can't you tell me? Sorry, I'm not hungry now, even if you hold my arm tightly, I won't attack you. Cut, it's boring. Stussy pouted and lowered the arm that was holding Rozi. After a while, after seeing Rozi pick up the Straw Hat Pirate's bounty, Stussy asked resentfully. Rozi, can't you really make me a member of the Straw Hat Pirates? Sincerely. Hearing this, Rozi raised his eyebrows, put down the reward and looked at Stussy's eyes. Stussy, I appreciate your help this time. Just for some reason, I can't make you an official member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Well, if you want, why don't you form a pirate group of your own and become a pirate group under the Straw Hat Pirates? After going through these series of things, Rozi didn't hate Stussy in his heart, and even liked it a little. But no matter how much he likes and appreciates it, Rozi really has no way of agreeing to her becoming a member of the Straw Hat Pirates for this woman who can't fight with the Straw Hat Pirates in the original book. After all, there is no way for him to make Stussy choose the heroic spirit template when the time comes. A large fleet? Yes, but can I also have the magical powers of Nami and Luffy? Hearing that Rozi's words were a lot looser than before, Stussy hugged Rozi's arm excitedly again. In her opinion, even if it is not a small improvement to become a member of the affiliated pirates, there will be a lot of opportunities to become the official crew of the Straw Hat Pirates in the future. However, Rozi's next sentence immediately froze Stussy's face. Sorry, I can't give you the kind of power Luffy has in them. Why, Rozi? Stussy, it's not that I don't want to give it, it's just that kind of power that only someone who really fits can master. Luffy, they are special. Rozi stood up from his seat, raised his hand and patted Stussy's shoulder. However, although I can't provide you with the kind of power Luffy has in them, but I can offer you devil fruit, and even your future crew. You know, I have the ability to dig out devil fruit directly from the body of the capable person. With that said, Rozi put the munch fruit from Wapole in front of Stussy. Stussy is so persistent and kind to himself, Rozi is not good at shutting it out. Establishing a big pirate group headed by the Straw Hat Pirates is the only way he can think of. Rozi even thought that after Khalifa, Rob Lucci and others left CP9 in the future, he could also let Stussy take them in. Rob Lucci, Keku, Khalifa and others can become CP0 in the future, and their potential is definitely not low. It is a pity that such characters are handed over to the world government, it is better to develop them into their own combat power. As for the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, although he cannot provide the power of heroic spirits, he can provide devil fruit. Devil fruit. Stussy looked at the munch fruit in front of him, frowning gradually. Stussy, don't underestimate this munch fruit. Its power is incredible. If you eat this fruit, you can even swallow other abilities and use other abilities temporarily. Rozi smiled and began to popularize the power of munch fruit for Stussy. This munch fruit, which even Blackbeard takes a fancy to, is definitely not low in value. If you change to a strong one, if you use it, it will definitely send out the power of North Wapole several times, dozens of times stronger. If it weren't for the heroic spirit template and the ability to use the power of many heroic spirits, Rozi felt that he might have eaten munch fruit. Hey, who told me to have identified you, Rozi 1? Since you made me the captain of the affiliated pirates of the Straw Hat Pirates, then I will form an affiliated pirate of the Straw Hats. Stussy nodded slightly, looked at Rozi resentfully and said. It's as if Rozi doesn't accept how much psychological damage it has done to her by being a full member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Thank you for your understanding, Stussy. After that, I will find a way to poach the other CP9 agents from world government. Let them join your pirate group too. These people are the elite of the elite, I believe, as long as they are not delayed by those boring tasks of CP9. In the future, he will definitely become a great powerhouse. The corners of Rozi's mouth twitched, and by this time he had even started planning how to poach people from Spondom. Rozi, you want to dig your little girlfriend from CP9. Fukura, they told me that the relationship between you and that Khalifa is not like a simple peer relationship. Zero asking for flowers. Stussy covered her mouth and chuckled, looking at Rozi with interest. Well, if I can, I really don't want to have a hostile relationship with Khalifa. Hehe, do you want me to use the method of Happy Street to train Khalifa for you? Hehe, I don't think your outfit can work for Khalifa, and if she turns into those women in Happy Street, she might not be the Khalifa I know one. Maybe. Stussy nodded slightly and looked at devil fruit beside him. Speaking of which, munch fruit sounds interesting, but swallowing people is too inelegant. Why, you still care about this? Shouldn't you? You don't like munch fruit. After all, the power of munch fruit is too unfeminine. If you can, Rozi, can you provide me with a more elegant one, preferably Logia's devil fruit? Stussy thought very clearly that any use of devil fruit requires personal physical support. Even if munch fruit can use other people's devil fruit ability, its physical strength is definitely not small. 0. Moreover, Stussy is very skeptical that using the munch fruit to eat Logia's ability can make himself elemental. After thinking about it again and again, Stussy felt that it would be more realistic to want a devil fruit from Logia. Logia devil fruit? You can really pick, that thing is not common. Rozi was a little ashamed. Speaking of the elegant devil fruit, there is still a bubble fruit in his Eye of God space. It's just that he kept it for his old friend Khalifa. How come, doesn't the Alabasta we go to now have a sand fruit, Rozi? Stussy, you've got your eyes on Crocodile 1. Isn't that right? If I, the captain of the affiliated pirates, were Logia, I would be able to improve the strength of the entire Straw Hat Pirates fleet. Besides, Luffy and the others have the special power you gave them, so they don't need it. Devil Fruit 1. You say so, so I have no way to refuse. Rozi twitched the corners of his mouth. He never thought that the munch fruit he took out would be disliked, and before he killed Crocodile, the other party had already ordered sand fruit. Looking at the expectant Stussy in front of him, Rozi sighed and said, "Okay, I promise. If I can get the sand fruit, I'll leave it to you. Then I'll start by saying thank you, Rozi." "Thanks, I don't need it. Who told you to help me a lot? And the stronger the affiliated pirates is, it is equivalent to the stronger Straw Hat Pirates." As Rozi said that, he put munch fruit back into his eye space. On the side, Nico Robin, who witnessed the conversation between Rozi and Stussy, sighed in his heart. What a pity, Crocodile. Even if you are Shishibukai, you can't escape from being targeted by Rozi. Just when Nico Robin was thinking about it, the phone bug in her arm suddenly rang. "This is Crocodile's call. Rozi, do you think I should pick it up?" Nico Robin took out the phone bug and looked at Luosien with a smile. Chapter 166. Yes, of course. Just to see what this guy is trying to do. Rozi put his arms around him, raised his chin towards Robin, and gestured. "Crocodile, doesn't that guy want to invite me and Fukura, Jabra, and the others to join his Baroque work club? Perhaps this will allow us to step into the interior of the Baroque work society, and also allow Robin to gain more trust from Crocodile." Stussy rested her cheek with one hand and said with a chuckle. "As expected of CP0's ace agent, just do it, Robin." Rozi laughed. With Rozi's instruction, Nico Robin immediately connected the phone bug. "Miss All Sunday, where are you now?" In the phone bug, a very gloomy voice came out. It was Crocodile's voice. "Boss, I'm on my way to Alabasta right now, what's the problem? You should know what happened in the waters near the Drum 590 Kingdom. Mr. 3 and them, they should be performing their missions in the Drum Kingdom." "Of course I know. I was fortunate enough to see the Buster Call in that sea area. 1. You saw it with your own eyes? You went to that country, 1. That's right. Nico Robin nodded slightly and continued. I was going to see the progress of MR3 and their mission, but I happened to come across the battle between Marine Admiral and the Straw Hat Pirates. Actually, I also contacted MR3 and the others after that, but I didn't get in touch either. Maybe they were already involved in that battle. But I don't know if it's luck or misfortune. I met the agents who escaped from the Drum Kingdom. After contact, they seem to want to meet you. Having said that, Nico Robin glanced at Rozi and Stussy next to him with a smile. If they were involved in that battle, there was no chance of them surviving. But you ran into those agents. Are they on your side now? Crocodile frowned and asked, slightly surprised. At this time, Stussy took the initiative to stand up and said to the phone bug. You are the behind-the-scenes boss of the Baroque Work Club. If you want to recruit us, you must have known our identity. 1. Just dispatching a few miners and wanting to recruit us, it's too small to underestimate us. Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Crocodile became more and more surprised. Could it be that Robin really completed the task in place of MR3 and others? Interesting, since you don't think those people are worthy, how about I invite you as the boss of the Baroque Work Club? After pondering for a while, Crocodile spoke. Let me see you, the person hiding behind the scenes. If you don't have enough weight and I can't get enough benefits, then you should give up recruiting me. Yes. You come to Alabasta with Miss All Sunday, and I will tell you who I am and what I am about. The relevant interests will satisfy you. I am looking forward. After Stussy finished speaking, he stepped aside. She understands that her role is over here. Sure enough, after a short pause, Crocodile turned to Nico Robin. Miss All Sunday, bring those agents back, and get all the senior agents out on duty back to Alabasta. Our plan needs to proceed to the next stage. Hearing this, Nico Robin nodded slightly. I will carry out your order, Boss 1. One more thing, Crocodile said, looking at the bounty by his desk. There's a newcomer in the Straw Hat Pirates, what do you think? Does the boss think that the Princess of Alabasta didn't die and became a member of the Straw Hat Pirates? The Blood-Eye Vivi with the fox face mask on the bounty has the same name as the princess, which is remarkable, isn't it, Miss All Sunday? Are you really sure you've blown up that woman? I did blow up the princess and his escort's ship on Whiskey Peak, but I can't rule out the possibility that the Straw Hat Pirates would turn the ship and return to Whiskey Peak to rescue Vivi. But, boss, do you really think can that princess become a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions in a short period of time? Come back as soon as possible, Miss All Sunday. After a moment of silence, Crocodile hung up the phone bug in his hand. He picked up the Blood-Eye Vivi's reward, and his eyes flashed with thoughts. Later, he got up from his seat, pushed open the office door and came to his casino. Soon, his eyes locked on a tall man who was playing a gambling machine in the casino. It was Marine Admiral, who would be called the Green Cow in the future. After all, the Green Bull did not leave Alabasta as Crocodile thought. He even went straight to Crocodile's casino to play. However, at this time, Crocodile was more worried that the Straw Hat Pirates might affect his plan than the Green Bull would affect his plan. Hey, after winning so much berry, why don't you come to the VIP room and play with me? Crocodile walked behind the Green Bull and said flatly. VIP? What, the sand crocodile who is Shishibukai wants to play cards with me himself? Green Bull turned his head and looked at Crocodile in surprise. You have this qualification, and, if you don't mind, I want to chat with you about the Straw Hat Pirates. With that said, Crocodile raised the newspaper in his hand. Seeing the child, it was a Su, and immediately stood up from the seat. Lead the way, Sand Crocodile. It was my fault that Vivi was wearing a mask when facing Marine. I didn't ask her to change her name temporarily. Robin, Do you think the crocodile man thinks Vivi is still alive? Rozi leaned against the wall and asked, groping his chin. From what I know about Crocker's people, the man took my word for it. However, because of his cautious personality, he may design some plans to deal with the Straw Hat Pirates accordingly. After all, according to the current route of the Straw Hat Pirates, the probability of going to Alabasta is very high. And the world thinks that Miss Nami has the power to take devil fruit. Even if it wasn't to guard against Princess Vivi, he would guard against your arrival. After all, his devil fruit is Logia's. Having said that, Nico Robin couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Just now, Rozi and Stussy were talking about taking the sand fruit. That guy crocodile, shouldn't he choose to run away? Rozi frowned. No, he's been plotting in Alabasta for so many years, it's impossible to run away because of an uncertain possibility. That's right, it's not that guy's character to run away without a fight. Then again, how long do you think he'll have to start his plan for that ideal country, Robin? The strength of MR2 is necessary to start that plan. Now that MR2 has not returned to Alabasta, as long as we arrive in Alabasta first, there is no need to worry about Crocodile's advance planning and further damage to Alabasta. Well then, Robin, before you arrive at Alabasta, please keep an eye on the Baroque Work Club. I understand, Your Excellency Rozi. Chapter 167. A few days later. Grand Line, First Half. Alabasta, a small three-masted sailboat, slowly approached the shore. In the sailing restaurant, Nico Robin opened the door and came to Rozi. Rozi, we've arrived. And I got news from the eyeliner here. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is now rushing towards the rebel army Katria led by Kosha. It's finally here, then I should also go and meet them, so that they can rest assured. Rozi smiled and stood up from his seat. Rozi, there's one more thing you might want to know. Crocodile reminded me when I go back to pay special attention to a man over 3 meters tall with black hair and a tattoo on his front. More than 3 meters tall, with black hair and a tattoo engraved on the front of his body? Why is he so familiar, Robin? Shouldn't this man be called Aramaki? That's right. Rozi, you know this man. It's really him. It's not like knowing, just knowing. Strange. That guy shouldn't be tied up with the sand crocodile one. Crocodile wants to use his power to deal with the possible coming Straw Hat Pirates. What's wrong with that man? I've never seen 01 Crocodile remind me so much of a person. That man should be very strong, and he has the same virtue as Akainu, and advocates absolute justice. If he knew about Crocodile's ideal country plan, he should have taught Sand Crocodile directly. Rozi touched his chin, and when he heard the word Aramaki, he naturally associated it with the future Marine Admiral Green Cow. Although he didn't know how big the gap between the current Green Bull and the Green Bull 2 years later, although the current Green Bull was not marine, it was enough to make Rozi vigilant. Unless, that guy Crocodile didn't let the Green Cow know about his ideal country plan. With his own deeds of killing celestial dragons, Rozi felt that if he really ran into the Green Bull, the probability of him shooting himself would be quite high. And if he happens to have the strength after 2 years, it will be a big trouble. He didn't think that with Conqueror's Haki, he could scare the Green Bull away like a redhead. Rozi, is that guy strong? It seems that even you are quite afraid of that guy. Asked Robin. That's right. If there were no accidents, he might be able to match Marine Admiral, a more troublesome guy than Gion. It's as strong as Marine Admiral. Rozi, how about I find a way to move him away from Crocodile so you can deal with Crocodile? That's not necessary. If you go directly to the Baron Shepherd, it may be dangerous. Rozi shook his head and said. Even Crocodile knows to let Nico Robin try to avoid the wild pastures. Rozi naturally didn't intend to let Robin touch him. Even if Robin's identity as a remnant of O'Hara is not known by Aramaki, Robin may also be in danger if his identity as a Baroque working club is known by Aramaki. Robin, just do as Crocodile says. You take Stussy and them to meet that sand crocodile. And I went to find Luffy and the others first, and by the way, stopped the rebellion's riot plan. I'll go find Crocodile with Luffy, Vivi, and the others when things are over on the rebel side. If Aramaki stays with Crocodile then, I'll lure that guy away. 1. It's up to Vivi and Luffy to deal with Crocodile. Rozi laughed. Nico Robin nodded slightly. Although Crocodile was Shishibukai, she had seen the scene of Luffy and the others fighting against Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral up close. She didn't think Crocodile could have an advantage when facing Luffy and his party. After all, the current Vivi can use water-style ninjutsu. Rozi, I'll give you this phone bug. If there's any emergency, we can talk easily. 1. Robin suddenly took out a small phone bug from his pocket and handed it to Rozi. Rozi looked at the phone bug in Robin's hand, shook his head slightly, and then under Robin's gaze, his hands formed a seal and summoned a Katsuyu about the size of a small phone bug. Lord Rozi, what's the matter with calling me here? Katsuyu raised his head and asked Rozi suspiciously. Katsuyu-sama, I want you to follow this lady next to me and help me pass on information. No problem, Lord Rozi. Rozi smiled and handed the small Katsuyu to Nico Robin. Robin, use Katsuyu, I can share vision with it. 1. If you're injured, I can use it to heal you too. Hearing this, Robin nodded with a smile, raised his hand to take Katsuyu, and stuffed it into his chest. Rozi raised his eyebrows, feeling envious of Katsuyu for a while. But soon he turned his eyes and let his vision turn to Katsuyu. In an instant, a large piece of smooth skin appeared in Rozi's line of sight. Cough, then I'll leave first, be careful, Robin. 590 Rozi patted Robin on the shoulder and said goodbye to Stussy and others on the deck, then jumped up and rushed towards Katria, where Luffy and others were heading. After some time, Alabasta, the remote city of Katria. The leader of the rebel army, Kosha, pushed open the door and walked in with a tired face. But after seeing several figures in the room, he instantly became alert. Who? Kosha pulled out the pistol at his waist and pointed at several shadows in the shadow of the room. Don't shoot me. Vivi lifted the fox face mask on his face and stepped out of the shadows. After her, there are Luffy, Nami, and others. Because of Nico Robin's reminder, Vivi knew that there were also Baroque agents in the rebel army. Therefore, after coming to Katria, he did not go to see Kosha directly. Instead, he brought his friends to Kosha's room first. With the power of Sharingan, it is not difficult for Vivi to avoid the watchers. Vivi, is that you? Wait, your fox mask. And those guys by your side. That dangerous pirate Blood Eye Vivi who has been rewarded with a reward of tens of millions is really you. Chapter 168. Although Vivi's bounty is wearing a mask. But as Vivi's old friend, Kosha felt familiar the moment he saw Vivi's bounty. It's just that the description of Vivi in the newspaper was too exaggerated, and finally Kosha denied the idea that the blood pupil Vivi was the Vivi he knew. However, now, Vivi actually appeared with the iconic fox face mask of Vivi with blood pupils, accompanied by the pirates of the Straw Hat Pirates. How can this not surprise Kosha? Hey, just kidding, is that really you, Vivi? Kosha closed the door and quickly ran in front of Vivi, with a pair of eyes staring at Vivi's face. It's really me, Kosha. Do you remember when we were 6 years old? You once accidentally broke into the dressing room of the palace maids and were taught a lesson by them. Wait. Stop talking, I believe you're Vivi 1. Kosha's serious face was stained with a hint of blush, and he waved his hand in embarrassment. Not many people know about this, and it just so happens that Princess Vivi is 1. However, what happened to you, and why did you become a pirate? And why are you coming to me now? You should understand that I am now the leader of the rebel army 1. If you are discovered by other rebels, it is very dangerous. As Kosha was speaking, out of the corner of the eye glanced at Luffy and the others, and the words behind him were swallowed back in his stomach. If Vivi is really a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, it seems that the danger is not Vivi, but the rebels. Vivi, are you here to stop us as a member of the Straw Hat Pirates? After a little silence, Kosha raised her head and looked at Vivi seriously. No, you misunderstood Kosha, everyone is here to help me put down the rebellion in Alabasta, but not to use force against everyone in the rebel army. Actually, I came to you this time to tell you the truth that Alabasta has been in drought in recent years. 1-0. Everything is Crocodile's conspiracy, this is the information I got by infiltrating the Baroque works. Kosha, stop, for the sake of all the people of Alabasta. Vivi put her hands on Kosha's shoulders and spoke very sincerely about what she had seen and heard in the Baroque Work Club. How come, isn't that guy a national hero? Kosha frowned tightly and looked at Vivi in front of him in astonishment. That's how clever the crocodile guy is. Only when he packs himself into a hero can he take over the country more justifiably. At this time, another voice suddenly sounded in the room. Kosha was startled, and quickly turned to look behind him. Rozi, you're back. Before Kosha could clearly see the owner of the voice behind him, Luffy had already rushed in front of Rozi and put his hand on Rozi's shoulder excitedly. Other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also stepped forward and welcomed Rozi's return with a smile. Rozi, have you met Miss Robin? After reminiscing, Sanji couldn't wait to ask Robin's whereabouts. Don't worry, Robin and I are here in Alabasta. Now he has re-infiltrated into the Baroque Work Club 1. Also, the Stussy group we met earlier were also with her. Rozi smiled and said. Hearing this, Sanji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Rozi, why is everyone's bounty so high for only 50 berry? Chopper hugged Rozi's calf and looked at Rozi's face aggrieved. Well, it's probably because you didn't participate much in the war. But don't worry, Chopper. After you show extraordinary combat power in the future, the bounty should increase 1. Rozi sneered and said somewhat uncertainly. He didn't expect that even with the addition of his own traveler, Chopper would still be classified as a pet like the original. As for the future, considering that the original Chopper fought with the 4 emperors, Barry was still the same. Rozi is also not sure whether the Chopper on his side will receive a bounty commensurate with his strength in the future. Kosha, right, it doesn't matter if you don't believe it now. Soon, a ship full of weapons will land in the city. Also, there's going to be a guy here disguised as Vivi's father. When you see the guy who took clone fruit, I'm sure you'll understand. Rozi turned to look at Kosha and said. Hey? Why do you know this, Rozi? Kosha frowned and looked at Rozi cautiously. Even knowing that Rozi is Vivi's partner, facing pirates with a bounty of more than 1 billion berry, Kosha is still in awe. Nature saw it with my eyes. Rozi pointed to his own eyes, smiled and looked at Vivi, who had the same doubts, and said. Before I separated from Robin, I kept a small Katsuya with her. I was able to see with that slug. Previously, I saw through Katsuya's vision that Crocodile was anxious that MR1, MR2, and other agents held a meeting. MR1 and his partner would deliberately crash into the city in a boat loaded with weapons 1. And MR2 will use his devil fruit ability to disguise himself as King Cobra and do some outrageous things in front of the rebels 1. With weapons and the king doing some bad things in front of the rebels, what do you think the rebels will do next? Vivi covered her small mouth, her eyes full of resentment. The rebel army will definitely pick up the weapons that were sent and go straight to the capital. Rozi nodded, reached out and patted Kosha on the shoulder, and said. Kosha, it's not far from those agents coming here now. It's better to stay here in peace for the time being, Leonios, and wait and see. Kosha looked at Rozi's hand on his shoulder, and at Vivi, who had a serious expression, and finally nodded. There is Rozi with a bounty of 1.5 billion berry here, and everyone from the Straw Hat Pirates is here, so I don't think it's okay if I don't agree. 1. Rozi smiled and was about to answer Koja when suddenly a very familiar breath broke into Rozi's perception range. Smoker? How could this guy appear in this city? Strange, there is a strong aura not far away. In order to be able to find out in time when MR1 and others arrive, Rozi has been driving his observation haki. He didn't expect that he couldn't wait for MR1 and others, but he waited for Smoker first. Rozi murmured and walked to the window, the power of the eagle eye activated, and his eyes fell directly to the powerful aura he sensed in observation haki. Hey? That guy is Fire Fist Ace? Chapter 169. Colonel Smoker, Naval Headquarters did not agree to our pursuit of the Straw Hat Pirates. 1. Is it really good that we came to Alabasta rashly? On the street, Smoker asked worriedly to Smoker beside him. Humph, if I avoid pirates out of fear, what am I going to do, Marine? I might as well go back to plowing the fields earlier. Smoker snorted, clearly displeased with the above order. But Colonel Hina said that Rozi's Conqueror's haki could prevent the Marines below the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral from moving freely. If we run into them. Tashigi gritted his teeth, thinking of Rozi who had a relationship in Logue Town. His mood suddenly became extraordinarily complicated. Even with restrictions, she couldn't connect the Rozi who once helped her from Alvita with the vicious pirate Rozi. Tashigi shook his head, threw the complicated emotions out of his mind and continued. Colonel Smoker, Sakazuki Admiral, Gion Vice Admiral, and Tsuru Vice Admiral are all heading here now. Even if we're going to be involved, should 607 wait until they get to Alabasta to start? Hearing this, Smoker shook his head and said. Just relying on momentum to keep people below Vice Admiral from acting. Who would believe such nonsense? When did that guy Hina make a joke? The things depicted in the newspapers are too exaggerated. That's good, Tashigi. As Marine, sometimes we have to make our own judgments. Also, we don't really want to catch the Straw Hat Pirates right now. Before Sakazuki Admiral and the others arrive, at least we should investigate the country to see if that gang is really here. If they come, where are they? As Smoker spoke, he looked around, frowning suddenly even tighter. The rebellion in this country is really serious. 1. Smoker sighed, having said that, but he didn't care. Insurgency within the country is not something Marine needs to manage. Hey, you said just now that the Marine Admiral will come to this country, and the Straw Hat Pirates will come here, right? At this moment, a loud voice suddenly rang from the right roof of Smoker, Tashigi and other Marines. Who? Smoker cracked and turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. This face? You are Fire Fist Ace, Captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. 1. Smoker's words startled Tashigi and the Marines behind him, and they took up their weapons and aimed at Ace. Marines' actions surprised the surrounding rebels, but they were relieved when they saw that their weapons were not aimed at him, and they stepped aside to avoid being involved in the battle between Marine and the pirates. Hey, don't look so scary, I just want to ask you something. Ace crouched on the roof, looking at Smoker and the others with a relaxed expression. Fire Fist Ace, why do pirates like you appear in this country? Also, why do you ask about the Straw Hat Pirates? Smoker's right hand turned into smoke, watching Ace warily. Involuntarily, he remembered what Garp said when he was in Logue Town, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates who was brothers with Ace and Sabo. Isn't it this guy? Smoker frowned. In terms of age, Ace, Luffy, Sabo, and others were indeed of the same age. The thought of this terrible possibility made Smoker's face extremely serious. Just as Smoker was about to ask his doubts, a powerful, Abak, Conqueror's haki suddenly fell from the air with the sound of a dong 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 war drum. The expressions of both Smoker and Ace at the scene became extremely surprised in an instant. Smoker wanted to turn his head to search around, but was surprised to find that his body could no longer move freely. Smoker, we meet again. You should listen to Hina, some people's conquerors are really powerful and unreasonable. At least, you are still too tender now. Rozi suddenly appeared behind Smoker with the Imperial engine and put a hug on his shoulder. You are Rozi. Smoker's forehead was sweating instinctively, and the only eyeball that could move was desperately looking at Rozi beside him. Yeah, that's me. Also, thanks for telling me Sakazuki that they're coming here to catch me. Rozi smiled and looked up at Ace. At this moment, he was really grateful to Smoker and Tashigi. If it wasn't clear that Sakazuki, Gion, and Tsuru were coming here, he might have taken a long time to deal with Alabastus affairs. But now that he knows that Sakazuki is still in hot pursuit, he can naturally speed up the progress of the Alabasta matter. What a domineering conquerors, Luffy has recruited a pervert crew. 1. Ace stood up straight and was about to jump off the roof when a very familiar voice came from behind him. Ace. Hearing this voice, Ace turned around immediately. Luffy, it's really you. Ace happily opened his hand and touched Luffy, who leaped over. Hehe, long time no see, Ace. By the way, do you know who I saw in Logue Town? It's Sabo. Sabo is still alive. What? Luffy, are you kidding me? It's true, he lost his memory. Thanks to Rozi, he regained his memory. By the way, he is now on my dad's side, like the second in command of the Revolutionary Army? What? Second in command of the Revolutionary Army? Wait, Luffy, do you have a father? I'm also surprised, but Grandpa said that the dragon of the Revolutionary Army is my father. Just kidding, your father is the leader of that Revolutionary Army. Ace grew his mouth. He thought that his father was exaggerated enough, but he didn't expect that Luffy's father was also a big man. But he soon forgot about it and eagerly asked Luffy about Sabo. Below the roof, the pupils of Smoker's eyes vibrated. Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division Captain, Fire Fist Ace is really Luffy and Sabo's brother. Garp Vice Admiral, how on earth do you teach children? Chapter 170. Smoker was surprised when Rozi suddenly lifted a dark finger to the center of his forehead. Armament Haki. As soon as this thought popped into Smoker's mind, a powerful impact hit his mind as his fingers fell. Smoker, who was already affected by Conqueror's Haki, immediately rolled his eyes and fainted. Immediately, Rozi put away his Conqueror's Haki. It's just that none of the Marines at the scene, except Tashigi, who has collapsed because of Conquerors, are still awake. Colonel Smoker. Rozi, what did you do to Colonel Smoker? Tashigi put his hands on the ground, got up from the ground tremblingly, drew his knife and pointed it at Rozi. Don't worry, Miss Tashigi, Smoker is fine, I just let him faint and plan to make him a strong taijutsu in the future. Rozi smiled, and did not shy away from Tashigi, Ace, and others, and pushed directly behind Smoker, and a fruit with a spiral pattern bounced out of Smoker's body. It is the Logia fruit, the smoke fruit. That's... Tashigi's eyes widened, looking at the strange fruit caught by Rozi in disbelief. You guessed it, it's Smoker's devil fruit. Rozi smiled, pushed Smoker towards Tashigi, and stuffed smoke fruit into his eye space. When he was in Logue Town, he wanted to take smoke fruit, and this time he finally found the right opportunity to take Smoker's smoke fruit. Although it is not as good as Maramara fruit, it is still quite good for strengthening partners. You can take someone else's devil fruit. Tashigi gave Rozi a horrified look, then grabbed Smoker's shoulder and shook it in panic. Colonel Smoker, don't die, please, wake up. Smoker was not badly hurt, and he woke up quickly after Tashigi shook violently. Tashigi? What am I? Wait, where's that Rozi guy? Smoker came to his senses, and immediately looked behind him. After seeing Rozi waving at him with a smile on his face, Smoker immediately wanted to use his fruit ability to punch Rozi. It's just that what he wielded was not a white fist, but an ordinary fist of flesh and blood. Hey? What? my fruit ability. Smoker's eyes widened, staring at his fist doubtfully. Smoker Vice Admiral, your devil fruit has been taken by Rozi. Tashigi pursed his lips and spoke weakly to Smoker. What? My devil fruit was taken by Nami. Not Nami, Rozi took it. Rozi. Wait, you also have the power to take away devil fruit. Smoker stared at Rozi with wide eyes. Hehe, you all said in the newspapers that I have many of the same powers as my partners. In this case, I have the same ability to deprive devil fruit as Nami. Forget it, I have a showdown. Actually, you misunderstood from the beginning. The ability to take away the devil fruit never belongs to Nami, but to me. Rozi folded his arms, watching Smoker's surprised expression with interest. He deliberately took Smoker's devil fruit in front of Tashigi. The purpose is to make Marine and the world government not pay too much attention to Nami. Of course, there is also a desire to prevent Nami from continuing to complain to him about this matter. Smoker, trust me, you're not fit to be a demon fruit power. Honestly, go back and follow Zephyr to practice physique. Maybe you're the next Black Arm Zephyr. Rozi said. Smoker clenched his fists and stared at the man who had stolen the devil fruit from him and taught him a lesson. Just when he couldn't help his anger in his heart, he planned to use his weapon 10 hands to attack Rozi. A burst of exclamation suddenly resounded throughout the alley. Then, what is that? Ship, why is the ship in the sky? Be careful, the ship is about to fall. The rebels, not covered by Rozi's conqueror's haki, looked up to the sky with expressions of fear. A huge shadow suddenly enveloped the street. Smoker and Tashigi looked up and were horrified to see a huge ship descending downwards. The destination is exactly where they sit. Not good. Tashigi, leave now. Smoker called out to Tashigi and immediately jumped at Marine, who was stunned by Rozi's conqueror's haki. Such a huge sailing ship fell, and the Marine soldiers had no power at all. Smoker didn't think his soldiers could stand it. It's here. Rozi looked up at the fallen sailboat. With his observation haki, he can naturally perceive the MR1 and Miss Fingers standing at the bow of the sailboat. Tashigi gritted his teeth and was about to rush up to help the other Marines escape, when he saw Rozi suddenly jump to the bottom of the sailboat, lifted the sailboat with one hand and threw it into the deserted ruins. At this time, Kosha also ran out of his room, looking at the sailboat that fell from the sky and the large number of guns that fell from the sailboat with a look of surprise. Point 0. Is it true what the man said? Is Crocodile really behind the scenes? Kosha murmured, his body trembling uncontrollably. Kosha, go down and have a look. Since the sailboat has appeared, I believe that MR2 will come over with his father's face in his face soon. Vivi put on the fox face mask, patted Kosha on the shoulder and walked past him. Wait, where are you going, Vivi? Naturally, to teach the agents of the Baroque workers a lesson. As soon as Vivi finished speaking, her body turned into an afterimage and disappeared from Kosha's line of sight. Kosha's eyes widened to look for traces of Vivi, but how could he catch Vivi, who turned into a ninja and used the body flicker technique with his eyesight? Just when he wanted to question Usopp and the others in the room, another exclamation came from the direction of the rebel army. Kosha pricked up his ears and faintly heard the words Cobra and King, and in an instant he turned over the railing and ran towards the direction where the voice came from. Is that guy who can transform come? In that case, let me do me a favor too. Sanji threw down the burnt cigarette butts and walked out of the room. Wait Sanji, I'm going too. Chopper shouted, and immediately followed Sanji's footsteps on his short legs. The rest of Zoro and Usopp looked at each other and walked out of the room. Chapter 171. What's the matter? Why did the ship change direction? The sailboat landed, and Miss looked at her partner MR1 in disbelief with her fingers. Like some kind of force made the sailboat cheap. There are amazing people here. Wait, that person is the great pirate Rozi. No, miss your fingers, let's get out of here now. Mr1 turned his head to look diagonally below the sailboat. After seeing Rozi, his eyes instantly widened to the maximum. However, before the two of them left, Vivi landed from the sky on the retreat where they wanted to leave. You are the masked woman from the Straw Hat Pirates, Miss stepped back in panic. What do you want to do to us? I just want to save my country. Vivi's tone was calm, and he walked slowly towards Mr1 and Miss. Save the country? Who are you? Mr1 turned his hands into sharp knives, and 607 looked at Vivi with fear. What he was afraid of was not Vivi in front of him, but Rozi standing under the sailboat. Who am I? Maybe, you can call me Miss Wednesday. Miss Wednesday? You're the dead Vivi that Miss said all Sunday. Miss said with her fingers. The three Tomo Sharingan in Vivi's pupils suddenly released a strange power. The fingers of Mr1 and Miss, who were staring at Vivi's eyes the whole time, were immediately hit, and their mental will fell into an illusion. However, because it was only a low-level illusion, Mr1 with a strong mental will quickly broke free from the illusion and returned to reality. However, in reality he was greeted by a giant fireball with a diameter of more than 2 meters. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Boom! Mr1 quickly put his hands in front of him, but the shock wave formed by the explosion of the Great Fireball Technique still blasted him and his partner out of the sailboat and landed in front of Rozi. As expected of a man who can turn his body into an iron blade, it looks like a great fireball can't kill you. Rozi whispered something, and then stepped on Mr1's head. Then Rozi bent down and took out the 2 fingers of Mr1 and Miss who fainted, and the 2 devil fruits entered the space of the Eye of God again. UBD, you can really take away the devil fruit? Give me back my devil fruit, BD. Smoker roared and charged at Rozi with 10 hands up. Rozi raised his eyebrows and punched Smoker in the abdomen with a hand. The powerful force instantly made Smoker vomit blood and faint. This time, you will be dizzy for a longer time. Rozi whispered something, then looked at Tashiji again. So are you. 1. The voice fell, Rozi's Sharingan turned, and an illusion directly caused Tashiji to fall into a deep sleep. UBD, didn't you get rough with Miss Tashiji? At this time, Sanji came over with Mr2 and Kosha who had already fainted. Don't worry, I just use illusion to make him fall asleep. Rozi took Mr2 who was knocked out, took out his clone fruit from his body, and threw it aside. Although this guy was Luffy's friend in the original book, but now he is the one who really hurt Vivi. There is no reason for Rozi to let Mr2 keep his devil fruit. So, Kosha, this time you should believe it. Rozi looked up at Kosha and asked. Kosha clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and was speechless. Seeing with his own eyes that the knocked-down cobra became Mr2, he didn't know that what Vivi and Rozi said was the truth. After a long time, Kosha punched the wall next to him. Damn! What the hell am I doing, to actually pull the country I love into war with my own hands? Rozi patted Kosha on the shoulder and said. No matter what, we haven't made a bigger mess. Kosha, you stay here now, and we'll go to Crocodile to settle the account. These marines will be handed over to you for the time being. If there was no accident, they should have been lethargic for a day or so. By the way, let someone you trust guard them. Your rebel army has agents arranged by the Baroque Work Society. I sensed some sneaky guys just now with observation haki and knocked them out with Conqueror's haki 1. But I can't guarantee that there will be any left. If you can, you'd better keep none of your people using the phone bug until we fix Crocodile. So as not to leak the news. After speaking, Rozi looked up at Luffy and said. Luffy, we're going to Crocodile next. Are you going to keep reminiscing with Ace, or go with us? Hearing this, Luffy's came down one after another. Hehe, of course I'm going. Ace, let's part here. Luffy said with a smile. Luffy, glad you've grown to this point. With your current strength to deal with crocodile, I can rest assured. I'm still looking for a pirate, so see you later. Ace patted Luffy on the shoulder, then turned to look at Rozi, Vivi, and other members of the Straw Hat Pirates and bowed. Everyone, Luffy will take care of you. Ace's politeness surprised Nami, Zoro, and others. Rozi was not surprised by Ace's performance. After a little wording, he said to Ace. Ace, what you're looking for is Blackbeard Teach, right? Hey! You know him? Have you seen that guy? I haven't seen it, but I know something about him. In fact, that guy. Rozi looked serious. Ace was Luffy's brother after all. Considering the danger of Ace's trip in the original book, he explained Teach's abilities one by one. It turns out that dark fruit has such power, no wonder that guy killed his partner just to get it. Thanks, Rozi. With your information, I can definitely take that guy down. When you are free later, I will invite you to dinner. 1. Ace laughed and patted Rozi on the shoulder, turned and ran towards the Alabasta coast. Rozi frowned slightly, watching Ace's back gradually receding. Can this guy really beat that guy Teach? Forget it, Whitebeard can't stop this guy, so why should I stop it? Let's wait until we reach Magic Valley Town and meet Blackbeard, let me take him down. Blackbeard, there should be no 4 Emperors level strength right now. Dark fruit, it's a pretty good fruit. Thinking that Nika fruit, which symbolizes the sun, and dark fruit, which symbolizes darkness, will appear in the Straw Hat Pirates in the future, the corners of Rozi's mouth can't stop rising. Come on Rozi, let's beat that crocodile away now. 1. Luffy put his hand on Rozi's shoulder and said excitedly. Luffy, I have something I want to discuss with you before this. Rozi looked at Luffy and told about Stussy's help to him, her yearning for the Straw Hat Pirates, and Rozi's reluctance to agree to become a crew member of the affiliated pirates. Since she helped Rozi, there's nothing you can do. Hehe, I trust your judgment. Luffy laughed and directly agreed to the affiliated pirate group. Thanks Luffy. Rozi smiled gratefully, then turned to look at Chopper. Chopper, come on, let me help you strengthen Tsunade's power, I just got a lot of devil fruit. Saying that, Rozi took out the thorn fruit from Mrs. Fingers with a smile on his face. Chapter 172. Blue Blue, Blue Blue. Kaka. Hey, this is Sakazuki. Akainu answered the phone and said in a deep voice. Sakazuki, I'm Kuzan, I have something to trouble you. Kuzan? You're actually contacting me. You should know that I'm still on a mission to capture Rozi and the Straw Hat Pirates. What I'm about to say has to do with the Straw Hat Pirates. Not long ago, Smoker took Marine to Alabasta, but they're out of touch now. Hey! Did the Smoker guy lose contact? Can I understand that they encountered the Straw Hat Pirates and were defeated? Kuzan, did they return any news? 1. No. Their phone worm was connected once, but hung up as soon as I identified myself, but I vaguely heard the word Straw Hat. Looks like they really are there. Sakazuki, I hope you will drop by the Smoker when you get to Alabasta, maybe they will have more information. Understood. Sakazuki answered in a deep voice, then hung up the phone. Apart from missions, he and Kuzan couldn't find anything to talk about. How long until we reach Alabasta? 1. Sakazuki turned his head and asked the adjutant beside him. Reporting Sakazuki Admiral, if there is no storm after that, it will take us about 7 hours to arrive. What about Staff Officer Crane, can she arrive earlier? Staff Crane is not far from Alabasta as we are. 1. Go and tell everyone, get to Alabasta as fast as you can and get ready for battle. 1. Yes. The adjutant saluted, turned, and ran out of the warship conference room quickly. Sakazuki also walked out of the conference room, came to the deck of the warship and subconsciously looked at a corner on the deck. There, Jun sits cross-legged, with the famous sword Kinpura resting on his slender thighs. She closed her eyes tightly, as if meditating. However, what a character Sakazuki is, just by looking at Jun's trembling eyelashes and frowning brows, he knows that Jun has not calmed down to meditate at all. After thinking for a while, Sakazuki walked behind Jun. Jun, we are basically sure that the Straw Hat Pirates are in Alabasta. Hearing this, Jun slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. I understand. Sakazuki frowned. Jun was too calm, which made Sakazuki feel unusual in Jun. Rather, Jun has been too calm since they picked it up on the deserted island. Although Sakazuki didn't feel any discomfort from Jun, some of the weaker marine soldiers were a little cowardly as they passed Jun. You can still carry out the mission. After a moment of silence, Sakazuki asked. Don't worry Sakazuki, I can carry out my mission. My sword is back, and I will only be stronger than the previous me. Saying that, a fierce aura exploded from Jun, causing gusts of wind. Sakazuki frowned slightly. He looked around and found that the deck beside Jun had been cut one after another. However, Jun itself did not pull the sword out of its scabbard. At this time, Jun stood up from the ground and slowly pulled out the famous sword Jinpira in his hand. In an instant, a more fierce and cold aura spread from the long sword in Jun's hand. Under Sakazuki's gaze, Jun slashed towards the sea in front of him with a sword in both hands, and a powerful flying slash swept across the sea instantly. After a few seconds, Sakazuki was surprised to find that the sea was gradually splitting apart. The movement here also caught the attention of other marines. For a time, the ship was filled with the exclamations of marines. Looks like you've really gotten stronger, and I'm looking forward to the trip to Alabasta. 11. Sakazuki gave Jun a deep look, turned and walked towards the bow. Although he is not good at using swords, he can clearly perceive the changes in Jun. In Jun, Sakazuki vaguely felt the shadow of the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye. Jun let out a breath, put Kinpira in the scabbard, and looked at the boundary of the sea. Rozi, I will personally send you to impel down. Use this power that relies on your understanding. Alabasta, rain. Miss All Sunday, MR1 their news, why didn't I hear their mission success report? 1. In the underground conference room, Crocodile frowned and looked at Nico Robin, who was teasing the strange Katsuyu on his shoulder. Sorry boss, I've already contacted MR1 and MR2, but unfortunately I didn't get a response. Nico Robin shook his head with a slightly puzzled look on his face. Of course, her heart is like a mirror, she clearly knows that MR1 and others have been solved by Rozi and others at this moment. Those guys, it's impossible to lose to those people in the rebel army, right? Crocodile broke his cigar, frowning even tighter. Sand Crocodile, is this your subordinate? It seems useless. How about let us help you? The corners of Stussy's mouth rose, and while playing with the flowers in her hand, she looked at Crocodile with interest. Crocodile gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. He originally wanted to let Stussy and others see the strength of his Baroque work club. If MR6071 and others failed in this matter, their strength had not been proved, and they might be looked down upon by Stussy and others and gave up joining his team. Miss All Sunday, contact those hiding among the rebels. Crocodile, come out and greet me. Before Crocodile finished speaking, a stern shout suddenly came in. What followed was an extremely domineering aura. Conqueror's Haki. Crocodile was stunned for a moment, and a figure quickly flashed in his mind. The next moment, his body turned into yellow sand and rushed out of the conference room. The rest of Nico Robin, Stussy, and others looked at each other with mysterious smiles on their faces. Let's go, let's act too. Stussy stood up, waved to Jabra and Fakura not far away, and followed Nico Robin's footsteps as he left the conference room. Meanwhile, on the other side, Crocodile turned into yellow sand and walked through the casino, and the entrance was full of fainted gamblers. And when he came out of the casino, he saw two people facing each other. One of them was Aramaki, who tried his best to stay in the casino. The other is Rozi. Looking at Rozi with a smile in front of him, Crocodile's eyes became extremely gloomy. Rozi, Deputy Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, what are you doing here? Chapter 173. Rozi glanced at Crocodile, did not answer his question, but looked at Aramaki who had punched him. After feeling the power of Aramaki, Rozi was completely sure that the person in front of him was the future Marine Admiral Green Cow. The forest fruit is not bad, if I can defeat this guy. Rozi touched his chin, and while analyzing the possibility of defeating Aramaki, he asked Aramaki. Hey, I'm here to trouble Crocodile. Judging by your strength, it shouldn't be his little brother, why would you help him? I think you're mistaken, I just want to obliterate you who challenged the world order. Aramaki said as he walked towards Rozi. So you want to maintain the world order? You really have a sense of justice, do you want to take my head for a marine general? Rozi smiled, raised his leg and tapped the ground with his heel, freeing the black boots. Your proposal is good, I will consider it. But now, let's pay the price for your brutality. After Araki finished speaking, the 5 fingers of his right hand turned into vines and rushed towards Rozi quickly. It's really disgusting. Knowing that Aramu's ability could absorb the enemy's physical strength, Rozi naturally wouldn't let Aramu's vines get close, and as soon as he stepped on the ground with both feet, he flew backwards quickly. Don't try to run! Huang Mu shouted loudly and stepped on the ground with his right foot. The next second, countless plants sprang from the ground, forming towering trees that included Rozi. In the blink of an eye, the original desert area turned into a forest centered on barren pastures. The dense branches of trees immediately restricted Rozi's flight path. This power! Crocodile looked at the wild animal husbandry who quickly chased after Rozi after creating the forest in front of him in surprise. Even though he had foreseen the power of the wild animal husbandry, Crocodile was quite surprised when he actually saw him do it. In particular, the power of Huang Mu is still completely opposite to him, and can even restrain his power. You must know that in the desert, he can double his strength with the power of sand fruit. But if the desert shepherd turns the desert into a forest in a blink of an eye, his crocodile will not have the advantage of the location. Not only Crocodile was surprised, but Stussy and others who were standing in the casino and Vivi and others who were hiding in the dark were also surprised. At this moment, they completely understood why Rozi made a plan to lead away the wild shepherds. This guy, will you play the arrival of the tree world for me? If I draw Senju Hashirama's template in the future, I will definitely give you back. Rozi kicked out several tornadoes with his black boots, and crushed the branches that rolled towards him. Then he looked at Aramaki, who was also flying, with a serious face. You can't get away, Rozi. I am a person who has eaten the fruit of the forest. When you fight with me, you are fighting against nature. No one can face the power of nature. Aramaki came to a position flush with Rozi with a constantly spinning flower behind him, and he looked at Rozi with a reckless expression. Rozi looked at the densely packed sharp branches around him, and then at the towering giant tree that had formed an enchantment at the border, and could not help but sigh. I admit, your strength is very strong. Trapping me with the woods is also commendable. But if you think these trees of yours will keep me alive, you'd be sorely mistaken. Black boots, the second stage. The voice fell, and the black boots under Rozi's feet turned into blood boots, and the speed increased again. Even with the interception of the branches, he still quickly came to the border of the woods. Looking at the giant tree that was almost connected and formed a barrier with its body, Rozi's eyes quickly turned into Manjiki Sharingan. Amaterasu. Just listening to the sound of bang, a layer of black fire instantly covered a part of the giant tree's enchantment. It's useless, I made a fire forest, your fire is useless to my art. What? Before Huang Mu's words were finished, he was surprised to find that the black fire had burned out a tree hole that could easily allow a person to pass through. What did you just say? Fire forest? Hehe, if you talk big, you will be struck by lightning one. Rozi gave Aramaki a provocative look, kicked his legs in the air, rushed out of the tree hole in a blink of an eye, and flew towards the sky quickly. Hateful! Araki gritted his teeth, and angrily manipulated the flying flower behind him and rushed out of the woods with him, only to see that only an afterimage was left of Rozi's body. Don't try to escape! Aramaki roared, and quickly rushed towards the direction where Rozi fled. Did you choose to run away? It seems that the power of Araki also makes that guy jealous. But that guy Rozi is here, his buddy should be nearby one. Crocodile took a deep look at the towering giant tree blocking his door, then turned to look at Stussy and the others behind him. Stussy, you! Boom! Before Crocodile's words were finished, he was blown away by a fist that contained armament haki. Before he could react to what was going on, a card flew quickly and was inserted on the ground beside him. Card magic, the Fountain of Prayer. Accompanied by the sudden G sound, the water whip that exploded in the card overflowed radially toward Zhou. Unpredictable, Crocodile was hit by the whip of Shui, the king's Zhao, before he could react. Although it didn't cause much damage to Crocodile, it made his whole body wrapped in a layer of water. Water? Who? Crocodile angrily looked at the direction the card came from, and immediately widened his eyes. There, Vivi, who had taken off the fox face mask, was walking towards him with a gloomy face. On her back, there was a strange Katsuya lying on her back. Beside her were Nami, who was holding several cards and smiling, as well as other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Princess Vivi! Isn't the guy after you dead? Nico Robin, what the hell is going on? Crocodile looked at Nico Robin, and his eyes quickly settled on Stussy's fist, still blackened from the armament haki, and Katsuyu on Nico Robin's shoulder. Chapter 174. Stussy, you attacked me just now. And Nico Robin, you betrayed me. You arranged for them to lose contact? You joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Crocodile's eyes widened, seeing the strange animal on Nico Robin's shoulder that was almost identical to Vivi's. He didn't know what happened yet. However, he was quite suspicious of Stussy attacking him. It stands to reason that Stussy should be the mortal enemy of the Straw Hat Pirates. Don't look at me like that, Crocodile. It's better to follow Rozi's team than to follow your Dreamland project. Rest assured, Crocodile, I'll take your sand fruit to the next level 1. The corners of Stussy's mouth rose, looking at Crocodile as if looking at prey. That BD really wanted to take away my devil fruit. Stussy, do you really think that guy Rozi will keep his promise and give you my devil fruit? Crocodile asked bitterly. Hehe, at least I think Rozi is more trustworthy than you, right, Miss Robin? Stussy shrugged and looked at Nico Robin beside him. Nico Robin, why did you betray me? Did you abandon your purpose? 607. Crocodile followed Stussy's words and looked at Nico Robin. If eyes could kill, Nico Robin might not have been killed 1,000 times by now. No, I didn't give up, I just got what I wanted from Lord Rozi. Crocodile, instead of thinking about my question, should you look at the one next to you? Princess Vivi, you should pay attention to it. Nico Robin leaned against the door and said with a smile. Crocodile's double eye shadow swung a sword made of yellow sand to attack Nico Robin. However, the extremely fast yellow sand sword was blown away by Stussy before it came to Nico Robin. Seeing that his attack was stopped, Crocodile gritted his teeth and wanted to launch a stronger attack on the two betrayers, Nico Robin and Stussy. However, after seeing Crocodile's action, Vivi couldn't hold back the hatred for Crocodile in his heart. His hands quickly knotted in front of him, combined with the water flow called by the Nami card magic, condensed a huge water dragon and slammed into Crocodile. A back. Water style water dragon bomb technique. What? Seeing that the attack was formed by water again, Crocodile hurriedly dodged to avoid it and swung a wave from Sharon that hit the water dragon. But also because of this, the water dragon that condensed the huge water energy directly turned into the rain that fell from the sky and once again drenched Crocodile. It's so embarrassing, Crocodile. Compared to when you became Shishibukai, you seem to be a lot weaker. Is it too comfortable, or lacks the will to fight against the strong? If I had known that you only looked like this, I should have dealt with you. Stussy looked at Crocodile's disgusting look and shook his head. But if it's up to you, Princess Vivi can't take revenge. Nico Robin laughed. That's right. Sure enough, Princess Vivi herself has to do the trick. Stussy nodded slightly and looked up at Vivi, only to find that Vivi's body actually lit up with a red light at the moment. A second later, the clothes Vivi was wearing changed into a red cloud and black robe, and there was a forehead protector engraved with strange lines on his forehead. Is this, that special power that Rozi gave her? Stussy muttered. The conversation between Nico Robin and Stussy made Crocodile more and more angry, but before he could get angry with them, the light on Vivi caught his guard. Oh, heroic spirit mimic, Vivi, you've come this far too. Nami glanced at the similar outfits of Vivi and Uchiha Itachi in surprise, and said with a sigh. Perhaps, it's because I hate this man in front of me too much. Nami, Luffy, and everyone else, leave it to me. With chakra from Vice Captain Rozi, I was able to beat that guy. Vivi glanced at the passing chakra left by Rozi on the shoulder, and Katsuya, who shared the vision, said. At this moment, her tone was extremely serious. Okay. Then leave it to you, Vivi, you can call us anytime if you need help. Luffy smiled and took a step back. Now that Vivi, Luffy can safely leave Crocodile to her to deal with. Vivi, be careful, don't kill him. Lieutenant Rozi needs him alive. Nami patted Vivi's shoulder, smiled and stepped back beside Luffy and the others. And this scene almost made Crocodile grit his teeth. Damn, how dare you underestimate me? Don't think getting wet with water can beat me. You're nothing without that, Rozi. Crocodile was half kneeling, pressing his right hand hard on the ground. Erosion of samsara. Crocodile's right hand produces a powerful attraction, absorbing all the water on the ground like a bottomless pit. The water flow summoned by Nami, the water element originally possessed in the earth, the water on the surface of Crocodile's body, and even the water in the trees created by the barbarian's ability began to gather towards Crocodile's palm. In just a second or two, the water Nami summoned with magic was completely absorbed and disappeared into the bottomless pit in Crocodile's right hand. Vivi noticed Crocodile sucking up the water on his body, just gave him a faint look, and didn't try to stop it. As long as you use that move, you can defeat him even without water. Vivi thought to himself. My strength is dry, and everything in my hands will shatter into dust. Miss Wednesday, without those waters, can you still call out the water dragon just now? Crocodile looked up at Vivi with a grin and said. Dry, but you didn't let the surrounding woods turn into dust. Can I understand that you are talking big? Or are you not as dry as the one who just left? Vivi looked around at the trees that were only withered, but did not turn into yellow sand, and his face gradually took on a hint of mockery. G. Chapter 175. Crocodile's face froze, then a burst of anger. He had the heart to argue, but the giant trees around him that had not been dusted made him unable to speak at all. Although he is reluctant to admit it, the wild shepherd who can easily create giant trees of this size and make him unable to quickly desert them is indeed stronger than him. Miss Stussy is right, you may have been really strong in the past. But after hiding in our country for so many years, I'm afraid you no longer have the power at your peak. If you are like this, I can beat you even without water. Vivi's eyes narrowed, and 3 Tomo's Sharingan quickly transformed into Manjiki Sharingan. Susanoo. Vivi groaned and the Katsuyu on her shoulder began to rapidly send chakra into her body, and eventually to her eyes. In Crocodile's surprised eyes, a lot of crimson energy flowed from Vivi's side, and in a flash, he constructed a half-length giant wearing armor and holding a sword in his right hand. This ability, in the newspapers, not mentioned. While Crocodile was surprised, Vivi had already controlled Susanoo to stab Crocodile with a long sword in his hand. Swish! The long sword entered his body, and Crocodile's head split open immediately. However, he did not die, his body simply turned into yellow sand. Ridiculous, not using water, not using haki, your abilities are useless to me, Crocodile was laughing and taunting Vivi when suddenly he felt a strong suction force from the sword in Susanoo's hand. Feeling bad, Crocodile immediately wanted to turn his entire body into sand and escape. However, what Susanoo was holding in his hand was the 10-punch sword, and the moment he was stabbed, it was doomed that he could not escape. No. Impossible, I cannot fail. Let go of me, let go. Along with Crocodile's wailing, his body soon turned into a fluid-like substance and merged into the 10-fist sword, leaving no trace. Princess Vivi, you killed him. Stussy's beautiful eyes widened, and her brows furrowed as she looked at Vivi, who was breathing heavily. Obviously, even with the support of Rozi's chakra. But using the 10-fist sword that Susanoo was holding still made her feel quite uncomfortable. Don't worry, Stussy. I just sealed it up with a special method. I'll let him out when Vice Captain Rozi returns. Vivi lifted Susanoo and looked at Stussy with some fatigue. On the way, Rozi told everyone to hand over sand fruit to Stussy. Of course Vivi wouldn't kill Crocodile outright, although he did hope to do so. Seal. Stussy nodded slightly. I'm relieved that you say that, so should we tell your father the news next? By the way, you're ready to let your father know that you're a pirate wanted by Marine. And then leaving the country. Vivi pursed his lips, and the memories of Alabasta appeared in his mind one after another, and finally settled on the memory fragment of the promise made with Rozi. The corners of Vivi's mouth rose slightly, looking towards the direction Rozi left with Aramaki. I am in love with Alabasta, but my strength is given by Vice Captain Rozi. He helped me achieve my goals. Next, it's up to me to help him accomplish his goals. 1. I will work with him to realize everyone's dreams. After speaking, Vivi sincerely looked at Nami, Luffy, and others with smiles on their faces. Miss Vivi, you are so handsome, I want to give you a big hug. Sanji's eyes were filled with heart, and he jumped up happily, and was knocked to the ground by Nami's punch on the way. Really, don't think about taking advantage, Sanji. Vivi, let's go and say goodbye to your father and them now. Sorry, time is urgent, may not give you much time to say goodbye to them. 1. Nami took Vivi's hand and said. I understand, those Marines are heading here now. Everyone, go to the capital with me first, and at least fill your stomach before leaving this country. I'll ask my father to help prepare the supplies. Luffy was the first to agree with Vivi's words. Ask for flowers. Everyone happily followed Vivi's footsteps and rushed towards the capital of Alabasta. Let's follow first, Nico Robin. Don't worry about that man, in terms of speed, I've never seen anyone stronger than him. Among the Marines, maybe only Kizaru can really catch him. Stussy patted Nico Robin, who was looking away from Rozi, and took her hand to follow in the footsteps of Vivi. The other side. Rozi raised the corners of his mouth as he watched Vivi and the others fighting through Summoning Man. The battle is over, it's enough to get rid of this guy next time. Rozi glanced at Aramaki, who was chasing after him with his teeth gritted behind him, and once again accelerated his speed and flew towards the other side of Alabasta away from the capital. 0. Soon, he disappeared into the distance in the swearing words of the wild animal husbandry. After a while, Rozi stopped flying in a desert and looked at the desert below him in amazement. Just now, his observation haki clearly felt the open environment beneath the desert sand. Then below, is the ruins. Could it be the original One Piece original ruins containing the historical text? Rozi touched his chin, turned around and fell towards the desert below. Alabasta, the royal capital. What? Crocodile was responsible for the civil unrest in Alabasta. Are you the blood pupil who was rewarded? Vivi, are you kidding me? 1. King Cobra widened his eyes and reached out to touch Vivi's forehead. It's weird, there's no fever. In the corner of the palace, Nico Robin smiled and looked at the scene in front of him. Suddenly, Katsuyu, who had not disappeared from her shoulders, crawled into her ear and whispered. Lord Robin, Lord Rozi asked me to tell you to leave, he has something for you to watch. Is there something for me to see? Could it be a stone tablet of historical text? Nico Robin's eyes lit up, he ran out of the palace without saying hello to Vivi and others, and followed Katsuyu's guidance to where Rozi was. Chapter 176. Rozi. Nico Robin stood in front of Rozi, staring straight at Rozi's eyes. The anticipation in his eyes almost overflowed. Yet. Rozi nodded slightly and looked at Katsuyu on Robin's shoulder. Thank you for your hard work, you should go back first. When the words fell, Katsuyu immediately turned into a puff of white smoke and returned to his original place. Come on Robin, I'll take you to a place. Rozi bent down and picked up Robin, stepped on the ground with both feet and flew towards the sky. Robin put his hands around Rozi's neck, which didn't stop Rozi from hugging him, instead he looked forward to where Rozi was going to take him. Rozi flew very fast, and within a few minutes, he brought Robin to the tomb of the capital of Alabasta. Here we are, come down, Robin. Rozi put Robin down. 607 Observation Haki quickly sensed the surrounding environment, and quickly locked the mechanism to open the tomb. Just as Robin was about to ask Rozi where this place was, he was shocked by the vibration after Rozi opened the door. There, a floor automatically opened to reveal the stairs below. Let's go, the historical text stone tablet is below this. Rozi waved to Nico Robin and walked down the stairs first. Of course Rozi knew that the following historical text stele was not the historical text that Robin wanted to know, but a stele that recorded information about ancient weapon Pluton. However, Rozi thinks that one day in the future, the Straw Hat Pirates may be able to use the ancient weapon Pluton. So naturally, I don't intend to let Robin miss this piece of historical text. The catacombs were not big, and Rozi and Robin only walked for a few minutes to reach the end. There really is a historical text stone tablet. Surprised, Robin stepped forward and read it carefully. But soon, her happy expression turned dull, and her brows furrowed indiscernibly. Why, that doesn't make you happy, Robin? As expected, Rozi walked to her side with a smile on his face. I just wrote some rough history of the country under my feet, not the real history that I want to know. Nico Robin turned his head and gave Rozi a gentle smile. Is that so? Rozi frowned for a moment, but soon relaxed and said to Nico Robin with a smile. So, what if you look at this? This thing is the historical text stone tablet I got from a ruin in the desert 560 kilometers away. The ruins may be Alabasta's former capital, and here is the text stone tablet or the real history of this country. With a smile, Rozi took out the historical text stone tablet he took away from the ruins from the God's Eye space and threw it aside. This. Nico Robin's mouth grew into an O shape, and he looked at the historical text stone tablet in front of him, and then at Rozi who walked to the side without saying a word. She pursed her lips, although Rozi didn't say anything, but she was keenly aware of Rozi's disappointment to her. In addition to being in a complicated mood, she wanted to ask Rozi to say something, but seeing Rozi sitting on the side just quietly looking at the original historical text stone tablet, she couldn't find a topic to chat for a while. In desperation, she could only focus on Rozi's new historical text stone tablet. 10 minutes later, Nico Robin withdrew his gaze from observing the historical text stele, and walked to Rozi. Hey? Is it over yet? If that's the case, then let's leave. By the way, the matter of our coming here is kept secret for the time being, but don't tell King Cobra. 1. Otherwise, he may not be at ease and let me take his daughter. Rozi stood up from the stone pier, turned around and walked outside the mausoleum. I don't know how long it will take for that guy Sakazuki to arrive in this country. That guy Alan Mou is also a trouble. If he turns around and continues to look for me, it will also be a trouble. Sure enough, I still have to leave this country quickly. Rozi murmured to himself as he walked. Behind him, when Nico Robin heard this, he felt a panic in his heart for no reason, and quickly stretched out his hands to hold Rozi's right hand tightly in his hand. Rozi, please don't leave me. Robin, what do you mean? Rozi, you know that I concealed the content of the historical text stone tablet. I didn't mean it, I just... Nico Robin panicked and wanted to explain. In her opinion, when he lied earlier, Rozi frowned to prove that he saw that he was lying. And what Rozi just said about leaving with the Straw Hat Pirates obviously did not include leaving with her. After all, who would bring a crew member who is always on guard against others? Not to mention, by now Rozi has come up with the contents of 3 historical text steals. In exchange, Rozi has been overpaid. Actually, you have nothing to worry about, Robin. Who doesn't have some secrets in their hearts that they don't want to tell others? I have some secrets in my heart that I can't tell others. You don't tell me where the ancient weapon Pluton is because you're worried that I'll do something bad, right? After all, I have worked in CP0 before. If I were to be me, I would be more cautious. Of course, if it is possible, I will also increase zixing, ha. Rozi laughed, and after seeing Robin's still nervous expression, he patted Robin on the shoulder and said with a smile. I know that Pluton is in Wano Kuni in the New World, so you don't have to worry about telling me the contents of that historical text tablet 1. Also, you don't have to worry about me leaving you 1. Now Nami, Sanji, they are very welcome to you. If I don't let you leave, they will blame me. 0.2. Besides, I am also quite optimistic about you personally, and I have prepared a template of heroic spirit for you. So you won't be allowed to follow. After speaking, Rozi wanted to draw his right hand from Nico Robin's hands. However, after he exerted a little force, he found that Nico Robin was still holding his hand tightly, as if he was afraid that he would run away. Perhaps thinking that this was not enough, Nico Robin directly clasped Rozi's arm tightly in his arms. Rozi raised his eyebrows and his eyes fell on Nico Robin's chest. Now Robin is wearing extremely cool clothes. It is no exaggeration to say that she can swim directly without her coat. Being held like this, Rozi immediately felt an extremely supple touch. Chapter 177. Unbeknownst to Rozi, Nico Robin's mood became more nervous after he said ancient weapon Pluton was in Wano Kuni. From her point of view, Rozi has excellent intelligence capabilities, and she may be able to know the content of the historical text without relying on her. In this way, she is completely useless to Rozi and the Straw Hat Pirates. Now, even if she wanted to apologize to Rozi and say the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluton was unnecessary. In addition, she had only cheated Rozi, and for these reasons, how could she dare to let Rozi out of her control? She had already obtained the contents of 3 historical text steals from Rozi, and Rozi had previously said that he mastered a certain red historical text steal. Having enjoyed the happiness of reading the historical text stone tablet, now facing the loss of this happiness, Nico Robin showed a pitiful expression for the first time in more than 10 years. Sorry, Rozi. I'm really sorry, please forgive me. This. Rozi looked at Nico Robin in front of him and couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. He did feel some regrets about Robin lying earlier, but he wasn't at the point where he wouldn't let Robin on the boat. He knew that even in the original 01, Nico Robin only believed in Luffy and others when he experienced a series of things. And he and Robin can count the time they spend together with both hands, so Rozi still understands Robin's previous behavior. He is also confident that after spending a long time together, Robin will be willing to open his heart to himself and Luffy and others. That Robin, are you ready to leave Alabasta with us as a member of the Straw Hat Pirates? Of course it's ready. If that's the case, then I'll help you obtain the power of the heroic spirit later. You also understand that I only use this power for my partners, and when you get this power, you should be able to understand that I won't let you off the boat. Really? That power, really want to give me that kind of power? At this moment, Nico Robin moved his face close to Rozi with excitement like a child. After watching Vivi's performance, she once again understood the power of Rozi's heroic spirit. Of course, she cares more about Rozi's willingness to share this power with herself rather than gaining great power. As Rozi said, as long as you can gain this power, you are equivalent to being a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, and naturally he will not be left behind by Rozi. Then you forgive me, right? I can assure you that I will never lie to you in the future. Nico Robin asked anxiously. Hehe, I have never blamed you, how can I forgive you one? Compared to this, although your chest is very good, but I want to take you away now, it is not convenient for me to fly with you when you hold me like this. With that said, Rozi moved the arm that Nico Robin was holding. Nico Robin wasn't shy either, he moved his hands up and hugged Rozi's neck directly. Now, you can always hold me and fly. Robin laughed. Rozi nodded slightly, bent down and hugged Robin, and planned to leave the mausoleum. Wait Rozi, don't you take that historical text stone tablet with you? No, I picked it up from the ruins of Alabasta anyway, so let's just stay here as compensation for our private intrusion. In that case, it should be a secret for the two of us, Rozi. It's not wrong for you to say that, but it's easy for people to misunderstand what you said. Rozi smiled, his body soared into the air, and he said while flying toward the outside of the mausoleum. Really? Nico Robin smiled close to Rozi's ear and whispered. If you want, I can be your woman. If you encounter a situation where you use self-feeding again in the future, the close relationship between them can also help you recover quickly. Hearing this, Rozi almost stumbled and fell from the air, and he looked into Robin's eyes speechlessly. Although Robin demonstrated well, Rozi was keenly aware of the panic in her eyes. You're still worried that I'll blame you? Robin, don't talk about using your body to ask for forgiveness or something. It complicates the partnership with each other. Rozi looked at Nico Robin with a serious face and said. But soon, he turned to a sly smile again. Of course, if Miss Robin can really fall in love with me, I'd still be happy to accept it, Hehe. Rozi's tone and expression made Robin blush immediately, but it also completely eliminated the panic in her eyes. Seeing Robin's expression, Rozi burst out laughing, speeding up and flying towards the sky. The strong wind and waves ruffled Robin's hair, but also ruffled her heart. Looking at Rozi's indifferent smile looking ahead, Robin's mouth also had a slight smile on his face. What a crafty man! Alabasta, Royal Palace. Hey, Robin, where did you go with Rozi? Nami approached Robin, put his face in Robin's ear and asked in a low voice. Sorry Nami, this is a secret between me and Rozi. The corners of Robin's mouth rose, and he looked with interest at Nami, who had been suspicious since he saw him flying back with Rozi's neck in his arms. What? Tell me, I promise not to tell anyone else. I'm sorry, I can't tell. Really, I'll just ask Rozi after the big deal. Nami pouted and looked forward to Rozi, who was taking out the sand fruit from the body of crocodile that was being released from the seal. 607. Is this sand fruit? No matter how many times I watch it, I'm still surprised. Stussy looked at the sand fruit that fell out of crocodile's body in one shot by Rozi, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Take it, Stussy, and exercise after eating this. Don't be like crocodile now. I'm really looking forward to what you will look like when you become the queen of the desert. Of course, Marine will know about the fact that I can take devil fruit. If you use sand fruit outside in the future, people will directly associate you with us. Rozi handed devil fruit to Stussy and laughed. I won't let you down, Rozi, and will definitely move towards what you call the queen of the desert. As for being considered related to you, Stussy's mouth rose, I can't ask for it. Rozi nodded slightly, you are familiar with your own power, I'll go talk to others. After speaking, Rozi patted Stussy on the shoulder, turned and walked to Luffy, Robin, and others who had been waiting for a long time. Then let's start here. It's almost time for Robin to choose his own heroic spirit template. Rozi smiled at everyone, contacting the system in his mind to open the heroic spirit space. Chapter 178. Rozi, Luffy, and other members of the Straw Hats only saw darkness in their eyes, and when they came back to their senses, everyone had come to the heroic spirit space again. Hehe, I can see the power of each powerful heroic spirit again. Luffy held down his straw hat, and the expression on his face almost wrote the word expectation on it. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I don't know what kind of power Robin will get. Will he get the power of a ninja like Vivi and me? As Chopper spoke, his eyes were already wide open. He shook his head and looked at the dark environment around him, always ready to watch the possible scene changes around him when he introduced the power of heroic spirits. And attributes, it's not known which 3 attributes of Robin will be picked out. Usopp folded his arms and said with a smile. Miss Robin must be very gentle and elegant. Sanji folded his hands together and directly turned on the nympho mode. Is that really going to be the case? I think that woman will be singled out for very vicious attributes. Zoro laughed and looked at Sanji beside him mockingly. Hearing Zoro's words, Nico Robin agreed. Her family knew her own affairs, and she understood that if she wanted to pick out 3 attributes from her body, the probability of having vicious attributes would not be low. Humph, you green algae head, let's think about how your Lucci attribute came from at that time. How can such a beautiful lady as Miss Robin have vicious attributes? Look at the attribute of flower, which means that Miss Robin is a beautiful person like a flower. Speaking of which, Miss Robin's fruit is called flower fruit. Senju's attribute, this must be because Miss Robin can summon many hands, it really fits. The last, Sanji put an angry face on Zoro's shoulder and pointed at the panel in front of Robin by pressing his back. It was only when he introduced the last attribute that his face froze involuntarily. Not only Sanji, but also Nico Robin himself was stunned on the spot. Hehe, why don't you read it? The attribute of betrayal is not associated with gentleness and beauty. Zoro sneered, slapped Sanji's hand away, raised his head and looked at Nico Robin's face seriously, and said. You're right, Miss Nico Robin. Vivi also looked at Zoro with a serious face. Like Zoro, she is the only 2 people in the Straw Hat Pirates except Rozi who have doubts about Nico Robin. Although this suspicion has subsided after Nico Robin fully helped Alabasta, it does not mean that Vivi's suspicion of Nico Robin has been eliminated. No, Vice Captain Rozi, please listen to my explanation, I have not betrayed everyone. Perhaps it was stinging from the suspicious eyes of Vivi and Zoro, or perhaps woken up by the scene that was instantly quiet. Nico Robin hurriedly looked at Rozi and wanted to explain. Hehe, it's just an attribute, do you need to be so nervous? Rozi raised his finger to Robin's lips, then looked at Zoro, Vivi, and others. Speaking of betrayal, Luffy, did you soon betray the wishes of your marine hero's grandfather and become a pirate? Zoro, you used to be a bounty hunter, specializing in killing pirates, but haven't you also betrayed the path of a bounty hunter now? Nami, you used to betray and steal those pirates when you were in East Blue. And Vivi, didn't you also betray the Baroque Society? And me, I betrayed the world government. I say this, do you still see the word betrayal? After speaking, Rozi cast a reassuring look at Nico Robin. Zoro, Vivi, and others couldn't help but ponder. Yet, if you're talking about betrayal, haven't they betrayed something too? And speaking of Nico Robin's betrayal, she betrayed Crocodile to help Alabasta. Thinking of this, Vivi and Zoro looked at Nico Robin with a lot of gentleness. Nico Robin pursed his lips, and while he was relieved, glanced at Rozi gratefully. Rozi is right, isn't it an attribute? Don't that guy Zoro also have the negative attributes of Lu Chi, and he has not become one of our members one? Don't be afraid, Miss Robin, even if this green algae head doesn't accept you, I will accept you. Sanji patted his chest with a sunny smile. Speaking of negative attributes, you have a sadder attribute, have you forgotten? Of course Zoro was not to be outdone, and directly replied to the past. For a while, the two started their usual battle again. These two guys have such a good relationship. Robin, ignore them. The last time you saw Chopper make a selection, I didn't need to explain how to use the panel in front of you. Rozi patted Robin on the shoulder and stepped back a little to give Robin the space. Robin nodded to Rozi, looking back at the word betrayal on the system panel. After a little hesitation, she raised her hand and clicked on the word betrayal. Miss Robin, you. Noticing Robin's actions, Sanji immediately widened his eyes and looked at Robin's actions in disbelief. You must know that if you click on the text representing an attribute, a person's past memory clips related to the attribute will be played. It's no big deal, Sanji. I did betray a lot of people in the past, and I don't mind people knowing that. 1. But I can guarantee that I will not betray you. 1. Nico Robin smiled and glanced back at Rozi. Won't betray you. When everyone heard Nico Robin's words, they couldn't help but recognize Robin even more. After a while, the surrounding space trembled, and the originally dark environment turned into a town. And in the center of the picture, there is a 10-year-old, wearing slightly tattered clothes and sitting in the living room carefully eating bread. That's Robin? Everyone frowned slightly and looked at Robin with some doubts. I didn't expect to see me more than 10 years ago. Nico Robin murmured in a low voice, her words also proved the conjecture of Sanji and others. As soon as the screen turned, the camera moved from the little Robin to the window and through the wall to the outside of the room. There, a man dressed as a fisherman was talking to a marine. Hey, are you telling the truth, Nico Robin, the devil's son, is here with you? The sea soldier held it and said with a serious face. No. That's right, I tricked her into my house, and now she's eating bread in peace. Understood, this is your bonus, take it and go a little further. Marine handed a bag of money to the fisherman, and he was about to lift his gun and walk into the room. However, the two did not notice that at this moment, little Robin was leaning against the wall and listening to the conversation between the two. Knowing that he was about to be arrested, Robin had no choice but to escape from the back door before the Marines entered the room. Seeing this scene, Nami, the King's Zhao, Sanji and others looked at Robin with pity. At this moment, the heroic spirit space screen turned again. It's a similar scene, with Robin being hunted by Marines, militiamen, and even ordinary people. The only difference is that Robin, who was originally about 10 years old, has gradually grown into a big girl. Damn, why do these guys treat Robin like this? I really want to teach these bastards a lesson. Sanji clenched his fists, his whole body was on fire, and said no angrily. He is a real flame of anger ignited all over his body. It is conceivable that if the person chasing little Robin in front is not a phantom, Sanji at this moment has rushed over to attack them. Vivi, Zoro, and others also look bad. At this time, they suddenly discovered that it represented the attribute of betrayal, even depicting scenes of others betraying Robin. Those guys are horrible, Rozi, why did they arrest Robin? Chopper tugged at Rozi's trousers and asked with a face on his back. Obviously, Robin's past made him very uncomfortable. Chapter 179. Robin was offered a bounty of 79 million berry by Marine on fabricated charges when he was only 8 years old. With such a large bounty, even if Robin wanted to work honestly to get food and clothing, he would be betrayed by others. Perhaps, it is also for this reason that she can only survive by betraying others in the future. Rozi touched Chopper's little head and whispered. The voice fell, and the screen of the heroic spirit space turned again. This time Robin has reached the age of youth and is working on a pirate ship. Like the previous footage, the pirates also discussed the plan to sell Robin as a bounty hunter, Marine, behind Robin's back. But this time, they were themselves betrayed by Nico Robin and led into the bounty hunter's trap. Then there are several similar scenes of Nico Robin betraying others. Although it is about Nico Robin's betrayal, but after seeing the scenes of Robin being betrayed by others when he was a child, none of the members of the Straw Hat Pirates are worried about Robin. Instead, they have more or less sympathy in their eyes. Nami, who had a similar experience with Robin, stepped forward and took Robin's hand to talk. Even Nami's original worry about Robin and Rozi getting too close was gradually fading. Seeing this scene, Rozi, who felt that the timing was about the same, smiled in a low voice, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The next moment, the description screen of Robin's betrayal attribute in the heroic spirit space disappeared. He was replaced by a man with short light purple hair, squinting eyes, wearing a white sleeveless robe with the word 3 embroidered on the back, and knitting, giving a fox-like cunning. Noticing the change in the surrounding space, everyone temporarily stopped caring about Luo 607 bin, and turned to look at the protagonist represented by the betrayal attribute. Is this the Ichimaru-jin linked to my betrayal attribute? It looks like a snake. Nico Robin rested his cheek with one hand and looked at the man in front of him tightly. The screen turned, and a woman with long orange wavy hair suddenly appeared behind Ichimaru-jin, and pressed the short blade against his neck with her hand. Don't move, Silver. Also, why did you betray Soul Society? The woman's cold eyes couldn't hide her concern for Ichimaru-jin. Sorry, Ranjaku. Ichimaru-jin turned his head and smiled bitterly, and then a curtain suddenly dropped in the sky, separating Ichimaru-jin and the woman named Ranjaku. Is this his betrayal? I don't know if it's my illusion. Why do I think he seems to have some difficulties? Nami crossed his arms, and Ichimaru-jin's wry smile flashed through his mind. The screen turned again, and everyone only felt a flash in front of them, and they saw a man with short orange hair and a beheading sword confronting Ichimaru-jin. This guy is Kurosaki Ichigo, who appeared last time. Zoro frowned slightly. Zoro, do you know him? Sanji looked at Zoro suspiciously. When I used to choose heroic spirits, I saw this clip of a man named Kurosaki Ichigo in the demo of Zaraki Kenpeki. Zoro nodded and said. I remember Rozi saying, that Zaraki Kenpeki is the captain of the 11th division of the Soul Society. This Ichimaru-jin has the word 3 engraved on the back, and also wears a haori similar to Zaraki Kenpeki 1. Is he the captain of the 3rd division? If he is he as strong as that Zaraki Kenpeki? Nami looked at Rozi expectantly. About this, Nami, you should see for yourself. Rozi smiled, raised his hand and pointed at Ichimaru-jin and Kurosaki Ichigo, who were facing each other. At this time, the two Ichimaru-jin in the picture have also finished their conversation. I saw Ichimaru-jin pulled out his short sword from his waist and aimed it at Kurosaki Ichigo, and said softly, shoot him. Shins. As soon as the words fell, the short sword in Ichimaru-jin's hand suddenly stretched along with his front stab, and with extremely fast speed and impact force, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was blocking his body with the blade, was directly knocked out more than 10 meters away. Distance. Knife, it got longer. Zoro widened his eyes and looked at the short sword in Ichimaru-jin's hands with abruptly more interest. This is the Shikai of Ichimaru-jin's Zanpakuto shins. The rear blade of Shikai can be instantly extended and changed in length to stab opponents, and enhance its attack speed and strength. The maximum extension limit is 100 times the length of Shin's. Rozi laughed. 100 times. It's amazing, isn't that longer than my rubber arm? Luffy's eyes glowed with golden light, and said excitedly. Hehe, where are you going? It's too early to get excited, Luffy. It's just Shikai, don't forget, the weapon named Zanpakuto can be liberated twice. As Rozi's voice fell, the screen of the heroic spirit space turned again. In the picture, Kurosaki Ichigo and Ichimaru-jin are still facing each other. Ichimaru-jin's outfit hasn't changed much, but Kurosaki Ichigo's outfit has changed from a loose-fitting Death Tyrant to a slightly tight windbreaker-style Death Tyrant, and the biggest change is that his beheading sword has shrunk. A black knife with a slender blade. Short and thin, is this the power of Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto after Liberation 1? Zoro murmured, looking at Kurosaki Ichigo curiously. But soon, his attention was drawn to Ichimaru-jin. One solution, Kamishini no Yari. Ichimaru-jin's body erupted with a huge amount of color energy, and as he waved his arm, Kamishini no Yari grew rapidly. In an instant, the surrounding buildings were cut in half by Ichimaru-jin's exaggerated blade, until it was intercepted by Kurosaki Ichigo with the black knife in his hand. This, what is this? It's so, too long, I can't even see the border. Usopp covered his cheeks and opened his mouth to look at Kamishini no Yari in Ichimaru-jin's hands. Even with his eyesight, aback, he could not see the end of the Kamishini no Yari derivative at this moment. Hey, if this thing is swung down, no matter how big the boat is, it will be cut in half. At this time, Sanji stopped smoking and stared at the scene in front of him with his mouth open. He felt that even after all the ships of Germa 66 in memory were spliced to land, it may not have been longer than Kamishini no Yari. Ichimaru-jin once said that after the second liberation of Shin's, the length of expansion and contraction can reach up to 13 kilometers. At the same time, its elongation speed can reach up to 500 times the speed of sound. Rozi laughed. 13 kilometers, 500 times the speed of sound. Just kidding, how can there be such a long knife in this world, how to use it? This time, even Zoro's mouth grew wide, with an unbelievable expression. In fact, these numbers are falsely reported by Ichimaru-jin, and the single wheel speed may be faster. In addition, in fact, the ability of this knife is not really extended. Rozi smiled, watching everyone's puzzled expressions to activate the system permissions, and moved the demonstration screen of the heroic spirit space to Ichimaru-jin one step forward. During the scene change, the man confronting Ichimaru-jin changes from Ichimaru-jin to a tall, suave, yet extremely oppressive being. It was Aizen Koyusuke. I saw Ichimaru-jin raised his hand on Aizen's long sword, and suddenly released Zanpakuto and attacked Aizen. In just an instant, Kamishini no Yari's blade penetrated Aizen's heart. Hey! Isn't this the man who left Soul Society with Ichimaru-jin in the previous picture? This Ichimaru-jin, betrayed again. Nami blinked and looked at Rozi strangely. The reason why Ichimaru-jin defected from Soul Society following this man named Aizen is for this moment. Aizen's power is too strong and Yamato is weird, which makes Ichimaru-jin have to choose the path of being misunderstood by the people he likes. While Rozi was talking, Ichimaru-jin in the demo screen also told Shikai the reason for his defection. Listening to Ichimaru-jin's words, Nami, Nico Robin, and others couldn't help but sigh for Ichimaru-jin's betrayal. In fact, in his heart, from the very beginning to this moment, he never betrayed his best friend. So, did he succeed in revenge? Nico Robin muttered. Rozi rubbed his chin and said. The real ability of Shin's after the second liberation is to make the blade turn into ashes at the moment of expansion and contraction, and a violent poison that can dissolve cells will appear inside the blade. In the body. This kind of poison is extremely domineering, and it can be said that a touch of it is equivalent to death. Unfortunately, Ichimaru-jin is facing Aizen. The voice fell, and Aizen's chest suddenly exploded, forming a huge void. Ichimaru-jin took this opportunity to almost grab Gyaku in Aizen's chest, but Aizen suddenly burst out and grabbed Ichimaru-jin with one claw. It's not dead. This guy is a monster. Usopp opened his mouth wide and looked at Aizen in horror. Perhaps, it is because Aizen is strong enough to pervert that Ichimaru-jin chose to go undercover. However, his power is already very strong. Nico Robin exclaimed. Although she herself is very different from Ichimaru-jin, going undercover around others for some purpose gives Robin a faint sympathy. So, do you want to change careers to become a swordsman? If you want, I can instruct you to use the sword. Rozi laughed. If necessary, I hope you will teach me, Vice Captain Rozi. However, I'd better read the other two templates first. Nico Robin chuckled and looked down at the other two names on the panel. As a prudent representative, she would not just look at a heroic spirit template and make a choice. Flower and Senju, these two attributes are related to my devil fruit. But this one, does he even have the word Senju in his name? Nico Robin muttered, raised his right hand and clicked on the name of Senju Hashirama of the Senju attribute. Chapter 180. In the heroic spirit space, the screen turned, and a man with long black hair, wearing a black tight-fitting combat uniform, and a red layered armor on the outside appeared in front of everyone. Appearing at the same time as him, there is also a man dressed in a similar fashion to the former. Luffy, Nami, and others looked over and immediately noticed the Sharingan in the latter's eyes. Hey? That guy actually has a Sharingan, is it a relative of Uchiha Itachi? Usopp stretched his head and looked at the latter curiously. That's Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Itachi's father figure to be exact. Speaking of which, is the object of your attention wrong? That one over there is Senju Hashirama who represents the attribute of Senju 1. Rozi said. But, he doesn't have 1,000 hands, really, I was looking forward to it. Luffy folded his arms and pouted. Senju should just be a quantifier, meaning many hands. Actually, there is no way for me to summon 1,000 hands at the same time, at most 200 hands. Nico Robin said, exerting his ability to build 2 hands on his shoulders. 200. That's pretty cool too. I don't know how many hands this one called Senju Hashirama can build one. Wait, what is that? Luffy widened his eyes and looked in the direction of Uchiha Madara in surprise. There, a giant of hundreds of meters rose from the ground, and the powerful Vaya instantly shattered the ground. That's Susanoo. Rozi, why his Susanoo can reach a height of hundreds of meters? Vivi asked Rozi in shock. That is the perfect Susanoo, and the perfect Susanoo can only be summoned by using Mangekyou Sharingan to the limit. Vivi, for those of us who use the Uchiha Itachi heroic spirit template, it requires a huge amount of physical energy to supply the Sharingan. Rozi said something to Vivi, then motioned them to look at Senju Hashirama. In the next moment, their hearts, which had been beating fast enough because of the appearance of Susanoo, accelerated a beat again. When Senju Hashirama clapped his hands, a wooden giant no less than a full-body Susanoo appeared in front of Luffy and the others. And around the giant, hundreds of huge arms stretched out. Lee! It's amazing, 1, 2, it really has 1,000 hands. Luffy stretched his mouth, his eyes widened, his voice filled with surprise. Well, now Senju Hashirama is worthy of the word Senju. Rozi smiled and said. Totally worthy. But Rozi, what kind of power is this Senju Hashirama? The giant he summoned seems to be made of wood. Usopp asked. As you can see, his power is wood, to be precise, a kind of ninjutsu called wood style. Rozi said, swiping in front of him, the scene of the heroic space was divided into 2, a new scene appeared, and the confrontation between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara came to a standstill. In the new picture, only Senju Hashirama is alone. I saw a seal formed on his hands, the earth shook instantly, towering trees grew out of thin air, and a forest was formed in a blink of an eye. Hey! Isn't this the power of the man named Araki just now? Sanji raised his eyebrows and looked at the forest that Senju Hashirama called out in surprise. In terms of function, Senju Hashirama's wood style and Aramaki's forest fruit have many similarities. All can plant forests out of thin air, and can use wood to draw the power of others. But Senju Hashirama can't completely elementalize his body like Aramaki. There is no way to directly absorb the physical energy of others into one's own body. However, Senju Hashirama's physical energy is strong, and it is no exaggeration to say that his system is more pervert than Tsunade, who opened the 100 healings mark. In the eyes of ordinary people, the fatal injury is just a small fight. Also, just because Senju Hashirama is good at wood style doesn't mean he's not good at other things. As one of the most powerful ninjas, he has been involved in sealing techniques, enchantment techniques, and summoning techniques. While Rozi was talking, Senju Hashirama once again used wood style to call out a huge wooden golem and a wooden dragon, causing Luffy and the others to sigh again. However, they were not too surprised because of the true several thousand hands summoned by Senju Hashirama next door. Rozi snapped his fingers and the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama resumed. 0 fur flowers. One person controls Susanoo, and the other controls true several thousand hands, colliding together, and the powerful attack instantly caused bursts of sonic booms. Visible to the naked eye, the earth centered on the two of them began to shatter, the surrounding mountains shattered, and the river turned upside down. In just over 10 seconds, the earth has completely changed. Look at the expressions of Luffy and others whose mouths are about to fall. Rozi smiled and said, "That's the power of Senju Hashirama, the power to change the terrain with ease. How about choosing him as your template, Robin?" Hearing this, Nico Robin smiled, "It's indeed a very attractive force, I'd better look at the next one." Having said that, Nico Robin set his sights on Byakuya Kukaki, who represents the attribute of flower. 0. I don't know what kind of power this one will have. Robin raised his hand and quickly clicked on the big characters Byakuya Kukaki. With a tremor in the surrounding heroic spirit space. A handsome man with long hair, wearing a death tyrant outfit, and wearing a white Haori with 6 written on his back. Hey! This guy is also from that Soul Society one. Usopp blinked and said. Yes, he is the captain of the 6th Division, a cold-hearted man who likes to write and read, and is also a very proud person. At the same time as Rozi introduced with a smile, Byakuya Kukaki also drew out the long sword from his waist. Then, in the surprised eyes of Robin and others, the blade of the long knife in Byakuya Kukaki's hand quickly turned into countless cherry blossoms, and in the end only the handle was left. It's amazing, it turned out to be cherry blossoms, those cherry blossoms are so beautiful. Chopper's eyes lit up, and he was naturally very happy to see such beautiful cherry blossoms, who was already attached to the cherry blossoms. Chopper, don't be fooled by the beauty of those cherry blossoms. Those cherry blossoms are dangerous. Zoro said with a serious face. Chopper was a little strange. When he was about to ask Zoro, he suddenly saw that the cherry blossoms surrounding Byakuya Kukaki quickly included a monster that jumped in front of Byakuya Kukaki. Then, a horrifying cry came from among the cherry blossoms. Chapter 181. The cherry blossoms that the blade turned into contained the monster for a few seconds, then scattered, and reassembled the blade on Byakuya Kukaki's hilt. And that monster has disappeared without a trace at this moment. What happened? Why did the monster disappear? Chopper asked in horror. Those cherry blossoms, should each be a sharp blade. Monsters surrounded by cherry blossoms are like facing the attack of hundreds of sharp blades at the same time, and there is nowhere to dodge one. Zoro murmured, thinking about how to deal with such an attack if he was faced with such an attack. Zoro is right, Byakuya Kukaki's Zanpakut Senbonzakura Shikai will then turn into a 1000-blade blade that is indistinguishable to the naked eye. Although it is as beautiful as a cherry blossom, it is quite dangerous one. Rozi smiled 607 and turned to look at Robin beside him. Sure enough, at the moment, Robin is holding his cheek with one hand, looking at Byakuya Kukaki in the picture with interest. It's really dangerous, but compared to Ichimaru-jin's Zanpakut just now, there seems to be something less. Rozi, this second liberation of Senbonzakura, let's see 2-1. The corners of Robin's mouth rose, looking at Rozi expectantly. Rozi nodded slightly, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The next moment, the heroic spirit space changed. Byakuya Kukaki's original enemy has disappeared, replaced by countless giant monsters surrounding him. One solution, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Under the gazes of Nico Robin and others, Byakuya Kukaki turned the blade upside down and gently released his hand. Then the long knife swayed ripples on the ground like it was submerged in the water, and finally submerged into the ground. After a while, 2 rows of huge swords about 10 meters long rose from the ground on both sides of Byakuya Kukaki, and there were hundreds of them. Before Luffy and the others were born in surprise, hundreds of huge blades turned into countless tiny cherry blossom blades and rushed towards the surrounding monsters. In the tide of cherry blossoms like waves, all the monsters were involved and disappeared cleanly. Even the buildings that were involved in it disappeared in an instant. So beautiful! But so dangerous! There were tears in Chopper's eyes, and he didn't know if he was excited to see the cherry blossoms or scared because of the danger of these cherry blossoms. Small cherry blossoms have piled up an attack like a wave, and such an attack can't be blocked so easily. How many cherry blossoms are there? Zoro clenched the long knife around his waist and sighed. If Byakuya Kukaki completely liberates his power, these cherry blossoms can reach hundreds of millions in total. 1. Also, the second liberation of Senbonzakura is not just about making the Sakura blade more. Because of its characteristics, it can also combine into countless blades and launch a destructive attack on a designated target. Rozi's voice fell, and countless cherry blossoms turned into thousands of sharp blades and collided with one point at the same time. In an instant, a huge roar echoed in the heroic spirit space, as if the entire heroic spirit space was shaking with the impact. Chopper opened his mouth in an O shape and dropped his chin to the ground, as if he had been terrified. It's really amazing. From the intuitive performance, it seems that this is also the power that can easily change the terrain. Sanji exhaled and sighed. It's more dangerous than changing terrain, it's a one-point hit attack. If there was an enemy standing there, it's hard to imagine how much damage he would suffer. However, such power reminds me of Emi Yashiro's infinite sword system. Having said that, Zoro couldn't help but turn his head to look at Rozi again, his eyes full of desire to fight. Senbonzakura is indeed similar to the infinite sword system. After all, can Senbonzakura also form the enchantment of the sword? Although this enchantment is very different from the infinite sword system, its functions are also different. Robin smiled, ignoring Zoro's desire to challenge, turned to Robin, and continued. Robin, you have seen all 3 heroic spirits. Have you thought about who you want to choose as your heroic spirit template? Hearing this, Nico Robin smiled and nodded. Rozi, I think Ichimaru-jin's power is very suitable for me, please leave his power to me. Among the 3 heroic spirit templates, Nico Robin felt a strong sense of fit for both Ichimaru-jin and Byakuya Kukaki. On the one hand, it is because they are both traitors, on the other hand, it comes from character. However, in the end, it was Ichimaru-jin's long-term hidden lifestyle for obsession that gave Robin a more sense of fit. Therefore, she is willing to choose Ichimaru-jin as the source of her power. But she also knew that Ichimaru-jin's attribute was betrayal, and immediately looked at Luffy, Nami, and others. But don't worry, everyone, I will not betray you. While speaking, Nico Robin's eyes were extremely firm. Hehe, don't worry Robin, we trust you. Nami hugged Robin's arm and said with a smile. As someone who has a similar experience with Robin, she doesn't care at this moment that Ichimaru-jin's template comes from the betrayal attribute. Sanji, I believe in Miss Robin too. Usopp, well, it's just a force. Chopper, hey? Can't choose cherry blossoms. Zoro, Chopper, let Robin choose. If you want to see cherry blossoms, you can go to Rozi, he can do anything anyway. Rozi sneered, it was not up to him to decide whether he could become Master Senbonzakura. After Nico Robin and Nami said a few words, he raised his hand and pressed the word Ichimaru-jin. As a brilliance enveloped Nico Robin's body, Rozi's mind also heard the sound of System 0.2. Ding! Nico Robin makes a choice, gets the template of Betrayal Ichimaru-jin, comprehends the initial skills of Ichimaru-jin, and can comprehend more heroic spirit template skills through training and strengthening. Note: consuming devil fruit for a partner can speed up the progress of comprehending the template skills of heroic spirits, and even comprehend the profound meaning skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Betrayal Ichimaru-jin template and the Senju Hashirama template, and comprehend all the skills of the heroic spirit template. Note: although the host can comprehend all the skills of the heroic spirit template, whether the host can use the skills is linked to the host's own strength. Senju Hashirama's template, this is interesting. The corners of Rozi's mouth rose, and he had already thought of the surprised expression on his face when he met Araki again and used wood style on him. Chapter 182. Deputy Captain Rozi, according to the previous agreement, I will trouble you to teach me swordsmanship from now on. 1. Nico Robin touched the short blade that suddenly appeared on his waist and looked at Rozi with a smile. Of course. Although Shin's fights with retractable blades, you may still use related sword techniques in the future. I will teach you what I can teach. By the way, if you wait until you can enter the heroic mimesis of Ichimaru-jin, you should be able to directly master his combat skills. Rozi smiled, took out the quick-cut fruit from the space of the Eye of God and walked to Robin. Without waiting for Robin to react, Rozi directly used the system's ability to incorporate the quick-cut fruit into Robin's Ichimaru-jin heroic spirit template. Robin's eyes emptied in an instant, and a lot of knowledge suddenly filled his mind. Kani Shinai no Yari, which was not usable before, became usable in a short while. Having said that, Nico Robin knows he doesn't have the stamina to consume Kami Shinai no Yari yet. Forced use, I am afraid it can only be used for a very short time. It seems that I need to strengthen physical training in the future. 01. Robin lowered his head and quickly conceived a beneficial exercise method in his mind. Robin, although Shin's is strong, Kami Shinai no Yari can even leave a dissolving poison in the enemy's body. 1. You don't know enough, this world has a lot of Logia demon fruit power. Even if your Kami Shinai no Yari can leave a deadly poison in the enemy's body, it may not be effective. Afterwards, join Haki's practice. 1. If armament Haki can be condensed on the tip of the Shin's blade and fired, it should also have a strong power. 1. Having said that, as a master of armament Haki, Rozi also understands that armament Haki is difficult to cohere and control after he leaves the body. The short distance is fine. If Shin's really stretches to 13 kilometers, perhaps on the way, the armament Haki condensed on the tip of its blade will quickly disperse. Rozi patted Nico Robin on the shoulder, then raised his hand to leave the heroic spirit space and return to the real world. Looks like you've got your powers, Robin. And it's the power related to the sword. Stussy's eyes narrowed, and he quickly noticed Robin's short sword pinned to his waist. That's right, that's quite a magical power. Robin laughed. Yeah, that's really enviable. Stussy is really envious, but after getting sand fruit, she didn't ask too much. Rozi, do we need to leave the country now? Stussy turned to look at Rozi and asked. Well, the sooner the better. Rozi nodded and looked at Vivi beside him. Vivi, where is your father? I didn't see him when I came back. Father saw that he couldn't stop me, so he went to prepare the supplies for us to leave, and I believe it will be ready in a short time. Vivi said with a smile. As soon as the words fell, Rozi heard Cobra's voice ringing at the gate. Rozi, you are here. Cobra walked quickly from the door to Rozi. Your Excellency Rozi, and Your Excellency Luffy, thank you for saving this country. May I have a few words with you alone? Of course it is. Rozi nodded. Everyone, I'll leave for a while, you guys get ready. 1. After that, Rozi pulled Luffy and followed Cobra out of the room. Some time passed. Alabasta some coast. Vivi, do you really want to go? Wearing a cloak, Cobra pulled Vivi's hand, looking at the costume of a ninja who covered half of his face with a fox face mask, his eyes slowly reluctant. Father, this is what I said to Vice Captain Rozi. The country has been saved and it's time for me to pay back to Vice Captain Rozi and everyone. Although Vivi was also reluctant to leave the country, the decision to leave Alabasta had been made as early as when the agreement was made with Rozi. She definitely won't change it at this time. Hey, I understand, but I'm getting old after all. If you go to be a pirate, who should inherit this country? If only I could have a granddaughter or grandson. That way, I can pass the position on to him. Cobra sighed and said. Vivi twitched the corners of her mouth. She didn't expect that she would be urged to marry even at this time. I think that Rozi is good. I talked to him just now, and he even gave me a lot of plans for governing the country. If it wasn't for him being wanted by the world government, I really want him to marry you and pass the position on to him. But although this plan cannot be implemented, if it is your 2 children. Speaking of which, Cobra's eyes couldn't help but get brighter and brighter. Father. That's almost it. Vivi stomped his feet and said with a blushing face, I and Vice Captain Rozi are only partners, so we won't get married, and it's obvious that Miss Nami still likes Rozi. What's the matter, aren't the two of them unsure about their relationship? Cobra patted Vivi's shoulder. Father is from here, you can trust me. Father, I'm on an adventure, not a wedding trip. Adventure is not that 607 can't fall in love, and you are outside, you need to find a man to take care of it. I think Rozi is quite reliable. Ah, what did you chat with Rozi Fujo before? Vivi hugged his head, and his face under the mask was already blushing. Luffy, what did King Cobra say when he took you and Luffy out alone? Sanji asked Luffy, who was holding a box of ingredients beside him, as he walked towards the cabin of the Mary, holding a bag of treasure looted from the sand crocodile. Hey? Didn't say anything, just told me and Rozi to take good care of Vivi from now on. If Vivi got hurt or something, he would never let me go and wait. Luffy tilted his head and said. It's really pitiful for parents in the world, but I will definitely protect Miss Vivi. 1. Sanji's tone was firm, and his eyes were full of light. Speaking of which, Rozi said something else to Vivi's father just now. What else did he say? Luffy, Rozi, what did he say? Well, I don't understand some things about running the country, but Vivi's father seems to be very happy and said that it would be nice if Rozi was Vivi's concubine. Chapter 183. What, concubine? Sanji opened his mouth wide, dropped the box in his hand, and shook Luffy's collar. Luffy, you heard that right? No, that's what Vivi's father said. Sanji, let me go, the meat is going to be scattered. Luffy grumbles about trying to break free from Sanji. At the same time, Nami and Nico Robin, who were walking towards the deck from the inside of the cabin, heard the conversation between Sanji and Luffy, and came over curiously. Luffy, what you said about the concubine just now, let's be specific. Nami stood still in front of Luffy with a puzzled look on his face. Hey? I haven't heard much, but Vivi's father seems to want Vivi and Rozi's kids to take over Alabasta in the future. Also said that with Rozi's knowledge, he could run the country behind the scenes and support his children behind the scenes. Luffy said. Hearing this, Sanji became more and more excited. And Nami frowned and walked quickly across the two to the deck. Nico Robin smiled and followed. As soon as the two walked to the deck, they met Vivi, who happened to be returning to the Mary from Cobra. Even after a period of time, Vivi's face was still a little flushed at this moment. Seeing this scene, Nami felt a little worse and hurried up. Vivi. Hearing Nami's voice, Vivi looked up quickly. Seeing that Nami was approaching, she subconsciously turned her head to look at Rozi, who had just returned to the Mary from the Stussy, Fakura, and others. Vivi's expression immediately reminded Nami of Luffy's previous words. Vivi, your father just... Straw Hats. Luffy, Rozi, don't try to slip away. Before Nami could finish speaking, a roar suddenly came from the land not far away. Accompanied by the sound, there is also a very oppressive aura. Nami quickly put aside his doubts about Vivi's expression, and looked at the direction of the voice with the other partners. It's that forest guy. Nico Robin frowned, and immediately pulled out his Zanpakuchins and quickly ran to Rozi's side. The same goes for Zoro, Nami, Vivi, and others. It was none other than the Oramo who had been thrown off by Rozi earlier. Further away from Aramaki, Smoker, Tashigi, and the others were also running fast. This man is still catching up. Rozi, do you need me to help you deal with him? A strip of yellow sand quickly condensed into a human form beside Rozi, and it was Stussy who got sand fruit not long ago. Perhaps because sensen fruit and sand fruit are relative powers, Stussy felt a physical disgust for Aramaki at this moment. No, I fought Akainu. This guy called Aramaki has the strength of Marine Admiral. And this guy is also a person with the ability of the forest fruit with huge life energy. If you want to fight with him, the fighting time will definitely not be short. That Smoker and Tashigi said it over there. Marine Admiral Akainu, Marine Chief Admiral Tsuru, and Marine Admiral Candidate Gion are still coming here. I don't want to experience a battle that I experienced in the waters of the Drum Kingdom. Stussy, Luffy, get out of here first. I'll stop this guy for a while and follow. After Rozi finished speaking, he waved at Stussy and Luffy, and then jumped in the direction of Aramaki to meet him. Rozi is right, Captain Luffy, let's go first. He can stop that guy once, and he can stop him a second time. Stussy turned and smiled at Luffy. Out of respect for Rozi, even in the face of novice pirates like Luffy, Stussy now has extra respect. Every time I ask Rozi to help with the aftermath, I have to get stronger quickly. Luffy exhaled and turned to look at Nami, Usopp and the others. Let's go, everyone. BD Rozi, don't try to run away this time. And your partner, don't even try to escape. Wild Mew fell from the sky, and a large amount of life energy poured into the earth. In an instant, a towering giant tree formed at the foot of the wild animal, and quickly rushed towards the direction of the melee. At the same time, the earth began to roll over, and trees kept popping out of the ground from the ground, stretching toward the sky. Seeing this, Rozi slammed his hands together, no less than the natural life energy condensed by the wild animal at this moment. Wood style, the tree world is coming. 1. Boom. In Aramaki's surprised eyes, with Rozi as the center, the surrounding earth shook more and more intensely, and more towering trees suddenly appeared. He intercepted the giant tree that Araki used to grab the Mary, and at the same time collided with other giant trees that Araki used his abilities to create. What is this? Huang Mu opened his mouth wide, looking at the scene in front of him. He forgot for a moment to control the giant tree that intercepted the melee. Even if he wanted to intercept it, he would be blocked by the giant tree controlled by Rozi. The devil fruit. No, it's impossible to have the same devil fruit. Your power comes from the bloodline research of Germa 66. Smoker clenched his hands and looked at Rozi viciously. Now that he can't use smoke fruit, his 10 hands have become his only weapon. Germa 66 bloodline? That's it, I said how could I have the same devil fruit as me? But it's really annoying, looking at such a similar power. While Araki breathed a sigh of relief, he looked at the sea and the melee with some regret that had been separated by the towering giant trees. Forget it, just run away, just leave you alone. This time, I won't give you the chance to use that strange black fire to escape from my barrier. You two Marines, stop following me, the battle here is not something you can participate in. Aramaki walked towards Rozi, generally speaking to Smoker and Tashigi behind him, the king's Zhao. The two frowned upon hearing this, and immediately wanted to follow. However, the two of them just made a move, and a giant tree not far from them stretched out its branches as if it were alive and bound the two of them. No matter how hard the two struggled, there was no way they could deny it. Damn, UBD, let us go! Smoker roared loudly at Aramaki, although he was glad that a warrior who wasn't Marine was willing to capture Rozi, but that didn't mean he allowed Aramaki to stop him from capturing Rozi. No, you misunderstood, the tree that caught you was not made by me. Aramaki glanced at Smoker, then looked at Rozi in Smoker's surprised eyes. It seems that I underestimated your control over the forest. Not only can it create a forest, but it can also finally control the branches of a giant tree. The technology of Germa 66 is really a good thing. Chapter 184. Rozi was a little speechless. Although his ability was explained, he linked his ability with the bloodline factor of Germa 66. This really makes Rozi unhappy. The bloodline factor of Germa 66 has huge drawbacks, and the power obtained is also very limited. How can it be compared with the power used by Rozi from the heroic spirits of the heavens? Comparing the bloodline factor with the heroic spirit template is simply an insult to Rozi's power. Rozi exhaled and looked at Smoker and Tashigi, who were tied up by the branches he controlled. Smoker, don't be stubborn, you can't participate in such a battle with your current strength, leave early one. Humph, do you think I'm listening to a pirate, Rozi? Smoker, I know you're not afraid of death, but is it really good to lead your subordinates into the battlefield where you shouldn't be in? Tashigi's life is not a life. When Smoker heard this, he looked at Tashigi beside him. At this moment, Tashigi is in a completely immobile state, just like her. It's no exaggeration to say that if Rozi wanted to kill them in 607, the branches that were trapping them were indented at will, and they could kill them. Smoker's face darkened, although he wasn't afraid to die trying to catch a pirate. But dragging Tashigi into a battlefield where she shouldn't have been involved and causing her to die is really not what he wants to see. You two stay there honestly, and then it's me and this guy. Rozi turned his head and looked at Aramaki, who was standing 3 meters in front of him. Oh, boy, you are quite brave. To imitate my power in front of me. Do you think the power you use by blood can match me as nature? As Aramaki spoke, his right hand turned into a vine and quickly stabbed Rozi's chest. Boom! The corner of Rozi's mouth rose, and he instantly entered Senju Hashirama's heroic mimesis and slammed a punch, hitting the vines that Aramaki had attacked. Derived from the terrifying power of Senju Hashirama, even Aramaki's vines with armament haki were instantly blasted away. Hey! Haki even resisted this blow without armed, Abak, your physical strength is quite good. Forget it, let's take you down quickly. Maybe he's tired of playing, maybe he doesn't want Rozi to find a chance to leave here. Wild Mew mobilized the huge life energy in his body, which made his body instantly turn into the color of trees, and at the same time, his body began to expand rapidly. In just a moment of effort, he has completely transformed into a huge tree man made of wood. Forbidden and hateful. Rozi, bring me down. Aramaki, who turned into a huge tree man, controlled his fists to smash Rozi's head head-on, and the strong wind it brought even made the ground under Rozi's feet begin to shatter. As expected of Admiral's strength, the deterrent force of frontal combat is really strong. Sure enough, there is no way to trap this guy just by relying on the arrival of the tree world. Rozi thought to himself, and quickly glanced at the tree he made with wood style, which was blocked by the wild grazing trees, and quickly formed a seal. Wood style wood expulsion jutsu. Following Rozi's voice, a wooden shield shaped like a fang's Gourmet suddenly appeared from both sides of Rozi, protecting Rozi below. Boom! Araki's fists smashed on the shield, causing a huge roar and a violent wind. Smoker and Tashigi, watching from a distance, were blown so hard they could barely keep their eyes open. What a powerful force, stronger than that of Vice Admiral. That guy Rozi, will he lose? Smoker gritted his teeth, and when the wind and waves were a little light enough to open his eyes, he immediately looked at where Rozi was attacked. The shield? It actually blocked the blow just now. Smoker muttered in surprise. Humph, it's just a shield, watch me smash him. Araki snorted coldly, and the huge wooden fist turned into an afterimage and slammed onto Rozi's shield. With the perception ability of observation Haki, Aramaki can clearly perceive that Rozi is under the shield. At this moment, seeing Rozi completely fixing himself behind the shield, Aramaki was even a little happy in his heart. That way, he just needs to keep throwing huge double punches at Rozi under the shield. Bang bang bang! A series of strong crashing sounds came and went in the barrier created by Rozi and Aramaki. This guy is really strong. Even a shield built with Senju Hashirama's power can't stop it. Do you want to use the magic? Rozi frowned. Forget it, manipulating the energy of nature is a little more troublesome, just use that magic to restrain this guy one. Thinking of it. The chakra on Rozi quickly poured into the ground and flowed into a nearby giant tree made by himself. The powerful wood-style chakra made the giant tree begin to change rapidly. In just a moment, he has transformed into a wooden giant about the size of the wasteland at the moment. At the same time, the shield that provided Rozi with defense had reached its limit and was completely shattered. However, Aramaki did not continue to wave his fist at Rozi, but immediately turned around and threw a punch behind him. Boom! What? Araki looked at his fists colliding with his fists in surprise, and his face changed suddenly. The giant of wood? How dare you imitate me, UBD? Imitate? See clearly, is your giant as majestic as mine? Rozi snorted coldly, stepped on the ground with his legs, and quickly jumped onto the wooden giant's head. Of course my giant is more majestic, I will let you clearly realize this. Aramaki roared, his fists turned into afterimages again and attacked the giant at Rozi's feet. Good come! Rozi shouted, and not to be outdone, he controlled the wooden giant and waved his fists to meet him. For a time, the fists of the two giant wooden giants turned into afterimages. The powerful energy fluctuations caused the surrounding giant trees to fall backwards. How come there is a sense of sight of Jotaro and Dior fighting? Rozi raised his eyebrows and quickly stopped the Ola Ora who was about to shout out. Chapter 185. About an hour later. How is it possible, that guy is a person with the ability of the forest fruit? Why is Rozi able to fight him to this extent with the same power? The power of technology is really stronger than devil fruit. Smoker gritted his teeth and shouted with difficulty. At this moment, he had no way to open his eyes at all, and could only tell by his voice that Rozi and Aramaki were still fighting. This situation caused a strong sense of frustration in Smoker's heart. As Rozi said, there is no possibility of him facing Rozi directly. Definitely, must become stronger. Smoker roared inwardly. At the same time, the wild animal husbandry sighed. UBD, I see how long you can hold on. Aramaki waved his fists and roared angrily. It seems to be stimulated by Rozi's control of the wooden giant and the power of the wooden giant. At this moment, Aramaki has completely given up the idea of using other forest fruit abilities, but wants to defeat Rozi's wooden giant through his wooden giant. Hehe, come on, fight! Rozi clasped his hands together and said with a big laugh while controlling the giant to punch. For him, this way of fighting is just right. In this way, he has more time to let everyone on the melee go further away. You must know that Araki has the ability to fly. If he freed up his hands too early, he might even catch up with the melee. However, almost one has disappeared now. It must have sailed a long way at the speed of the Mary. I don't know how long it will take for Sakazuki and Gion to arrive in this country. Thinking of this, red light flashed in Rozi's eyes, and observation haki quickly dispersed towards the sea. Soon, several huge ships broke into his perception. Hey! This breath is... Gion. Rozi raised his brows and turned to look towards the sea. UBD, you dare to be distracted in the face of me. Seeing that Rozi turned his head to look elsewhere, Araki immediately roared angrily. I'm sorry, I just sensed an acquaintance, so I was a little distracted. To express my apologies, I let you see something good. Rozi chuckled, his hands quickly put together, and a black eye pattern appeared on Rozi's face. Sage Artwood style true several thousand hands. Rozi looked serious and gave a sharp cry. Now that he sensed the arrival of Gion and the others, Rozi naturally had no intention of continuing to fight, and directly used a lot of physical energy to activate the magic. Boom! Rozi's voice fell, and the ground instantly fell into a huge vibration. Because of this huge vibration, Araki had to stop his waving fists and take 2 steps back in a row. Immediately afterwards, he saw an incredible scene. I saw behind Rozi, a larger wooden giant with a height of hundreds of meters rose up from the ground, and the sky originally closed by the trees was also a hole in an instant. Come on, keep fighting, Araki. Rozi wiped the sweat from his forehead and grinned at Aramaki, who looked much smaller at the moment. Although he entered Senju Hashirama's heroic mimesis, Rozi still felt a little labored to call out the true several thousand hands hundreds of meters high. He had no doubt that if he had used the immortal technique to summon true several thousand hands from the very beginning, he would never have been able to fight against the barbarians for too long. Of course, the wild animal husbandry will definitely not feel better. Fighting! Aramaki twitched the corners of his mouth and looked at the super-large giant who was in a higher state than his current state and the countless arms of the super-large giant. Immediately, he looked at his 2 fists, which seemed to be much smaller. You can't afford to play with this guy? I only have 2 fists. You gave me so many, and they are all so big. Aramaki raised his finger and pointed at Rozi who was standing on one of the giant's palms, and roared angrily. Hehe, I take care of you. Rozi gave Aramaki a mocking look and waved his right hand forward. The hundreds of giant hands of true several thousand hands who received the order quickly clenched their fists and threw their fists at Aramu at an extremely fast speed. The shadows of their fists were all over the sky for a while. You foul! Araki still wanted to say something, but his words were finally covered up in the shadow of the fist. Anyway, it's my ultimate move, this guy should still get hurt. Rozi took a deep breath and glanced at the wild animal husbandry who wrapped himself in a layer of wooden shield in front of him. After leaving a wood-style clone to continue to control true several thousand hands and put himself into a stealth state, he used his flying ability to follow the quilt. The hole opened by true several thousand hands flew out. Damn, this guy is running away again. Ask for flowers. I said, yes. Isn't it a wooden giant? I am a fruit person, you can do it, I can do it too. Aramaki gritted his teeth, while using his ability to continue to strengthen his shield, he generally looked in the direction where Rozi's breath disappeared. After the last battle, this time with Rozi, Aramaki did not close observation haki. The aura on Rozi's body was divided into 2 because of the appearance of the clone, and the next second, the aura turned into a more secret state, which was clearly felt by the wild animal husbandry. Immediately, Huang Mu roared, the life energy on his body continued to spread, his body shape also began to grow bigger with the shield on his head, and those giant trees originally made by Huang Mu also began to continuously gather towards Huang Mu itself. A few seconds later, a multi-handed wooden giant very similar to the true several thousand hands cast by Rozi appeared on the battlefield. "UBD, how dare you copy me?" 1. Rozi's wood-style clone widened his eyes. "It's you who is imitating me!" Aramaki roared, and controlled one of his giant hands to grab Rozi's deity. However, only halfway through, they were stopped by the true several thousand hands controlled by the clone left by Rozi. "Sorry, if you want to catch the deity, defeat me first." Rozi's clone gave Aramaki a provocative look, and then manipulated the giant to attack him again. Just the strong wind of the fist smashed the trees formed by the arrival of the tree world, and also took away Tashigi and Smoker who were tied to the book. "Damn BD, just a clone. Then I'll kill you first." Wild Mew was in a hurry and immediately punched up. "Hehe, although I am a clone, the giant here is actually summoned by the deity using power. Can your copycat products really handle it?" "BD, I'm a sensible fruit person, you are a copycat. Fall for me." The words of the clone made Araki grit his teeth, and countless fists rushed towards the clone with his anger. This scene, Rozi deity is watching. "It seems that I can stop this guy for a long time. But it's the trouble over there. I hope Gion, Sakazuki and the others will not pay attention to me because of the giant of wood fighting here." Rozi's sense of sight swept across the sea and locked onto the most powerful breaths on the bow. Chapter 186. Alabasta, Coast. On the deck of a marine warship. "What is that?" Gion was meditating, but a sudden powerful roar pulled her out of her meditation. She stood up and walked to Sakazuki's side, looking at the 200-meter-tall wooden giants standing not far away with a surprised look. "Those are the two big guys who just appeared suddenly." Sakazuki frowned slightly, thinking about Rozi for no reason in his heart. Perhaps, it's Rozi's means. "Rozi?" Giun's eyes narrowed, indeed. Although Rozi has not shown the ability to control trees before, but that guy has shown new abilities many times, I am afraid it will be the same this time. Sakazuki took it seriously, as 607 not long ago, he had faced Rozi's ice power that had not been shown before. Two tree giants, if one of them is Rozi at the helm. And who else will control the wooden giant? Two kinds of power in the same form, that guy is really mysterious enough. At this time, a steady voice sounded from the sides of Sakazuki and Gion. Gion and Sakazuki turned their heads, and it turned out that the crane had come to them. On the side of the warship they were on, a warship with the word crane written on it was closely following. "Sister He." When Gion saw crane, there was a rare smile on the originally cold face. It looks as normal as before. However, Crane's eyes were so vicious, he immediately saw the change in Gion. "Gion, you're, all right." "Sister He, I'm fine, then this, let's do the task first." Gion gave a small smile and looked back at the two fighting wooden giants that were getting closer and closer to the coast. Seeing a flash of red light in her eyes, observation Haki quickly swept towards the two giant treants in the battle. But after a while, her attention was quickly locked on the breath of one of the wooden giants. "I found it, Rozi." A cold light flashed across the Gion double, and a sharp kendo aura instantly erupted from his body. Crane glanced at Gion blankly, wondering why Gion was just out of a mission, why the aura of kendo became stronger. Something must have happened, wait and ask her later. Crane frowned and turned to look at Sakazuki. "Sakazuki, let's go too. I don't know who is fighting Rozi, but this is a great opportunity for us." Hearing Tsuru's words, Akainu nodded. "Crane Vice Admiral, please watch from the outside to prevent Rozi from leaving. I went with Gion to take Rozi down." This time, Akainu did not choose to go it alone. With the last experience, having experienced the death of the ghost spider and the disability of Maynard, he now just wants to use the strongest firepower to instantly kill Rozi. After speaking, Akainu jumped up from the deck and flew towards the direction of the two wooden giants, followed by Gion. Crane, on the other hand, directed the other marines to land and surrounded the battlefield. However, neither Gion nor Sakazuki nor Tsuru could notice that Rozi's main deity had already activated the sneak skill and took a detour from the other direction. By the time they landed, Rozi had just left Alabastus' homeland. "Come on, Araki, is this not enough? Just like this, but there is no way to catch my deity. Speaking of which, in the past so long, at the speed of this deity, you must have run for an inexplicable distance. Even if you can fly, you can't catch up, ha ha ha." While controlling True several thousand hands, Rozi's clone kept taunting the wild animal husbandry. Although there is no Rozi deity to continue to supply chakra, the True several thousand hands controlled by Rozi's avatar have been damaged in many places. Compared with the wooden giant controlled by the wild animal husbandry, it is slightly worse. But even so, the attack of the wild animal husbandry was difficult to cause a devastating blow to the True several thousand hands made by Rozi in a short time. However, constantly being provoked by Rozi, Aramaki's attack has become more difficult to cause a fatal attack on Rozi's clone. "Damn guy, even if you escape this time, I will definitely catch you next time," Orama roared angrily. Rozi's clone smiled, and just as he was about to continue his wild animal mentality, hot breath suddenly fell from the sky, which caught the attention of Rozi's clone. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of the wild animal husbandry. One person and one clone looked up at the same time, and what caught his eye were countless magma fists. "I'm relying on it, as soon as it comes, I will make more moves." Rozi's clone twitched the corners of his mouth, and hurriedly manipulated the fists of True several thousand hands toward the magma fist in the sky. "Humph, attacking magma with wood is beyond your own power." Akainu, who closely followed the whereabouts of the magma fist, snorted coldly and looked at Rozi's clone mockingly. However, what happened the next second made his eyes widen. The wooden fist collided with the magma fist 0.2, and there was a loud roar. However, the picture that Akainu wanted to see, the wood being burned by the magma, did not appear. Instead, his magma fist was directly blown away. But the wooden fist didn't seem to have suffered much damage. "What? How is that possible?" Akainu exclaimed. Such a perverse scene made Akainu extremely puzzled. Even if Rozi freezes his lava with ice, when will the wood, which is easily burned by the flame, be able to block the lava? "Sorry Akainu, your magma is only equipped with candles, it is impossible to light my True several thousand hands one." The corners of Rozi's clone's mouth rose, and said mockingly. Chapter 187. Just kidding, the True several thousand hands beside him is wood-style ninjutsu that uses senjutsu, and it is Senju Hashirama's strongest ninjutsu. If it is easily destroyed by lava, the name of Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja, will cry. Having said that, the Rozi clone didn't let its guard down. After all, besides Akainu, there is a crane beside him. On the opposite side of Rozi's avatar, there is also a wild animal husband who has transformed into a giant tree man. Although I agree with your words, magma may not be able to ignite giant trees one. But the look on your face, I look rather unhappy, Rozi BD. The wild animal husband took a breath and said with a cold snort. Having said that, he wasn't rashly attacking Rozi this time around. He didn't want to be dragged into Akainu's attack range. "Damn boy, I want to see how hard you can be." Akainu snorted coldly and planned to use moonwalk to speed up his fall so that he could attack Rozi at close range. But before him, Gion rushed down before her. "Yi Dao Lu Suan Rabbit." Jun's eyes flashed red, and the powerful armed 01 color haki quickly gathered on the famous sword Kinpura in his hand. As she slashed hard in the direction of Rozi with the knife in both hands. A peach-colored sword energy rushed towards Rozi at a very fast speed. Rozi's clone frowned, and a strong sense of crisis made him subconsciously integrate his body into the body of True several thousand hands. At this moment, the sword energy fell, covering the True several thousand hands. In an instant, a long crack appeared on True several thousand hands. When did this woman become so strong? Rozi's clone frowned and looked at Gion in astonishment. You must know that he has not been in contact with Gion for a short time. It stands to reason that she does not have such a strong strength. Even if Kimpira was back in her hands again. Similarly, Gion frowned and looked at the wooden giant who completely surrounded Rozi's clone. That slash was already her strongest slash. In theory, even the sea can be cut open. But now not only has the wooden giant that protected Rozi been cut off, but even the scars have not lived up to her expectations. How could this not surprise Gion? Hey, marine above. This guy's wooden giant is very strong and has the ability to repair itself. It may take a lot of time to defeat this giant. What Rozi has left here is the clone, his original has escaped. I'll stop Rozi's avatar here, you go and chase Rozi's true self. At this time, Araki said suddenly. Gion and Akainu, who originally wanted to attack Rozi's clone, were taken aback for a moment, and they all cast suspicious glances at Aramaki. Hey, are you kidding me? Rozi himself has left. Akainu frowned and asked. What am I lying to you about? By the way, that direction should be given to Marine who was blown away by the battle between me and Rozi. You can go and ask them, they should have a picture of Rozi leaving his clone and leaving. Hearing Aramaki's words, Gion frowned, observation haki quickly spilled out, and quickly locked the positions of Smoker and Tashigi. Sakazuki, I'll go ask Smoker and Tashigi, be right back. After that, Gion wanted to use Moonwalk to leave. Akainu did not refuse. After Aramaki's reminder, he and Gion both noticed that Rozi's clone was slightly weak before integrating his body into True several thousand hands. Originally, the two thought that Rozi's breath was weak only because he had fought with the wild animal for too long. But thinking of Rozi's previous strength in the Drum Kingdom's waters, both Akainu and Gion felt more vigilant. In this case, confirmation work is a must. Haha, since you're here, come play with me. The corner of Rozi's avatar's mouth raised, and a large amount of chakra left by the deity spilled out from his body, which was added to the True several thousand hands. In an instant, the clone left by Rozi quickly turned into a tree and combined with True several thousand hands, and the scars on True several thousand hands' body surface due to Aramaki and Gion also quickly recovered. Then, under Aramaki's incomparably astonished gaze, the huge body of True several thousand hands jumped neatly above Akainu and Gion, and countless fists were about to hit Gion and Akainu. The deity has already left a long way, so the three of you should accompany me to finish the last heat. If you want to say something to this deity, you can tell me directly, the will between me and him is connected. The dull voice of Rozi's clone came out of True several thousand hands, and then Mujokwan fell towards Akainu, Gion, and even the Aramaki below with an indomitable aura. Damn Rozi, I will never let you go, I will definitely catch you. Gion gritted his teeth, and the long sword in his hand turned into an afterimage and quickly slashed countless flying slashes. Even if she wanted to leave to find Smoker, the countless fist shadows made her unable to find any chance for a while, and she could only choose to fight with Akainu and Aramaki to destroy the wooden giant made by Rozi. 607 30 minutes later. Gion, Sakazuki, what? I found Smoker and Tashigi, both of whom said Rozi himself had left. I've arranged for the search to be done. 1. Crane ran into the battlefield with a group of Marines, including Smoker and Tashigi, who had been kicked out earlier. At this moment, the battle has been dictated, and Gion, Akainu, and Aramaki are staring gloomily at the motionless wooden giant remnant left by Rozi in front of them. Hey, that guy is too fast. Now that we have been fighting for such a long time, that man may have long since disappeared without a shadow. Oramu shook his head and sighed. Thinking of Rozi escaping from his hands twice, and thinking that Rozi used a similar ability to himself, and used it so well, Aramaki felt aggrieved in his heart. Aramaki's words made Akainu look up at him. You said earlier that you fought against Rozi because you couldn't stand the world order, didn't you? 1. That's right, is there a problem? Akainu looked at Akainu who was talking to him, and asked in confusion. Since you want to maintain the order of the world, why not consider becoming a marine? If you want, I can personally recommend you to Marshal Sengoku, Aramaki.